Greetings, esports fans, and welcome back to the Perfect World Shanghai Major European RMR B. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. Joining me on the desk today in the early shift, it's a first time with us in the early shift. This is where things get crazy, Yanko.
It is?
Yeah, because I think the theory...
Why do you think I switched?
Yeah, exactly. But I'm looking forward to this. Obviously, no G2 to torture you with to watch today, so we'll see.
I had to find a different way to torture myself.
Yeah, hanging out with Maui Snake will do it. And obviously, Maui Snake, how are you today, sir?
Every single day is a bright new day filled with new possibilities.
Well done.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Strong opening.
It's the last day. Of
Strong opening. It is indeed. It is indeed.
But it's exciting.
Yes, it is the last day. It's Judgment Day.
It could be your best day here, Richard, or your worst day here.
Yeah, I know. That's exactly how I feel about it as well. I mean, the last time we did one of these, it was 16 and a half hours for me. So we'll see. But look, I love it because I love Counter-Strike, and I'm sure everyone at home loves it. This is what we got for you. These are the standings. So yesterday was another crazy day of action. Those incredible grey names that you can barely see down there. Eternal Fire are among them, and that's a huge shock for a lot of us. A lot of disappointment there for the Eternal Fire team and all their Turkish fans. We'll talk about that in a moment. But highlighted in green, those are the guys that went through. Prior to that, big 3D Max 3-0 teams. Nobody saw that coming. G2 Esports, their last dance got a little bit dicey. We'll talk about that in a moment, but they are through to the promised land of the Major. Heroic and Virtus.pro joining them, and you can see the 2-2 teams. Just some quick thoughts about Eternal Fire, guys?
For Eternal Fire, personally, I was just disappointed in Wakadia. I feel like he just didn't have the tournament that I was waiting for whatsoever. On the other hand, I just think, like, as a team, they've had a great year, but this just raises an interesting conversation for how good it could have been. Like, they had such a great EPL, a great CCT Global Finals. Obviously, the last major was great. You would have loved to cap it off here, but unfortunately, just not the consistency that you were looking for.
People thought Navi had the fluke major. It was Eternal Fire all the time. I mean, very disappointing. They failed to get it done in the best of ones. Like, that's what cost them. Really, they opened at that 13-11 loss to 3D Max, you know, losing some of the clutches as well. It's very problematic, and I think also just didn't do a good job of handling the pressure of the RMR, right? Like, you could tell they were visibly very frustrated during games, you know, Xantares especially, and it's very tough these days to grind out games when you have that going on, right? Like, all these teams are so good, players are playing on such a high level, bad rounds are going to happen, mistakes are going to happen. It's just about dealing with it, really, that separates the great teams from the good ones.
Yep, and we can now start talking about the teams that qualified. Let's do G2. Let's just get that out of the way, right? Because it's the big narrative. We're all talking about it. Yes, as a last dance, it was a bit dicey at times. It was kind of... You can still see all the mistakes. They had that epic series against Spirit yesterday, where they've managed to maintain their winning record over them, but it wasn't as clinical or as concise as they would have liked, man.
No, and I feel like when I'm watching the G2 right now, they're missing one man in particular. I feel like Nico and Hunter did a great job on a handful of these maps. Snacks actually at this tournament has looked surprisingly competent as an individual, but I've been kind of waiting for the Monacy show, and I don't even know if I really got it by his standards at this RMR. So that's a question going into the major, of course. I feel like he's going to turn things around, but that's where the question begins. Is the pressure of it being their last dance, being their last event, last tournament, is that weighing on him?
Well, look, I'll say a few things on that. I mean, obviously, we know Nico's leaving. While this news cycle has been going around, now the implication is Monacy might be leaving. I don't know if this is like the first time he's found himself in a flurry of headlines. We also know there was some personal stuff going on that I won't bring to the broadcast. I won't dignify that with a kind of response, but obviously the major, getting to the major and then winning a major, potentially their last major as a lineup. Well, it will be their last major as a 5. You know, I think the pressure could be inside his head maybe a little bit, and who could blame him? This has been a young player who's so prodigiously talented, and he's been so level-headed, so professional, and this is probably the first time maybe things could be potentially getting on top of him.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not really sure what the reason is, but definitely wasn't up to his level. I mean, G2 qualifies. Yeah, G2 qualifies like for the major, and Monesi has a 1.0 rating for the tournament. He's their 4th rated player.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You know, Hunter, Nico, and Malbs are all ahead of him. So not a great sign that has happened. Great sign that they qualified regardless. And, you know, knowing Monesi, now they have 10 days, a little bit more. They're going to stay in China and practice and boot camp. G2, one of the teams that didn't do it prior to the RMR. They did it prior to the World Finals. So teams always benefit from that. I have all the confidence that he'll bounce back for the actual major, and that we'll see some of the performances that we were used to seeing from him all year long.
One quick point, though, I just want to make about the fact that he only has a 1.00. They still qualify. This is why in these kind of MVP #1 conversations, I don't necessarily rate Monesi at the same terms of like value of above replacement as Donk and Zywoo. Dude, if Donk or Zywoo has a 1.00, I don't think Vitality or Spirit make it through these kinds of RMRs.
Yeah, you might have a point. I mean, you know, obviously when you've got Nico, we know Hunter is theoretically the 4th on the lineup, and if he can have those pop-up games like he's been doing, obviously that's why G2 are G2. This is part of their identity. It might not be the cleanest, it might not be the smartest, it might not be the most well executed, but they can just pop heads at any given moment, and if they do, you win games. I mean, Counter-Strike can be that reductive, that simple at times. Let's talk about Heroic. They were able to get through as well. They put the brakes on the Passion project, right?
The Imperial of the EU RMR,
yes.
Richard, with the level of opposition that they've beaten to qualify, you know. But hey, you can only play and beat the teams that are in front of you, and Heroic did that. You know, obviously we talk about Passion as this sort of a Cinderella story, surprise run, playing some really good CS. So you can't have it both ways.
Yeah.
You can't be saying, oh yeah, Passion is a really good team, you know, they're playing really good counters, and they're like, Heroic, look who they beat. So especially after losing the first map, losing your own map pick, to be able to still stay in it and close it out 2-1 is no easy feat.
And to see them bounce back in the fashion that they did, where the individuals just started taking over. Like, look at this highlight from Shush. Like, he actually started disrespecting Passion UA, despite the fact that he was a map down. So for him, Nerds, Tessus, they all popped off. A similar question bemoans this team, as does G2. Where's the Opera, though? Like, Dexter was not in this series, with the exception of a single rifle clutch that he had at Tetris on the Raj at A. And so that's something that for whatever reason, some of the star players at this RMR didn't necessarily pop off, but yes, the level of opposition wasn't necessarily strong enough. I feel like Passion UA kind of bottled this one. I feel like they started playing like themselves after that first map.
Yeah, I agree. I think the refreshing thing about Passion has been how, you know, aggressive and in your face that they played, and then you saw when they were within one map going through, it kind of just became a little bit disjointed. They rolled the dice on that Vertigo pick. Probably should have locked in Anubis, you know, but they didn't. And now they go into today in the 2-2s. It would be heartbreak if they went 2-0 and then went out 3-2.
Unfortunately, it is looking like that. You know, we've had another org do it a couple of times. Bait. 2-0 in the best of ones, a couple of RMRs, and just not being able to get that one last win in the best of 3 to qualify. And looking at who they have to play against today, it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, well, look, let's take a look at the schedule, guys. These are the games. This is what Judgment Day looketh like. You've got NIP versus 9 Pandas to start us off. We'll be talking about that in a second. Astralis will be taking on Passion. I still believe in Passion. I'm gonna just put that out there. Like, it's not like Astralis have come into this last day looking strong at all. They're without Device. Cadian was doing insane things. We all saw that attempted knife the other day. Like, like why would you? I know, why would you even go for that in that situation? And then, of course, Team Spirit have got Sashi. So, as I said, I've got the potential for a very good day, and then we're going to have that 7th place
or a very bad day
decided down there. Yeah, or a very bad day. We'll see. You know, we'll see. All the maps, all the rounds, NIP, Astralis, and Sashi all in, and I will not be seeing you at the bar tonight. I will just go straight to bed. Right then, let's set up the game. NIP versus 9 Pandas. Let's start with NIP. I've dunked on them a little bit because I'm mean, and I've said that today we've got all the mismanaged dogs battling out to get to a major. Look, they have fallen on hard times given what the brand
5
means.
years ago. Yes.
Yeah, exactly, and it's just been like that for a while. But I will say, to try and find a positive and go against type. These are young players. They are inexperienced players, some of them, not Rez, of course, the eternal Rez. And they're coming together and they're trying to make the best of what I'm sure is a very difficult situation. I mean, this exact 5 kind of came together not that long ago, right? And so it's always tough to go to the biggest tournament of the season in these circumstances, and yet here they are standing tall on the last day.
It's just been plagued by mismanagement and a little bit of misfortune for years now. I mean, for one thing, can they just stop doing statements and releases, and creating videos about what you're doing? Maybe just the less you reveal would be better until you actually do something of note, until you actually develop talent. We've been memeing about it for actually literally years now, that your time at NIP does not count because that's where careers go to die. Look at Brolan. You chose not to keep Brolan. Alexi as well there.
ZTR popping off now.
Who goes on on mouse and is one of their best players, super solid player, right? And he's Swedish, so you're your regional local talent. You're deciding to get other players over who are just flourishing in other teams. So yeah, this is another one. Maxter, their standard 5th, can't be here because of health issues, so they're playing with a stand-in at the RMR. Obviously not the situation in which you want to be in. And they had this international project going on, brought Alex in, sort of. Don't know if he got a fair chance in that organization, but now it looks like they're almost trying to go back to a full Swedish lineup. I mean, so not really sure what's going on in the NIP camp.
We'll talk some more about that. We got the veto coming in. I'll just pick Maui's brains. What's going to happen here?
Well, for both of these rosters, I feel like we're going to see Inferno ban from NIP, Vertigo out from 9 Pandas. I think NIP could go for an Ancient here. It's a map that they've been liking with YoCab overall. And for 9 Pandas, I think the counter pick is Dust 2. I feel like that's one that NIP always tries to get rid of. It's one that 9 Pandas are very fond of playing, and they do go for it. So we got the first 2 maps out of the way. Decider, I think this could go in a lot of directions, but Yenko, do you have any ideas about how just this one has gone?
I think probably NIP, the Nuke or Mirage aren't great for them either, so I think maybe Nuke for the last one. Okay,
they banned. Well, they banned it. Yeah, they banned that one, so they didn't want to play it. Yeah, okay. I mean, I think the first 2 maps were really kind of where I expected them to go. The last one, though, yeah, I wasn't really too sure about it because I feel like these teams have shown sort of a variety of vetoes throughout this tournament in general. So overall, I think both of these teams got picks that they wanted to pick. To me, this is lightly favoring 9 Pandas for the veto, okay? We can talk about the matchup in general later, but the fact that NIP really do not like playing Dust 2, they have a sub 20% win rate on this map, that's always going to hurt them pretty big, and 9 Pandas, Dust 2 is one of their favorite maps. They love playing it.
And we saw them almost mount that crazy comeback against G2 on Dust 2. Listen, I think you look at 9 Pandas in this tournament. I mean, they lost an overtime game to G2 and they lost to Virtus.pro. Both teams already qualified and we would have all had them as a lock to make the major. Outside of that, very dominant against Aurora in the best of 3 yesterday. So I think they're a big favorite in this one.
Yeah. I'm just going to bring in the commentators on the big screen. They're up there. Let's see. There we go. It's wow, very colourful today, Jackie and Vince. This is it's summertime.
Yeah, we switched it up a bit, mate. You've got to have a good vibe going on, Rich. It's one of those days. You need a bit of colour to start
They've got the beads on as well, mate. Is that beads or a chain? No, beads. It is beads. Yeah. Ridiculous. Anyway, who's winning this one?
You know what? I actually think 9 Pandas probably do take it, Rich, to be honest with you, mate. I was one of those that was a real big supporter of this NIP roster at first. I think they've got some good pieces. I thought Rez and Wrinkle would do a lot of damage, but I've just not seen those same heights. It feels like every game they play, it's more disappointment rather than excitement.
Yeah, what about you, Vince?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think especially off the veto as well, when you look at the stats coming into the RMR, I think it's 17% win rate on Dust 2 and Mirage. So I think in terms of the map pool, it's also probably favouring 9 Pandas. The one thing I will say is Idis Balance has had a bit of a rough tournament so far, and so is Glowing. So I'm not sure if that's potential weaknesses that can be exploited from the likes of Wrinkle, like you've just mentioned there. He is definitely a pop-off player, so I guess we'll have to wait and find out.
All right, well, I hope you get a pop-off game. I'll let you settle in. Jackie and Vince, take it away.
Cheers, Rich. Right then, well, we'll start to get ourselves situated for this one, mate. BO3, obviously for context for anyone watching at home as well, timeline here is you need to win it. There is no instant qualification for the major for either one of these teams, Vince. It hinges on the other results today. They'll then find out who, of course, they have to play, how that goes. Yep. So it depends on the other game. So you all can really do is turn up and win this one. That's it.
Exactly. It's the same mentality that we've seen throughout the best of ones, of course, going into these elimination and progression matchups. So all you can do is just focus on the task at hand. And I think if it goes like the way of Astralis and Spirit, you said earlier, then they do actually make it through. But that's all in the future. For the here and now, you just got to do your best to go on the server and perform. And I think one of the reasons why we kind of gone back and forth on this is like it could be quite a close game. Like I don't think that there is an obvious favorite in this. No. Even if you kind of go slightly with Nine Pandas, there is definitely a way that NIP can win this too.
Absolutely. I think there is. You know, it could be a scrappy series. I would say I think maybe 3 maps out of this one, but we'll take it as it comes. We'll strap in. Come along for the ride, everyone. Last day of the RMRs here for the Perfect World Major in Shanghai. NIP taking on 9 Pandas. First map is going to be Ancient. CT side start for the Pandas. Disbalance, trying to turn the flash, but a little bit too late. But the distraction buys time for Glowing, and he shines bright in the pistol for now. Keeps it going as well. And that's a lovely quick one, right in the bag for 9 Pandas. All right, Vince.
Huge. A player that is normally pretty solid for 9 Pandas, who's had, as I mentioned before, an eerily quiet tournament. To put it in perspective, he is the lowest performing player that is still in the event, other than Fia, who's over on Passion UA. Apart from that, he is second bottom. He's the 5th bottom player overall in this RMR at 0.77. So the fact that he's popped off already could be a very good omen.
Yeah, like we were touching on it, right, as well, because for Disbalance, for Glowing, it felt like they've been pretty quiet. Rounds where you'd still expect them to find impact, they weren't hitting the mark as well. So a round like that, waking up early in the morning, it can feed the hot hands a little bit. Sometimes players need those. You know, you've had your stats a little bit, get yourself into the groove of the game. It wakes you up. Shalfie starts it off onto Mistum as well as he goes walking out and gets picked up instantly. So NIP on this one with a single flash for Isaac, looking for a quick pop play, see if they can get the bomb down. That's the dream scenario, but you have to bypass this MP9, and it is feeding time at the bomb site.
Everything I just said as well, like obviously this is an anti-eco, so take it with a pinch of salt, but Disbalance is the 2nd worst player in terms of this lineup. You're looking at Diladez, who popped off massively the first time we casted them. I think it was against VP, if I'm not mistaken, over on Ancient, I believe. And since then, it's like he's been okay, but we've seen Resort really come to the forefront. The player that we kind of anticipated to be this monstrous unit when it comes to 9 Pandas. Very good rifle player.
We can delve more into the stats later, but for now, we'll focus on the full frontal attack that seems to be set up here by NIP. Resort, the man you touched on, he's looking to fight down through mid. A lot of control here towards mid side, but they're already in the bomb side. Missed him with a fast entry. Ooh, would have bet him to win that one, but Glowing. The good start in the pistol has followed on into the rifle round. Only the one, though, as Isaac comes knocking on the door. And they're back into the 4 versus 4. Bomb plant down. You're looking for the retake. Backstab potential from Shalfie, but Disbalance has got to hold the line. And the MP9 is finding impact.
Spitting bullets and claiming names. It's going to be a backstab as well. Shalfie putting Rez into a really awkward position. Also had a pretty good tournament, but he will not have any further standing in this round. 9 Pandas, successful retake. First rifle round going in their favor. And NIP on the back foot.
And weirdly, we could get a similar storyline, actually, to the run that Glowing went on back in the last chance qualifier. You remember with Copenhagen, right? Yeah. He kind of went berserk. He was posting a huge rating, things like 1.46, 1.74 impact, well over 100 AGR. Obviously, he's just been absent this event for them. So the fact that he was such a shining light there in Copenhagen, that's why we were trying to draw these contrasts. So it's good to see him winning out on these duels. I was even thinking like Mistum with the push up there. Favour him to win that duel. The fact he's showing that he can go toe-to-toe today, and in a very important game as well, where you do just have to keep on winning at this point. It paints a better picture. Scrappy start towards mid. Disbalance with the AWP, tacked down to 13, so he's going to posture off. But there's the peak from Diladez. And he's spotting everything on this. Tons of info. Not ready for the run through the smoke for Rez. And they're bringing this round back alive. The Lazarus effect here. Down to just 2. Glowing and Disbalance. Let's see if they can do it again here, Vince. They get a read towards mid side. Glowing looking to take the peak, and Cindery's going to make it uncomfortable for him. He's got to tuck in behind the doors, spamming in the back line, getting tags out, but no kills.
It's balanced down to 13. At least has the benefit of knowing where one of these 3 players are, but with so much time left, they can easily retrieve the bomb, drop back at the double doors, and fast track over on the site for a post plant. So looking like a save on 9 Pandas at best case scenario. Just making sure that he's not hiding in the cave. Especially as his teammates aren't really with him to bodyguard. It could get really awkward, you know, if he goes for the plant, gets shut down, then maybe the defuse comes in. So understandable, they're just being ever so careful. Oh, the timing. Brutal. And Astralis will not be able to save the AWP. Now, they've got plenty of funds to come back in, but if it would be a secondary AWP in play for Astralis, it would have to be a glass cannon. And at this kind of standing in the game where there's going to be a few grenades missing here and there, I'm not necessarily sure that's the play. So I think he's gone for the A1S instead.
And this is the round that NIP win as well, right? Going into it with a very scrappy setup. Just the Deagle's Tech 9's single rifle. They find impact towards mid. Rez runs through the smoke. So as much as Dilladez had all the info, you're overwhelmed. So reinvestment comes back out. Concessions made minor in terms of the utilities. There's a couple gaps there late round for 9 Pandas. No defuse kit either. So they just take it headstrong. Resort scrapping down mid. Very aggressive game from their CT side setups. That's the AWP of Wrinkle taken out of the game before he can even find impact with a weapon that he's known for.
It's kind of aggression that can really stamp your authority down on Ancient early doors. And if we were worried about maybe nerves creeping in, then it seems like 9 Pandas aren't feeling them just yet. Taking the fights, happy to get in the thick of it. And Shalfie has had a lot of impact on the mid side. He's been Molotov'd off, not going to spread to him, so doesn't need to utilize that smoke, can keep it to actually fend away. Downside of this, though, is it does allow the T's to have more control over middle. With 55 seconds left, they're starting to slowly move their way up on the ramp. Astralis does have the off angle, but a flash could neutralize this position completely.
They're going for the boost up on the back as well. You're just jump spotting there for Glowing. Luckily enough, the shot misses. So Astralis can get himself into a better position, play off one another here with the crossfire. Peek out good, no real response, tagging, slowing down Isaac as well. Swings back, but he's so low on health. It's quick trades. 3 versus 2. Ooh, up close and personal with the AWP. Wields it like a shotgun. Blows away Disbalance. Fast swing as well, and an over flick from Yokab there, wielding Wrinkle's AWP. So it's all down to Rez once again. 17 seconds on the timer. You've got to get the bomb. 2 angles to contend with, one of them being held by Resort on the walkout. Missed shot. They close it, put a lid on the game.
Yeah, just 40 HP as well. Needed that insta entry, didn't come through. Small little cheer across from 9 Pandas, knowing that they've managed to break down the economy somewhat, but there will be another buy-in from the T's. So NIP want to make sure that they facilitate this buy as best as possible by getting Exist involved. Yeah, this mid control has been a consistent issue. We haven't really seen like a crunch over on Cat yet through cave and ramp pushes. That's probably a play that's going to be up the sleeve of 9 Pandas at some point. And it's likely very cognizant of this fact from NIP. When do they want to push? Or are they just going to dial it back a little bit? We saw Shalfie that last round not really get aggressive, play a lot more passively at the top of red. Playing the mind games a tad. It's up to NIP to try and break the deadlock now.
Second AWP on the T-side campaign for Mr. Wrinkle. And there's a big AWP disparity between both of these. For Wrinkle and Astralis, one of them is a huge performer for the team. The other one hasn't really been able to find his form over the course of this event. Wrinkle's been going for twice the amount of opening duels that Astralis has. And again here, you see why. He's quick with these, even missing the initial shot, but favoring himself for the follow-up. If Glowing walks back into cave, he's a dead man. Knowing it's compromised, he's going to post up inside of the cubby. And Shalfie towards Red Room. Got the timing on this one. Finds Yokab smoke relatively deep as well. So there's a gap he can play around on this. Might even fancy his chances going for the swing back out. Doubles up. Shalfie with 2.
Yeah, you nailed it, man. That smoke was too deep. Shallow could just go out for the... Shalfie, I should say, should just go out for the peak on the shallow approach. And I'm not even sure Rez had any idea that that was a possibility. Glowing has also shut down Mistem. So for all of Wrinkle's early work with the tag and then the follow-up kill, it looks like it may be for naught. And yeah, I mean, Idis Balance has been the AWPer that we've looked at time and time again. We've casted him already. He had a very flat game, didn't really have any impact whatsoever. But in the early doors of this game, it's been going his way. It's actually Wrinkle that's been struggling a little bit more. He hasn't had the AWP a great deal, obviously. The economy hasn't really allowed him to fully flourish with it just yet, but still very early days in this best of 3, of course. A lot can change. For this round, though, it does appear it's going to be a save into a 5-1 scoreline on the side of 9Pandas.
Back it off. Hold on to what you've got. Go back into the next. And this was with Wrinkle going for that fast hit on Cave. The only frag they found into the round. Obviously, the response back was the peek out from Shalfie at mid. He'll take that one. Glowing, dropping the love hearts. So ideal opener into their CT side. This was the pick from Wrinkle on the run-in. And then, of course, Shalfie with the closer towards mid with the double up.
So a buy is pretty much non-existent. It's Deagles alongside the 2 safe weapons. NIP as well, remember, they did call that tactical timeout. Nothing really went their way, but you have to feel like a key pivotal moment in that round actually was the flubbed smoke into the peak. That basically shut down mid and gave 9Pandas a fantastic advantage. So these little small mistakes can cost you so dearly at this level of CS. Missed them out in the meanwhile though, but Result there to send him packing with the AK. And although Wrinkle is boosted up and Glowing is low, he can't quite finish it off just yet.
It's Dilladez as well, that's the insurance policy. Wrinkle's looking for the cave run out, the verticality's going to throw him off, so Dilladez can run straight in. Even spamming on the fight through the doors here, softens up Isaac massively. Hinging on a pick towards the B bomb site. And that's not there. Constricting them now as well with the advanced positioning. You got trapped by the doors. You go running out from this, so many crosshairs, you can get blown to bits. They're still looking to try and fight on it as well. Headshot angle for Isaac. But even dragging these guns into the next is a limited opportunity for them.
The only thing that may allow them the chance to maybe save the AK is that the economy of 9Pandas not fully established on a few. The fact they've put out Yokab and dropped the bomb. It seems like Isaac wants to fight for this one, and Dilladez will oblige. Another convincing, straightforward round. Sure, it was against, for the most part, just Deagles. But already a second timeout called. NIP clearly feeling the pinch. Missed them, yet to get off the mark on 0-6.
It feels like NIP needs to start putting out the milk cartons with his face on the back. Because Mistem's missing. Where is he? He's had opportunities as well, Vince. Like some of the aggressive angles he's gotten himself into, right? Just not happening, though. And that's the worry. As much as, like, obviously you look at it and statistically we can back up Idis Balance effectively as the more passive AWPer. You know, he's waiting for things to happen, whereas Wrinkle is the one that's instigating the plays. Both of the times he's had the AWP, it was only the one pick inside a cave where he goes for these quick pathing hits, plays a lot of spawns, plays a lot of intuition. But when he's not got that AWP, it's a drop-off. And you can see here, of course, you haven't got the money to afford it with how this has been going so far. So Galil's in play. Tons of util, at least. But what do they change? How do they set this up? The fights towards mid have been relatively back and forth. 2 players on elbow. You've got utility to work with. Deep nades thrown in from 9Pandas on the B hit. This Balance this time, he's the only one situated towards B with a quick rotate from Glowing if they do suspect a push is coming, but a lot more aggressive with their setup on mid side. You're going to go for the late flash out, see if they can run in. Again, sets up that duo. Shalfie with support. It's Dilladez that's inside a donut this time.
I think his mix of pace has really kind of caught NIP in an awkward spot as well. A lot of aggression in those first 3 or so rounds, especially the rifles. And now slowing it way more down. The grenade blows open the smoke, and Dilladez from Donut pivots in for 3. Sending this round into the blender one more time. NIP can do nothing. I almost feel sorry for Wrinkle. It's like we're kind of discussing how little impact he's had, but when you have the AWP and your teammates are just crumbling around you like this, you don't really have control over any area of the map. Even when they smoke off red, it's like Shalfie is still finding ways to have impact. He didn't get on the scoreboard, but he's weakening up multiple players there in the process.
Dilladez dealing death. Huge play. And yeah, I mean, he also just draw their attention, right? Like they break the smoke, everyone's suddenly flicking their crosshairs towards Red Room. He gets the tag out, you swing out, because Dilladez has been going for those rotates out through cave side as well. This is a bit quicker. Fast play, you've got Tech9, you're going to run in, use the flashbang, spawns over the top, see if you can smoke off Donut and CT. 1-for-1 trade, but he gets a rifle. Advanced position inside of Donut as well. And Dilladez. He shows off his position, eye disbalance, spotting out onto the Tech, trying to bait out the shot. Leg goes too deep. Mac 10 responds back from Wrinkle. He really wants to grab that orb, but it's too deep in there. Oh, might not matter though. The sidearm gets the job done. Dilladez is going to set up Glowing with a flash over the top. Glowing can go for the walk out. But they've got noise on this one. They're posturing off as well, so no need to commit to the plant. They've been able to get 2 weapons off the back of this. Isaac grabbed that AK from inside of Donut. Wrinkle's got his hands on the big green gun as well. And you can walk back from this. And the longer they cut time, cut noise, you're thinking, okay, maybe they're wrapping off. They're going to go for their late B hit on this. They've got enough time to go for it. So Wrinkle's hoping one of them pushes for the info play on A main. He hits that shot, and then they can make their decision.
I think it's just so uncomfortable as well when you have the smoke start to fade and Wrinkle's got the AWP, so he's a little bit less mobile. They want to try and mix it up here. Try and draw away one of 9 pandas while they go for that fast rotation. I say fast, it's been pretty labored, but it's about to have to pick up pace because there's not that much time left on the clock. 25 seconds flash in. Oh, Wrinkle fully blinded and Dilladez takes him out in midair. However, this bait has paid off in the sense that the post plant now is able to come through. Isaac playing up close will try to catch the CTs in an awkward spot, and if they line up, this could go down real quick for Isaac. Spray is through, 5 bullets left, but that's more than enough. And NIP has stolen this round away. Had Tech9s coming into it, but they picked up their second of the map.
A successful heist going into it with Mac 10 and Tech9 for that duo. Wrinkle picking up both of these, important for him. Isaac, of course, winning out the fight towards Donut as well. That's how he got his AK back in his hands. So heavily committed, believing it was going to be a late walk back in. A bit of a bait where they'd return towards the A site. Wrinkle keeps them on the bomb site. He gets the plant off, and then he's so close ahead that he can close down the round. That's 1 of 2 they've been able to secure over the course of this so far, though. Need more of a buffer to play with. Orbs back out for Wrinkle again on the reinvestment. Oh, missed him on the cross. Gets spammed in by Dilladez. But there's Wrinkle. Blind, still fragging. Glowing, blown to bits. Spam back through. I know about Dilladez's positions. They commit with the spam. Little chips through the wood, bringing him down to 19. 4 versus 4 here. Tons of time on the clock.
Lots of damage traded between Idis Balance and Isaac. Got to feel sympathy for Mistem as he was 0-8, just gets pierced through the smoke. Isaac, though, has opened a way forward over onto the A site. They're going to exploit this instantaneously. 9 pandas already setting up as though they want to save. Understandable, considering 2 of their 3 players are exceptionally low. And although their finances would be good for another buy, they want to hold on to these weapons so they can get a full-on utility belt alongside it and play for those last 2 rounds of the half. So, good news for NIP, though, is it hasn't been a complete collapse. Yes, this T side has looked pretty shaky at best. They have 3 rounds already, and who's to say they don't end up with 5, which would be a great recovery, all things considered. Isaac's having a stormer of a game as well. He's up to 10. Some big entries in these last few rounds. Looks like 9 pandas will be afforded the luxury of a save.
NIP needed some sort of comeback into this game. A string of rounds towards the tail end of the first half could be enough to wake them back up. Felt like you were pushing up daisies, you know, they're just going down again and again. But finally, a little bit of fight brought back. Isaac with 10 kills, missed them. Still struggling to bring himself onto the board, though. Not off the starting block yet. Orbs back out for Idis Balance. You've got those saved AK as well to work with in the hands of Resort. A man that I thought we would see really, you know, going blow for blow in a game like this, Vince. But again, he's been relatively quiet. It's a lot more of the squad dealing the damage for him. Instant molly around the corner onto elbow, make it uncomfortable for Wrinkle. He's trying to play on the periphery of it. Resmoke goes in, so they've got to give up the angle. Can't really hold on that one. So Resort, maybe this is the round where he comes alive.
Flashed into the peak, the smoke's in the way. However, he can close the gap. Looking to constrict on the cap for the time being, and they have forced back the T's. Now, one problem the T's have been suffering with time after time is entry frags. They've only picked up one opening duel in the entirety of this map. In 10 rounds, one time it's gone in their favor, and that was to Wrinkle. Shalfie has 3 by himself on middle. It's one of the reasons why this T side has felt pretty toothless, like it's been lacking punch. Because they've always been playing from behind for the most part. Will this round fare any differently?
Well, that AWP provides this balance. It was on the A side playing behind the box. He used his smoke, called in for the rotate, switches off. Now he's playing deep on mid side, holding up, seeing if they come walking out late. And that is the call they're going to go for. It's a split push towards the B-bomb site. But Glowing's advanced position could be so impactful, but the flashbangs ruin him. First one's in, Resort. He's been biding his time for this, but no success. There is the connection back. Up close, the AWP provide this balance, sending Isaac off kilter. He's connected onto Wrinkle with a nice shot, and Rez as well, holding his own with the AK. All on Shalfie.
Oh, headshot straight away, missed them. On the board and doubles up. And NIP now with 4 rounds. And obviously, Captain Obvious, in terms of 4 rounds, still not great on the T side of Ancient, but considering the vast deficit they were facing down not that long ago, quite the recovery, and it could get just that little bit better because the finances on 9 Pandas is so grim that they're going to have to call a tactical timeout to make sure they spend every single cent allocated to them. I've already seen an MP9 and an AWP in play, but they could be lacking a couple nades here and there. So NIP, like you said, they had to start waking up. They had to start grinding their way back in. Well, they have. They've put the foundations down. A lot of that's been Isaac, but Rez in that last round showed us a little bit of something. Yeah, just a HE for Glowing on an MP9, a smoke, an Idis balance, a FAMAS, and not too much in terms of kits, just the one for Shalfie. It is grim, but we've seen 9 Pandas do a lot more with a lot less.
We can see NIP here this time around throwing the utility in for the setup of an idea of a fast hit towards the B site, when in reality you've got Wrinkle and the rest of the squad grouping up, getting contact up through main. He was pre-scoped, no audio cue. Is Shalfie looking for the run out? Oh. Sees the walk in, but no real response back and no utility for them there, so they can't slow it down. They've secured the site. Resort in Donut needs to win on this one. It's missed him with the bomb as well. So you take him down here. Bomb could go flying and make it a bit more uncomfortable. Instead, that's how missed him. Responds straight back, blowing up a bullet between the eyes as well. Shalfie being forced out. Wrinkle was holding for the cross. Misses the shot, but he's still making it rough for them. Down to the retake on this one. It's going to get real wild. T's in great positions, and Wrinkle ruining them with the AWP. Felt like that was their easiest round yet. One casualty on Mistem on the fight towards Donut, but they pick it up. And a good recovery on the half there, looking really flat initially. Feeling like they were losing out on their duels, unable to really convert from these rounds. Shalfie was feasting at mid. Longer it goes on though, they start to get into the groove of the game here. 7-5 could still be anyone's game.
Oh, it's definitely up for grabs now. It's up for debate. It's very one-sided, and NIP just looked flat, dejected almost. Exist had to get involved twice and eventually start to see some success. But you said it looked uncomfortable. Resalt looks uncomfortable to me. The trade he just lost out to Mistem in Donut, he had the angle, he had everything going in his favor, but his aim was completely off. And again, the reason why we highlight that is because he's typically their best player pretty much. Like, he's the guy you look at when it comes to rifles to be the rock-solid component of this roster. So if he's having a bit of a rough one, that could be a problem, especially on the T side.
And the difference the duel could have made as well in the scheme of the round. Especially with Mistem having the bomb on his back in that encounter. He had backup, sure, but if you make it messy, could have bought more time for the rotate, who knows. All said and done though, we'll put that in the past, focus on the present. Where's the pistol prowess today? Round 13 going live. All USPs with investment into the smoke and the kit for Mistum. Armor on the rest of the squad for NIP. 2 players with utility here, setting themselves up for the late B hit. Smoke off either side, block that off, go for the Molotov onto the cubby. So they can't come running out through cave. But Wrinkle, he's biding his time. Goes for a quick info play, postures back through the smoke. They've been able to take control of the bomb site, but maybe not for long. Rez, smoke shot in. Hits the face of Glowing. Shalfie's forced to recover it. That's another tag to slow him down. So bomb only just being planted.
Oh, Dilladez on 4 HP as well, and he has been the shining light, the talisman so often at this event. So he's going to have to play more of a bait and try and get Result activated, but instead he's been put down. Disbalance in all of this time, though, has been playing on the ramp side. Eventually, Dilladez is forced to meet his maker, and Yokab on the cross will double up to seal NIP's pistol round. That was some nice shots through the smoke, as he's saying. Like, obviously, it really did kind of wind down. But again, Result had chances off the box. Yeah. Dilladez was baiting him in to get activated in for a couple kills, and this is the trade there. He lands pretty much nothing. You expect him to get a kill or two out of that spot.
More energy there for NIP now. They know that's a big round to win. And fair play to Yokab as well, doing his due diligence on the clear. Obviously, go for the 2-player setup on the box with low HP or on top. You're hoping those teams won't expect there to be a second person in that position. Trying to play to his strengths with how low on HP he was, but doesn't really pay off. Contact play here towards the A site. Off the bomb plant, investment where they could. Isaac's the sole defender. Quick reposition for Wrinkle as well. He's on his way back around, but again, comes back to haunt them. Haven't got that utility to slow down the push. You're favoring the rifles on this one. All the attention drawn by Wrinkle. It's a double up as well. Handling this brilliantly. You can equalize the game off this. Everyone's going to overwhelm on the peek back out. Another 2 frags for Yokab. He's quiet on the T side. Comes alive here off the back of the pistol into the preceding round. Good play from Wrinkle and Isaac on the site. So no steal away bomb plant for 9 Pandas there. 7-7, it is tied.
Tied up, but the advantage now firmly in favor of NIP because 9 Pandas can't do too much about this, just some deagles. Credit to NIP, man, like to have the resilience to bounce back after a really shambolic first 5 or 6 rounds. Starting to share the burden as well. It's not just Isaac, but Wrinkle now starting to pop off on the CT side. Like you mentioned, Yokab, couple of good rounds. And Rez is always going to be a threat. HG designated to A main. Ooh, Dilladez though removes the cap of Isaac, and that does give them a way forward, but Yokab is looking to try and deny this bomb plant. M4 also taken in amongst all of it, and the smoke put down onto Donut. Needs Wrinkle now to step up and deliver a couple of kills from this spot, but it's Misten that joins him. Dilladez with yet another deagle in this round, although he's down to 32. If he can pull that trigger one more time and connect, everything could come unraveled for NIP. The timing for Shalfie on this approach, though, has caught Rez in an awkward spot, and he expects it, though. He does his due diligence, clears the angle, and gives NIP the advantage once more.
Deagle D's nips, but only for 2. Can't get any more on that one as he walks into the crosshair of Mistum. And disbalance, oh, the aim punch, sending his crosshair off kilter. Knows his best chance now is to commit to the plant. HE goes flying over the top, so no damage back from that. They might think he's really low. He's going to try and play on the anti-flash angle close inside a cave. They all go in together, so they can double up for it. Off angle and the peek out gets one. Don't give them the 1v1 here, boys. They're running in by 1. Oh, out of ammunition on the A1S. Had to switch to the other gun. Would have just been the Glock there. Close, but no cigar. Makes it uncomfortable, though, at least getting the weapons out of their hands. And otherwise, it would have been a pretty clean round, right? Like Dilladez, 2 nice frags there on the Deagle. Then you bring it right down to the 1v1. So the economy, it's still there, but it's not as big as it could have been. They're not buffering it as much. These are the rounds that matter, though, Vince. Reinvestment comes back out. You get the AKs, AWP in the hands of Disbalance, AWP for Wrinkle as well. Now, CT side, as much as it might not have been as much of a show-stopping game in his T half, on their CT side, I prefer the way he plays on Ancient. You will see that intuition, those aggressive plays. Takes a lot of deep control towards A main, always wrapping around the back. He goes for these very characteristic calls. It's Yokab on mid, looking for the fight, though. He can just post up in the close angle here, trying to take control of Elbow. Missed them running down the ramp. And Xiaofi holds it. Nice response back, but Xiaofi still standing. Flick onto the head of Rez, and that's that duo, Rez and Wrinkle. They love to play off one another, try and get control of the map, but the real control is on the A-bomb site, and that's now 9 Pandas.
Balance is pretty much putting this round into their back pocket. NIP can do nothing to weather this storm, this hurricane that's just blown over the A site. Kills back-to-back. Map control attained as well. Wrinkle couldn't really get fully into this one, and Isaac, how he wishes he could try and tap on that bomb, but he has no kit. Prospects for the full defuse extremely low, and Balance is watching from A main, so if he goes for that cross, he could be in a spot of bother. Down he goes. Balance continuing his fine form up to 15. And 9 Pandas, as you mentioned, there was a buy coming in from NIP, but this is really where that 4K round into a post plant actually catches up with NIP and haunts them. Because now you're down to a really garbage economy where you're probably having to force buy, and it's going to be 5-7s. A 1M4 in play. This is 9 Pandas' golden opportunity to take this map and make it theirs.
Yeah, it's ebb and flowed. We saw a real rough start for NIP. They're starting to get back into the groove of the game, but as you touched on, with how uncomfortable it was going down to just one player, it's burned through their economy. Yokap looking for the fight here. Quick adjustment shots from Wrinkle as well on the 5-7, playing off the utility setup from Isaac, so it's a good opening 2 picks. Play your cards close to your chest, though. Don't give this one away. Diladez Molotoved in so he can take an advanced position inside a temple. Balance playing for the run out through Donut. They want to try and bait them in with the nades. Only sees one. Resort paranoid about it. You could tap onto the bomb, try and draw the peek out, but do they know about Wrinkle's position? He might be low on health, but he can still frag with a 5-7 and a fairy tale, taking us in the direction of a round for Wrinkle. Reading them like a book, but the problematic trades leave us back in the 2v2, and it's all on the young Wrinkle. AK the play with, can he fold them up? Needs to spray on the peak round. A slow face into Disbalance would be death, but he can just posture off. Still a minute on the clock. It's up to him to make the move, and the bomb is down on the site.
Time is going to have to be the ally of Balance. You have to feel, but the problem is he's not been quick enough on the draw. He turns around just in time and nails Wrinkle. It was a round that NIP should have never been close in, and they nearly punished 9 Pandas, but Balance, he had that game sense just come through. It looked like he was going to be pushing onto the site and was going to get backstabbed, but just turned around in the nick of time.
Playing for the bomb, thinking that he'd go for the plant. Wrap off, leave himself susceptible to the backstab, just play off the audio cue for the peek in. Doesn't work out. Wrinkle thought that fairy tale would have a happy ending, but not this time. So pause call back in, second of the game being used for 9 Pandas.
And the problem here as well for NIP is, like, you want to be super hype about the fact you just took 4 players down and, you know, you were on this force buy of really awkward 5-7s, but you have no finances now to punish. So you basically have got so close, but now you just have to watch as 9 Pandas build up their economy one more time. It's full USPs. There's realistically nothing that should be attained or gained or any kind of reward in this round for NIP. For all intents and purposes, this is a formality of a round with 9 Pandas taking 10. So you got so close, but it doesn't end up mattering in the short game.
Bombsite compromised, audio cue being gathered. It hinges on Glowing here to close it down with a backstab. They're looking all Wolfpack out through Donut and mid-side. Attention drawn, he can go back in for the backstab. Yokap keeps locked on it. Oh dear, oh dear. Don't give them an inch, boys. They're grabbing themselves guns as well. You could just run away with those. Doesn't really matter about the round. Gives you the 2 AKs to play with off the back of 5 USPs on this.
Ignore what I said, Jackie. It should, that being the key word. It doesn't mean that it will. Yeah, you're spot on. You save those 2 AKs, and that is a great takeout of this round. Sure, you're still 10-8 behind. 9 Pandas still in a pretty damn good position, but this should have been a nothing burger of a round. Like, this should just be NIP bowing out. Instead, 2 AK-47s trading hands. 9 Pandas are going to be disappointed with that. And it was really, like, weird, shoddy peaks as well. Like, I think it was Glowing that peeked out from elbow, just got completely nuked by USP, and then another player peeks out from Cat, but they know there's multiple players stacked in mid. It's just odd decision-making.
He's hoping that everyone's focusing up on the peak there towards lane side. He can just mow him down with the AK, but Yocab was ready for that. Nice shots for the USP. So a far stronger buy coming back into it. Glass Cannon AWP for Wrinkle. And this is what he does on these kind of rounds. You'll see him very aggressive in towards A main. They'll try and take space if it goes a bit quiet. Instead, he just holds the line. And Riesel going to be salty off the back of that one. They try and hit it quick into B. Missed them in the close angle. If they fight towards cave side, he's now got support as well. And Wrinkle's arriving on the scene. Another round from him. Death being dealt by Mistum as he'll hit all those. And I disbalance left in round 19, all on his Todd. Just one man left with an AWP in his hands, and Isaac's pushing out on the extremities. Might be able to find him here with a quick tap.
Oh, I think he heard the footsteps. He knows. The same can be said the other way around. They both ran into each other. Playing around the angle to perfection. No saved guns out of this. 9 Pandas can buy again, but Glowing down at $2,000. They elect not to go for a double up setup. There was the opportunity to pick up the AWP from I disbalance at the end, but Isaac is happy enough to hold on to the AK. Fully understandable, and they know the importance of that round. 2 super slick shots, by the way, from Wrinkle. Like, just runs around the corner and just snaps somebody back. It's kind of crazy how quick he is in those flicks.
That's what we're saying, like the statistical difference between their play styles, Vi Disbalance and Wrinkle, how those AWPers have very fundamental different ways of playing Counter-Strike 2. Wrinkle's always going to be aggressive, always wrap himself in these sort of scenarios. Even Glass Cannon there. Difference of missing the shot hinges on basically his teammate to slow down the push if they came barreling in, but good first pick, wraps off, expects the hit towards B on the response, only seeing the one. Now he's got all the extra bells and whistles on top of it. Situated in Donut this time. Haven't really said Rez's name too much, but he's inside the cave here. 2 players trapped outside. Smoke wall goes up on the A main walkout, so they posture off from it. Deep smoke thrown in. They want to fight towards mid here. It's going to be Wrinkle, Rez, and Yocab in position to defend. Molly round on the corner, expecting the close angle. Will they know about the next man in line? Able to get the spray off for one. They're going for the hit onto the B site now. Cave control conceded. Wrinkle's got to wrap round the back. But look at Mistum. Here inside of the smoke. He's just sitting on top of him. Walks for the run out. They might not expect this whatsoever. He's going to phase back through. It can line them up for 2. Damage done. It's a round you can get your way back into now. Paranoia for the Pandas. Isaac might be caught by disbalance if he goes in through cave, but they want to buddy up. 2 players, round through ramp. You got the Incendiary, a flashbang to set them up on contact, and the bomb's only just gone down.
They're moving together. Trying to trade out, but Result has the angle here. How fast is Wrinkle? Fast enough. And now I Disbalance realizes the situation is bleak. Nails the AWPer on the approach. Flash out, bomb tickled. Could force I Disbalance out to the open. And Isaac takes him down. NIP continue to fight, continue to stay in this game, and tie us back up at 10 apiece.
NIP took that 2-0 versus TSM on this very map. It was the second in the series, a 16-13 overtime win. So they're no strangers to games getting out of hand, but being able to find answers back. And Disbalance forced into the play with the Molotov, runs around the corner, bested. If NIP weren't really showing signs of energy early on into this one, they've just been getting louder and louder, and more Wrinkle plays are starting to don the screen. 19 kills to his name. Quick hit here, but Wrinkle always ready. Snapshot across, Riesel down in the dirt. Missed him on the back off, but Rez ready to rumble. Able to deal with another one. Keep those pistols out of arm's reach. They can't get up close and be lethal, and Rez ruins them. 3 quick kills for him there. Solid hold on the bomb site. They went for a quick hit with a low buy, but no success, no money made.
And the problem here is, as you mentioned, it's a low buy, but there's another low buy available if they want to take it. And 3rd timeout called because you're 11-10 down. If you decide to half buy again here, you're eyeing up potentially playing for OT. This is a really awkward spot to be in if you are 9 Pandas. I'm sure they were anticipating, like, we're going to rush the site, we're going to get a plant down, then we're going to secure ourselves rifles into the next. Didn't happen.
No.
You get shut down completely by Wrinkle and Rez on the site, and now you are forced to reassess the situation, which is looking increasingly grim with every passing second. 9 Pandas were in command. If you just joined the stream, they were 7-1 in the lead in the first half. They were in cruise control. NIP couldn't even get close. And yet here we stand. 9 Pandas have forced out a buy, but it's 2 MAC-10s, 3 Galils. Far from ideal.
The 22nd begins. 2 players waiting towards elbow. Quick hit. See if they could fight out mid here, potentially into the round. They've always been so paranoid about the cave setup, though, where NIP are keeping you guessing with who's in there, how they're playing it, if it's going to be aggressive or passive. This time, it's a deep smoke back in from Rez. If they want to go out for this mid burst, it's Yocab with support of Isaac and Wrinkle inside of Donut, and they've even postured off the rotate back one towards Red Room as well, so you've got full control here on mid. You're going to fight your way through the entire team, and NIP, good for the opening picks. Brings it down to just 3. Eye disbalance. He's looking to pop flash in so they can fight inside a cave, but Wrinkle does not give a damn. Glowing's the only one in Red Room that hits the head. Just a duo remaining in the round. They could be on for match point here. Put Ancient in a position to close it. Go into Dust 2, 1 map up, and missed them on the timing. This should be bang to rights up against Xiaofi. Glowing. Although he's had a couple of nice rounds, it's not been that same level of lethality that we've seen from him previously. Not hitting the hot streak. And again, it's another one from Wrinkle, a hat trick. Consistent multi-kills from this AWPer.
And again, it's a shoddy economy for 9 Pandas to fall back onto. It could very well be a very similar purchase to what we just saw. Around the same kind of standing. You're looking at Galils, MAC-10s maybe. Someone to dip down to like a Deagle or a Tech 9 for extra utility. That's also a possibility, but... oh, it's so dire. And 9 Pandas will be kicking themselves if they lose this map. All the advantages. Tons of credit to NIP. In particular, that man Wrinkle. He didn't have much impact in the first half, but my god, he has just bossed this CT side. And as they try and spill out into middle, they've taken a lot of damage onto Xiaofi. Glowing can't see anything as 2 smokes have plumed up on Red and Donut respectively, and he's looking to try and push through. Isaac is there, but he's in a bit of an awkward spot. Multiple players up against him. He's already dealt with 1, but that's where he will fall down. Rez now picks up the mantle, picks up the baton alongside Wrinkle, and smacked him back down to size with a 2K. Xiaofi last man standing on 3, and surely he can't clutch this round.
Clutch or bust, and the Galil is done. They close it down. NIP, slow start, but a great recovery. First map of Ancient is theirs. 1-0 up in the survival series.
Yes, what a comeback for NIP. Things were looking very bad at the start of Ancient. Able to take control in the game, turn it around, and it's all because of Wrinkle coming alive in that second half.
Wrinkle in time. I'm not sure where I'm going to go with that one.
Yeah,
but,
okay.
I did read that, but regardless, I mean, Wrinkle was a hero in this game.
Yeah.
From clutching to finding openings with the AWP, in fact, actually doing a lot of economic damage with pistols too. He was surely the superstar if you had to outline one. But that was off of the back of a great 9 Pandas start. It felt like they were surely in control. Good mid pressure from them, lane pressure as well. Felt like they were locking NIP completely out of the map, Yanko. And honestly, for NIP to turn this one around, it showed a lot of resilience, but also, I'd say a little bit of fortune on their side too.
Yeah, when in doubt, Paul and A rush, right? Like that was the turning point for NIP. You could see it here, 7-1 lead for 9 Pandas on their CT side. Looked like they were in complete control. NIP managing to scrunch a couple of rounds together in that first half, and then just on the CT side were able to lock it down completely.
Yeah, and look, for 9 Pandas, obviously the frustration is that they kind of let this one go. I felt like there were a couple of rounds where they were looking good and they just gave up an easy kill that really changed the complexion of where they were at.
One thing I think that NIP did to make that happen is that to me, when I watch Nine Pandas play their CT side, they're very rotate heavy. They bite on a lot of different plays. If there's pressure on one side of the map, I feel like what they are used to in Tier 2 CS is the kind of a lack of fakes. Sure, NIP got back into this game with a hard A exec, but there was a little bit of push and pull on the map that had people like Shalfie wondering where to go next. Like at the beginning of this game, I thought Shalfie was the player to watch. He's been super strong for them, but yeah, when Wrinkle's getting one kill on one side of the map, there's pressure on the other side for the other players from NIP. It actually threw him in the blender, and despite him being the best player for Nine Pandas so far, I think Wrinkle usurped him quite quickly.
Just even look at this timeline of his kills, right? Like the first 8 rounds, 2 kills. That was them being down 7-1. From that point on, he got almost the entirety of its kills, and I think very apparent in the scoreline and the fact that Nick was able to start winning some rounds.
Yeah, I mean, look, you've been talking about this guy for a long time, Maui. Obviously, we won't talk about how much you were shouting and cheering for him in the green room. It was very undignified. But I mean, you've been highlighting.
Can a man be a fan of another man?
I think
no,
absolutely.
they cannot, Maui. I will testify to that. No, you cannot. You cannot have any friends.
Yeah, no, but I mean, obviously, you've been singing his praises online and highlighting how important he is to NIP. I would agree. I think, you've got the veterancy of Rez on the team that I think is important. And obviously, you've got the overall skill of Wrinkle, and he's still continuing to develop, and, a lot of upside to him.
The thing with Wrinkle is that he just needs to round out his game a little bit more. Because he's phenomenal in the early round. In the mid-late round, sometimes he tries to keep forcing the issue, which I think is more of a symptom of when you're on an unstructured NIP that doesn't even know what it wants to do in the second phase of a round. You're often just going to send it, and sometimes it's to his own demise and NIP's demise. But in this game, he just hit the second shot. That's what really kind of was the difference maker. Instead of going for that first pick, getting it, and then just trying to desperately get something more out of the round, he actually just got that second kill. And we do have some rounds actually that we can look at in terms of just kind of how this one was brought back.
Sure, let's do it.
And I feel like this was oh, actually, wait, what was this one? This was actually just Wrinkle highlights. So yeah, no, I mean, like, you're gonna see that many of his kills in this one are at the beginning, but we actually see that. You had this one.
This was for me with, he got the kill. It's a 5v4, and then how does NIP lose the round? This is the dysfunction of NIP in this round. You could see the 2 kills from Shalfie. It's just a miss smoke for Red. Right, they're in a 5v4. They lose 1v1 fights, not doing anything as a team, looking completely disconnected, and just dropping rounds. Then it's like, you know what? Screw it. Let's just go for that A rush, Tech 9s, some sort of a half buy a little bit there. Managed to get the kills, buy space. I think it was Wrinkle for Isaac to be in the 1v2 situation, and then he's able to clutch it out.
Yeah, I mean, that was the thing, I guess, that was frustrating for Nine Pandas, given that it was a game of fine margins. Rounds like that, you're not supposed to give up. You shouldn't really just be able to run at you with Tech 9s and, Mac 10s and kind of make the round work. And, it's kind of like, I know, I thought Nine Pandas were good value to win this one. Yeah. Now I'm really not so sure. Result didn't play particularly well. He had a much better day yesterday, and we didn't really get a lot of chance in the pre-show to talk about Nine Pandas and their strengths, but I think they should be winning this one comfortably, frankly.
I agree with that. I felt like Nine Pandas were the favorites going into this one. Frankly, from what I've seen of NIP in general, I just feel like the cohesion isn't quite there yet, so I'm seeing a lot of awkward moves from those players. But if we do want to keep talking about Nine Pandas, I think Shalfie has shown a lot of game sense on his own on this team. I was watching actually his demo versus whoever he played, Aurora, yesterday actually, and he just calls his own number every single round. Like, as a rifler, he'll also pick up the op at times too. I saw him start on Mirage in 4 different positions, and he's supposed to be the con rifler, but he went window, he went short, he went towards A ramp, he went in con itself. He just does whatever he feels like every single round, and unfortunately for him, he didn't do well in this game, but I was just keeping my eye on where he was on the radar, and he was just getting confused confused, actually. After that round 8, it felt like he couldn't follow what NIP was actually doing, which is an indicator that NIP actually called a decent T-side there. They actually made him unsure of what the next fight was that was coming.
Yeah, and I did just want to highlight something as well and just toss this out before we talk very quickly about this too. But we haven't really talked about Exist. Obviously, he's one of the last men standing from the great NIP lineup, been actively involved with coaching at NIP. I thought he was an underrated coach in his time at Heroic, frankly. I think there was a steady improvement in that team while he was there. What have you guys made of his coaching career so far, and do you think he's having an impact on this NIP lineup here at the RMR?
Coaching NIP is a thankless job. You can only do so much with the pieces that you have, and you know it's always going to be hard. The last minute stand-ins too, like, yeah, you can obviously point out some rounds doesn't look too great, lack of this, lack of that, but how much are you able to do with a couple of inexperienced players to young caller, all of that stuff? I think it's hard to put a finger on it right now.
I would say that Yokab's individual improvement from when he first joined as a stand-in to now is quite apparent. I have to assume that that comes from Mistim probably helping him out and surely exists.
Yeah.
And so in the first couple games I saw from NIP, for example, they couldn't even make it out of the opening stage of Espo. Yokab was just making weird moves. Like, he's just pushing smokes randomly. He's just dying in kind of silly ways if you really look back at it. And they had to hold his hand and probably be like, yo, just play with the team a little bit more. You don't need to be a hero all the time. And I feel like he's slotting into the system a bit better, even though he still sometimes has minor lapses in judgment.
So, 9 Pandas map, Dust 2. What are they going to do here to tie this series up?
Lock it down on CT. That's what they did versus G2, right? But I think, yes, they're one map down, but these are the 2 maps where they have a big advantage going into it, right? So I think it's more now the conversation for them outside is, hey, we had a big lead and maybe we got a little bit too relaxed in some moments, right? The focus dropped down. We need to maintain that high level of focus until we win this series, and I think if they do that, they'll be able to take down NIP.
I still have 9 Pandas as the favorites for this map. It's simply scary, though, when Wrinkle's firing at this level, because he is going to get active. He is going to get in their faces. He's going to switch up his positions. As soon as he gets 1 kill, he's going to move to a new spot. And if 9 Pandas aren't able to tame him, then this series could end 2-0.
Okay, well, we're about to find out, gentlemen. Thanks for your thoughts. We now go to a break. We're going to go into Dust 2, and we'll find out if the 9 Pandas can chew through NIP like so much bamboo, or will they become extinct? You'll see in a few moments.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
call him Isaac Clarke because he split 9 Pandas in half, winning that 1v2 that brought NIP back into the game, Vince. After that, it was Wrinkle going ballistic, playing his style of CS. They get it over the finish line for 1, but the hardest tests are yet to come.
Exactly, because now we move into 2 maps that pretty heavily favor 9 Pandas, at least if you look at the stats, which isn't necessarily the be-all and end-all, especially in pressure cooker situations like this at the RMRs, but 17% win rate on Dust 2, and then with Mirage up 3rd, if we need it, of course, the same can be said again on 9 Pandas, very much in the ascendancy, if you look at stats only. Problem is, they need to find Result because he disappeared in that very first map, and he is one of those players alongside Dilladez that you need to show up as much as possible. Disbalanced did. He had one of his best maps of the entire tournament, and yet it still wasn't good enough on that second half.
And obviously you touched on those stats, right? For Dust 2, 9 Pandas been looking absolutely dominant online. That's a 72% win rate over the course of 18 games played on this very map. But can you show up and do that again here? It's a different story. You can see them trying to fire themselves up a little bit. Last-minute screams amongst the team, but we're ready to get into it. 2 opportunities to close this down for NIP. Survive their first test in today's run to the Shanghai Major. What have they got in store for us here on D2? CT side start.
I just want to see if Wrinkle's going to pop off again on the CT side, man. That was a masterclass on Ancient. They showed it, they talked about it on the desk. 8 multi-kill rounds, and most of them were on the CT side of just wrapping around corners and rinsing players left and right. Speaking of the man, he will be forced off his angle on Catwalk from that Molotov. It allows 9 Pandas now to try and pick up the pace and the slack and get in their face, but there's 2 players around this corner. Flash is good, very good in fact, as Disbalanced and Dilladez both chip in for frags, and 1 player left on the site. It's missed them, but not for much longer. Oh, it's a clinical T-round on the pistol, and it doesn't seem like Isaac's going to be able to do too much out of this one. 1 kill, but mainly a consolation prize. Dink down, going to get finished off from the side by Result, and 9 Pandas just so aggressive, not slowing down for anybody.
And that wasn't your usual Pandas on the round. That was the red Pandas as they paint the town red, running up on short, might be blind, but still fragging and taking a lovely pistol there. So they get started into Dust 2 with a nice clean opener, only the 1 casualty. We saw Dilladez going wild before the game, Vince. He's getting even louder now they've converted the pistol round. So good energy for the Pandas. Mid-call, though. They want to go running straight up, fight this one, get it a bit scrappy, see if you can make it uncomfortable, but the shooting gallery is easy pickings.
Yeah, indeed. They just wanted to get that one over and done with an IP. They had nothing in the round, trying to catch 9 Pandas in a bit of an awkward spot, perhaps. Maybe if they were rushing long, wrap around the back of them. Doesn't really matter. The round is done in the blink of an eye, and it means that NIP can get their A1Ss in play. Obviously, the downside of this is that Wrinkle won't be on his AWP. It's always interesting to me as well to see how many AWPers on Dust 2 especially opt for the early scouts. It's very viable. You see Woxic do this a lot, for example, on Dust 2. Although you could argue Eternal Fire out 1 and 3, so maybe that's not the way to go after all.
Yeah, rough run at the RMRs for them. We saw Wakadia and Woxic both having struggle games. Major was trying his best as he could to drag them back into the action, but too tall of a task. No scouts here, though. All A1Ss with very limited utility for the NIP side. It's only Yocap that's got the smoke and the flash on close mid. And Rez walking up. He's going to go for the flash out short here. 1 for 1 off the back of Wrinkle's flash from the site. But 2 quick trades. Low HP on Glowing, sure, but you've still got the manpower advantage here.
I missed them. Once that smoke clears, could be in the thick of the action. The flash is good, but he's anticipated that. Turned around. Not affects him in any way, shape, or form. And now with that peek out, Glowing on the close angle, the MAC-10. Oh, this could be a backstab. He gets 1, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. There is a second player, though, down in lower tunnels. But Shalfie not quick enough to snatch back the life of Wrinkle, so he will live. Isaac perched up on the site again, all alone. It was, as you said, his clutch that really got NIP back into things, but no chance of that being a possibility in this one. Immediate headshots dispersed across the entirety of NIP, and they never really got into this round. And like we say, this is a real comfort pick for 9 Pandas. They love playing this map. They've played it a ton. They have a very good success rate on it. You're seeing this T side very calm, very collected. Not rushing into anything.
That's why with how dominant early into Ancient it was, we're thinking there's a timeline here where 9-pounders could set themselves up for a 2-0. That fell through the fingertips after NIP found a way to command respect back into the game. It doesn't get any easier though. For Nip, you're playing from the back foot here on Dust 2, potentially into Mirage as well, as the stats paint a bit of a damning picture for them. Haven't really got much to work with on this one. Couple smokes, few deagles, P250. See if they can take control of the extremities. They push into upper. That's Glowing that was holding Frippy. He's posturing off, wants to join up with the rest of the squad that have taken the initial long control. Going for the hit out on the site. Isaac with the deagle. I mean, that's the first pick. Ibis Balance is able to cover it on the cross back, but you found at least one kill. Any more for NIP?
A bit of damage inflicted to a few players, but this is where the superior firepower really should start to shine. Resto with another deagle through the smoke. Going to be point blank range onto Result, but it won't be the shutdown. Instead, Result comes back in for another one. He's already up to 6-0. To put it in perspective on Ancient, he got 8 kills overall. Was rock bottom of the scoreboard in terms of ADR at 42. And for a star rifler to go missing at a key moment like that, it's important he makes amends here on Dust 2, and so far that's exactly what he's done. 4-0 start looking so much better, but as we saw in Ancient, Exist calls the early timeout. They have a buy coming up. I would imagine Wrinkle probably is going to get his hands on an AWP. This is where things can start to turn around in their favor.
For context, it's best of 3. It's all about survival for both of these two teams. There is one case for both NIP and 9-pounders for that automatic qualification to the Major through the 6th place, avoiding the 7th place decider. That's if you win your game, and then Astralis and Spirit both win their respective matchups. So a lot hinging on it. It's not only your result, it's the other teams as well. Oh, mate. I mean, he's trying to get the fast pick off. Let's just run straight down.
Shift out the way, man.
Can you move right, please? Like, I'm trying to pick. He still gets the kill. He gets the opener on the Yocab.
Just assert dominance next time, shoot him in the back of the head and say, listen, I was trying to shoot one of them. You know, you've got to learn your lesson one way or the other. That being said, this was a double up setup, by the way, in this round for NIP, and they've already lost one of them. Yocab was using the second. He's yet to get off the mark alongside Mistem, who is 0-9 on Ancient to kick things off. And 9-pounders have totally bypassed this setup entirely. It is a full-on investment of huge proportions for the economy, additionally, after a tactical timeout. And you've just been slapped right across the face. Ooh. Okay, Rez is going to keep the dream alive, keep one of the AWPs in play, probably. But the round's pretty much already done. Like, NIP just can't get a foot in.
Yeah, this one's in the bin already. It is just about focusing on both of the weapons. So you're not going to be able to fight back early into this CT half. It's going to be 5 rounds on the board for 9-pounders. And Result yet to go down as well. 6-0, mirroring the scoreline there of Ibis Balance. Heads up call from Rez, at least with a HE. You blow the AWP back to you. Thought you would still lose his fight on the close angle towards short as well. But quick reactions. You can give that back to Wrinkle in the next. So it could have been even worse, but obviously the hot commodity of the rounds is not going to be yours. So slow start for the Ninjas once again. Shades of Ancient in the early game.
Swearing to the bomb blast. No problems for 9-pounders. It does mean that NIP will retrieve and continue the AWP and M4 into this. Gives Wrinkle another opportunity to have some impact. He's already on... Oh, I think actually those stats are from the last map, right? Yeah, I was going to say, he's got 6 opening picks in 5 rounds, Jackie.
He's just that good.
Yeah. What a beast. With 0 rounds as well. Feels bad for Inkle right now. But I think that the main difference is, yeah, 9-pounders flubbed a huge lead on Ancient, but this is such a convincing, comfortable map for them. It's hard to see how they do the same here the second time around. Peek out, Wrinkle lucky to survive. The flashbang pretty much keeps him in this round. Diladez couldn't fully get that spray under control. He couldn't see anything. But with the damage inflicted, Wrinkle has to play way more passively. He'd love to go for those wide swings that we saw time after time on Ancient, but you just can't afford that Luxury on 16 HP. One stray bullet through the smoke and you're dead.
You can play for the cross from CT on low health with the AWP here. Through another smoke in, then they HE it open. But they're up on the bomb site, and Isaac from Gandalf, who wanted to be a bit of a bad magician and split them in half. It's not going to happen here. Rez is able to connect onto one. Wrinkle on the extension. You're thinking iDisbalance would be ready for the taps. Maybe there's more story to this round yet. 3 versus 3, 2 of them incredibly low. Bomb's just gone down. Paranoid about the setup towards T-Spawn. Where's he lurking? Where's he situated? He's inside a long house with 23 health, just going to be holding for the doors. And losing these weapons could be far worse. So there's no another pick. It's not going to put you in a 3v2 where you might want to have a look in for the bomb sites. They're going to save, hold on to these weapons. Wrinkle will keep the AWP, but no rounds.
Yeah, exactly. It's like they must have a good read that at least one of the 9 pandas are low. They may not have confirmed damage on both, but more importantly, it's the fact that Wrinkle's on 16 and you have 1 kit between the 3 of them. It sucks to save at this point because you're eyeing up a 6-0 deficit, but the alternative of pushing in and losing all of these guns is far worse. I mean, you can see the economy on Isaac and Mistem, not great. Rez just below $4,000. Losing these weapons would have been catastrophic. So hold on to them. Second timeout. This very much feels like deja vu from Ancient. 2 early timeouts with Exis getting involved. Big deficit that you're trying to chase back down again. But of course, the difference on that one is that they started on the T side and they were really struggling to bypass the iDisbalance AWP and Dilladez just basically popping off down middle with Shalfie. It's a different ball game here because they could be looking at a high deficit going into the T side. And we know Wrinkle is way more comfortable on that CT side where he can kind of dictate the pace more, take the picks where he feels comfortable. Did you see that clip from Hunter where he
with the 2-player peak? Yeah.
That was great.
Sometimes you need a bit of a blessing on your side. iDisbalance, he takes the fast hit, had the spawn for the long engagement. Hot toes though. And Wrinkle, he wants to instigate around on this one. He's looking for the headshot, but nothing to be gained. Result ready. The AK. Strike straight back. Oh, thought maybe there was a bit of timing there for Isaac on the run out, but this is just easy for them. Each and every duel, timing for Rez as well, and CT Spawn switches to the HE for the response back. They drop on top of you. And they're just being body bagged one by one. You can see the stress of the body language on Exist there. Glowing hits the last shot. 7 rounds clean on their T side, Dust2. Just running through them.
Yeah, I give credit where it's due as well. Like, Resalt may have been missing in the first map, but he is here and he is delivering. Round after round with entries, with double kills. Stellar performance. You could say the same, though, on multiple players over on 9 pandas. I mean, it has just been dominant. We were discussing coming into this best of 3 series. Glowing and iDisbalance have had pretty rough tournaments, you know? But, well, there you have it. He's not missing right now with the AWP. Another buy for NIP, and they trail by 1 player. This time, Yocab 0-7 with 19 ADR. But, I mean, it's not really faring any better on most of the rest of NIP. It's really only Rez that's kicked things off in a positive way.
And that's Wrinkle. Annoyed he doesn't get the trade as well with the setup you're going for. Obviously, you run out in towards mid. He was looking for the peak backup, but you kill the 1 player with the A1S and no room for impact. And his timing on that initial play is well and truly gone. 9 pandas setting themselves up for the hit towards the B-bomb site. It's missed them. Only 1 kill to his name so far here on Dust2. Posturing at the back of the site on the peak up. They line up for him. Easy spray down. 4 kills picked up as they do fade away. And Shalfie wondering how on earth they've been obliterated on this one.
We had a moment on Ancient with Isaac picking off a clutch that just seemed to inspire and resurrect NIP. Is this the moment on Dust2? Mistem lines up all 4. And that's always the problem when you push into a site without flashes or smokes and you're in a claustrophobic, close-knit kind of choke point. Hold down left click and there's going to be multiple frags coming your way and you can't really re-engage. You're going to be shooting the back of your teammates' heads. Well-placed timing. Nine Pandas maybe just overthinking things. Whichever way you spin it though, Jackie, NIP have got to make the most of this opportunity. If it's a one and done, Nine Pandas are off to an outrageous T-side start on Dust 2.
It's got to be the splash of water to their faces, wake them up, get them into the groove of things here. Fighting for survival in Shanghai. If Nine Pandas take this, there's more to be done. Another map to go. Mirage at the end. 1-for-1 trades initially into the round. Xiaofi taking a bit of space towards mid, gets the mid to B smoke up, flashes through it as well. You're going to crack it open, get visual that no one's initially committed off the back of that. They still got a ton of time. Nades as well for them there. Triple molly, flashbang, and the smoke on Diladez. They're going for the quick hit. Out through short, run onto the bomb site. Wrinkle, top of the car, flashed off, but still good for the connection. Playing with Rez, that duo comes alive again.
Wrinkle with a second pick, funnels Resort back into middle. He does have the bomb. He's been spotted though, tagged down to 28, missed them. Making sure that he's on point to deliver. So NIP got 2 rounds. Very similar story to how Ancient kicked things off as well. Nine Pandas should still have some funds though, a vast amount of rounds. You can see they can honestly buy in the next one as well, whatever happens at this point. The NIP doing their absolute best to recover what looked like a lost cause.
And again, the man that makes moves for NIP is Wrinkle. He's getting those opening duels now. He's getting into the groove of the game. Peek out, eye disbalance on the shot back. As the flashbang fades, so does the life of Mistem and Yocab on the angle towards the car. Smokes, Molotovs, everything bombarding into the bomb site. But he could still be the blockade to buy a bit of time. His position not yet compromised. Xiaofi tucks in behind the box. You've got the contingent on mid as well. The insurance policy of Resort. Rez walks out. Nothing to be gained there. His teammate behind the car had already expired, so Wrinkle forced back into a save.
That's going to be a very disappointing outcome, considering once again he got the opening pick onto Diladez on middle. Great shot from eye disbalance, though. There was a flash tossed in. I don't think it really affected him, even though it came up on the scoreboard. On the kill feed. Good flick onto Mistem, and yeah, as you highlighted, like, Yocab was still the ace up the sleeve, but the utility was solid with smokes and flashes, and didn't really have a chance to fully get involved in that round. So NIP, it's 2 rounds that they're able to muster together and post up before being brought back down and being put to the sword. The save drop will allow them a couple of opportunities on this one with Isaac, Rez, and Yocab looking healthy. Can drop across to miss them. But I mean, best case scenario right now is 4 rounds on NIP, and the way in which Nine Pandas are playing right now, I can't really see it happening.
Yeah, it feels like this one's already kind of played out. Like they're just ebbing, flowing through the game, knowing how to counter it time and time again. Unless it's a hero round, unless it's a showstopper from NIP, they're just not really getting anything to find impact on these. Whoa. Wrinkle will not be getting his opening duel this time as Disbalance tips it back in favor of Nine Pandas, but Yocab realizes he needs to do something single-handedly. Quick trade there for the T's, Glowing with a readjustment. We said he had gone missing. Where's Glowing? Well, here he is in the 11th.
I think they fully got baited into feeling safe there in lower tunnels because there was no call from eye disbalance that a mid player had been pushed into. He gets the pick, didn't spot anyone pushing lower tunnels. I think because you could see the first play that Yocab picks off is jumping around the corner with a nade or a knife or something. Isaac in the meanwhile, though, has he just...
What is the timing on that?
Resort hasn't even seen him. He's still looking at middle. He has no idea.
That's so mad that they've been able to get past one another. Just watching it on the overview. Oh, mate. I mean, he actually might be able to get out on this and just back off, hold onto the gun.
I think he will, yeah. Because Resort clearly has no idea. He's still looking at CT spawn. You can see from his sort of angles that he was checking out that if he'd seen him on catwalk, like pushing into mid, they're definitely going to send players over there earlier on. Well, I mean, these are all just drops in the bucket, though, as far as NIP are concerned. It's all well and good saving this M4, but you're still 9-2 behind. You aren't going to have a great deal to play with in this round either. But yeah, Yokab, even without that hero play, or with the hero play, I should say, it's still so comfortable and convincing for 9Pandas. It's like they're not breaking a sweat right now, Jackie. This is kind of what we expected coming into Dust 2.
Yeah.
That's why the pressure was on so firmly for Ancient, and we were fearing the worst for NIP when that horrible start kicked into play.
Isaac woke them up there, brought them back into it, but he's been quiet on this one. And Wrinkle had about 5.8k, so he's able to get himself the AWP. Kevlar as well, and a single nade to work with. That's the smoke that's thrown out. Rez, a little bit more aggressive this time. Takes command of short, fights in for the opening pick. There is a trade, but damage back onto Diladez. 2 players in position towards midside. Forced off by the Molotov. It's Yokab with backup. Wrinkle isn't here. He's all the way out on long. Might still find a way to make his mark here in the 12th. Looking for a bit of a push up on short. You could edge yourself around the smoke. A Molotov rather, with the smoke coming in on top. It's Isaac. Diladez can just tuck in, wait for his teammates on this, go for the full execute out, and you're so heavily committed to the split push out through long side that Wrinkle, his late rotation, might come back to haunt them. They're paranoid about a mid to B on this one. They double up again.
I don't really understand Isaac rotating off from the boxes there. Like, you've completely given up catwalk. Like, even if they're worried about the mids to be hit, like, you've already got to play there. You've got to have faith in Yokab to hold that by himself. You've now basically just given put a red carpet out and said, 9Pandas, please plant on the A site. And they're going to have great post-plant positions as well, assuming that something crazy doesn't happen. With a jump spot, the MP9 tries it, May, won't collect any kills, and now 3 players isolated down. They have the high ground, and Diladez is making the most of it with those 2. Wrinkle at least flicks in for the finish-off kill onto Glowing, but he's about to go across onto long side, baits out the shot. 2 players staring him down, and they will put him out of his misery. But you go back to that Isaac rotation, and it's such a question mark to me. They haven't even smoked or flashed it at that point.
And Wrinkle's always one of those players that can find impact in those kind of rounds, but he's so heavily committed on believing there's a late lurk out through the doors. He instead went further in, looking for the clear on Longhouse, finally comes back, hits one, but then the verticality comes into effect. Too many angles. It was always the possibility of the quick trade, even if he took down another player. And that's for the last round at the end of the half. So massive deficit here. 10 rounds on the board. Great T-side from 9Pandas, controlling this game. You know, coming into Dust 2, we were looking at the stats. It paints that picture that this should be 9Pandas, incredibly confident, incredibly dominant. We're seeing players that were quiet start to get loud as well in terms of their impact on the server. NIP haven't got that plot armor this time.
I think that really factors into why maybe both of us coming into this game expected 9Pandas to actually take the win, is because in terms of map pools, 9Pandas have a much deeper pool than NIP do. To put it in perspective, Dust 2 is their second best map. Their best being Inferno, which is NIP's permaban. They played it 18 times. Tons and tons of success on it with 72% win rate. So, you know, it's always going to be a comfort pick. And the same could be said, really, of Mirage, which is up 3rd, which is looking increasingly likely to get to, as Idis Balance pops off with 3. No real retaliation other than Result hitting the deck, but Mistem now with bomb in hand has to try and recover. In more ways than one for his team to stand a chance. Julie's in play, playing with his food is Diladez, and finally decides to puncture Mistem and get 9Pandas across to an 11-2 lead.
And Diladez going absolutely ballistic as well on the player cams. Lots of energy from him. He was hyped up even before the game started, and everything's just been keeping that energy high for the team, whereas it's a lot more somber for NIP. Obviously, first 2 timeouts called in incredibly early on. Since then, they've all just been watching on. Exist hasn't had his opportunity to speak to the rest of the squad. They call in their 3rd here now, so last chance saloon for them and for him. What a gross position you left in, right? Losing that pistol round. If it was hard before, it's only going to get worse.
Yeah. No, exactly. It's like that lifeline, that life raft has just popped. And you're just watching it slowly sink.
Wilson!
Yeah, exactly. That movie gets me every time, man. It's almost like they're not even fully going off now with the cheering because they've already accepted they've won the map almost. It's like they've come to this super confident realization that NIP, they can't touch them on Dust 2. Tech9s, Deagles, everything's been invested into this round, desperately trying to clamber their way into a shred of a possibility. Try and take some weapons away from 9Pandas, who are playing this one much more passively, giving up catwalk, giving up mid, player up close and long as Result with the MP9. They have come off B sites. Oh, okay, missed them with the opening pick with that flash. It's a second as well. Hold the phone, maybe there is a chance yet.
Oh, Turmoil with the Tech9. Evil Brain, Angel Heart as he pops off. Missed them showing up on that one. But I disbalance up on short, looking for the spray. They're all lining up. But the Tech still deal damage. You should be able to feast with this MP9, but it's not working. It's all Techs. And Glowing's the last one left, so NIP. A small sliver of a chance given to them. As the Tech9s parade massively. And a bit of energy comes back to the camp, but this is only just getting begun on Dust 2 for them. It'd have to be a huge comeback, round after round. And is this really sustainable, right? Yeah, sure, you get out through mid-side with the Tech9s. What can they do with the actual weapons?
Nice, man, bro. Come on, boys. Let's go. Let's go. Now we're getting some fucking...
Bruh, maybe just stick with the Tech9s, boys. That was incredible from Mistem. The fact he gets the second kill while fully flashed as well is... Oof. As you say, though, it's not the kind of dependable, consistent rounds that you can bank off saying, right, we can pull out another 8 of those and tie this up. Now, that's the exception to the rule. That's a bit of a fluke. Great shots, don't get me wrong, but there were a couple of moments there when 9Pandas, like Idisbalance with his M4, could have probably killed 3 on that spray. Then Result with an MP9 gets insta-dinked around the corner. Those are freakish kills that you really cannot expect to get too many more of. Aggression up on middle, though, for 9Pandas. They've got those 5-7s. Missed them. Oh, he's tucked away into the corner. He's heard Idisbalance. He has no idea. Takes him out. That was maybe a win condition in this round on the side of 9Pandas, but it has been thwarted. It has been denied. So a 4th round to NIP. Playing for a bit of pride and confidence here on Dust 2.
Resort just trapped here with a 5-7. They peak together, so there's no way you can commit to just one fight. They're able to double up. And Xiaofi back in spawn, waiting for this one to expire. Again, it is only a 5-7, and Kevlar, he'll drag into the next round. Better than nothing, but unable to post up any rounds here.
Yeah, a bit of a momentary reprieve on NIP. These are the rounds you should be locking in and dialing in so easily. Sure, Xiaofi can maybe be a bit of a problem with that 5-7. The rest of the team, though, USPs. It's good to see that Rez has been having some impact, though. He didn't necessarily need to do a lot of the heavy lifting on Ancient, but there were moments where you saw his aim just slightly off, especially considering how good of a player he is individually, typically, for NIP. Of course, been at the roster, or the org, I should say, forever.
Yeah. For years and years and years, mate. 9Pandas on this one. They set up with all of their men on short, looking for the run out, reposition round, peeking in one by one. Range advantage is good for NIP, and missed them. Point man up on short finds that one, so no shenanigans from 9Pandas. But they've been biding their time for this. Reinvestment comes out. Idisbalance with the AWP on his CT side. They got nades, they got rifles on the rest of the squad as well.
Yeah, Rez has been at NIP for about 7 years. Since 2017. quite remarkable. Not many players have that sort of standing with an org, that kind of loyalty over a long period of time. And think of how many rosters he's been a part of. But hold that for a second, because Result double nading with Shalfie, already taking down Yocab. He tried to get outside along and just got barraged down. They're going to try and make the most of this momentary weakness on Catwalk, or at least they think it's weak. But Glowing there with the incendiary throws it down and just stalls them.
Hoping they've caught a timing for the run out, but he's just jump spotting, like you say. Dashes in the incendiary to slow it down. And the re-smoke out. So round 17. Becoming a bit of a stalemate here for NIP. They got the one smoke in the back pocket for Mistum. Remolly in case he's pushed up onto the close angle. Set up with that over the top, block off towards the mid-speed run out. They could attempt to go for it. It's the water 4 onto the box, expands the whole way across, block off the CT angle. High disbalance. Scoped in, waiting for the walkout, but the timing on it, he just postures off as they start peeking. Misses the shot as well. That's your window now. NIP can run in towards the bomb site. Glowing on the spam through the smoke, connects onto Rez. Wrinkles holding. He's the flanker, ready for the backstab if they come barreling out. Jumping around the corner, Glowing gives himself up. Back could be spammed onto by Resort on the angle works. Low HP, but look at the positions. Missed them, already wrapping through lower side, and they're going to come straight back into him. He just tucks in. They don't know. He can swing out. Gets one, Shalfie with the Orc shoulder peeking it, but almost fully extended. You're giving all the damage to Mistum. 3 clean kills. And around going the way of NIP with the Orc being saved for Isaac. It can get dropped back over to Wrinkle. They just have to keep winning time and time again. But right now, even with 9 Pandas finding good openers, closing them down hasn't been as clean on their CT side. Switch up here on the buy, of course, not having enough money to work with, so you get the smokes out. Tons of HEs, they could go for a stack.
Yeah, long play coming in, and NIP are about to walk into it. Damage on the grenades is hefty. Missed them on 14 frags and having a real huge amount of impact on this T-half. Takes the bulk of it, but Rez and Wrinkle laying the CTs bare with those AKs and the AWP, and suddenly just 2 remain. Diladez, a bit slow on the draw against Mistem in that last round, and it's going to be the same again in this. And although Glowing puts the Deagle to work, and plenty bodies have hit the deck, NIP have managed to get themselves a 7th round, and 9 Pandas now forced into their first tactical timeout. The first time they've maybe started to feel a little bit of a pinch of pressure and realize, well, hold on a second, there's actually a map being played now. They look like so confident, even though running rounds, you didn't see Diladez popping off. They were just kind of relaxed and calm. Or maybe some nerves starting to creep in now.
NIP, they are 1 map up in this series. They won the debut on Ancient. And will it be that same storyline again? A slow start into a huge comeback where they're able to close it. It's harder this time around, sure. But you won't give a damn if you can still find the answers each and every round. This is an important buy now for the Pandas. High disbalance back with the AWP. Diladez on the cross. Tagged up. Connections there. Great reactions from Wrinkle. No pick, but a hefty tag that could save them late round, depending on how this one plays out in the 19th.
Flash is good. Connects onto Idis Balance twice, but Result there in the body system. And although he gets 1, it won't be a second added. Missed them on the periphery. Deals with Shalfie up on middle. And that gives them passage up on Catwalk, but it's not safe to traverse across to the A site, because Idis Balance playing in amongst those smokes is still in the fight, still activating in, and another kill on Rez. Although Wrinkle returns to favor and does have control over the bomb, almost faking as if he's trying to cross over on the B site, but Glowing is down on CT. He can see that's not the case. However, Idis Balance has moved off his perch. He's no longer watching Catwalk. Wrinkle can get onto the site. There is a way forward for here to get the bomb plant down. in enough time to reposition and welcome and receive the oncoming CTs. This round is now in a winnable spot, and it just got a whole lot better. Glowing thought it was a B-side plant. His back was turned, he just gave it up for free, and now it's a battle of the AWPers.
The timing on it as well, from the walk back around from iDisbalance. Wrinkle's able to get himself into a good position. The Shinobi sniper does it again. Wrinkle saves the round for NIP. Showing up in Shanghai and erupting with excitement. A huge clutch from him. It's about survival. They've got to grind out these rounds again and again on their T side. And delivering there with iDisbalance, looking like the job was done. But they forgot about Wrinkle.
I'm not talking about that. Nice fucking good boy.
Almost couldn't believe it himself. He's like, oh yeah, I did just clutch. That smoke was sick, by the way. That totally changed the dynamic of that 1v2. I was thinking that Glowing would have the angle to see that there wasn't a cross, but you could see by the fact he was shot in the back, looking up at window, he fully thought that was a B-side plant. He had no idea where Wrinkle was. Very well played. But even with all of that being put into place, even though that's been 6 rounds back-to-back in favor of NIP, they're still 11-8 behind. There is still an opportunity for 9 Pandas to get this one done. They've done such a good job, though, of battling their way back. It was 11-2 at one stage. They look dead and buried. Are we really about to see 2 rounds in a row with 9 Pandas letting a vast lead slip through their fingers?
Well, this one might slow down a bit of the momentum that was being built up for NIP. It looked like Mistum DC'd halfway through that clutch there. So technical pause called in. The admin's having a word. Looked like he's trying to get CS back in. Could put a bit of dampener on things. Seems like he's getting back into the game now, though. Relaunching Counter-Strike and trying to keep their heads in it.
Hey, Calisor exists. Wave him off. Like, it's fine. No worries. That bodes well for us getting back into this. And yeah, we just want to get straight back on the server, right? Like, this is in a very precarious but tantalizing position for both teams. Like 11-8, you still think, well, 9 Pandas is still firm favorites. Like this should still be their map. No problems. They're comfortable on it. They've got an incredible win rate on this. Yeah, but the momentum is entirely shifted at this stage.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot more weakness, whereas as much as obviously they can be incredibly proactive on their T side and they were being able to play off one another to get their opening picks, to keeping you guessing with the movement, CT side's been a lot more stagnant, kind of just basically playing possum, waiting for the pushes to come towards them. And it feels like there's been a few whiffs compared to what we were seeing previously as well, right? Like the shots with the setup you had on short side probably should have been there round. It all went wrong there. So rounds you want to forget about and just course correct, getting back into the groove of the game. Obviously, pressure's on them. If they lose this, the series is over. That will be a 2-0 for NIP.
That would be a different kind of heartbreak, this RMR round. Of course, last time unable to make it to Copenhagen because of visa issues.
Yeah.
Gamer Legion took their spot. And now, in this 2-2 matchup, with 2 golden opportunities on both maps. It's not done just yet, Jackie. Yes, it's looking a little bit bleak, a little bit grim, especially as it's going to be another eco round coming in for 9 Pandas. But they're still in the lead. They will have a scout as well. iDisbalance picking one up with an MP9 alongside it on Shalfie. Obviously, round loss bonus is brimming to the fullest. Oh, that looked on to me. Don't know, I've got boomer eyes though. I could be wrong, but I thought that honestly hit him.
Well, this might. Watch iDisbalance here. The flick of the wrist from the Panda as iDisbalance takes the head of Rez. And they take map control, push the extremities. Start to suffocate and squeeze them off. As they bleed their way into upper on the rotate back though, Yokat catches a glimpse, range advantage on the AK, the Arabesque firing off the warning shots. But iDisbalance does it again. He's still taking these fights. 2 with a scout, slows them right down. 3 Ts remaining. 2 up on the bomb site, but the CTs in great positions to make this one uncomfortable. And they're getting tags off. Jump spot up, take down the bomb planter, it's all on Isaac. He had a hero round back on Ancient, but this one's even harder. Smoke shot's good for the first. Paranoid about the close angle. Taps the bomb to force the fight, but the spray is labored and Resalt delivers. That's how they make it to 12.
NIP, 6 rounds in a row of consistent buys, crazy clutches, and huge individual moments, and you get put to the sword by 5-7s and a scout? I mean, take nothing away from either balance. Those are 2 sick shots. Oh, it's such a gut punch. NIP have expended so much time, effort, energy to get themselves in this. And now it's 4 map points. Dilladez caught on the cross one more time. Tanked down significantly, but the same can be said for Rez. Up on long, grenade lands right by his feet. And he needs to tread lightly now as he backs away. Waits for the rest of the reinforcements to arrive so they can take that long. No one's home. There are 3 players in close proximity looking to try and boost over, get themselves into the fight. Need to be careful though, Wrinkle is watching this angle.
Drops the ore back to Rez, low on health, 14 HP to his name. Takes the rifle on this. He is a bit of a hybrid, so he'll be comfortable in this situation as well. And it's glowing on the bomb site. Support on short, flash over the top so he can peek in, take the combat on ramp, but run down from Isaac. And they're expanding quickly, taking space. Chip damage is great though for both teams. Everyone's softened up, so the M4s could still find frags from this. Single flashbang in the back pocket for Dilladez, but I disbalance. His head's on the chopping block, and it's Showcap to be the executioner. The backstab seals that one. Gives them a fighting chance here in the 9th. They're all going to barrel back. They're looking to posture off from it. They know he's here as a mid-contingent. And they just want to save these guns. Economy in a real rough position. NIP could claw their way back into 9.
Yeah, they are. That's been dialed in already. Question now remains whether 9 Pandas can save any of these guns. Money could justify NIP hunting for this, even though they're on low hit points across a bunch of them. Also, don't want to give any further AKs across, so they're going to be happy to tap this one out and allow the 3 9 Pandas players to save. 3 more opportunities now, though. 3 more chances.
The notorious Wrinkle still has the AWP. He's been good with the mid-openers, getting tags, getting hits off. Hefty investment on long side, reading the book and expecting a fast round with the tempo from the T side of NIP, but they're not coming this time. Instead it's a split push, mid to be out, focus on Dilladez in the round. He's got to hold back the wave, quick reposition from Glowing, he was good last time. Visualize the frag, got the shot off to put him into a better position. This time goes headstrong. Dilladez all on you to defend, but the turret is uprooted by Rez is AK.
And that should be another save. Shalfie, though, is going to be in a fight sooner rather than later. He's being flanked from the side. Here's the footsteps.
Whoa.
Oh, put down. Yocab deals with him. Do they want 2 AWPs? For the time being, he's going to pick that one up just to make sure the CTs can't get their hands on it, but be curious to see if they run with 2 AWPs into the next round. Dust 2, of course, is a map where that could very well be a possibility, but decides against it, tosses it back down, picks up the AK instead. So NIP will hit 10. Didn't look likely at 11-2 down. Resalt's waiting for that push. Waiting to receive the tease. 2 on long, but he goes down. A lot of damage, but no kill alongside it. Balance will save. Now, there is more than enough money to get a buy in. Second timeout called. Makes a lot of sense. Want to make sure that you go through everything. Fierce has called that one. They will have a buy. We see consistent long control attained by 9 Pandas from Resalt's been getting out there with early grenades. A lot of it's been based off spawns as well, though, so it'll be curious to see what they come up with here.
Double AWP setup. Could be a tenacious defense for 9 Pandas here in the 23rd. That would still close the game and push us to the 3rd map, the decider of Mirage, a bookend that's been waiting in the wings, but a story we might never get to tell. If NIP can close this in 2. Totem pole peak for the mid face. Wrinkle loves going for these. Bypass him this time. 3 players out on long, deep HEs. Isaac, a sliver of chip damage as that one tickles the toes and drops him to 86. But it affords Resort an aggressive position, allows the wrap off from Shalfie, so that second AWP can be put to better use elsewhere.
Seen a change as well from 9 Pandas. I was curious what kind of alternatives they go for. Dilladez has really been struggling on B sites. They've actually sent Idis Balance over there for this round to join him. He's playing more of a static angle. He's allowing Dilladez to play more middle. Like, Dilladez is typically one of the guys over the duration of this tournament that has been popping off round after round after round. He's been very silent, especially on the second half. B site just seems uncomfortable for him. May very well try and push out there as well. You can see that nothing's really happened over on the B tunnel side. At some point, someone may try and flank round the back, get into lower tunnels and have a quick peek. But for the time being, this is leaving Glowing alone to fend off the A site. He does have backup in the form of Result up on long, but he's been mollied out, flashed alongside it, does stand his ground for 1. Any more kills would be huge, and it could be the beginning of the end for Dust2. Wrinkle comes in for a Tech-9 frag and a spray from YoCap, good for 1, but it's gonna have to be down to Wrinkle one more time as he lands the headshot, but it's not quite good enough. They tried their best to make the comeback, but we go the distance to Mirage.
Yes, we are going to get the 3rd map. 9 Pandas again. They were letting the lead slip away from them. NIP creeping stealthily back into the game. But in the end, it's going to be 1-1. We are going to Mirage. I'll start with you, Maui. What do you make of that one then? Once again, your boy fighting valiantly.
Wrinkle's doing the absolute most that he can. Yeah. That's for sure. But overall, horrendous start for NIP in this one. Once again, this was a punish pick from 9 Pandas. Yeah. They did target this intentionally. They had a pretty decent win rate overall. Not necessarily a map that they've been going to heavily at this tournament per se, but in the grand scheme of things, this T-side start from 9 Pandas was just blistering, and practically it felt like everything was working for them. NIP tried to throw a little bit of disruption into the direction of 9 Panda, but yeah, I think God was on Shalfie's side and for the rest of 9 Pandas too.
Yeah, I think they were just having a strong default at the start of the game, right? Like managing to find openings or at least trades out of that, and then mid-round pretty easily and pretty decently. Threw in a couple of pop plays there. I mean, this was sick for me. This is the first round NIP win. It's a 4v5, and they just sort of line up perfectly for him. But yeah, 9 Pandas just being able to sort of get the job done in the first half, it felt like, and then even though it got dicey in the second one, we're able to close it out eventually.
Yeah, and look, we've talked a lot about NIP. We put a lot of the focus on them. I think over on the 9 Pandas side, you know, you've got to really pay attention to some of these players as well. Like Idis Balance, I think, has been doing very well overall at the RMR. And I think you can understand why he's like an integral player. He was good again here, and Result as well, able to bounce back. I mean, you know, he needed a big performance on this map, and he delivered as well.
I feel like Idis Balance has gotten a little bit better in this series than from the other ones. I'd say he's a little bit hit or miss. Result has been pretty solid for them. Still yet to really see the Shalfie performance that I've wanted from him in this series, but no, Idis Balance...
I'm old enough to remember when he was meant to be the next big thing. I mean, if you remember, there was a lot of talk about how he was going to be the emergent
on Spirit.
Before Dexter came.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, he hasn't delivered on that promise, but there was a reason people were saying it. His ceiling is still very high. It's just we don't see him up there that often.
I would say consistency issues have really marred Idis Balance. Like, he'll have these sort of pop-off games here, but I think it's actually kind of map dependent. I gotta check out his map stats a little closer, because I think Dust2 has been one where he's actually been a contributing member for 9 Pandas so far at this RMR, and just whenever I've caught them in the past. But I think like Resalt also, on top of what IDIT's balance here, he was just ready for every situation. Yeah, I mean, Yenko was talking about the fact that it was a lot of defaults for the side of 9Pandas, and I felt like every stage of the default, he was good for a kill, regardless of what sort of conflict he was presented.
Anything to add about IDIT's balance's performance?
Yeah, I think he was solid. We saw towards the tail end there just also managing to find a couple of entry kills and tags just with the initial peak with the off through double doors. Obviously makes the life so much easier for the in-game leader too when you play with that sort of an advantage. And it was just that feeling where they win the second pistol, right? So they're up 11-2, and then you're like, okay, we lose the second round. Oh, we'll win no matter what, and it's getting really close. And then, fortunately, a tech pause, Richard.
Yeah, well, look, okay, let's talk about it, right? So this happened before the tech pause, if memory serves me correctly. Let's just take a look at this wrinkle clutch, because this was big. This is when I thought, oh, wow, okay, the comeback is real.
Sure. So on round 19 here, great start from 9Pandas overall. Sure, there's a flurry of frags in their favor to bring it back, but Wrinkle in the 1 versus 3 gets the kill towards middle, jumps down to take down Glowing, who's unsure of where Wrinkle went to, because there was a bit of a gap of information right there for them. But overall, I mean, that round, we saw stuff like that on Ancient, where he helped Isaac win the 2v4. Like, Wrinkle is pulling off heroic stuff overall. Unfortunately, they couldn't build off of that momentum.
Yeah, and then, speaking of momentum, after that round, they immediately went into a tech pause. And obviously, you put your coach head on for a little moment, and you were kind of like, look, unless something really drastic has happened here, this is not what you do not want to break up the momentum.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if a player has an issue and can't play the game properly, right? Like, I mean, you need to pause and sort it out. But if it's something minor, like you're in the middle of a comeback, and then there's a slightly long tech pause, I don't know how to put it. You're going up against a half bite. This is off the back of the Wrinkle plunge, and the round falls apart, right? I mean, trying to go for long, just in a half bite, the CTs are going to take some more risks. It pays off. They hit some shots and they get on match points. This is the first round they win in the second half outside of the pistol. And I'm like, I think we even had this issue one time when I was in phase. And I remember just telling the player, bro, unless it's something like where you literally cannot play the game, let's just get back into it. Like, they don't know what to do. And they were out of timeouts, I think, the opponents too. So it was just this unique situation where I know you're going to get a lot of flack for this, because it's going to be like, oh, how is he supposed to play? If he has an issue, then, like, he's supposed, you need to be able to fix it. But
like, if it's just an FPS drop or something like that, because a lot of these players complain about stuff like that.
You're spot on. I think people at home might not really understand, like, a lot of the tech issues. They're very marginal.
My screen is a little bit more green than it's supposed to be. I feel like my bullets are traveling slower than they're supposed to be.
I think I had a lag spike too.
It's like a little because the thing would show jitter at the top right or something. And it's like, dude, this is.
It's like, oh, I'm just having lag spikes all the time. It's like, bro, you're just struggling. It's fine. We're coming back. We don't need you right now. Like, you're not the main thing.
Because the composure for them in that following round that we showed is just like they're getting picked off by pistols who are just kind of going on these little hit and run missions. They're like peeking out a little bit, getting a couple shots off, then they're tucking back in, and it just felt like NIP weren't as composed after that long tech pause that clearly threw off their focus.
And so you say, to lose to kind of half by, that's essentially what delivered the game to 9Pandas, so definitely something to think about, and thanks for the coaching insight. I'll stay on that. We're going into Mirage. So who's winning this one and why?
This is where I would just favor 9Pandas for what they've shown me thus far in the RMR. Watching them play against Aurora, this is, again, I've been saying his name repeatedly for the side of 9Pandas. Shalfie has just been such an integral player to how they want to structure everything. He, on T side, it's like he just goes everywhere. Like, usually in these kinds of positions, I would be like, oh, he plays Con, watch out for him in Con. But actually, when watching his demo, I couldn't tell you with 100% certainty what his actual spot is. It just looks like he gets to go mid in a variety of ways on every single round. Even on T side, sometimes he'll come from the top, sometimes he'll go from underpass. Like, he gets to just call his own number as far as I can tell, and he has great intuition on this map, and he is going to probably be the difference maker for me on this side for sure for 9Pandas.
Yeah, I think 9Pandas just looked better so far in this series, right? On Ancient, they had a big lead, they let it slip. On Dust 2, almost let it slip, but manage to close it out last minute, I think it's going to be pretty clean on Mirage.
All right, thanks, guys. We're going to a break. We're going to see if the ninjas are going to assassinate the pandas or whether the pandas will banish them back to the shadows. Find out after the break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
Welcome back to the Perfect World. Shanghai Major RMR for Europe. Third and final map here between NIP and, of course, their opponents in 9 Pandas. A close second affair, Vince, but they find their way through it, so it all has to end on Mirage. But who will it be an oasis for? And who will it be just that, a Mirage?
That is the question that we are all waiting with bated breath. That 13-10 scoreline on Dust 2, alongside the first one, to be fair, doesn't really paint the full picture as to how we got to that point, that result. It was super back and forth, fast leads being lost and then re-extended on Dust 2, with NIP making a crazy comeback on the very first map. So stats-wise, we talked about this before, Mirage should lend itself to 9 Pandas. From what I've seen so far on these 2 first maps, I have absolutely no idea who's winning this.
Yeah, I think expectations and statistical breakdowns are out the window at this point, right? It all just goes down to what you can do on the server. Put your best foot forward, fight for survival here. You need the W to stay in the runnings for the Shanghai Major. It's all on the line. We've seen great rounds from Wrinkle. Rez having his moments. Missed them showing up back in map 1. Isaac with important clutches over on 9 Pandas. Resort felt like he went a bit quiet. Glowing. Conversation was, is he going to be absent on the server? Xiaofi was dealing damage. Dilladez with a deagle has been lethal. But it's all got to be said here. T-side start for NIP, 9 Pandas on the CT side. We get into the groove of things. Third and final map, it's all on Mirage.
Well, the T-side has been a little bit of a slow start for NIP in each and every one of these maps. Dust 2 had success towards the end, but the leaping across, Jakub is taken down first. Resort in the meanwhile, though, dialing in some more frags, and it's pretty much everybody lending a hand in this one. Misstep. He had tons of impact on Dust 2, but this just feels like it's a little bit too much to ask for. There is a low in Dilladez down on the get-right position, who can get finalized here, but he's just baiting Mistem out into the open for Dilladez to shut him down for a 3K and get 9 Pandas in the lead.
The pistol prowess of Dilladez has been felt throughout this series, and again, another round where he's able to show us what he's made of from the short angle. Taking scalps in the round. And kicking things off with a good CT side boon. Excitement there for him as well. He's fired.
Oh, I love it, man. He's been like this all day. All tournament, to be fair to him. One downside is when things start to go awry, can get very quiet over on the 9 Pandas side of things. That HE is destined for damage. Mistem tagged down at 27, but will stand and deliver for 1. Problem is that Glowing is now just picking apart the rest of the T's with that FAMAS. Second kill is good, though, and a deagle traded up to for Yokab. Ooh, I thought for a second that connected. Would have been costly, but 9 Pandas take the 2-0.
Yeah, good crouch into it. Felt like he was ready for that one. But nice hold from Glowing. And the second round picked up relatively cleanly. Here comes the buy, the T side of NIP with the AKs out on parade. Oh, nades to play with as well here going into the third. So a bit more stock in this round. Let's see what the call is. Early mid-smoke out towards the window. Follow-up going to be blocking off connector as well. So they can run out, see if they can fight for this. Look, a bit of block on that from the CT side perspective. They're just peeking over the top as well, looking for the fight here. Flash back in. It's completely missed off the back of the body block. They're able to fight from it. It's a quick reposition round towards the D side. Resort caught in transition through the window. Xiaofi with 1 headshot connection back onto Isaac. But Yokab, he's looking to brawl, causing issues inside of the market. Checks out with 2. Glowing, burning alive, but still strikes on the FAMAS. But that might be all they get from this.
Yeah, with the tons of casualties they've taken over the duration of these first 2 rounds as well, they're not really in a position where their economy can afford to lose more weapons. They have to just save. And Mistem knows it. He's on the prowl. He's on the hunt. Wants to try and finalize these 2 last pesky CTs and drop their weapons to the deck. Glowing behind CT. Box in the toll booth. May pay the price. In just a few moments' time, Mistem is going to clear this angle and will take him down. And now Dilladez realizes he's in a real world of hurt. Mistem picks up the pace. Good snap headshot. No survivors. And Iris Balance, Dilladez both down at $1,400. Precarious position for 9 Pandas now. They may want to just tap out of this round, but they're going to force Instead, yeah, 2 players having a double save is never a great position to be in. So, I mean, you are looking at 2 5.7s, a Deagle actually alongside the 5.7, and MP9. No kits and a distinct lack of utility on top of it.
Run down on short. Rez repositioning quickly. Squeezing map control on the CT side. Break on the window, smoke peek out, but Wrinkle will take the face and win that one comfortably. So Shalfie slain. Yokab can tuck in close in the smoke towards connector as well. Diladaz, he's been lethal with that dig. This is a rough encounter for him and Resort. They look to clear it. Rez on the run-in. 1-for-1 trade. Missed him with a bite back. High disbalance here on jungle side. Cleaned up and 1 by 1. Mopping up the Pandas. Window of opportunity for Diladez well and truly gone. He can get his hands back on the hot rod, but this 4th round looking everything is good for Nick.
That'd be a good take out of it though, a second rifle. And keep in mind Diladez has a Deagle, so he can drop that across one of his teammates, assuming they can hold on to these 2. But what makes this 3rd map such an enticing proposition is that when you look at the sort of trajectory to this point, and yes, I completely agree, throw all the normal stats and everything out the window, it's all about this map, but you have the 2 AWPers and their respective teams. The 2 players are playing the best on the server by a considerable distance. Disbalance having one of the best performances of his entire event so far. 40 kills. Wrinkle, 41 frags. There's such little to determine between these 2 AWPers right now. The ADR, 88 to 86. The rating, 1.34 to 1.36. It is so close between these 2. But the problem here early doors is that because of how scrappy the start has been from Disbalance on 9 Pandas, he's not going to be able to get an AWP for quite some time. This is actually stalling and stymieing your heavy-hitting player that is feeling it right now.
That's the difference in opening jewels as well. Like coming into this series, Wrinkle had twice the amount of opening jewels he was being able to find. 27% conversion rate compared to the 13.4% that we'd seen from Disbalance. So we were saying, it's one being proactive, whereas the others watching it happen, looking to react off the back. This is really rough for Glowing and really burnt to a crisp instantly. No HP left, and that's the rifle that was in his hands. You bleed back out on mid-side, looking to just throw bodies at the problem. See if you can make it uncomfortable here in the battle of attrition. Rez being run down. No escape. Result sprinkles the bullets on top. And NIP respond with a barrel out into the bomb site. Heads up Molotov as well. Stops Disbalance getting back around.
Bomb has been planted.
It surprises me somewhat that Diladez is still here. They have no kit. They don't really have much utility either. And additionally, 2 players without armor. Aim punch going to be a real problem, but they want to try and still go for this one. They need to get their first kill. They do get it down, but they've lost both players as a result. And I mean, I know hindsight's always 20/20, and it's easy for us to make these kind of judgments, and yes, they can also buy, but it felt like the chances of them winning that round were so low. Saving the AK surely is the better play long term.
Yeah, tried to chase on the economy on that one, see if they could find anything from it, but really messy in the initial engagements. It was Glowing that was burning. Response back onto Rez at least the top mid that afforded them those AKs. Down to 2 players, but NIP taking the bomb plant and the round. So 1 ahead, 3-2 split here in the 3rd map. Disbalance, A1S in play. Can't go for the jump out, but his teammate will find the first pick. Wrinkle with a rapid response straight back down. It's a carnage up middle. Everyone's scrapping.
But both teams giving as good as they get. Wrinkle down low, HP has already picked up 1. Diladez on 9 frags, who did get in amongst it, also bested. Good to see him back on the server again after a rough dust too. But it is Yokab. Edging NIP slightly in the lead. Oh, but he gets caught in the side. Not anticipating Disbalance, missed him. Insta trade back again, just back and forth encounters between the 2 teams. Standing in the middle of the ring and exchanging haymakers. Glowing though gets the KO blow onto Mistem. But the bomb is now transitioning back through the T-spawn. In the hands of Wrinkle and Isaac. And with Glowing making moves into Con, he may have just overthought this. He's playing himself off the site, but now he goes back on there again. He could be there to receive and to take down these Ts. Even if he picks off a low wrinkle, that could be good enough.
Last chance qualifiers is where we've seen this man absolutely thrive. But in this round, it's going to be a fast peek in from Wrinkle, low on health, opens it up, shuts him down, doesn't expect the second to be in close proximity, and it's Isaac back in a 1v2. He broke their backs on Ancient in this exact position. Can he roll it right back? Time ticking away. Throws in the Molotov and the HE. He's looking to try and get himself the plant down. It'll be a fast peek from CT, and that's side disbalance with a round.
Yeah, and Glowing wouldn't have been affected by those grenades either because he knew the time was so low, the full-on plant would have to come through, so he just runs him down and runs him through in the end. 3-3, 9 Pandas finally have an AWP in the hands of iDisbalance for what I believe is the first time on this half. Taking that away from Wrinkle. So let's see if he can have that same level of impact. They will be having to withstand up against NIP on another full investment. It is 2 MAC-10s. 2 players without head armor could be caught off guard by this. Oh, never mind. Dilides had a bit extra cash. It's only iDisbalance without the helmet.
Quiet game from Rez to this point as well. He's had his key rounds over the series. Slow to start. How does he finish? That's always the big question. Very early doors in the third map so far. iDisbalance sets himself up by the ticket booth with support of Glowing on the bomb site. Dilides posturing off, so it's a fast hit here from Mistum. He's able to get short control instantly. He can be the distraction piece and potentially the backstab that can kill Xiaofi. Then you go barreling out onto the bomb site. It's all down to Resort. That's only the MP9. Utility's gone for him. Oh, tucks in, looking for 2. Gets him low, but Isaac will bypass. Retake's already arriving on the scenes. He's looking to try and get that fast deny onto the bomb, but Mistum towards E-Box, hits the head, and the round's gone with it.
Bypassing iDisbalance on the AWP. Almost feel sorry for him. It's like, yeah, I finally got the AWP, guys, let's go. Oh, you've hit B and I have to save. Brilliant. So back he'll fall into the Palace with Glowing. Great call by NIP, though. And yeah, you mentioned that they had this kind of this 2-hit contingent in terms of the MAC-10 running and gunning up on the catwalk while the bulk of the T's exploded out of B-Apps. But there's only 1 player there for 9 Pandas as well. Like, there's not too much she could have done about that, really. I think it was Resort with the MP9. He got the 1 kill, but he was just overwhelmed. Just swarmed by aggressors. I do wonder if this continues to be a problem over on B, if they're going to send a second player over there, at least to play on catwalk. Just to help him out just a tiny bit. I mean, there's not much that Resort can do if he's getting rushed down by 4 and 5 players.
Well, he had Xiaofi on short, but obviously he just got backstabbed instantly. So as soon as he went down, everyone was able to run on out. And he was trying to set him up with a utility and then just got mowed down by the Mac. So it went a bit south for them pretty quickly on that one. Investment into the utility around the weapons they've still got to play with. Glowing's AK and iDisbalance on the AWP. Wrinkle can take fights here, though. Comfortable in these sort of scenarios. Glowing, oh, headshot angle. Delivers the goods, but the payload's still arriving. They don't need to full commit either. I mean, tons of time on the clock, minute and 35 seconds. All 3 players here towards the A site, drawing rotations over from the Pandas.
Has slowed down. I mean, the smoke's in their eyes. They can't really do much of Isaac's position outside of Palace. Now that's going to start to fade. Tons of utility. You got 3 Molotovs, loads of flashes. Peeking in like this again just plays into the hands of Result, but you do remove his head. And now Dilides, who's been patiently waiting beside the box, knows at least 2 players now up on the ramp side, but he may be unsure as to Isaac's current position. And as he goes in for the swing, looks for the deagle. It's all gone horribly wrong. Xiaofi tries to lay down with the 5-7, but there is Yokab to pick it off. It was looking shaky for NIP. 1 HP for Mistem, but they survive and take the 5th.
The wiffle bat deagle from Dilides. He's hit some big shots with the gun over the course of this series. Back on Ancient, absolutely feasting with it, but not here, not this time. So another round to the greater NIP. This time with a good start. It's always been slow for Vince. Feels like they play on the back foot. They're able to find their way back in the late game. This time around, just starting to command early, finding confidence. Always keeping that economy on the brink of destruction for 9Pandas as well, with how close these rounds have been. It's a fast out. Line up through triple, spam into the box. 2 opening picks with Wrinkle winning out in the head-to-head. The battle of the AWPers there versus iDisbalance. And NIP have got the AWPer hand on this round. Quick into A. Block off all the potential response from the CTs. Fragment the map. Yokap on the boost up. Oh, can't even take that one. The AK dismantles him, and Result watching all of his teammates get thrown into the blender around him. Let's hit a nice adjustment shot there on the run out towards Rez. Can grab an AK from it, but that's all he's going to have if he can keep it alive. And we've missed him on the bomb site. Should be bang to rights. Clean up on this one. A full house of NIP taking 6.
I love how aggressive and ruthless NIP are playing as well. Dying embers of this all-important match just to survive, to watch on while the rest of these games unfold. A lot of Counter-Strike to be played today. One of these teams will be locking themselves into that final matchup later on. But they're so aggressive, not letting 9Pandas get comfortable, not letting them get into positions. It's just run and gun. And even in the rounds where they've been a little bit later to execute, like a couple of rounds ago, the initial charge is there. They're terrifying 9Pandas, making them throw out their utility early on and then just bypassing it. I mean, they got a 42% win rate on Mirage coming into the RMRs. And right now, they are looking clinical on this side. Shalfie seems to have some tech issues going on.
Yeah, locked into a back and forth here with the admin. So a technical pause, throwing a bit of a spanner in the works on this one. We'll see what the resolution is. Headset off for now. Just the one flip-flop.
Got Result as well, sat back in his chair. Oh dear. Not even sure what the problem is. Because I mean, the Counter-Strike's up, so I guess it's some kind of audio problems going on.
Yeah, seems like it. I was pointing at the monitor, communicating with the admin. Seems a bit frustrated.
Yeah, this also happened on the last map as well when NIP were really surging ahead. They had tons of momentum built behind them. The tech issue came in. It seemed to... I'm not saying that was the reason why they lost the game or anything, of course not, but it certainly didn't help. Same kind of situation here as well. Off to a cracking start on their T side. I mean, coming through into this, you've got 2 players well over 120 ADR, and it's not really the usual suspects. It's Yokab, who had so many impactful rounds. Obviously, the wraparound from Market where he shut down 2, basically outright won the round. They got Mistem again as well, who was great on Dust 2. Rez is down at 24 ADR, and Isaac's down at 39. So they are straight up bludgeoning 9Pandas without a lot of those heavy hitters fully activating and arriving on the server just yet.
Well, in is back in. Headset placed over the top. Perhaps we're getting closer to this one going live again. We'll see. In terms of the organizations, though, what they're working for here, obviously, with their major appearances, NIP head and shoulders above the rest. 16 appearances at Counter-Strike Majors over the course of their tenure for the organization. 3rd all-time, tied behind Fnatic and Na'Vi. Rez, he's the only one with a major experience on this roster, of course. 7 major appearances for him. Wrinkle, Mistem, and Yokab looking to make their debut. Oh, and Isaac, of course. Can't forget about him, mate. What, he's had like 3 majors now, I think. I forgot about him, really, with how good he looked back on Ancient, mate.
He's been to a fair few.
With some paper towels. Drink spillage, is that what's happened here? The socks come off. Yeah, I think he spilt a drink. He's getting the feet out for free. Shalfie, put those away.
I'm so confused. If it was a spilt drink, why is it taking that long for...
Did it go on the computer? Because obviously he was pointing at the headphones, the in-ears.
Yeah.
Maybe. Maybe he's drenched his toes and the PC. God. I don't know, Vin. Speculation, but it looks like a bit of panic. There's the paper towels in the hand. The admin, a bit confused. Wet sock there. You can see right through it. Oh, dear.
I'm so perplexed what the hell's happening. Because normally when we have these tech issues, you can see people like scrambling around, all typing on the keyboard and stuff. This is just like Shalfie's having a chill conversation with the referee. Like, how's your day today, mate? Right. Okay. Resalt's put his headset back on. Shalfie's got his in-ears. He's put his headset back on. Let's go. Fierce is stood up. It's looking good. I don't want to jinx it, but it's looking good. Oh yeah, you can see the liquid there, can't you, on the right side of the chair. There's a fair bit of it on the floor.
I think that's the 4th spillage we've seen on casts between the both of us over the course of this one.
Yeah, that's true.
Got to keep those liquids contained.
And I think 2 or 3 of them were in the Americas RMRs.
Yeah. I think, who was it? Art Frost that accidentally spilled like a whole bottle of water on his desk, and that took ages to clean up.
Yeah, and that's also in the same game, I think, when he was mega tilted.
He was real frustrated. Yeah, he was super angry.
All right, and then IP call a timeout. So obviously, all of the tech issues, they couldn't speak to each other. I had to just sit in silence, call a timeout straight away, make sure everyone is dialed in. Makes a lot of sense why you'd want to pull this one into play. And NIP have shown with Exist, to be fair, over the duration of the RMRs, but especially in this game, they're not scared to throw a couple timeouts early on in the map, just to make sure they get the best possible start. We've seen this in both of the maps now, leading into Mirage. They're up against an eco. M4 for Result has been purchased. He's down to $0. So more of a hero M4 it looks like. And everybody else is happy enough just to go down to the pistols. So we'll see if that has been a bit of a combo breaker for NIP coming straight back into this. They've picked up 6 of the last 7 rounds, and Wrinkle showing no signs of slowing down.
No, certainly not. Fast hit there through the wall. Diligence tries to duck and dive, but you can't dodge Wrinkle. A hefty pick, and they wanted to go for this little boost with the rifle on top, so Resort playing on top of triple, but no one's here. So they take space, bleed down the ramp, see if they can get a read on what's going on the round. It's Wrinkle holding for that. So if they go for the raw rotate, he'd be in position to hold them back. It's just Shalfie. Single smoke dashed in. Buy a bit of time for the rotation. On the move, it's side disbalance, but it's only really going to be the 5-7, the P250 for a late hit on the bomb site if they come a knocking. They don't necessarily need to either. Tons of time still on the clock. They've got a boatload of utility with 3 players towards mid-side. Block off connector and window. Bombs on the back of Mistum, utility being thrown into the site, so it's a full 4 stack. But if they catch wind of this, you could bail on the play.
They could, but time now at 30 seconds. It looks like they fully engaged, they fully committed to this play. And Shalfie with the 5-7 is going to be able to deliver the first. This is getting awkward real quick, and it's gone from bad to worse. Result is chipping in for 2 frags. Yokap misses every bullet. And although Rez finally shows his hands, is it too little too late with 15 seconds? They come out into the open, and Shalfie puts him out with the AK. NIP have been broken. A great start, but they move into the stack site, and they get punished.
A slow round with them walking into their demise. Started off with Shalfie on short. They just kept finding kills. No room for trades. Went down to Rez, doubled his kills over the course of this map so far in a single round, but not enough to clutch it. And Shalfie, after wiping away the water, it's tears that he's spilling in that round.
Yeah, I like to believe he's just got like a bottle of his enemy's tears and just throws on the ground now and again.
Sorry, admin, it's gone everywhere.
Like consecrate the ground around him, you know?
You'd need a blessing with how this one started. High disbalance does get the orb. Back back towards the ticket booth again this time. We've seen it before. It was the first outing he had with the AWP. It was limited success. We saw a late B hit from NIP there. That was pre-pause on this one. They bloke open, looking for the peek down in case someone's going in for the connector hit. Look at the position from Rez, though, inside of the window here, just on the alcove. Oh, and Resource about to be tested. So many angles, you can swing in, bait the crosshair off, can't even get the first. They overwhelm him, barrel into the bomb site. You can have that rotation cut off as well by Rez. Shalfie, show us what you're made of here. Can the Nightwish turn this into nightmares for NIP as they bail on the play? 50 seconds on the clock. Rez calling for the rat back. He's in jungle. Glowing tucks in through the connector smoke. Hearing the footsteps, but you're going to be peeked from both sides, trying to decide where to look, and Rez has got the right idea. And one by one, NIP win their duels. Wrinkle with a closer, and a 7th taken on their T side.
Impressive mental fortitude as well after the timeout. After the tech issue, to lose around the nature that they did. They didn't press the self-destruct button, didn't get on their own backs. They come straight through. They get the success. They break 9 Pandas back down to size. And it's forced them into a Deagle, a 5-7, and a couple of FAMASs. Now, they still have the open play, but Idis Balance has not had anywhere near that same level of impact on this CT side as we've seen throughout the duration of the best of 3. A lot of that has been because of the economy not allowing him to, but Rez this time just enforces his will up on middle, and it's an almost carbon copy play of the last round. Straight up into window, wants to try and backstab them. Glowing in all kinds of bother right now, and that HG could finish him off, but he decides to wide swing and take the life of Yocap in the process.
Scrappy round, throwing everything bar the kitchen sink at one another. Weapons grabbed, Glowing with the arabesque. Can he do his very best in a round like this to hold back the oncoming onslaught? Missed them, overwhelmed. The Thanos makes a huge play, but Rez with the tag softens them up. Up on the stairs, looking for the closer. He was brought back to life by the homies in that round, but in the end goes down 5-7. A little bit of steam towards the tail end, but a quiet half for 9 Pandas overall.
Gotta give a lot of credit to how Glowing played that shadow position there with the 5-7 man. He was an absolute nuisance. He was a menace. It would have felt like a death by 1,000 paper cuts. He kept going for the wide swings. They pull a grenade out, he wide swing, one taps you. Stays alive the entire time, and therefore you have to have at least one set of eyes watching Shadow for that repeak, so it allows the default position and the toll booth position to really excel, to really thrive. The pressure was off their shoulders because Glowing was just absorbing it like a sponge. Such a good round by him. And that's that kind of experience that we've been missing for the duration of how 9 Pandas have really came into this tournament. He normally is one of the guys you can rely on to have the big plays.
Maybe you should have got him to help suck up the water, Vince. If he's looking like a sponge, would have fixed that tech pause.
I just have like really weird mental images now of him just sucking on the carpet. Like, I don't know why my brain's gone there. Look, it's early in the morning.
It's fair enough. It's fair enough. Right then. Well, 7-5, closer than it looked like it was going to go. Oh, technical timeout.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no, it's not happened again, is it?
Not another spill.
Surely not Isaac.
I can't see because referee's in the way, but he was looking to the floor for something. What's happened here? I don't see any liquids.
Right, no water. Maybe just a raw technical issue on this one.
I have to get Glowing on the case. Just pops in. Hey, there's a spillage.
Don't worry, I won't talk during the pause. I'm just going to mop this up quick for you. Right, okay. Looks like it's fixed. Headset back on. Maybe just a minor issue there. Something getting pulled a little bit, potentially. Love hearts in the spawn, but no love on the server between these two. It's all for survival. Got to win this game and then keep your eyes honed in on the other results that are coming through over the course of the day to see whether or not you make it in that 6th place or have to play out the 7th place decider. Investment into the pistol is going to be the HE for Yocab, Incendiary for Isaac. Smokes for the setup with Flashbang supporting that here from Shalfie and Dilladez with the core of the squad grouping up for a Palace pop on the run out.
All the sound cues have been cut, but they're about to be ripped back open again. Smoke's now being deployed, 2 of them. Blocking off the jungle and staircase. But Nine Pandas not fully committing just yet. They're about to make that explosion outside of Palace with a flashbang alongside it. But Wrinkle, even while Flash picks up 2. But now there's a flurry of frags back in Nine Pandas' favor. Dilladez and Result getting the bomb planted down. Isaac needs to have impact over on CT's side, but he's in the car second best. It's Result that goes back in for a second kill. And now Yokab, he's had a really good map so far, but that USP is going to need to be surgical to crack back open this site, to get him in with an opportunity to try and clutch out. The first kill is good, and there is the second. Yokab continues to twist the knife, twist the scalpel in the ribs of Nine Pandas as they'll go 8-5 in the lead.
16 kills to his name, a 1v2 attributed to him there, giving them an 8th round. It felt like they had done it. The crocodile tears from Resort's P250. But on the jump up towards ticket booth, no success. It all was started by Wrinkle as well. Beautiful double up for him. And with time ticking away, Yokab hits some beautiful shots, down to his last 2 bullets on that one, but still hitting it heavy. Whole team firing him up, absolutely ballistic scenes.
Such a good confidence builder, but Dilladez, he's going to try and shatter that mantle as soon as possible, and it's a really good kill at range with a Galil. Wrinkle goes down. Mid control not quite established as NIP quickly rummage up close and try and scarper into a crossfire with Yokab and Rez. Once that smoke clears though, Rez will be cognizant of an underpass push. Now we know it's not forthcoming, but NIP aren't sure about this right now. Very passive from Nine Pandas. You can see them looking at the extremities. They're anticipating a push. They think NIP are getting aggressive in this round, but it's not the case.
Slow it right down, play for the choke points. 2 players set up there, round towards connector. Peek out from short side as well from Yokab. 50 seconds left on the clock. You're going to be walking down, missed them, ready with the A1S. As soon as you peek in, you better hope you find those quick kills. Nice, glowing, gory on the Galil. Excellence in the round. 1 by 1, every encounter is a W for them. And Isaac is all that remains, with no room to really find impact or get anything from this. The bomb's going to be going down. Nine Pandas taking their 6th on the T side.
And all of the cries of elation and joy, jubilation after Yokab's slick 1v2 have now been suppressed. Because they realize it gave them a great advantage, but they have stumbled and fumbled it on the first hurdle. Nine Pan is into a really good position now. Like, you're looking at just to save on this MP9, there really won't be much else to play with on an IP unless they go for a full-on investment with 5.7s, Deagles. That's about as good as they're going to be able to muster here. Yeah, I mean, you're looking at double eco territory, so it will be a scraped together buy, but Nine Pandas will be feeling very confident about how their prospects in round 15 are looking right now.
Five sevens can still be worth their weight in gold, but it depends how they play it really here into the 15th. NIP have won some very strange rounds like this over the course of the series. Just don't count them out. Let's see what they've got. Rez with the moves, backed up by Wrinkle. Control the underpass with the rest of the players grouped up. They're going to get a read on this instantly, so they'll know if they can wrap off. Go for the setup towards the A site. Confirming no one's here. Smokes out on mid. They're starting to take a bit of space on ramp as well. Missed them tucks in. Wrap back for Shalfie. He can secure the bomb. They're just trying to clear this out. Make sure no one's hiding on the bomb site. Restrict vision. Out of smokes though. Just down to flashbangs and that one Molotov. 4 players on CT. Flash over the top for the peek in, but the MP9 supported with Wrinkle's 5.7. Right on top. Sadilades. Down and out. Rez on the flank found. M4 cold on the ground. They can grab that one, try and keep some of these weapons in play going into the next.
Yeah, exactly. You can run it back. You can have a do-over. They tried. They nearly found the gap to exploit. There was a rotational player in the form of Rez that got shut down at T-Spawn. Oh, if Glowing pushes through the murder hole, it will live up to its name. He's going to get shut down from the side on Mistem, and that would be an upgraded Galil. So he decides better of it, and that certainly was the correct decision. So 8-7. Also really interesting comparatively how NIP are occupying these kind of like eco-awkward force buy rounds as compared to 9 Pandas, who were in this position quite a few times. And they were so passive, so default in how they set up time after time. And IP already showing that they have no problems getting mega aggressive, you know, pushing B-apps, getting into underpass early on, getting up close on ramp and palace. I do wonder, as we continue on towards the bitter end of this map, if that's going to be something that they can pull out and maybe get a victory from further down the line. We'll have to wait and see. In terms of this round, though, they do run it back. 2-5-7 is almost an identical buy, but this time they do have the M4 on top of it. See if they can put it to use.
Missed them close on that ramp position. With a small veil, a smoke, restricting them from being able to run on in on this. Smoke over the top. Deep in connector. Looks like there could be a bit of a gap on that one for the peek in, so the 5-7's not repositioning off. Oh, it's actually on top. It looked awkward on the minimap, so they put an afro on connector, but it's not really going to restrict vision. Glowing now gets visual on this on the peek out. 1 for 1. MP9 Feast, here's the swing, the setup you were waiting for. It missed him and he hits him. Swinging back, success with the MP9. It's all starting to go wrong for the Pandas, endangered in this round, and look at the position for Wrinkle. Oh, he's right on target. But the stopwatch could be a problem. Xiaofi, he spots him, lines it up with a Galil, takes a couple of shots. He can grab the gun. Only 33 seconds left on the timer for this one.
Exactly, and because even though he died, he saw both players, or at least he heard the first and got shot in the back from the second. And with the bomb down on ramp, they know it has to be A, so they can position accordingly. 2 players in shadow. This looks like it's the nuts position. This looks like it cannot lose from here on out, but maybe I spoke too soon. The 5-7 now comes in, but Result nails it. Oh, they had 2 facing opportunities, but NIP squandered both. How have 9 Pandas managed to win that?
Felt like it had all gone wrong. At every turn, uncomfortable. The miss smoke, the fight for both of the SMGs. Missed them with a double up on the ramp. You catch your timing on the T-spawn flank of Rez. But boy, oh boy, that 5-7 not delivering at least there in the 1v2 on the tail end. 8-8, tied back up. Another pause going to be called in.
That feels like it might be more of a detox than anything else, man, because time was so low. They had 2 separate peaks, but it was slightly disjointed, but you still feel like one of them's going to win their duel. And then they had the 5-7, the ace up the sleeve. But it just didn't happen. Xiaofi was too quick. And we may very well look back to that round, Jackie, at the end of this game and say that was the moment where 9 Pandas really stepped it up. We talked about that Isaac clutch that got NIP back into Ancient. That might be the moment for 9 Pandas.
And that was the round we're singing about, still giving him his praises, his flowers for his performance there in the 1v2 on Ancient. But where's he been? Isaac, where you at? 3rd map, and he's quiet. 3 kills only. Diladez on a warpath through underpass. Rez trying to lock it down on the peak. Timing. He's got to back off, throws in the incendiary. Yokab runs back towards short side, tucks himself in so he can't get shot upside the head from the peak on the bench. Diladez being very proactive with this. Molly deep. Keeps him trapped in position. He's got to go forward. A sliver of space he can tuck himself into. Re-smoke for the escape plan. Peichi right on target. 1 point of health. Living on borrowed time.
Xiaofi collects. Oh, some really good Molotovs, though. You can see one in the window, one up in the ladder room, as you highlighted. But again, a 3rd consecutive round with a fast flank, but it's only as powerful as those that stand on the site. And Rez right now is made of sterner stuff. Losing no points of health, pulls out the USP, and it's more of the same. Rez with a hero play. 4 kills already, could be on for the ace. And Shalfie on 29 is trying to play around the bench. But if it's not Rez that gets him, Mistim is in hot pursuit as well. Rez goes down. He has no idea as to where Mistim is, but Rez take a bow. That 4K was huge.
Rez the Rhino ripping them a new one on contact towards the B-bomb side. Perfect placement, making it uncomfortable and giving them a huge lifeline into the game. Beautiful kills. And the insurance policy will pay off. Missed them with the final pick. Smiles all round, screams for the team. He was a beast, bud. Yeah, 100%.
Can confirm. Speaks only facts. You are right, though. Like, one of those players on NIP is not like the others. Everyone else is double digits, having moments of craziness and madness and clutches and entry frags, but Isaac has been a bit of a non-factor. Sure, he's playing over on the B site. It can be a rough one. But really highlighting it because we know he's capable of so much more. If he delivers on that prospect, I mean, it could be the difference maker. Idis Balance not really having the impact either in this round. This could be a great moment to kick things off, though, but the flick is off. And he didn't go for the repeak. There was a Palace player, but Result has been sent out of this round and now forces Idis Balance away. He was playing off the idea of Result, maybe gets a kill, then he can go back into ramp and get a pick, but it's completely backfired as an option.
To start this round off, they snatch the crown from the King of Resort in the Palace. And then in the brawl, it goes down to a real uncomfortable situation. Lesser weapons, but far more firepower in the battle of attrition. And Mistim just waiting for the walkout on the smoke. It's Dilladez holding for this, peering over the top, trying to get a read on the round. Good adjustment. Low HP for Wrinkle. He's got to play a passive angle, tucks himself in on the corner. A lot of noise being heard. Playing off the audio cues, doesn't want to over-egg it on the peak, wants to wait for just the right time to go for the swing back out. Could have the free pick. On to Dilladez and Wrinkle. A 4K with 6 health to his name.
Perfect. And trades up to the AWP additionally. Like, originally he was just playing, like you say, to be a nuisance, to be a nightmare. Like, you know someone's around the Palace area. As long as he doesn't show his hand, they're going to be focused one player over there. It allows the other two to come through. But as soon as he hears the plant and sees that his teammates aren't in position to deny it, that's where he feels like, okay, I've got to be the guy. I've got to be him for this round, and he really was. Oh, the economy for 9 Pandas as well, man. They got an AK, and that's it. We even have Glocks on 3 plays. Deagle for Dilladez. Managed to get up close on the chair, and also Dilladez making movements over on B-Apps. But he's not going to be given a chance. Isaac lights up the kill feed.
Fast swing past connector, visual contact there onto the back. That's the ticket booth set up with the AWP of Wrinkle. Resort on the cross isn't so lucky. Gives himself up and gives away another piece of the Panda squadron. 1 by 1, just isolated kills, no room to trade off one another. And it all just keeps going wrong, peak after peak on connector side. Wrinkle finding these for free, an easy round for NIP up against the broken Pandas there. Third timeout going to be called in. NIP on 11 rounds. Third and final map here for survival to keep yourself in the runnings.
Love it, man. The way they're playing right now is so composed. 9 Pandas call their 3rd timeout. And their final one. Getting towards the finish line. Now, obviously, the winner of this will not automatically progress through to the Major. They're going to have to wait it out for the rest of the games today. But what we do know is guaranteed, Jackie, is a loser of this is done. Major dream is over. You have to go again next time. 11-8. Galil and Scout as they fully invest into the round. Nine Pandas hanging by a thread, and Wrinkle getting aggressive in Palace. We'll see action sooner rather than later as the slow peek into his crosshair yields the first kill, and he dials it back to the site. They got the pick they were looking for.
The opening duels continue to support that this man is so quick on his feet, so fast with the picks. Takes control of Palace and postures back towards triple. So Nine Pandas down a man already. And with limited utility to play with going into the 20th. Two of them down in underpass. Side disbalance with the scout this time, supported by Dilladets, pre-scoped up for no audio cue. They're trying to pull off this split push onto the site. Can they even realistically find a way in? That's the big question. Rez supporting Wrinkle. Advanced angle for Mistem as well, down towards the ramp. Deep smoke on Connector. Throws out the Molotov, trying to force him out if he's playing on the close angle. Now got to be more paranoid about where exactly they are. Smoke on the corner, Wrinkle keeps it locked in. They're walking through the smoke. He's trying to find his opportunity to strike. Oh no, Dilladets, the jump up. He sends himself into the air, but they come crashing right back down in the round as NIP close that one with ease. 12 locked in, 1 away now.
Oh, the panic crept in. And death follows for Nine Pandas as the last round potentially of their tournament lives are going to be down to 2 MAC-10s, 2 Galils, and you can make it 3 MAC-10s. Eye Disbalance goes in for 1-2, so the run and gun potential is there, but NIP have built up a fortress on this CT side. They're going to be getting aggressive. Running down into underpass for the time being. They cut the sound cues. Don't want the cat player to hear what's about to happen. But considering how often NIP have gone for these long rotations round the back, there will be that little bit of doubt creeping in the back of Nine Pandas' heads, like, is it happening again?
Shrapnel all over mid-side. Damage done onto 2 players. Smoke up through Con. So chip damage already boding well, and an advanced angle being taken for Isaac, pushing the whole way up through the smoke, posting himself up on the settee. Wants to shut them down with the spray. There's only one. Nothing left on the round. 1 by 1, they get funneled into these AKs. And Dilladets is the only man left standing. The Pandas are about to go extinct here in Shanghai as they've got nothing left to fight with. 13th round for NIP. They recover it, locking it down over the course of the series, 2-1. They move on to fight for another day to try and make the major.
And there you have it. NIP are the winners. Nine Pandas are the losers. That's how it works.
Yes. I would say that that is actually the essence of competition, Richard.
Yes.
And one thing that we know is that NIP as an organization know all about competition. 17th major for them in total, 8th for Rez, 4th for Isaac. Everybody else, first time, but exists. This is his 4th or 5th as a coach. I should have known that number off the top of my head. But
that's fine.
It's about there.
We save the research for the later in the morning, don't we? That's not a problem. Yanko, what did you make of that?
Yeah, just a surprising result for me. I thought Nine Pandas were the favorite in this one.
This guy's wearing a panda.
I mean, read the room. Maybe take the silly hat off, mate. Hey, what up? We've just lost.
It's one of those ones where you pull the ears and it just like starts flapping at you.
All right. Sorry, Yanko.
I thought, but just didn't play all too well in the final map. It was the NIP guys who stepped up, especially Rez and Wrinkle in crunch time in that second half in some back-to-back rounds with 4Ks, like broke the momentum that Nine Pandas were building, and were just able to close out the game.
Yeah, I mean, you picked out the 2 names, Rez, Wrinkle. You know, we haven't always talked a lot about Rez. He's been on NIP roster for years now. He's the kind of stalwart, but never really, scaled the height to some of the other names, some of the other NIP alumni. But, his veterancy, his experience, it showed today. He had some incredible holds on that CT side that we saw, and able to help get his team over the line in a difficult series.
Rez has really been, to me, one of the underrated players in Tier 1 CS. I know that people have various qualms with him, but I really do believe if he is your third best player on your team, you can be a pretty good roster in Tier 1 CS. Unfortunately, he's oftentimes been outlined as NIP's best player, and I just don't think that's really what serves him the best. He doesn't want to be the star, the shining star, and that's what's great. Because Wrinkle is taking a lot of that pressure off of him, he can shine in a little bit more of the back line, just come up with big moments like this, be a stable pair of hands, and it's not that I want him to necessarily be the biggest playmaker. I just want him to clean things up, and that's what he does best.
Yeah, and I think people might forget like how much of a good servant he's been to the NIP organization. You know, at various points he's been, you know, picking up the AWP to make it a lineup work and jumping into some secondary calling and stuff. You know, when he first came into the team and when he first broke through, he was meant to just be the rifle that was out there popping heads and doing what he does best. But as you can see from the scoreboard, there was one storyline that really stood out in this match, and that was, of course, just Wrinkle, the best player in the series.
By far.
And really looked like the complete player here, Janko.
Yeah, definitely. And even if you look at the timeline of his kills, like watch the tail end of that game, right? Yeah. 4K into 2 more rounds with a double kill to help his team close out the game. 7 opening duels, 1 as well. Just found impact throughout the series. Incredible performance from him, but do want to mention Yokab, right? Who had a great map, had to stand in last minute, right? First qualifying tournament for the major decider to stay alive in the running, and yeah, you can see that he did most of his work on the T side.
He doesn't get a sticker, does he?
I don't think he does, actually, which is kind of weird because that means Maxter does.
Yeah.
But either way, I just want to remind people.
We love you, Yokab. That's what matters. We're singing your praises.
Yeah. I mean, this was, to me, this is one of the best eye test maps for Yokab I've seen from him at this event thus far. He's had some weird maps. Like, he's had some ones where it feels like he's trying to do a little bit too much, and this one just right in his wheelhouse. But I do want to remind people that Wrinkle, switching from bait to NIP, at first looked disastrous. It really did feel like he actually got the short end of the stick in a trade where it was almost like head trick for him as they swapped teams, because bait actually passed NIP in the world rankings at one point in time. But now at the end of the day, I mean, Wrinkle's getting the last laugh. He's the one that's actually getting stickers at this point, and he did it with a huge carry performance that bait would have desperately needed if they wanted to qualify themselves.
We've got some rounds you've picked out to look at.
Yes.
So talk us through what we're about to see.
Yeah, let's just start playing these through. There was so much excitement in this game that from round 10 here, I think this was a great Wrinkle round overall. I think this one got a little bit hairy, though, because this was after, I'm pretty sure this was after a tech pause also. And this is kind of what we're talking about with the momentum from the previous game, how it was halted, because, tech pauses actually really favored 9Pandas in this game in a weird way.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the NIP, another strong half. On the T side, I think it was a couple of saved guns and a couple of pistols for the side of 9Pandas, and they managed to convert that one. The struggle, though, was they could not win consecutive rounds on their CT side, really, and that's what hindered them in this game.
Yeah, and we've got round 13 as well. You can see.
Oh, I mean,
this was the
great Wrinkle performance from the beginning. But then actually a good clutch here from Yokab, and we wanted to highlight this one because Yokab needs some flowers, okay? Because he's not getting a sticker in the game, to have a 1v2 clutch like that, 7-5, game's so close, you really need, like, if 9Pandas win that one, they're back in, you know? Like, this game ended 13-9. Imagine if they got that pistol buff or 2, we could be sitting here still right now, or even actually just saying congratulations 9Pandas on the victory.
Absolutely.
So good on Yokab, because it's just high pressure. That's where your name is really defined. And in one of the most important rounds in Yokab's career, he came up big.
Yeah, and look, you've got to give credit to NIP the way they fought back into this RMR. On day one, we were all thinking they're done, you know, like they don't look very good. They've got to stand in. You know, this is like one of the weakest NIP teams that they've fielded in a sort of major qualifier. But yeah, I mean, obviously, so far so good. Excellent course correcting. I still suspect Exist might have had a little bit to do with that, honestly.
Probably did. I mean, it's always tough in these situations. You have different players. It's a high-pressure environment, right? You have young players who can easily get carried away. So to keep them focused on the big picture and the task at hand, like, plays a big part of being able to make it.
Yeah. Any final thoughts, gentlemen? Anything you want to say about Nine Pandas? Obviously, they've been having a bit of a tough time around the majors and qualification.
I'm not trying to rub too much salt in the wound here, but I feel like Resalt, of all people, has to look at himself and just say, was this really worth it? I switched over from Aurora, who was cooking, top 20 in the world, doing well at lands that they appeared at, and then he thought, for whatever reason, that this team wasn't right for him. He joins Nine Pandas, and neither of the teams actually make it. When I would say Nine Pandas, let's remind everybody, Nine Pandas qualified to the last major. Yep. So they were in a good enough position with Clax instead of Resalt to qualify. Aurora was a better team in their own right, and now neither of them actually make it through. It's kind of like this is just sort of a disaster for both teams now, who really, I'd say 5 months ago before the swap happened, had strong shots actually.
No seized, no major.
Okay, there it is. So, gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be breaking down the next best of 3 of the day, where Astralis is going to be looking to put an end to the Passion Project. We'll see you in a few moments.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Yes, welcome back. We've got a great series for you. There are 2 narratives that we've been pushing here on the desk. That's what we do. We push narratives like a corrupt media outlet.
All right.
We've got.
What side are you on?
Well, you're about to find out, sir. We're going to talk about Astralis versus Passion. Narrative number 1, Astralis. They've fallen on hard times. They're in utter shambles. They've been mismanaged for a long, long time. They've missed out on 4 consecutive majors. They could miss out on a 5th. Here, they're having to do it without their star player. Unfortunate turn of events there with health problems. And Cadian thinks he can go for knives in must-win, high-pressure games. Where to begin with the Astralis nightmare?
Well, they're forced into a tough situation. Yes, they've been mismanaged. Yes, they've obviously gone through a slew of changes that we've measured as questionable at best, kicking BlameF, of course, after the failures of the previous RMR, now instating Cadian as their in-game leader. But Device isn't here for mental reasons, or mental health reasons, actually. All the respect in the world to him, but they're playing with Bro in his stead, which means Cadian is back on the AWP. They took a while to gel, but after beating Eternal Fire in a BO3 yesterday, you do have to take them seriously.
Yeah, you absolutely do. I mean, this is basically heroic with Stair and Bro instead of Tessis and Shush. Like that's what you get, and that's the benefit of having the old heroic core in Cadian, Ston, and Yabi, where okay, they already know Cadian and how he likes to lead and how he likes to call. Stair, he's done everything except for opping in this Astralis lineup ever since he joined, and Bro is just playing his old role, so that helps them speed things up a little bit. Obviously only had like 5 or 6 days of practice with this lineup coming into the RMR, but man, this just feels like one of those David versus Goliath matchups. Perhaps even, Richard, the good versus evil matchup.
I wouldn't go that. Not even I would go that far. I will remind you, in David versus Goliath, David does win.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Just reminding everybody. But anyway, just one thing I do want to point out here, because we haven't talked about it. I hope we've got time. I think we're about 4 or 5 minutes out of the game. Obviously, a veto to do. Stout. He's meant to be a star player.
And he looked like one at the Blast World Finals, but
briefly,
it was the only event where he looked like his former self. That was with Device. It felt like the system was finally coming together. And the one thing I'll say about Stown is that I don't necessarily always see him as the most self-sufficient star. I feel like he worked very well in the old Cadian heroic system. However, when it comes to a system that's still gelling, finding its vision, finding itself, I feel like Stown, actually the weird thing that comes short in his game is mechanics. He's not always the strongest mechanical player in the server. He's much more cerebral, he's very strong at using his teammates to his advantage, but if just left to himself, I feel like it's just not always there for him. Like he's not somebody that's going to take over a game like we just saw Wrinkle did.
A lot of talk, not too much game to back it up. I mean, with that heroic Astralis situation at the beginning, conversation about not seeing the game and the future the same way as Cadian, and going to have more freedom to show what he's capable of, and then takes a dip in performance in Astralis, then it's Blame F's fault, and you have to play out of position. Okay, now you have your positions and Device is calling. What's the problem now? Because it was still nowhere to be seen, and now that Cadian is back, we saw, okay, World Finals a little bit better. I just don't think he's him, like he's that guy. He is like your Rez, who can be the 3rd best player on the team and a cerebral guy, but you can't count on him to be the leader sort of on the server and be the guy who's going to take the initiative and make the game-winning plays.
Now we've got Passion, the story of the major in many ways. The youngest team here got off to that 2-0 start on the best of ones. You want them to go 3-0. They had tough opponents, and now they find themselves in the nightmare situation, which is you have the potential to be 2-0 and going out 3-2. Never a good feeling. We watched them yesterday. We saw a little bit of nerves, I think, creep into their game, and you can't blame them for that. But the thing they've done well is played fearlessly. They've rose up to the level of their opponents. Some of these players have actually been just fantastic to watch. Super exciting to see all the new talent at the start of CS2. And I would include 1 or 2 players from Passion right in that conversation based on what I've seen, even if it is a small sample size, Maui.
Chakasmo and Jambo have really put their names on the map for World Counter-Strike with their performance here. I think we've got the veto flying in just a second. I will say Astralis, they've been banning a variety of maps. The only map they haven't banned has been Inferno, and I'm talking even about BO1s. They do go for the Anubis to kick things off. And so for Passion, they are going to be banning Nuke. And for Astralis, I guess they could go for Inferno, but like they've been picking a lot of different stuff in this with this 5-man core, but they've also been looking pretty good at okay, so they do go in for Inferno here off the back of the win against Eternal Fire yesterday.
Yeah, the problem for Passion a little bit is that they go for Dust here. Vertigo is definitely up there for them, but that's one of the maps Astralis has been playing as well, and they do decide to go for Ancient, actually not even Dust 2. Then they veto Dust in the second phase between Vertigo and Mirage. Astralis does go for Mirage, which is also a little bit interesting.
Yeah, that's odd. It's actually a little odd for me.
Comfort pick. I mean, the reason why they were in the semi-final in World Finals was they were Vertigo abusers.
I think the second phase veto might actually, if thinking what I thought, it looks flipped to me. I feel like Astralis should have banned Vertigo and Passion could have maybe banned Dust. to get it to Mirage. I thought Passion would personally maybe pick Mirage too. So Ancient, like they've picked a couple different maps in this tournament so far. Obviously, they wanted Anubis, which is Astralis'
they wanted Anubis. Obviously, beat VP on Mirage as well. It's a good map for them. So
yeah, so that's why I just feel like the Ancient pick in general is. I just didn't really see it coming. But if we just want to talk about the first map, Inferno, as we're going to be heading towards that, this is the one map where I feel like Astralis has looked comfortable. It's one map where I think they've gelled very quickly. The Cadian system is much easier to execute when the map is more condensed, like in Inferno, as opposed to like some of the bigger, wider spread ones, like Nuke, for example, or whatever. But either way, I've liked Bro. Like the one guy I actually have been really shocked by at this tournament has been Bro, just playing Pit, kind of just floating on the A side of things on the T side. I honestly didn't expect him to be a solid contributing member, but he's actually been one of their strongest at this entire tournament.
Yeah, I mean, given everything, him coming back.
Yeah, he just came back and he's looking great.
Yeah,
very coolest thing ever, though.
Yeah, could have done.
I don't feel fit to play.
That's what I would have done. Let's bring in the commentators. You're fit to play, aren't you?
Yeah, we're fit to cast, baby. We're ready for this one. What's up, Nico?
Yeah, what's up? Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think the community sentiment is that Passion aren't going to be able to do this. They're
wrong. It's happening.
They're right. They're expecting them to go down today, but I'm here for this story. I'm here for the miracle story.
I want to know, do you guys think that we could all move into a house together, live with each other for 300 days, and just create a badass broadcast together? Do you think we could make it? No toxicity?
Isn't that what we're doing now?
I mean, yeah, kind of. I guess in a way.
We'd lose a few people along the way.
I even played retakes with you last night, Jason, for God's sake. Like, I've never played Counter-Strike.
No, I played retakes. You were kind of doing
Richard was just figuring out.
This is outrageous, man.
Thrown under the bus.
What have you made of Astralis? Do you think they can actually do it? Because I still thought they were very shaky the other day. Questionable decision-making, weird performances. I don't know.
I think when you look at the experience of the two teams, like if you can't beat Passion as a game that you have to, move on to the qualifying game, right? Like this is a team, if you're Astralis and you're looking at this, you're like, this is exactly what we want. Massive experience on one side with all these players on Astralis, no experience with the Passion guys.
Right, well look, have a great cast, gentlemen.
Thank you, Richard. Have a great time in the green room. Astralis taking on Passion. Big time game. Passion looking to qualify for the major, which would be an incredible story for them. If they win, they are through. They have made it. If Astralis win, they have to play later on today against their likely opponent of Spirit, who will also have to compete. But look, let's just start with this. Passion, you had that beautiful first day, but everything since then has been a struggle to convert that final hurdle.
Yeah, the best of ones. Successful for Passion, but best of threes. They take a map, never able to close it out. And we'll see if they can do it today against Astralis. Banana taken here for Astralis. Already stare at the front, Katie in behind him. And Fear ready with a flashbang to go. Jacasmo plays in behind the fountain.
Yeah, very bomb site centric for Passion. Oh, and they found a timing to start pushing up halls, which is going to be dangerous. Yabi is over here, and he's been a stud for Astralis throughout this tournament. Been massively important. Defensive smoke deployed. So Astralis is going to back away. And potentially, this Yabi kill, this Yabi sequence is so important.
Double setup in the apartments, and Yabi somehow gets away. He should never get away from that fight.
And you're not busting up the stack right now either if you're Passion. So it's just Chilla, all on his own. And Yabi had already spotted him. He's going to be saying he's still in halls or he's going to be in pit. There's no way he's going to back into the bomb site. And Passion's in a lot of trouble. Yabi's done it again.
Great work from Yabi in the apartments. Chilla goes into the repeat, goes down. Astralis look like they've picked this up. And for Passion, it would be a devastating way to go out, but it would be expected. You know, two opening games, sure, in the best of ones. They beat VP, they beat Spirit. No one can take that away from them. But it's the fact that you have to qualify with a best of 3 win. They've lost 2 of those now against lesser opposition than the teams they beat earlier. Like Spirit is definitely the best squad that they've been able to take down. But they haven't played any LANs, really. They haven't played an RMR. They haven't gone and got experience at top events yet. So it is expected to see them in this position, Jason.
Well, look, they've played 372 maps this year. And I mean, that kind of works out to an average of 1.5 maps per day, which is pretty mental when you think about it in terms of official matches. And that's not even practice on top of it. I would say it's devastating because they've lived up to the name of the team that they're within. The passion of this team, all of them moving in together in March when Fear joins the roster. It's quote-unquote boot camp, living together for 300 days, grinding Counter-Strike, playing Counter-Strike, watching demos every single day together as individuals, improving this whole year to put themselves in a position to qualify. And that's the heartbreak. It's not just the fact that you go up 2-0 and you can't win the best of 3s to make it through to the major. It's the idea that you look back on the last 300 days, and no matter matter what happens, that initial feeling, if you get eliminated here, is that those 300 days went to waste, that you didn't accomplish the goal that was set when you moved in together and sacrificed everything to be in that kind of an environment. And it's such a tough prospect coming in now.
Forced by back game here for Passion, so Jambo bringing out the scout. Joel Beretta's on fear. Enough to give them an opportunity to win this round, but Stown is looking sharp. Great shot to open things up. Jambo goes down to top middle.
Astralis on the exact opposite route as well, losing their 2 opening games and having to come all the way back in the best of 3s, looking shaky. So many issues, so many problems, such weird drama surrounding this team coming into the Shanghai RMRs. And somehow they've began to overcome it together. Bro with a good nade, and that's banana control for Astralis. So Passion with 3 players remaining against 4. Are going to stack up at the A bomb site, cross their fingers, hope and pray this is where Astralis finish.
I think that's exactly what is expected, though, of Astralis, having to figure it out as the tournament goes on for all of the problems that we mentioned, right? You lose out on your star player of Device. You have to bring back a player that left under awkward circumstances.
Not just your star player, but your in-game leader. Because, I mean, I know Cadian joined to take over that role, but not long enough to really settle into it and get comfortable. And he's spoken about that. He's like, I was just kind of getting adjusted back again to being an in-game leader with the Rifler, with Device on the AWP, and all of a sudden this changes. And he's felt very insecure individually, not least of which is he's playing with a broken elbow, broken arm, something.
Like trying to go for some knives every now and then.
Yeah, and he's basically just said, I haven't even deathmatched in like 4 weeks. Like, I don't necessarily feel it in the game except for the fact that I've been rusty because I can't just grind deathmatch to feel individually in the swing of things.
Yeah.
There's a lot of lack of comfort within this Astralis team that we saw early on in the RMRs. You think when Device leaves, they also, I mean, really kind of in some way, in my mind, the badass of this team is Stare. Being so versatile. When Bro comes back in, Cadian's basically said it was plug and play for him. He got all his positions that he used to have. They just brought him back in and gave him all of his old spots. It's Stare who's kind of, once again, had to sacrifice, which was the story of previous Astralis lineups as well with Stare. He's the guy moving around to make other players more comfortable, to put them in the roles that they want to play, and he's taking the sacrifice.
There was a moment that made Stare gain a lot of fans, and it was the last RMR when Astralis were in this position on the final day of the EU RMR, and they lost. They didn't make it to the Copenhagen Major, and given the fact that they're Astralis, not making it to the Copenhagen Major was one of the worst outcomes possible. And who do they send out? Is the youngest player. They send a 20-year-old Stare out to do the loser interview, and he stood up and did it. And I think a lot of people gained a lot of respect for him at that point, and then we've seen him consistently be able to adapt, take weaker roles inside of this Astralis team, and not always delivered to the highest extent, but been serviceable. And he's just earned his spot here in Astralis. I mean, that last RMR failure was the reason Device became the in-game leader of the squad, right?
Yeah.
They got rid of Blame F. They weren't happy about it. It was almost like a public mutiny against Blame F on social media right after. So they tried to make it work, but realized coming into this major season that it probably wasn't going to be in the fighting form that they desired. This is a big old shutdown here.
Yeah, one of the most historic and successful organizations in Counter-Strike has been a long time out in the cold. The last major they attended, this Astralis organization, was PGL Antwerp. You know the lineup of PGL Antwerp? Listen to this. This is going to blow your mind. Blame F, Config, Glaive, Farlig, and Zipix playing in Antwerp. That is the last Astralis lineup that competed in a major.
Just think of all the players they've been through, all the money they've spent, and they might not make it again today. Well, 3-0 start here from Astralis. Passion UA will get their first bye here on the CT side. 1 kill so far in the first 3 rounds of play for Passion UA.
And I think, if you're Passion, I think part of the conversation that you maybe have, but this is maybe something with their inexperience that they're not able to really identify. You might start out slow in this game. High pressure game. Every game at the RMR is going to be pressure, but no more than your final chance at elimination or qualification. And they mentioned it earlier on in the RMR in those best of ones that they won on the first day. Jitters, adrenaline, the excitement, the pressure all rushing in. Both Fear and Jambo talked about the fact that feeling that adrenaline in the game, winning a clutch and feeling adrenaline, feeling your aim a little bit shaky, your mouse hand not as steady as you want it to be when you're playing. Those are all things that this team is going to have to deal with, and it's going to come rushing back. So I think the key to Passion, obviously, win in early rounds so that you can settle yourself down, but you have to be able to outlast some of those early jitters in this map.
Well, a slow start would be devastating for Passion, considering the maps that they've won in the best of 3s have been the first map of the series. They would then go on to lose the following 2 in both of their best of 3s so far. 3-0 down here on Inferno. Astralis taking their time on this T side. Now just going through the motions in Banana, waiting out the initial burst of utility from Passion UA, and now they take Banana, sending KDM forward. Flash goes in, and with 30 seconds left, a rotation of an extra player coming over for Passion UA to the B bomb site.
Chilla's going to have a really tough job throughout this half of handling Yabby, who's been fantastic for Astralis through the Swiss system in this RMR. Here comes a late peek and a swing into it. Good kill. Secured halls as well. That is a lovely find, and yeah, they're coming right in.
14 seconds left. Such limited time. Fear still in the bomb site. We've got Chilla inside of the pit, and all he needs to do is stop this bomb from getting to the bomb site. 3 seconds left on the timer. No more time for Astralis. They let the clock run too thin, and they don't get right back into it. Passion with their first round victory, and Cadian going down right at the end. They built so much money up that it doesn't matter, but the first round victory comes in for Passion UA.
You see a little bit of those jitters on Fear right there? You see him like just tap the mouse really quick. One shot comes in before they turn the corner. He's so tense, so ready for that fight, knowing the time is coming down. A lovely little crossfire at the end of the day, but shout out to Chilla. The clear of Yabby and Halls is critical. That second prong of the attack could have swung out, could have helped them open up the bomb site, but it wasn't available any longer. And so Passion do get that early gun round to try and settle into the CT side.
Stare on the charge all the way up to the half boys going into the fire though. It's a little gap, a little bit of sanctuary in between the flames. And now he climbs up on top and he can't stop Zero Fix. And it looked like Stare had a great opportunity to open things up for Astralis. Good damage, forcing Passion away from Banana and back into the B bomb site.
Yeah, well now you got to figure out what you want to do with Fear. He's got 4 HP, defensive smoke deployed. This might be a world where they wrap back around, go boost him up so he has a little bit of an advantage. Negate the little bit of health that he's working with and see if you can get him into a cheeky position. Not going to be super effective on the rotate supporting the A bomb site with only 4 health and no utility. But as the IGL, he might want to have that little bit of a brain reading both sides of the map. So he shifts over towards Library. Good utility damage, chunking down Astralis players.
Well, that third play that was leaning towards B has now gone back over towards the A bomb site. So Astralis with a little bit of fake utility through top mid.
That's a last
smoke. Yabby comes back into Banana. So here comes the final play. It's into the B site. Still 2 defenders here. Zero Fix out at second oranges.
Jacasmo has a Molotov to drop down when this execute comes in.
He's got flashes ready to go. He fires them up. Molly's already gone in. And Zero Fix forced into the open, forced into the fight, but he's blinded. Bro, despite being low, he's still in the fight. And Zero Fix moves forward. Jacasmo steps up off the fountain, and they start to clean up this Astralis attack. Cadian with 18 seconds left. They push through the smoke. They keep fighting, and a strong finish to the round from Passion UA.
That's absolutely lovely. What I mean, for an inexperienced team, that level of utility, that level of patience and cohesion is so wonderful to see. And they stall out that hit with those flashbangs. Beautifully orchestrated from Jacasmo on the defense.
There's still money here for Astralis, but they're not happy about how these rounds are going. They ran out of time in the previous gun round, and this one, right down to a desperate last-second execute into the B bomb site where they don't make any ground. So they've taken a timeout because they know they at least have one last buy in them before their economy is reset back to an eco.
Yeah, look what it means to him. Getting the boys hyped up after a nice, solid win. Back-to-back wins as well. Still a round advantage for Astralis. AWP is passed over to Cadian. They come in with another buy. But this Passion defense has shown they're capable of slowing them down, of taking away the initial plan of Astralis and making them descend into the late round.
Cadian gets the AWP out. He's got the best spawn as well. He's going to be charging his way into Banana, trying to get that opening pick on a peeking Fear. But there is no peek to be found. Cadian will not get the chance to crack open the round immediately. Passion UA.
He's got a lot of space to work with, though. Here's that peek towards Fear. This could be deadly.
Massive enough setup here from the defense, and Fear just jiggling out for info. Gets the information he requires and drops back. Deploys out utility. A smoke's going to keep Astralis at bay for now.
I think Cadian's going to be all right with how that's panned out. That defensive smoke will fade around just after the 1 minute mark, just underneath it. Back towards middle we go. Defenders at the A bomb site very passive for the moment, so no information up at brackets. But they are able to hold on to utility because of this.
Yeah, sacrificing early information for late round utility, and they know that Astralis have been liking rotting the clock, leaving final few seconds to go before they make their final execution. So through top middle they go at the 40-second mark here for Astralis. They're sending a player away from B. Fear was on the speedway, but he's decided to call that off. He starts to go back, but here comes the long fight. Zero Fix drops down. Yambo in the first headshot. Yabby going down. Cadian caught it short. Here comes the swing from Chilla, but he can't handle Cadian, who still stands strong with the AWP, but it's too strong of a hold from Passion UA. Astralis called a timeout ahead of this, and their gun round goes nowhere. Their money is now in the bin. Cadian trying to run back and save this AWP in the final moments of this round, but the scoreline is now tied up on Inferno.
Just look at the way that defense is moving together as a unit. You get the flash peek, you get the flashbang from the pit player, peek towards Rap side, get one kill, two players swing back towards short, both double swing to take down a player coming up short, coming up underneath the balcony. It's absolutely wonderful from Passion, making sure two players are fighting, and then they can handle the Rap with ease. They've got a pit player, they've got a player inside the bomb site, both coordinated on the same fight after the fact. And Astralis' offense has stalled out due to the team play of Passion. 3 in a row.
You saved your AWP. If you're Astralis and you've got one op and nothing else around it, Jason, what are some of the options you can go with here if you're Cadian?
Well, we saw him go up towards Banana and have some space to look into the B bomb site. He's going to expect some aggression this round, and obviously with no AK-47s to trade, those are some deep nades. Good find. You can also send Cadian to the mid round up towards middle, see if he can get a pick towards Rap side. No op yet in the hands of Passion, so Cadian probably feels a little bit of freedom to take some aggressive picks, and probably feels he's required to take some aggressive peeks in this round, as it's the only weapon they have to work with. The more I've read about this Passion team, and Fear in particular, who seems to be the one doing most of the interviews and most of the media.
He was media trained.
God, yeah, he was. Navi Academy, he gave them great credit, didn't he? Saying that they did a lovely job training him for media, but also, I mean, tactically, having some input from Blade, having some input with the Academy coach, being able to provide some structure, it's been critically important. Flash towards Rap side, trying to sell the fact that Jambo is over here in the cubby, isolated and alone.
The only way the Astralis get into this is if Cadian has a big round. And he's waiting for a peek, an overstep from Chilla. Here comes the peek out from Jambo. Bro getting caught. He got so much info from that peek as well.
And then the peek from Lane off of that contact as everyone from Astralis turns to address Rap side. They can do nothing. Flashbang to activate him again. Peering into it. Down turns into the wall. Jambo, there's a nice kill. And Cadian once again is going to have to back off and save this AWP. He's got $0.
Yeah, you
saving this in the past 2 rounds.
You definitely have to get this into the next one if you're Cadian.
But what I wanted to say about Fear, he had a pretty, in my mind, it's a pretty awesome quote, to be quite fair. Every day we watch 3 or 4 demos as a team, as individuals, but they don't watch my demos. And that's why they don't have the advantage. I have the advantage. And that's just Fear basically saying, for the past 300 days of this boot camp, we have been grinding and doing every single last detail to improve and get as good as possible. And no other team is expecting us to come in and be dangerous, and that's where I'm going to have the advantage as that underdog, as that unknown factor, and he's been delivering on it through the RMR.
It really has, but Cadian going down after the time, $100 in the bank.
Yep, that's brutal. So, I mean, once the guns have come out, it couldn't have gone worse for Astralis. Stalled out twice, essentially, on this map, forced to make really late plays, desperate with the clock winding down. Now Cadian's got no money to play with. As if they needed more issues weighing on the shoulder of this team.
All right, I have $100. You can't get anything. You're like, what's he going to do here?
And I mean, I guess that's one of the factors we're going to have to look out for of this Astralis attack on Inferno is, you know, we've seen them kind of take banana control. They haven't really been able to wrestle it away from Passion. Haven't had success getting up mid and getting bracket controls. They've taken nade damage. They've stalled out on executes into the bomb site. They've been destroyed by crossfires. Hitting into the B bomb site, good late utility for Passion, who's holding on to nades, not concerned with taking some early fights so they can have some util as the round dwindles. So far, defense is looking rock solid.
Jambo, straight down mid. Right into the chest of Bro. And if Astralis didn't have enough issues, They're now going to have to play this 4v5 from the start of the round. Great timing to that smoke, just as Stair was rounding the corner and looking for his fight into the B-bomb site. Yabby was a nuisance earlier on in apartments. You said it was going to be a difficult game to try and defend against him, but if you're passive, you don't offer him up chances, then Yabby's kind of cancelled out in the apartments until he decides to start making plays.
And in the games that we've seen, Yabby has been the most consistent initiator for Astralis. He's had some of the huge impact rounds in their various games, whether wins or losses. He's been such a force for Astralis. Jambo with the peek down mid, now goes towards Rap side, has information on the mid progression. Gonna be smoked off.
Holding on to utility so late into these rounds are passion, and it's making it so difficult for Astralis. Towards the end of the rounds, they just have to go through a heap of utility. Time is cost, and then they're down to the final 20 seconds by the time they get into the bomb site.
2-2 split, 2 hulls, 2 coming up mid and short.
Flash is at the ready for Astralis, but again, it's the 30-second mark, and they go dry into Jambo. Yabby falls in the apartments. Jambo's going to continue to wait. Stair peeks out, his hand showing, bomb down, and now Astralis have to try and get it back, and they're just melted at short. There's nowhere to go for Astralis. Another 5 round done. At least the money's evened out across the squad again, but it's going to be Tech9 armors at best, and we're looking at a situation where we're watching Passion UA build up a strong CT showing in the opening map of the series.
Yeah, Jambo's starting to flex with the AWP. This round has just taken so long to come to fruition. Yabby and Stair are ready to go in hulls for quite some time, but they don't pull the trigger, and it's a long time to be overexposed. You're giving Passion the opportunity to move into position and be the aggressor while you're setting up the attack. And Astralis need a little bit of life in this T side. All they've got is the pistol and the weakened by victories over Passion in rounds 2 and 3.
Let's be very slow so far from the T side of Astralis. Passion UA haven't had to deal with a pace change yet.
Oh, here it is.
And this is a little faster from Astralis as they got through top middle.
Yeah, timing is kind of there, although Zerofix is just getting back now.
Dodge the flash, although Jambo still goes down to Stair, and so now Astralis starts to move forward. The 8K into the wide open, and Bro to down Zerofix. So the pace change from Astralis, and the momentum they get from taking that long kill should spur them forward to a round victory here.
Should be
save on the other side of the map, and one player in the apartments not getting enough damage done. So weapons to pick up for Astralis. They'll grab them off the floor, the spoils of war, and Passion's best chance of taking 6 rounds right there falls through their fingers. So Astralis up to 4.
That one hurts. That one hurts a little bit if you're Passion. Now you can wipe it off and just say, guys, forget about it. We lost a low buy. We don't need to be too stressed. Everything else has been great. That's just a mistake. It's a beautiful shot on the entrance coming up Rap side. But again, we mention it all the time, as an underdog, as a team who's never been to a major before, these are rounds that you really need to convert.
It's not even just a major, dude. It's the fact that they've played 10 LAN maps as a squad.
That too.
All of them in a month. This month.
For 4 of these players, this is their first competitive team overall. Only Fear has kind of been in this sort of environment with the Na'Vi Academy, and never in this environment under this kind of pressure.
I mean, the juxtaposition and experience is just vast. It's crazy to think that even if you just look at the organizations, you remove the players, you know, Astralis are the winningest org when it comes to major championships. Sure, haven't been there recently, but they've already got 4 titles under their belt as an organization. You look at the players, how many majors they've attended, it's incredible. So for Passion to be in a position where they're competing for a major spot against this squad today, it's an experience that no one thought they would find themselves with. Astralis back to a bye thanks to their low buy victory in the last round.
Ooh,
Not only that, but the residual cash left over now, and Jambo into the apartments. It's a double push, and it's going to work out. Yabby goes down, but you need to be careful because Cadian's still here, and he's confident to take those close fights, but it doesn't go his way. Cadian falls, and so Passion up 2 players, and the last-ditch effort now going towards this B-bomb site. Stown with a great shot on Fear, but if Jacasmo can take even 1 away, the numbers heavily favor Passion. And he's done very well to grab Stown and drop into the first oranges and buy time. He's just staying alive. And Stair can't do much about this. He's now spotted, flashed into the corner, and Bro last detected towards second middle. Passion UA should be taking this one with ease.
I love all of this from Passion. The push down Banana as well. Bro's got another down to 8 HP, but he's got some time to work with. Knows one more's in Banana. He goes for the fight. Good shot from Zerofix. 6-4, but you gotta appreciate the young players getting aggressive, not being afraid to push holes, not being afraid to be dynamic. Jambo's peeked down mid. He's been Rap side. Now he's been aggressive in holes as well. And Astralis is gonna take a 3rd time out. so very early as they are getting bodied.
It's getting serious now. Katie has taken the hoodie off.
Yeah, all right, let's get into the new dynamic.
Yeah, he's entered gamer mode.
That'll tell you how stumped Astralis feel at the moment. 3 timeouts in the first, like 8 rounds of play?
And you're going to be fine with losing that low buy round because you bounce back immediately, right? You didn't lose that round and then allow Astralis to start building success up on the T side. You shut down that opportunity immediately. And Passion have got to realize, man, you've got Astralis calling 3 timeouts in the first half. You know you've got them on the ropes in this first half of play. Now secure the final few rounds. Get this last 2. An 8-4 scoreline would be beautiful for Passion to play with in this opening map. Peeked out into Banana, some confidence from Jambo, but it doesn't pay off. And Stair takes the opener. He moves up to the half wall. Utility coming in, and Stair gets traded, but they're not stopping. Here comes Down, relentless in their attack forward for Astralis. And now Fear moves into the play, realizing he's their last-ditch effort. And the in-game leader steps up with a double, allowing the rotation to come back from Zero Fix, but Astralis stay committed. They get into the site. Cadian, in that open fight through CT spawn at range, wins the fight against Zero Fix. And Chilla left now in a 1v2.
Yeah, Fear almost hangs on to Banana. And I think this is where Astralis can really find an advantage. These sorts of aggressive plays, creating some chaos, and you're forcing Passion, for the first time perhaps on this defense, to kind of improvise and have to make individual decisions because it's so fast and so aggressive. They don't have time to coordinate and fall back into their protocols, and that's where the experience can shine. So Chilla's going to pick up the AWP and fall away. Money's not an issue for Passion. And Astralis, despite the fact that they've been getting battered and bruised and destroyed by this defense, are scraping together enough rounds. The benefit of the pistol.
Seems like they realize, all right, let's just fight. We have to start just fighting them. Letting it play out in slow fashion, trying to have these late round executes. It wasn't working for Astralis, but what they can do is use the firepower that they possess.
Make it an abnormal round, right? Most of their gun rounds up to this point have been those defaults. All right, let's take Banana control. Let's force out a piece of utility and slowly progress back towards middle up brackets. Let's force the utility out there, and let's see what we have to work with around the 40-second mark. That's standard textbook Counter-Strike, which Passion, as we've seen throughout this RMR, is very versed with. We've heard it from Fear. All the demos they've watched, they know how to play against that style. So yeah, introduce a little chaos, a little anarchy into the round, and see how these individuals can manage with the inexperience. And I love that Jambo's still peeking. He got picked off first on the low buy wrap play that Passion lost. He got picked off first peering down Banana in the last round, but still give him the confidence. Still show confidence in him and let him go for these plays. And he's gonna reward you with the kill on the Yabby.
Fear swings out, loses the fight against Stair, and now Astralis moving forward. Stair has got them there, and Chikasmo leaping off the top at first oranges, but Stair does not stop. Gets his team into the bomb site, and this has to be a retake attempt. Last round of the half, and Passion UA still a long way off. Look at Chilla. He's so far away, and with Zero Face going down, Astralis are destined to tie this scoreline up.
I like this changeup from Astralis. It's obviously netting them rounds. This is really smart. Just the overwhelming aggression. You can tell the players, when these engagements are coming in with the speed and the pacing, they're not ready for it. It's increasing the amount of nerves that they're feeling, and that's when the jitters come back. Chilla gonna nade himself to break the smoke, but he can't find anything. And Astralis burn all 3 timeouts, but it rewards them with a 6-6 half.
Just turning up the heat, applying the pressure onto his Passion. They were getting away with round wins on the CT side by just delaying, allowing the utility to be available into the late stages of the rounds. Astralis started to run out of time. A lot of situations where they were going in with a 4v5 against a lot of util. So they just change it up, and it's beautiful, and they do have that advantage today. I don't think anybody is going to argue with you if you say that Astralis have way better players individually than that of Passion UA. And so that is a strength that they can lean on, create chaos, and they thrive in that environment. And Stair did a really good job up Banana as well. We were singing his props in the first half, and definitely delivered for the T side towards the end.
I mean, 3 of the last 4 rounds for Astralis. That's gonna. They're sitting there. They're thinking, "Thank God." Once Cadian took off the hoodie.
Yeah, exactly. That's all that was needed.
Yeah, now it got real. Fist bumps all around as halftime starts coming to a close, and Passion's gonna have to do the dirty work on the T side.
Man, Just reading through the community sentiment around Passion, they have been the story of the major, as Richard was saying, and a lot of people getting behind this because it's great to see all of these unknown players come and take a 2-0 start, beating some of the world's best in Counter-Strike. But the reality of the situation is they are very likely to concede today. And I think we're all just kind of sitting on the edge of our seats wondering if the underdog story is going to happen.
The scary thing is, remember, when they got to that, when they won those first 2 best-of-3s against VP and Spirit on day 1, it was like, okay, awesome. Now we got a little bit of insanity in this RMR where it didn't look like we necessarily would. But then they get into that best-of-3 against Big, and everyone kind of looks at that, and with all the majors that we've seen, all the RMRs we've seen play out, all the minors that we've seen in the past before the system changed, it's like, this is your best chance to qualify, right here, right now. This best of 3 against Big is your best opportunity, and if you miss out on this one, oh man, anything can happen. And now we're on the verge of that collapse.
Cadian waiting top middle. Here comes the first fight his way. The boiler swing comes out too, and Cadian gets out scot-free. So he gets into the bomb site, gets back to safety.
Triangle defense.
Yeah, strong defense here from Astralis. Difficult to break apart, but they just need to take one of those pieces away. And finally, someone deal with Cadian. There we go. One bullet lands eventually between the eyes onto Cadian. And the bomb site is taken for Passion UA.
Oh, zero fix. Don't go down.
Damn, okay.
You're giving one over to Yabby. Now he can open things up. That's a rough fight to come back into with the Glock.
There's no kit, there's no utility, but there is a lot of headshot potential right now. Sarah and Yabby with 2 headshots back. All on Fear inside of the bomb site. And fear not, their in-game leader with a 1v2 teed up, but Sarah just bashes his head through that box. And this ends up being a victory for Astralis when no one's seen it coming in this pistol. It was such a dominant start for Passion. They get into the site, but they're inexperienced. They offer it up. They peek out. They take the fights, and they make the mistake of giving Astralis a chance.
That fight is always such a trap when you go back towards Porch and Short. When you've taken control of this bomb site, you always feel like you have such an advantage, but you give up this position. You allow Yabby to close in, and then you start to see the phrase in the composure of Passion. A peek from Jambo and Lane. All the crossfire set up, the positions inside the bomb site. They willingly give themselves up. And that's pressure. Pressure making them make bad decisions.
At least they got the bomb plant chase, and they can get a good buy again here for a force buy. AKL for Jambo, Khalil for zero fix, Mac 10, Tech 9s on the rest. But if you are to defeat Astralis today, you can't afford to give up rounds like that. Great shot from Jambo.
Yeah.
Yabby goes down.
Going for that late banana control and punished. Advantage to Passion.
Oh, this setup is so difficult to deal with when you're around the corner. Having Cadian just play below the sandbags there above him. Usually guaranteed at least 1 kill, but more often than not, once the one player peaks, they get that pick, they disperse, and they usually earn a second. They haven't cleared the sandbag. Flash is not good. They go around the corner. Guaranteed 1 from Stare, and then a second as he transfers onto Jacasmo. Now Stare under pressure. Could be traded out in a blink of an eye here. And he will be by zero fix. So 3v2, still Passion ahead, and the rotation for Astralis coming back to B.
And because that took so long to get that kill and get that second kill, they don't want to pick up the pace. They actually hold back. They contain themselves 40 seconds. If that flash lands, that's probably 2 free kills. Massive mistake. So they're going to come in a little bit late, but they've got the utility. Bro's going to step up through the Molotov, goes for a peek with the FP9. Good dink. Wants that kill. Desperate for it, and Passion have broken through.
Yeah, they may have considered the pistol round, but the force buy looked teed up. Stallions coming back through the CT smoke. It's being watched by Zero Fix. There's a crossfire and Banana. And then the insurance policies, Chilla, out in dark. They know exactly where Stallion is. No kid on his back. He'll do as much damage to this T-side economy as he can as he hangs around. But he starts to realize now no opportunities being presented. And so he takes a few steps back to safety. The scoreline gets tied up. Passion lose the pistol, but bounce back with a force buy victory.
And that's their second of the very important rounds that they've won. And remember, they won the first gun round in the first half to allow them to calm down and settle into the game and get them started on a 5-round streak. And now obviously converting the second round after giving away the pistol on a silver platter. Exit kills on the card for Stown. That's his 5th frag of the map. Not going to get a 6th.
It's a decent point talking about Stown and maybe underperformances. I think that has been the main talking point in this Astralis roster. He's been here for a good while now and hasn't necessarily had the performances we wanted to see from him when he was in Heroic under Cadian.
And that's been a talking point of Stound's career, is sometimes that, you know, how good he can be, and then that sometimes, you know, tendency to fade away a little bit in some big matches. And it was one big concern with him and Yabi's move to Astralis was,
yes,
all right, now Stound's the guy. Like, he is the guy. Where Heroic, you could look and you say, what a good team effort this team always has, spread out across all 5 players. Yeah, Stound's usually the top dog, but now it's all on Stound's shoulders.
I mean, we talk about him. We know he's capable of being a star, but the question is, can he become a superstar? And I don't think we've seen that yet. I don't think we've seen him take that next step. There's too many big games, too many finals that he has gone missing in to allow that to be a reality.
And once again, Passion, much like the low buy they lost in the first half, you cannot lose a round like this. This is your chance to bury Astralis' CT side in a very rough economy moving forward into the gun rounds. We know how punishing it can be for CT sides on this map, and they have to be able to exploit that as the underdog. A beautiful way to get some easy round victories. They just need to survive against 5-7s and Deagles. And a very mobile defense that we know Cadian loves to call. Stacking over towards bomb sites, trying to find a timing.
Yeah, but will it be the right bomb site? It doesn't look like it at the moment. 2 players over towards A. The long smoke comes in for the front of Library.
25 seconds.
And here comes some aggressive maneuvers down Banana. Yeah, could get a little bit chaotic here in the final few seconds for Passion. He's still going to deal with his Archway fights. Down to fall. But it's Bro inside of the bomb site with Stare combined and Pit. That could be a threat. Bro left alone. Finally traded out by Jambo. And that's the site taken. Passion will put the bomb down. And Astralis do not disrupt enough towards the end.
Yeah, managed very, very well from Passion. A little bit nervous as that clock's running down and you start seeing 2 pistols rotating over through CT spawn. They beat that timing though, able to get a freebie. Because those crossfires, they can slow you down massively. Great pounce out of Halls as well from Chile, you gotta say, to bust up one side of the crossfire between Pit and the bomb site. And they take a lead 8-7.
It's almost worked out better for Passion to lose the pistol in a strange way because it's given them a few extra rounds to play with, where Astralis are on a low economy buy.
You know what, Dingo? I don't even think it's all that strange of a way. I think everyone
understands that concept.
Yeah, pro teams have been talking about for a while. It's actually worse to lose the second round after winning the CT pistol than it is to just lose the pistol.
Yeah.
And Astralis fighting themselves in that nightmare right now.
Yeah, Passion about to get 9-7 locked in on the scoreboard.
Fear going for an economic decision. He's kind of highlighted that as a trademark about how they like to play. The system is being about tradability, don't overpeak, focus on your economy. He said specifically that he sees and feels like a lot of pro players and pro teams don't emphasize economy nearly as much as they should in the MR12 format. So staying down on the 5-7, knowing it's going to be a very weak buy, unarmored USPs for Astralis to help build up some cash to sustain things moving forward into the half.
Astralis attempt the top mid fight down to bottom mid with USPs. No one from Passion UA giving them an opportunity. Resmoke comes out towards CT, and the rotation from Astralis is now arriving to the B-bomb side. This is the best chance for them to do damage. It starts with a dink. Will Jambo clear out Dark, or will Yabi come out on top of this fight? Another dink here for Astralis' defense. And the pistol's doing as much as they can, but look at Fear, straight through the smoke.
Holds himself back.
Yeah, he's like, oh, hold on, this is a little crazy. Let me get back around the corner.
It's a 5-7. You wouldn't have given anything crazy over that would have allowed Astralis to win the round, but there's probably a certain element of nervousness right now for Passion. Bomb gets planted, they settle into post-plant positions, and now they can calm down.
That should be a comfortable finish to this round. Stares down, and Bro just hanging around, seeing how much damage they can do on the way out.
Look at Jambo, 16-7 in this map, and he was a beast with the AWP on the CT side. Plenty of opening kills, aggressive plays. I love to watch it.
Yeah, Melly was saying Jambo and Jacasmo have certainly made a name for themselves at this RMR. Well, they had to make a name for themselves because, let's be real, we didn't know much about them. Sure, they play a lot of online tournaments, but they don't come to the LAN environment. And there's always that, you always gain more respect when you play at LAN rather than all these online matches. And so the fact that they have only started playing LANs this month, and they're now in a position where if they win today versus Astralis, they qualify for the Major. It is one of the fastest rises in terms of actually first LAN to then possibly their third LAN event is a Major.
Well, him and Jambo and Fear have been playing together for a while. Jambo, Fear specifically mentioned he found him about 4 years ago out of Face It. Just had a high elo, picked him up, and they started playing together, helped him out, get into some early competition for Jambo, and Jambo returned the favor to bring him into Passion back in March. So those two together building a career for themselves. And a qualification to the Major would be an incredible first step for this duo, for this pairing.
Double setup. Stone playing anti-flash. Bro down below on the porch.
I think he spotted that.
Yep. Information collected on the peek out. Utility going in. Stown has to turn now. He can no longer stay tucked to the window. Turns from the flash regardless. Goes back into the fight. And Stown with 2. Finally getting dropped off the top by Fear. And they break through the defense. But there's still one player here. Bro inside the smoke. Into the open. They line right up for him. And Bro shuts down the final 2 for Passion UA. And Astralis, as soon as the money returns, as soon as the buy returns, they get a round victory.
That defense holds. Top player turning from the flashbangs perfectly. Not a pop flash. He sees it coming. Smoke to put out the Molotov. Gave Bro a lot of safety. Good job from Stown and Bro. We just talked about Stown and he delivers in this gun round. So Astralis' economy, as weak and brittle as it was, it survives for the moment. Still looking strong. AK-47's back out for Passion.
Another challenge for Fear to call his team through the rest of these T rounds to a victory on Inferno.
Pop flash setup for Yabby to be activated from Sandbags. Going to start hearing footsteps.
Jambo.
There's the Molotov. Jambo gets behind it. Doesn't want to deal with any kind of late banana take. Good nade deep down. Chunks a few players of Passion. And banana control kept by Astralis.
Yabby dropping back. Utility now heating things up. He's going to go into the fight. He's going to be confident and swing. Gets 1. A lot of damage done to the second player as well. Defensive smoke deployed, and Chilla's going to have to respect it.
Yeah, and they're happy about what they found so far, the pressure they've applied. 50 seconds. That smoke goes down, probably fade around the 38-second mark.
Cadian's rotated over as well. Doesn't want to leave Ster alone on low HP to defend the B-bomb side, but the problem is Cadian can walk through the smoke and his head can be spotted. It is! And the damage done. Chikasmo, the patience on the boost, and that kill on Cadian, you've got to understand, that was probably the rotator. There's got to be one player in the bomb side still, so they're going to look for him. Ster reveals his position, sprays away, runs out of bullets, and guarantees the trade kill from Chilla. So they're into the bomb site, 3v2, Passion get the bomb planted and drop back.
Do you want to go for this if you're Astralis? You don't really have money. You don't really have money to lose this round. If they commit, it's back to saving. So Bro and Stown gonna call it off. And Passion with a nice boost, with some aggression through the banana smoke at the half wall. They find the trades they need. And it's 10-8 now, and once again, that economy for Astralis on the CT side goes right back to being brittle.
I love that Passion find a way to get back into that round. The way that they lose a player to Yabby's aggressive maneuver towards top banana. You see that as the time to go when you eventually get that trade, and then the smoke comes in and they just pause and stay composed.
And they haven't been afraid of making those kinds of aggressive plays. That one's through a smoke. We saw in the first half with Jambo, the peeks down mid, the double push in halls. These guys have not been, afraid to open up the playbook, which sometimes you see the inexperienced teams kind of forget that they have those options. So afraid to make a mistake that they don't want to get dynamic. And Passion hasn't had any of those issues today.
Well, they haven't used any timeouts either. Astralis have used all of them, if you remember.
Yes, in the first 10 rounds of the game.
So Passion taking their first timeout here. Their coach Kane, a major winner with Gambit back in 2017 at the PGL Krakow Major. At least there's some major experience in the squad.
Yeah, I was going to say that's the most experience they've got. So yeah, probably leaning on him a little bit in these moments. I know Fears had a lot of good things to say about Kane and how he's helped them create this system and help them improve different facets of their game. Looking for it all to come to fruition here at the RMR. 2-round lead. And this round is critical. Astralis must have it. You lose it, you look at 8-11, and your economy's gone and decimated. An admirable battle from Astralis to recover from a 0-2 opening day out in Shanghai.
Interesting point brought up by Katie earlier in the tournament as well. He's returned to playing with Stone and Yabby, but when they went in the heroic squad, at this point of the tournament, they would have already been through, right? He's used to playing in front. He's not used to having to come back 0-2 into tournaments and trying to figure out solutions as the tournament goes on. Yeah. It's been a unique experience for this squad, especially with Katie in-game leading and Alpine again.
Well, you think about it too. I mean, that heroic lineup had the, you know, kind of united of the world against them. They had that entire facet about them. It was easy to come together as a team. This time, they're feeling the insecurity of a roster change with Device dropping out of the major. 6, 7, 8 days of practice.
An injured Alper, an in-game leader. Bro having to come back. Fit to play again, of course.
A lot of moving factors for this Astralis team. They've been battling not only against their opponents, but against themselves and those insecurities.
Well, here comes Passion. It's going to be a commitment into the A-bomb site. Can the defense hold on? Stown waiting out at long. Bro off the balcony. Still undetected. Finally, the play comes forward. Jambo moves to default, and Bro will take his shot. Kills coming in from Stown at long. He's not alone any longer. He's got his teammates fighting. There's no smoke down for Passion. No utility to make this easier. Finally, that smoke goes down at long side, and the bomb planted. But Fear and Chilla are both low. They've taken significant damage on board, and now have to close out this 2v4.
Okay, well, Fear's going to position himself. Okay, both in pit. Double pit setup, no nades. There's only flashbang, or there's only smokes, excuse me. They can actually block off pit. They can block off Chilla's position to get into the bomb site if they choose to. And there's that defensive smoke. Gonna deny some access, some vision.
Well, Fear's gonna try and move up. Dink through that smoke. Stair takes damage on board, and Fear's running low on bullets. He's only got 6 bullets left. Chilla taking the fights. Time is ticking here for Astralis. They've got kits, but there's no time left. Yabby gets on the defuse. It's the last effort, and they get him off. They make sure that defuse doesn't happen. It is not the ultimate disaster. And for Passion UA, 11 rounds ring out, and Astralis starting to near the end of Inferno. They are out of money. It is 12 rounds looming for Passion UA on this opening map of the Do or Die series.
And critically out of timeouts as well. They can't stop this to have a conversation about how they want to manage this next round's bye. What tactic they want to run. They've got to do it all on the fly. A beautiful 2 versus 3 hold from Chilla and Fear. Chilla getting all 3 kills, and Fear is just so happy he was able to find him through the smoke. A scout on Cadian, an M4 on Yabby, 2 MP9s and a Deagle. That's what Astralis have to battle themselves back into this game.
And in every single best of 3 series so far, Passion have won the opening map. Does not matter if it's their map pick or not. They will win the first map of the series. Yabby to drop Yambo.
Maybe the first time we've seen an overpeak on this T side, but it's recovered right back, and there's the flash play. Fear is ready. They know there's one more player at this B bomb site. Oh, it looks like he wants to come on through. He's going to let his team spade him. Low HP. Good shot. Oh! Stair might have done the miracle. And it slows down the attack.
Stair with the stopper. The Deagle stays at the new box. Under a minute left. Commitment still forward. Stair goes out again with the Deagle. 2 more shots landed to the body. And finally dropped by Chilla. So a 2v2 to try and grab 12 rounds here for Passion. Bomb plant coming through. And Cadian and Bro, once again, no utility. Oh, they did actually. They found a piece of util.
You have to go for this if you're these two as well.
I mean, you invested everything into this. It's not like saving a scout and an MP9 is going to be the winning recipe for the next round, so they go for this. They commit back in. Chikazmo has the perfect angle with some cover of the fountain. Bro goes into the open, but Chikazmo cannot stabilize, and Chilla is so low on health. But time will start to tick. The tap on the defuse, the peek out, and Bro wins it with the MP9. Astralis throw everything they've got into winning this round and preventing Passion from reaching match point early. And they'll get onto the defuse with just enough time to secure their 9th round victory.
I told you, Stair was kind of the start of this team. That double deagle kill. First player's very, very low. The second headshot is critical. A well-constructed round from Astralis despite the difficulties. The nade kill. The follow-up push that did nothing. But Stare delivers the goods. And that might be one of the first rounds on this T side we've seen Passion really get away from themselves. A very early aggression, overpeak into the B bomb site from Jambo. And a lack of utility coming in. You could see Stare with that double deagle kill. No flashbangs in his face. No Molotovs raining in. He's not having to reposition and figuring out how he wants to play it. He just gets to stand tall and drill 2 deags.
They realize how much of an opportunity that was, so they take a timeout.
But look, they've answered the bell every single time. Whenever they've been put under pressure, put into a tough situation, Passion's been able to respond.
They take a conservative approach to the economy. They don't want to throw everything they've got into this and allow Astralis back into the game. So very likely we see an 11-10 scoreline. Passion UA will have a bye going into the next round instead. But this one still has a few risks, right? You've got a Galil for Chilla, Tech9's P250 Deagle. There is an opportunity to inflict some hurt on Astralis.
Oh, it's going to be fast. Flashbang is coming in. Stare trying to back away. Smoke's going to cover him. They're headed up ramp side. There's nobody home. It's a 3-man B start, which means they have access.
Chakasmo to fall first on Bro, but there's still a short push coming up. There's still this short player trying to sneak up into the site, and that's Jambo. He's trying to get into the bomb site with his deagle. He turns up. Can he deal with Bro? He can't, because Stare from the bomb site covers off his teammate, and Astralis stabilize. Nice position for Zerofix. What? How has that happened? 3 kills out of nowhere for Zerofix from the library, and he silences Astralis in an instant. Stare again has to stand up.
The bomb's disconnected, though. He still has a chance. He still has a chance. Fear. Oh, don't go through the door. And Stare hears these footsteps. He knows he can find this kill. Fear's got to be really careful. His teammate is so far away. There's no way for Zerofix to respond after this triple kill if Fear goes down with the bomb.
Timing for Stare to look away. Letting Zerofix make his maneuver, clear up Banana. There is a lot of time left here, but it's a dangerous situation for Fear. He doesn't want to commit into the open and get taken down because he realizes his teammate will be nowhere near him.
And Stare's even a little bit afraid to pick up a new weapon. He doesn't want the sound cue to give it away. Now sees that it's clear, takes the risk, grabs the AK-47. 25 seconds. And they have all lost track of each other. All Stare can do is huddle into the bomb site, hope and pray. But his prayers will go unanswered. The B bomb site is the finishing move for Passion. And now they've won a low buy of their own. Is he going to go for this? Picks up a kit. No.
But no.
He wants the rifle.
Too far away.
Passion have done it. They get up to 12. 3 chances to close out the first map.
A miraculous moment out of library for Zerofix. All looked lost, then suddenly Yabby appears on his crosshair. He starts to shoot him. 2 players appear right in front of him. They all line up.
And this map has really felt like Astralis has not been able to take advantage of the experience of their individual players because of their inexperience as a team, as a unit. We know Passion as the underdog, as guys who have played literally 10 LAN maps, 8 of which have been in the past week at this RMR. We know there's going to be some disorganization at times. We know there's going to be some mistakes individually at times. We've seen that. But Astralis put under pressure as well, without the cohesion of a team, are falling into that same trap as we've gone deeper into this map. Incredible sequence from Zerofix. And Astralis scrambling to try and recover against Pistols. Lose track of everything in that round.
Battered and bruised. Astralis go into round 22. Yabby to take some banana control. Passion UA fixated upon taking top middle. And they've taken it with ease. 2 players in the apartments.
I think they feel the confidence to be a little bit more aggressive in their openings because of the advantage in the weaponries. But here's a classic heroic stack rotating over. 3 players wrap side. Fear dinked up, traded off. Jambo not ready for the follow-up, takes damage.
Kenny swinging into the open, getting taken down by Chakasmo, but the fight is still there for Astralis. They get the numbers even off the back of Chilla's kill, though, for Passion, and look at that. Timing for Stown, just about to walk into the smoke, then Jambo rounds behind him, and Stare a 1v2 that this time he cannot save in. He must attempt this to save Astralis.
And this time he knows exactly where they are, exactly where they've planted, and he's got time to work with. Walks right by a Molotov, which could be used to force out Chilla.
Stare up short. No utility. Goes into the play, clears the site. No one being spotted. The peak comes in, and Passion will draw first blood versus Astralis. They may call this a David versus Goliath battle, but as Richard reminded us this morning, it was David who won that fight.
Indeed, the sling is out. The rock is careering towards the head of Goliath. Great to see Passion just playing so well. And, you know, look, very back and forth at moments in that game, but there were 2 rounds that no doubt we're going to break down or talk about where they were able to just pull ahead at the right moment and put Astralis into this position where they were having to essentially clutch or kick, and they got kicked.
I think the big thing about Passion in this tournament is they're the youngest team, right? But they're playing with a lot of poise. I mean, they're playing like a veteran team in some of these situations. You know, they don't rush some of these post plans, some of the clutches, and even when things don't go their way, like there was the stay around with double eagle kill, and you know, they looked like they could have closed out the game right there if they won that round. It didn't affect them. Like they're really able to mentally reset if a bad round happens, and that's such an impressive quality to have for such a young squad.
I would have to agree with the fact that the mental resets have been impressive too. And on top of that, I would say that Astralis are oftentimes in these moments the team that, say it's a 4v4, I usually know what to expect from a Cadian system. I feel like they're going to make a team play together in order to try to get back in the round. But so frequently you see deaths go, 1, untraded in this game by them, and 2, as they try to get back into the rounds, it's usually off of an individual peak. That's such a far cry from what Cadian had outlined in his system in the past, that sometimes you're going to look stupid, but you're going to look dumb as a team. So this is playing very well into Passion UA's hands, taking the map pick of Astralis.
You know who does get their kill on Astralis?
Bro. Yeah. Bro's been great, Richard. I again, like, Bro is at this point displaying all the wares, all the goods. He's looking incredibly strong in terms of when he's isolated by himself. He's just good for one every single time. I'm not going to say he's saving them every time, but he's doing well.
And meanwhile, the other storyline, we've talked about Bro, you know, brought back into the team, difficult situation. He's in the shop window. I don't know if he has a future at Astralis or if this is temporary or what's going on in the absence of Device. He's done an incredible job. Meanwhile, down at the bottom of the scoreboard, another poor game from him. He's like Bernie Madoff levels of fraud at the moment.
Okay. Yeah. I'm sure that our average age 23-year-old audience is going to understand that one. But
look it up, kids.
Yeah.
Fight the system.
Yeah, for real. I think Jambo, though, has done that. He's done just that. He's actually created a win condition every single round for himself. Like he is a walking frag when he needs to be for this team. I will say in the latter portions of this game, he didn't necessarily have the most impact, but it felt like it was more of a team effort. The swarming as a group, Zero Chilla having, or Zero Fix.
Yes,
having
Zero Chill.
Zero Chilla. S Chilla and Zero Fix having both a lot of impacts toward the end of the game there. Sorry, mixing up suffixes, but
it happens.
I don't think, the thing is, I don't actually think Passion UA were ever too in question about how they wanted to end the round. So overall, I still feel like the way, every time they call a timeout, I feel like Kane's coming up with a really solid idea of how to just center them once again.
Which is interesting though, because he was a little bit of a meme when he was like coaching Navi. It felt like it was him and Zeus. You know, like as when in-game leader coaching duos go, that wasn't one of the strongest that we've had at the time. He did win a major though with Gambit and Zeus beforehand, so probably himself also maturing a little bit in the role definitely provides invaluable experience, and I think some of the calmness and the poise that they have is definitely a testament to him, and also fear as the IGL.
But not just calmness, not just poise, doing the impossible. Round 19, I think it was.
That's the first one, right? Because we talk about some of these. Now I was talking, you know, the trades aren't there. This is a post plan. It's a 2v3, right? So the advantage of Astralis, but Chilla just does a great round of great job of getting the kills, being disruptor, never letting Astralis settle. They're always running around. Where are the opponents? What's going on, right? Like then they go for the smoke defuse as a sort of a desperation move at the very end, but that concentration shines through once again, and this is a 2v3 that they are able to convert, which was something Astralis wasn't able to do.
2 rounds later, What did I say in the green room? I said they're about to lose the Glocks, and you were shaking your head. You don't know ball.
I said, but actually, Richard, they have good utility too.
Actually, sir.
But actually, it was a good strategy.
Yeah,
no.
well, where's your utility now? No one can save you from this kind of play.
I couldn't believe how well this worked out for Passion UA. You can see that their numbers are being thinned very early on, but somehow killed through the apartments from Zero Fix, and yeah, Fear through the apartments, Zero Fix slotting him in at Library right there. Just playing within the bounds of the strategy, but knowing just how to tweak it enough to get more mileage out of it. That kind of play right there from Zero Fix, when he knows that his team is throwing this Library smoke and that he can slot himself on that back ledge right there, like they're playing CS2. Astralis are still playing CSGO.
That's the back-breaking round.
Yes.
Right, that's 100%.
Absolutely. And also, Chilla already died close to Library, so the chances of them expecting one more guy to be there are thin. And, just a great spray down KD and jumping through the arch smoke, not even getting to fire off a shot. Doesn't look too great in that situation, but that's another example of Passion UA just grinding it out. That was right after they lost a tough round over on B, immediately reset and got the job done.
So let's turn our attention to the next map in the series, going to be Ancient. So this is Passion's pick. Now, what I will say is they outbrained themselves with the veto yesterday against Heroic, trying to throw in that Vertigo when they could have had Anubis, ended up losing it pretty heavily. Ancient appears to be a much better map for them. Do we like them here for the 2-0?
I think it's going to be tough because even for the old Astralis lineup, Ancient was one of their best maps. Liquid with Cadian, also one of their best maps. So all these players understand the map on a high level and have enjoyed it in the past, so they won't be worried by the fact that Passion UA has picked it. So that's why I'm struggling to see, like, why is this the pick? If you wanted the punish, could have been Dust 2 potentially, but in this situation, maybe just the result against Heroic and just feeling like how they've been on the map the last couple of games. They're happy with the performance and that they could get it done 2-0.
It's a great map to close for you, Passion UA, because the way that they play it is it's so likely to upset favorites, because you're going to disrespect smokes a lot. If there's a B ramp smoke, but they still want to hit that B bomb site, they just plow right through it. One flash, they just go. They split both sides of the smoke. The entry fraggers are really confident on this map. I've seen Jacasmo just do incredible work there. And so overall, I just feel like it's a map that, Astralis are going to you just have to watch every smoke.
These days, actually.
Kind of is. Yeah, that's why I got a little mixed up there. But it's just that if you're not holding every smoke with the utmost concern at all times, Passion UA could punish you, and that is a threatening prospect.
Anything to add to that before we go to break?
No.
No, excellent. I love it, Yanko. It's so easy working with you. Thank you. Right, we are going to take that break. Astralis might be looking at the stars, but Passion can send them to the gutter if they win their map pick. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Both of these teams coming into this series improving with every game they've played. For Astralis, it's about overcoming a chaotic roster whirlwind, and for Passion, it's about amassing experience for an inexperienced roster. But down the stretch on Inferno, Passion was the more cohesive team, shocking Astralis with the map victory and now just one map away from their very first major. If they win Ancient, they qualify for the Perfect World Shanghai Major, and their dreams born from a 300-day boot camp come to fruition. All they have to do is win one more map, Dinko.
Yeah, and that has been something they have been incapable of doing, right? They've been in these series before. They've had these best of threes. They've consistently won the opening map, but it's the problem of getting the follow-up, getting the job done. There is certainly a lack of experience in this Passion UA team. Their first RMR appearance, their 10th LAN match. There is so much going against them, but that doesn't matter for them right now. They won those first 2 matches in the opening games, and this is their last opportunity, the last chance to make it through.
It's wild to me that, like, the most crazy thing about it is that for 4 players, this is their very first team that they've ever competed with on this scale.
Yeah, that's so crazy.
It's like they just made the transition out of just like pugging Counter-Strike, about just calling up some friends or hitting up some friends on Steam and getting into a server and just playing and just improvising.
And now they're suddenly here.
And now they're at the major.
One map away
from the major, I should say. For Astralis, on the other hand, you have to imagine the conversation between maps is, guys, we're so much better than this team. We're so much better than these players. We have all this experience. We've all been to the majors. We've all lifted trophies. We can handle these guys. We should be handling these guys, so no more fear. And the problem with that is, if you go down again on Ancient, that thought kind of backfires. That mentality sort of backfires on you, right? Exactly. Well, you're just like, why can't we beat these guys? It makes no sense.
Well, this squad of young Ukrainians have their final opportunity to turn their passion into a dream today. Their opponents are looking to bring a 4-time major winning organization to the major for the first time since 2022. If Astralis lose this, they miss out on a 4th major in a row. Disastrous for the Astralis organization. Passion on the T side, making their way out in the middle, and Cadian sending some shots through. Speculative effort, but nothing on the other side.
Ooh, that sounded way worse than it was. Right through the edge of the wall with the USP. Only 9 damage done to Yembo, despite the fact that he got tagged in the forehead. So Jacasmo is going to lead the way. Look at the stack, though. 4 players at A, 1 close by in middle. Oh, Passion have no idea what's about to hit them.
Yabby. He's the player hiding in the corner. This is going to be a triangle of death as they move into it. Passion have to break their way out of this cage, and suddenly Jambo and Jacasmo strike into life. A couple of kills right back, 2v2, and this fight is back on for Passion.
It's got a nade.
That's going to land right behind Stown. Health lowered. Both players taking significant damage from that grenade. Jambo moving ever close to the P250, get ready to strike, but unable to take Pro down in the first time of asking, and so Astralis stay composed. 0 fixes low on 32 health. And with a bomb down in the open, his chances of winning this are certainly near 0.
Oh, that might have been a little bit too much for that P250 pushing up in that fashion. You had the safety of the boxes, a headshot angle. You could have taken your time. Plenty of it left on the clock. And a pistol round for Astralis to get started on their campaign here on Ancient.
Well, no bomb plant.
But
that means no solid force buy here for Passion, so it's going to take more of an economical approach.
Boy, did they need that stack.
Oh, yeah, they definitely needed that.
They needed all 5 players to handle that.
That should have been a much cleaner hold initially from Astralis. They had the perfect call.
Yeah, a little sketchy from Yabby. I think he missed every single bullet.
Despite being the player that had the distraction set up to set him up, right? He was in the corner. He was the player they shouldn't be looking at, but wasn't able to make the most of it. Regardless, it doesn't matter. Astralis do win the pistol, and Yabby kicks off the follow-up round with a kill on Jacasmo.
Both of these teams have played Ancient here at the RMR. It was Astralis beating Bait on this map, 13-9. Passion as well was able to take down Heroic on this map, 13-9.
More impressive result, really, from Passion.
Yeah, I'd say so. Although, you know, I really do feel what I said about both these teams kind of being in that situation where it's like we're coming into this in a sketchy territory. Inexperience for Passion, for Astralis, a brand new 5-man roster that never played together with 6 days of practice. Both of them were kind of like, we're going to have to get better as this event goes on. As we play more games, more maps, we have to be improving each and every time. And now you have no more chances to improve. This is kind of just, all right, let's see what you got. Let's see what you've learned in these past few days.
Straight into the fight, it's Yabby again. Another opener inside the middle, this time against the right. Look more important, and damage done through the smoke. Good trade from Fear, but they're going to realize due to the kill feed, the Stairs still hanging around. He's doing a lot of damage now with that MP9. Gets out of dodge. It's a brawl to kick things off. Astralis are coming out on top of it.
It's going to be a big test for Passion throughout this T-sided half. about the protocols they're going to have on Ancient. Oh, they don't clear the box. Oh, the transfer towards mid is not bad. Cadian's got to back away. Nade comes in, a little bit of extra chip damage. But you can see if Astralis holds on towards middle, and in this round in particular, Bro pushed down the B ramp and was able to find a kill, which is going to make Fear very nervous about the flank. Bomb is in the hands of Jambo, and he's down at the bottom of mid behind the box yet again. FAMAS and MP9 against 2 AK-47s. Smoke, Molotov for Passion. Nade flash for Astralis. And no kits.
Jambo and Fear group up together at A main. Cadian is going to soon arrive. You'd call the MP9 weaker in this scenario. It certainly is, but the two remaining players of Passion have taken damage already in this round, and so that MP9 can be rapid to kill. 23 seconds left. Passion make their way into the A-bomb site, and Cadian waits, perched on the left side of Donut. Smoke deployed. Plant being committed to. Cadian, can he deny it? Just about. Does not get away with the kill, nor the denial of the plant. And so Passion get it into the 2v2 and looking to close this. His Bro sprints back. He's the player with util. He's the player with the kit.
All right, well, this should be able to be heard by Jet. Oh, he's going to go all the way around.
This is risky, but I love it.
Yeah, I mean, you're putting Fear in a tough spot. He needs to be able to just get one and live safely. Doesn't even need to necessarily peek, but he needs to be able to survive.
Jambo comes around the back. Cadian low HP. Oh, it's a free kill. Jambo just takes it. Fear won his fight in the bomb site, and I love that he made that call to wrap around. It takes big balls in a game like this.
Man, and you turn that corner with your knife out and see Cadian back turn, and it's just like, I've outplayed these guys so bad. No.
You see, he took the shot. He didn't do a Cadian.
Yeah, he saw the Cadian clip from yesterday. He's not going to get crazy.
This is a hell of a turnaround from Passion, because remember, Astralis were up at a better spot after the initial fights that were going down. They committed 3 players into the mid-fight for the CT side.
Op is out early for Cadian. Round 4, he's already got it on the board. He's going to have that over towards Donut. Red smoke, cave smoke. And out mid we go with 3 for Passion. Will they expect the op?
Cadian, great shot. 0 fakes to go down as a smoke breaks open. Advantage starting with Astralis. Once again, Passion have to turn a 4v5 back in their favor. Chilla will smoke out deep CT. Oh, this seems like a tough setup for Chilla to deal with.
It's an impossible setup for him to deal with.
Yeah, Yabby in the corner, rifle waiting down.
He has to be the lurk. You have to get your players going to the B-bomb site. He's already been spotted. He's going to go down. Yeah, nice and easy for Yabby. Never expected the position. And now with 3v5 trying to be recovered. And that's a beautiful first shot.
Bro just trying to calculate the footsteps that are making their way out of the cave. He's moved into the open, barrel spotted. Chukasmo plays perfectly with his teammate's fake plan. And baits Bro into the peak, but Starakami is being watched. Jambo's watching for it. Cadian now moving in, does not have the rifle support for the AWP, and it's quite a claustrophobic fight to take as the AWPer. But Jambo hasn't moved. Cadian has to peek him. He has to annihilate him, and he will. Shot lands. Yabby moving in now. Fear and Chukasmo in the post plant again. Looking to close this out. It's a big peek from Fear. Cadian left now, committed to this in the cave, but he has to get out of there. He realizes there's no winning this. It is only death and destruction that lies in wait for Cadian. And he drops back. Maybe he can get an extra kill as he fades away, but he realizes even that opportunity has now eluded him. Cadian will sprint to safety. Passion will grab 2 rounds, and another disadvantageous opener going back in favor of Passion and being converted into a round victory.
Not just that, it's a 3v5. It's a 3v5 that Passion just converted. They were down by 2. The Cadian pick, the Yabby find on the lurk, and just Jambo hitting some absolute stunning shots. The entrance into cave, holding onto it as the bomb gets planted. And Astralis, too many players get picked off, isolated, without an ability to double up on the fight. And again, I think that's just the inexperience of playing together. So experienced as individuals, but not as a team. And falling apart in that aspect. And it's such a weird scenario where the inexperienced squad looks like the more cohesive unit.
And remember how many timeouts Astralis burned in the first half of Inferno, right?
Yeah,
they had all 3 of them.
3 timeouts in the first 10 rounds.
First timeout already coming out here. So it could be a similar story for Astralis. They did piece it together. They found out how to make it a competitive half towards the end, but it cost them everything.
And it was on the T side as well, remember. They got to dictate things. They got to be the ones who cause chaos, who cause a little bit of craziness and take advantage of that. Here on the CT side, you can do some similar things on Ancient if you're motivated to be aggressive down B ramp, motivated to be aggressive through Jaguar, take control of B lane. The aggressive push down mid worked well. Actually, both openings and both gun rounds worked well for Astralis. It's the mid and late stages of the round where it feels like Passion is finding advantages and finding the winning recipe.
Heavy commitment for Passion towards B. Yabby trying to position himself perfectly, but they have to pause now. It hasn't gone their way.
I like this call, though. I mean, back off a little bit. You've applied pressure. You've forced out all the utility. You could go right back into an execute if you really want to later on. Now that they've used all their smokes, you have no information on the map, so Jambo's just making sure there's no A push. And if you can get towards Heaven and smoke off Red Room, you can fall back confidently into a hit at the B bomb site. But you need to make Astralis feel like you could work somewhere else on the map because Cadian's just shifted over a fourth defender and the AWP. But now that he's gone, that Red Room smoke does absolutely nothing. And Astralis know exactly what's happening on the map.
They stay committed.
Do they have the firepower to stop it, though?
Cadian certainly hopes so with his AWP going into the fight, taking the fight into the cave. Yabby getting one, they know the AWP is there. He comes to play up the ramp. Cadian trying to get back to that angle in time. Entrenched still into the B bomb site, but forced out of it by Passion. They make their way into the bomb site with Fear and Chilla, leaving Ster and Bro in a 2v4. And Bro is always inside of these smokes, but Jambo, he's aware of that. Stops Bro from his leap forward. And the lead taken by Passion.
That's a sick play from Chilla with the MAC-10. Just here's the call out. You know the AWP had just peeked cave. You saw one player swing in and go down. You realize Astralis is trying to execute and take over that part of the map. And Chilla just says, all right, well, I'll test. Maybe there's a Deagle watching this, but I can handle that. Doesn't allow Cadian to fall back and get into any safety. Another lovely round where Passion find the solution, and they're going to be up 3-2.
Astralis coming into the RMR qualification, obviously, with the last second use. That device would not be attending with them. But missing out on one of the greatest players of all time in your qualification process when there is so much pressure every time you go into a major circuit as Astralis. It's got to feel rough, but getting to the final day again. They lost to 9 Pandas at the last RMR in the last chance qualifier. To lose to Passion UA today will be another low in Astralis' history. There's a big swing from Chilla into the fight. Ster to open things up. Yabby got a second kill, and you can't afford to lose this round if you're Passion. This is too easy for Astralis to kick things off, but Fear fighting back. Gets through the Jag and drops Cadian.
If you win a 3v5 against rifles, you can do it against pistols. It's all good. This is,
that's true.
They got him right where they want him. Oh, maybe not anymore with that little bit of
a little bit of extra damage. There is still danger.
Yeah, but look, this is so cool. They paused again, waiting. Astralis is going to have to make a move and sounds a little bit early. They haven't committed into the bomb site. Zero Fix is ready and waiting.
But it's 2 AKs, and so Yabby should be able to get a trade, but Zero Fix seems primed. He's aware of the fact that there's a second player going to be around that corner, and that's the AK. That's the other picked up weapon out of commission here for Astralis.
A minute left, though, to make Astralis feel really nervous. Bomb plant gets tapped, gets committed to. Still looking for Yabby on the flank. But no reason to freak out. Oh, Fear predicts it. And nade in hand. Oh, it's a mistake.
It's a big mistake, but at least there's plenty of players in the cave. They got to deal with Yabby. They got to deal with him now, and he nearly separates the fights into comfortable 1v1s. 1 HP left on Jambo. Bro goes into the fight. Deagle out, and he's not allowed any closer to the site. Fear to drop him. Passion UA, another 3v5 converted. This time against pistols, but regardless, a round victory.
Jesus.
Yeah, I think they're just gonna take a sigh of relief after that one, Jason.
Yeah, but it's cool seeing these Passion players like make the play needed to win the round. I highlighted Chilla in the previous with the MAC-10 to take out Cadian to take the advantage to go up ramp. This time it's Fear, just kind of making an educated guess, saying someone might sneak into this cubby just so they can have a quick jump on this retake. And a perfect prediction. Mid control for Astralis.
Look how much of aggression there is here from Ster. He's pushed all the way up towards the elbow.
When are they going to start rotating back to the A bomb site, though? This is a long time to have no defense there. Just now, Yabby sliding in back towards Red Room. I thought he might go Donut, but the A bomb site is already lost. There's one kit on Yabby, excuse me. As the utility goes down, a shallow smoke might activate Yabby to come through.
They've only got one kit. It's on the back of Yabby. Astralis.
They might save.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's all that likely that they get back into this.
They have utility. They can chuck it out and see if they can get any nerves to go for Passion, to go for an ill-advised peek.
Well, they're currently arranging that. They're organizing this retake attempt, but with Stown going down now in middle, you can't go for it.
Yeah, only one entrance on the retake.
But look at Jacasmo. He could absolutely destroy Astralis here. If he's able to even take an extra player away, just the amount of damage done to the CT economy could be huge here for Jacasmo.
I think their money isn't set either, though. I don't necessarily want to see Passion hunt this down. Like, yeah, you can wrap around and make sure they don't have any escape, but you don't need to actually attack in, because this save call with 4 players came out really quickly, really early. And they can defend against anything you try and do to take the weapons away. Chilla will go down with the bomb. It's all good. And not a whole lot of motivation to go for the finishing move. So Astralis going to keep their weapons. They can drop one over to Stown and have a rebuy. But this scoreboard is starting to look real ugly for Astralis in this elimination game.
Yeah, but it's looking beautiful here for Passion. 5-2 start on the T side. Fear has been comfortable leading his troops on this side. You know, the T side of Inferno was great. Now T side of Ancient. This is an in-game leader that a lot of people were singing his praises, excited about what he was able to do in the future. Hasn't necessarily had a lot of opportunities, but
they're doing
he's
it
got
again.
It now, and here they go into the A side of the map. Cadian ready to go, though. Strikes with the AWP, hops back into the temple, and they pause. They reset.
Yeah, but look, it's kind of pulled the defense in a couple different ways. Stair has fallen all the way back towards Donut. You do have Yabby still aggressive behind the elbow smokes. Replenished now as well. And Passion did not like that AWP in position at the A site. They call it off with some quickness. Smoke broken open. Good win from Yabby. Yeah. Better follow-up onto Fear.
This is around Astralis. Cannot let slip, especially with that damage done from Bro through the cubby wall. So Jacasmo looking to fight him. Bro does not want to get in danger's way. It's been a lot of disadvantageous situations turned around for Passion.
Yeah, but here it's more about kills. You know, the win is so far away. Find some frags that force rebuys out of Astralis. Try and limit that money growth.
Well, there's one. Bro to drop inside of that cubby.
How do they keep finding these? Flashbang to take Cadian off the angle. Not as good as he would have liked. No. Jambo might have to peek into him.
Well, let's see if Jambo can use his utility. He's got plenty of it, so Flash will force Cadian's scope away for a time being. Jacasmo. Oh, they line up! Oh, they line up! Passion back into it again. Stair left alone at the donut. He's so far away. And Astralis, this should break their backs. This is ridiculous in this half. How many times can they be up? How many times can they be looking at a round victory and Passion find a way to an unthinkable set of circumstances? Jacasmo with a 4K. A missed shot to bring down Stair, but he cancels it. He can't go for it. Passion pull it off.
Astralis is playing so scared right now. They're playing so scared, giving a lot of room over to Passion. And take your mind back to day 1 of RMR Group B, because this is exactly how Passion upset Virtus.pro in their opening match on Mirage. This time, they won 3v5s in that. They won 2v5s in that game. Now they've done it again. 2 3v5s that they've had to convert, and now a 2v5, an unthinkable one.
How do you concede this? You get Cadian's opener over towards that, you get a Yabby double clean kill.
Unnecessary peek. Unnecessary peek, that's unlucky. But nobody watching for this.
Dude, Jacasmo is a beast.
Cadian's looking down the line at Yabby like, how will we not have that under control? How is he allowed to walk all the way up in that fashion? And backbreaking might have been the right term of phrase, because this is going to start being real difficult to recover from for Astralis.
Second timeout in the first half used. The fist wants to go out, but they're going to be sitting in a pit of despair right now for Astralis. They concede their map pick of Inferno. They're on the ropes against this young Ukrainian squad. They'll still have enough money to buy. Cadian continues to have his sniper. the mid-fight. Zero Fix burns in his own utility.
Yeah, but who cares?
Assisted by the damage of Stat.
Ooh.
Here comes Fear. Stopping Stam from moving through that smoke safely. Bro to get the trade back, but numbers are even. A 3v3. And the commitment to the B bomb site being queued up for Passion. Missed shot from Cadian. He's calling for his teammates to come and help him because his stream of utility barred his position. And now Star moves into the open.
Way.
He doesn't take the kill. The Astralis need to recalibrate it. And Chilla, the fire finally spreads.
How many gifts are they going to be given?
It's like the universe wants Passion to get through this today. Cadian hangs around looking for his opportunity, but none given.
Do you save? You can't. At 2-6?
They have to just try, but it doesn't matter. Cadian to go down in the open, to peek from Chilla from the site. Bro. Passion can do no wrong.
Throw in the towel. This is unreasonable.
The best case scenario for Astralis is they win the next 3 rounds in a row, but there has been no signs that indicate that is possible. I mean, the positives are for Astralis, they are getting the opening kills in most of these gun rounds.
Yeah, but like I said,
it doesn't matter because
it doesn't matter at all.
They can't hold on to them. Jambo's on the big green.
I cannot even fathom the sequence of events for Passion in that round. The Molotov not spreading onto the planter. Stare uncharacteristically missing an extended spray. You go back to the previous round. Not strong enough defense, looking for Jacasmo's short push at the end of the 2v5. Whether it's an Astralis mistake or the hand of God, Passion is getting every single thing they need to upset Astralis and qualify for the Shanghai Major. If they win, they're in. It's entirely within their hands.
And the disparity between the experience is just unbelievable. Great shot from Cadian. At least that's one. Another opener for Astralis, but traded back by Jacasmo. And he is cracked. Yabby goes down. Stown still in the cave. It's a strong setup with Bro taking the initial attention and Stown to rapidly drop him on the MP9, but this can't happen. Astralis can't lose a 4v2.
Oh, Miss Molly, Miss Molly, Miss Molly.
Oh, Zero Fix moves into the site. Needs a double here. Chilla's got one. Another one from Chilla. And from a 4v2 to a 2v2, there's always a way to lose if you're Astralis. Bomb went down. Chilla left in the clutch.
Yeah, but if he stays here, I think he's done for.
So he moves into the open with that temporary cover of the smoke up at short. Cadian moves into the open, down to a 1v1. Chill in the clutch and nearly gets back to it. Stare stayed with the range at short. And finally Astralis able to win one of these close rounds, but that was a 4v2. They had to fight back. Wrestle out of the hands of Passion.
Well, you said they have to win the last 3 rounds. If they lose this next one, there's no chance. You'd be out of money entirely, depending on what they have, what they can save, depending on the situation. But once again, I mean, that's a 2v4, and Passion find the double kill coming up into the B bomb.
And it comes down to a 1v1.
Yeah, and again, it's just like anytime they're in a situation, they're finding the recipe to get out of it, to give themselves a chance to actually win the round. Every round they've lost has been within their reach.
And the first time I'll hear for Passion UA.
Yeah, this is where you have to have that conversation. Like, guys, we're playing great. Nobody feel bad about a loss. Up 7-3, let's bury them. Don't let them back into this. Don't give them these last 2 rounds. Make things as difficult as possible for Astralis, and they will crumble. And on the other side of the coin, if you're Astralis, if you bring this back to 5-7, fair play, you've withstood a storm. But this map will get scrappy as it gets down closer to the end.
Star taking up an advanced position in A main. Cadian taking the first contact, but the timing! Oh, Cadian into the open. Had his knife out for a moment.
Scope heard though.
Yeah, here comes the peak. Star will topple the tower. A double kill in an instant. Yabby to drop Fear. And after the timeout, Passion lose 3 players. 2v4 to try and pull back, but this time the difference is... Oh, it's down.
Why? Why?
Well, they were separated. Now Zero Fix can start to come back. Stown has just walked through the ramp smoke.
Yeah, why? Does anyone know? Nope.
No answers, really.
All right, well, Astralis really playing a great game of find a way to lose.
The best at it right now.
That's a mistake we've seen previously from Astralis that allowed Passion to recover a 2v5 earlier in this half. Now, this is a cool play in middle, though. The push down with 2 players.
They're going to look at it. They have the crosshair on it. Zero Fix just bangs Stare out, and now we're back at a 2v2.
Stown not happy right now. Very nervous. Smoke going to go out towards long. Smoke going to go out towards short. Utility coming in, and Passion are going to have a bomb plant. There's no Molotov to stop it this time. That spam ain't going to connect or do the damage it needs to. And an AWP is unwieldy in this scenario. They've got a kit on Yabby. That's it.
You said if they lose this, they have no chance of pulling back to 5. Well, obviously they won't. But
and this will take everything away from them.
Everything will be gone. They'll be down to 0. And speaking of, he's standing on default. Zero Fix with the first peek out on Katie into the left side. Yabby creeps ever closer into the bomb site. Time starting to tick. Astralis starting to fall away. It's just Yabby left alone. Round the back of Zero Fix. Headshot in. And the Dane gets to the defuse, but he does not stick it. And Takasmo goes into the open. Yabby's got the kill, but has he got the time? He's going to hold it all the way, and just about, Yabby clutches it for Astralis. It comes down to the dying embers off the round, but Yabby steps up and delivers. But it shouldn't have to come down to that.
No, but he's been the player that they've relied on the most throughout this RMR to have the impact that they need. He's been the player that's been required to be a beast. And that push almost sells Astralis down the river. Jakazmo very paranoid about a stuck defuse considering he's out of position. They never had eyes. They never had the information of Yabby's slow crawl through long. And Passion might want to execute an uppercut. All 5 players towards this B bomb site. We saw it earlier against a low buy. They're going to try it again here in the final round, the dying embers of the first half.
Yabby gets into the cubby corner. Oh, there's a big gap. Initial kills are good for Astralis. They line up for Yabby, and he makes the difference to round out this half at 5 rounds for Astralis. It was disastrous. It was not a pretty half from Astralis, but a couple of crucial round victories at the end of the turn of the first half, and Astralis are still in Ancient.
Not a bad recovery whatsoever from Astralis. You got to say that. With the amount of 3v5 or 5v3s they lost, 5v2 they lost, clutches they've lost, to come back and storm into it with the final 3 rounds of the half, all of those coming down to 1v1s as well. Tense situations, and Astralis might have just clawed out enough to bounce back in this series and force a 3rd map. Pistol round not so much important in terms of the scoreline at 7-5. It's not going to be basically a catwalk to a victory afterwards, but I'd say it's pretty damn important for an inexperienced team making this kind of a run and this kind of a challenge. Get that pistol run under your belt, make it as easy as possible. You lose that pistol, you get that little sinking, nervous feeling starting to build up like this is going to be a tough half.
Astralis have the bare necessities. 5 rounds. This is where Cadian's experience will be tested, having to in-game lead his squad back into a victory here on Ancient to force out a 3rd map decider of Mirage. Util in this pistol for Astralis. Smoke Molly. Yabby to hold for Chilla's peak. Information picked up from both players. First skirmish going down in the cave. Start making no secret about his position.
Not a whole lot of information that you can act upon, right? You just kind of see everyone's kind of just playing this default.
Cadian slips out elbow into middle. Fury looking to gather that info, sees the head of Cadian, but if he could expose himself too far into the open, there's plenty of crosshairs primed and ready to drop him. I know he's running out of bullets. Cadian not slowing down, but Chilla's with him. And so the backup arrives, and Astralis don't want to continue to push that issue. So Jambo inside of the donut gets annihilated. The Jewel Beretta is getting dropped low and eradicated. It's now Stown moving into the site. Chilla no longer able to get a double kill. So he's out of there. Bomb plant coming in for Astralis and a 4v2 to close this for the Danes.
They couldn't connect any of those USP shots as Astralis was closing the gap and gaining space and gaining map control. They had no stopping power without those headshots landing early. And the Glocks come out as Astralis quickly constricts onto the A bomb site through Donut, through main, and through Red Room. Both pistols won by Astralis on this second map that they absolutely have to have. Mirage would be the decider if they can take us there. And Passion is going to use this one-round lead to just save. Unarmored USPs wanting to get into the third round with weapons. Should say round 15. Third round of the second half. And again, you talk about, oh, good pistol kill. At this range, everything else is going to be a bit more difficult. You talk about kind of the inexperience and the opportunities that Passion have had. I mentioned, and we all kind of saw as the way this played out after their wins on day one. That series against Big felt like it was going to be their best opportunity to qualify through the major, because everything after that gets more difficult, and then you're playing outside of a loss as well. But if you let this one go, this map, where you've won a 2v5, you've won 2 3v5s, you won some clutches in the first half. You had a lot of things going in your way.
That round win from Yabi towards the end of the half might be the deciding factor here for Astralis. Like, they just got enough to play with in the half because of Yabi.
This is so tricky. He just showed that he fell back. And
they're coming into him. There's another headshot. Can Zero Fix pick this up? Still going to be tough with 2 players still standing. Both on rifles. Grenade goes in. That should be Stair. Nearly dropped. Down to 15 HP. Now he's gone. And the Mac 10. Oh, so close. Oh, so close. Hands to the head for Zero Fix because he knows how ridiculous that opportunity was. And he was just 1 or 2 bullets away from locking it in.
I'll tell you what, he's got all 4 of his teammates looking on the line being like, nice round, bro. Like, that's absolutely disgusting what you're able to do there. A little bit of trickery mixed in. Smart play to grab a couple kills at the end. And look at the economy of Astralis out of that.
Nothing is ever comfortable for Astralis.
This map has not been easy in any sense for Astralis, which will make it all the more impressive if they could actually close it out.
Going towards the A bomb site here, Astralis. Everybody committed for a direct hit into the A site. Chilla's at Donut. He's not alone. He has got his teammate Zero Fix with him, and Jambo rotating over to the temple.
Yeah, but that lurk smoke, they're like, we don't like this. Let's pull a third player over.
Starting to spray away.
The boost up.
Bro can be detected. First, what a shot. Bro lands a blinder. Yabi on the follow-up, and round done.
Well, now the pressure switches to Passion. 3 players at this A bomb site. You felt you knew exactly what was coming, and you still get wrecked. Yabi's now at 18 kills. And remember on Inferno, as difficult as the T side was for Astralis to open up, they figured it out towards the end. Grouped up, trade game, decisive hits when you pull the trigger, make it chaotic, make the individuals of Passion make decisions instead of giving them time to fall back into the confidence of their protocols.
Desperately trying to hang on to the 2 rifles here for Passion. And they seem like they're far enough away to be given that mercy. So at least hanging on to the 2 rifles, but Astralis now into the lead, and it's impressive that they actually stabilized this game because it looked like they would have just been out on their feet with the rounds that they were losing. But that's the tough part about putting away experienced players. It's not pretty here for Passion. You've got the 2 rifles you save, but everybody else is on a pistol around it. Are they just going to go for it again? Into the A main. Chilla's ready to go. 5-7 with the first. Can he get a multi-kill? Yes, he can. 2 from Chilla on the 5-7.
I don't think he progressed forward after that double kill. Jacasmo inside the bomb site. Maybe going to come up late, but picked off. Yep. Passion, they wrap around when they feel that aggression. Inside the bomb site, around the flames, Jacasmo holding them at bay perfectly. Even with utility raining in, he's got time to shift his position.
And the fight is here. It's time for Astralis to pull one of these rounds back. They're on the receiving end of a lot of losses in this kind of environment. And now Stown down, leaving Stare behind the big box. The 3 CTs ready to fight him on different angles. Stare runs out of ammo on that AK, switches to the 5.7 instead. He's down to 21 health. They run him down with the rifles. And Passion UA with 3 pistols, 2 saved M4s. It is the 5.7 that gets most of the heavy lifting done.
Yeah, beautiful. I'm actually amazed that Astralis kept continuing forward with that piece of aggression after those 2 kills. Still so dedicated. Didn't have a plan B they wanted to fall back into. No audible called. Cadian confident that he could help them out, wrapping around through Donut. Stopped by Deagle at range. But Passion's not out of it just yet. That's a great start. They need one more win against the Rifles, the buy of Astralis here in round 17. Then the money is gone. And then you can start settling the defense and get into your game plan.
Stare doing damage, finally getting that opening kill, but runs out of ammo, and so Stown has to find the follow-up on the Donut player. So 3v4, Astralis in the lead. And it hasn't meant a whole lot.
Yeah, but Jambo's about to get involved in the action. He was a beast on Inferno. A chance to have impact here. This is going to end up at the B bomb site. Cadian's going to find a timing, I think, to execute a fake. A smoke towards CT spawn. The question is, do Jambo and Jacasmo have enough information to realize it's a fake? And actually, Cadian's pulling him back, but Jambo's lured into the open. Terrible timing for him.
It's going to take a hero moment from Jacasmo. He does damage onto Cadian, but not finishing him off. And so he's committed to that fight a little bit too long and eventually overwhelmed by the remaining Astralis members. Fear is still hanging around here. He's actually nipped it behind him. Yeah, he going back for that fight, detects him early and doesn't lose his life. But Fear does well. Damage onto the second. He got a dink on Stown as well. This could have quite pulled it off, but Fear commits into it.
They're going to buy again. Jambo's got money for the AWP. They can get 2 rifles around it as well. And then the question is, do you want MP9s? Do you want 5.7s? Passion hanging on tooth and nail. And this might be the last great opportunity they have to fight for Ancient. You mentioned all their series winning the first map, dropping the next 2, obviously. And the other losses in their series, both to Big and to Heroic, to put them in this game of progression or elimination. Dreams come true or heartbreak. And the second timeout is burned by Kane.
There's the buy you're talking about. Get the AWP out on Jambo. MP9 for Chilla and Jacasmo. He's got the Deeg.
No kits.
Great start.
Nice job. Break of the smoke as well. He's got another one. They set him up for this. A chance. A second one. And the flick just barely misses. Goes for an estimated shot. 5-on-4 for Passion provided by Jambo.
Stown's looking to apply the pressure though. He mollied into red and then pushed beyond the smoke. A boost directed on the B bomb side just to get a higher vantage point down the ramp here. Fear intermittently peeking.
I don't know if I like the angle of Zero Fix though with this boost. To be honest with you, I guess Jacasmo with the Deagle is lined up to have a 2-man fight.
Don't forget about Stown. He's still waiting in red and could be a real problem. But Jambo's watching for it for the time being. It's later into the round that Stown becomes a possible issue. Chilla's still waiting in Donut. And Jambo's starting to clear. Oh, Stown, tip of the barrel. Not spotted! And Jambo clears out red. That's Stown down. And so now the commitment into the site has to come in.
It's perfect.
And yeah, he just gets blasted away by the HE grenade. Cadian held back. Bro fighting forward in the Khalil. It makes it work. The double kill on the long-winded spray. And Bro fights for Astralis. He gets them back into this round.
One shot on the salt.
Yeah, 1 bullet left in the chamber. It's got to make it count. Chilla coming back through cave. Getting smoked out at the wrong time. Severing off Chilla from his teammate. Making no secret about where he is now. Looking to get a move on. Remember, no kit. You highlighted that at the start of the round. They're limited on time, and it's Bro. Bro is delivering. Certainly fit to play in this round. Jambo with a great shot and a dink to close it at the end. But Bro with a 4K on the Khalil. And he's able to deliver a round that Astralis desperately needed.
Bro just sent a message, not to Passion, to Astralis. Why would you ever think you didn't need me? Quad kill, saving the day. Extended Khalil spray. I didn't even know it could do that.
And then he kept going. He got 2 more out of it. I mean, Bro obviously will not be sticking around with Astralis, but who knows if they don't make it through today. But with this kind of performance, he's definitely putting himself in the shop window for other teams to pick him up and consider him. His time in Astralis was impressive. I thought he did a great job. 0 fixed with a 5-7 to charge down into the B lane. It's worked out pretty well here for Passion. They've got 2 kills out of their early engagements.
I'll tell you what, though, same situation that Passion is dealing with that Astralis had to in the first half, which is we're doing a great job at starting rounds. We just can't close anything. We can't finish these rounds. We can't actually win these rounds, even when we give ourselves advantages.
Look at Fear. Ever closer to Cadian and Bro.
Yeah, but it almost feels like he has to get aggressive because he's got Chilla pushing as well.
Cadian goes to fight him. He needs to take one of them at least, and he's got Cadian. And he stays alive. Jacasmo takes Stare down in the donut, and they're going to close this one. Bro throws the AWP away. He knows this one's lost. AK picked up instead to try and fight on. There's still some time. There's a minute or 50 seconds left here for Bro to play with.
Again, Passion have given themselves a chance. Closing out this round is not going to be the problem. It'll be moving forward into the next one. Another window of opportunity for Passion to gain control of this map as we get into the closing rounds. Look at the money over on Astralis. Stare 650, Yabi 0, Stown 1400. If Astralis choose to force up in the next round, it's going to be real busted. They might want to just take the 1 round advantage they'll have and save with this AK-47. Chilla walking in, running in with the P250 Bro.
Oh,
taken
my
down.
God.
Beautiful shot. And an AK-47 recovered. Fear has commented that the economy and economy considerations are a big part of their game plan, of their system. And that gives them a lot of freedom to work with in the money department. 2 AK-47s recovered.
They've got to start winning gun rounds now, though, right? On the CT side, they've won 2 rounds with pistols, mixed by...
Man, you have to save. There's no losing bonus. There's no losing bonus for Astralis. You can't even... do you force buy?
Well, the answer to that question is no.
At 10-9, that would be such a bold decision. I'm kind of glad that they've done this, but it's not like the next buy round is going to be all that pretty.
Well, maybe if they get a bomb plant, maybe we can help that out a little bit, but Passion favored to shut down this attack.
They just got to do it clean. There's nothing worse on the CT side than going into the last 3-4 rounds of the game and having your money just be on the edge.
Here comes the limited utility that Astralis brought into this round. Smoke into the middle of the bomb site, but no Astralis players running with it until this point. So their 1 flash goes up. Fear dropped back into the cave, primed and ready to try and shut down this attack. Into the bomb side.
They need that plan.
Secured. So Astralis, they get their main goal, which is that extra money to play with off the back of the bomb plant, and Stare gets 1 kill as well.
Look, mission accomplished for Astralis. They're going to count that as a victory because that was their only goal of this round. They knew they weren't going to win it, but that bomb plant is everything. And you can see Passion desperately trying to spam it down inside the smoke to stop that, to prevent the bonus money from going over, but the extra 800 bucks helps a lot. Cadian can get the AWP if he wants it.
Economically speaking, round 21 feels like one of the most decisive rounds of this game so far.
Yeah, but again, saving those 2 AK-47s from winning the low buy round gives Passion a buffer to work with. Jambo's got some residual cash as well. That'll help him get a rifle if they lose this. So all things considered, pretty good position for Passion to be in.
It's a double setup in A main for the CT side. Chilla being sent forward. He did this in a previous round with a 5-7, but this time it's the AK committed. He's blinded. Fantastic flash from Bro. And they're looking for the second play that may have committed, but Jambo, great work. Stuck around long enough to get the pick and then drops back.
Yeah, fantastic equalizer. Risking the Molotov as well, staying in front of it. Utility being sent out at the B bomb site for Astralis to show they want to hit it. It's going to force rotations. Oh, it pulls Fear back. He never spotted Stair coming out.
Jambo goes into the open.
This guy's a beast.
He's animal.
Made a name for himself throughout this RMR.
Spotted Cadian as well. Now Fear is next up. Cadian moves in. Fear and Cadian inside of the smoke. Cadian backs away for the time being. Takes a pause, a breather.
I think he noticed that he stopped inside the smoke.
So he's locked it in. Fear's going to go down in red. So Cadian fights back, gets Astralis an even number situation. They know that Jambo is last detected towards Donut. He loves breaking the smoke open, but a little bit too late and a bit shallow for that to ever provide info.
Okay, Jacasmo, he's only got one flashbang. Zero Fix needs to hustle over. He's got a Molotov. He can delay the plan if he chucks it into the bomb site. Here comes the set piece. Jacasmo going to be held off. Oh, a banger from Cadian. Who needs the op? And now you got a decision to make if you're Passion.
Flash comes over the top. Jambo blinded by it, and the decision has been made for them. So they're going to drop back. Passion will concede this round, allow Astralis back into the lead again. 11-10. Cadian making the difference for a squad in this one. The kill in the red room.
And also stylistically very effective. I don't know if I like them sticking around. Are they coming into this late? I don't like this.
It looks like the set call had already been made, but they're still sticking around. But time is so limited, so you risk losing everything.
Yeah, you really do.
Get out now.
All right. Well, it works out with one kill. Risky for Passion to go for that, but again, economic considerations, as I just mentioned, are a big part of Passion's game. And that's the motivation to go for that one kill right at the end, to take the risk to lose the op just to get a frag and keep Astralis' money low. But much like on Inferno, this kind of slow-paced round, when you get that opening one-for-one trade, you get the pick and middle as well, shifting around the map, being quiet, being silent, you're putting the pressure on inexperienced Passion players to make the decisions, to read the map, to move where they need to be, to rotate where they need to be, and to find a way to have fights that are advantageous to them. And in that round, they couldn't find it. Cadian just buries Jacasmo at long.
Final timeout to have Kane on the mic. We talked about him having the most experience in the squad, leaning on that in this final timeout as he sends the troops out to try and get the job done. They are one map up in this series already. If Astralis pull off Ancient, then we go to Mirage. We've mentioned multiple times that if Astralis do pick this map up, then they have weathered a very difficult storm.
Yeah, all credit to them if they can close this out. After the first half that they had, fair play. It's down, throwing a little bit of a flashbang, a little bit of a fake at this bomb site. Starting to shift a little bit. Chilla steps up in red room. But the main attack is going to come towards the B bomb site. Jambo's op is on the wrong side of the map.
Info would have been picked up for Fury, would have heard that. Damage being done to Yabby with the molly. Starts to prime himself towards ramp and then decides a smoke play would be a little stronger. So he's going to smoke it out, hold him behind that smoke instead. Here come Astralis. The troops gather at the bottom of the B ramp and they go into the fight. Fear gets one, gets info. Now Cosmo needs to step up in a grenade, combined with the bullets, barrage Astralis and stop them at the B ramp. Scoreline tied up, Passion fight on, 11-11, and we know their wish.
And money busted for Astralis. Stair can get an AK-47. Everyone else is going to be labored, struggled to get a powerful weapon. Fear steps forward to be the alarm system. He's the activation point for this setup from Passion. As soon as he makes contact and sees numbers, the nade comes out for long. A second M4 steps into the bomb site to hold the smoke. Perfect protocols for Passion to tie it up again and give them an advantage moving into the last two rounds. And a timeout because a risky call either way for Astralis. A smaller buy, willing to fight for overtime, or you force up and put the map on the line. Shove your chips in. And what's the decision? And Astralis has gone all in.
The familiar sinking feeling that they experienced at the previous RMRs, where they missed out on the Copenhagen Major, their hometown major.
Oh my lord.
They had to sit out of it. And Astralis have thrown everything into this. Absolutely everything on the line for Astralis.
Spicy.
And if they lose this round, Passion UA can make their dreams become reality.
Okay, here's that lurk smoke they threw out earlier in one of the early gun rounds that destroyed Passion's defense. But this time you've got Jambo here with the op. He's put himself in a position though where he might struggle to fall back.
Jambo has been unshakable. Needs to be immovable. Drops back into the temple. Astralis charged forward, dodging the scope, realizing that the sniper is likely posted up in the temple. They move into the bomb site. They have infiltrated the site with their weaker weapons. The fight goes down for Zero Fix and Chilla. 3 kills collected in the blink of an eye for Passion, and Astralis crumble on the A bomb site. This 4-time major winning organization is about to miss out on their 4th major in a row, and they are going to do it at the hands of 4 players who are playing on their first team, who are playing at their 2nd LAN. This is unbelievable from Passion. 17 majors combined for Astralis in terms of attendance. 0 RMRs even attended for Passion. Another low waiting for Astralis.
Revelation on day 1 was Passion, and they keep impressing. And that was Astralis' all-in gambit. And now it's desperation with Tech9s. But it's going to be fast. It's going to be aggressive and chaotic. Fear steps up to the plate, 1 for 1. Jacasmo adds in.
And it's down to just 2 more members of Astralis. They stand between them and these 5 young Ukrainians' dreams from becoming reality. Plant is in. Yabi and Stare to close it out. The Danes need some greatness. Overtime looms if they can close this out.
Molotov and 2 smokes for the Passion retake. Where do they place him?
Well, they know that Stare is likely inside of Cave, and he goes down. It's just Yabi. And he's got a double kill, but he can't stop Jambo. The story of the RMR will have its fairy tale ending. No one can question their run. Led by their fearless caller, Passion UA have qualified for the Perfect World Shanghai Major.
You won't see a bigger reaction than that. Astralis, their motto might be to the stars, but Passion have sent them into a black hole of 5 straight majors, not attended. And for them, at the first try, this young team, they make it to the promised land. Their stickers in the game, immortalized.
Brutal finish for Astralis, but elation on the side of Passion UA. Really such an incredible story with these guys forming, the amount of online games that they've toiled through in order to reach this point, and the fact that they were able to hold their composure. We saw them fall at the 2-0 game, the 2-1 game, but they get it done here, and they have indeed secured themselves a spot at all of their first majors.
Yep.
You know, Richard, this is the last time we'll have the RMRs, and there were a lot of things that were not great with them, but man, I will miss moments like this. Like, just,
no joke,
you know, like, there's no doubt that this is sort of career-changing, life-changing achievement for these Passion UA guys, and absolutely deserved. I mean, you look at the run that they've had at this RMR, the caliber of teams they've had to play, beating Virtus.pro, Team Spirit, and Astralis to qualify. I mean, nothing you can do than take a bow.
Oh, absolutely. And to that point about the RMR, look, I know we all love these moments. We love these Cinderella stories. You're right. This is life-changing. This is really life-changing. Not just esports life-changing. Life-changing, life-defining moments for young players. Who knows what career they'll have from this point onwards. And I understand it. People obviously love those moments. But, you know, the system we're moving to, it should, in theory, be fairer. It should give us better world championships moving forward. But I, too, will shed a tear for the moments like this.
Yeah, well, all we can really do is celebrate these kinds of moments for Passion
They should
UA.
be celebrated.
Absolutely. Can't take this away from them. Can't take away the fact that they've gone on such an impressive run overall. But once again, though, Astralis, 5 consecutive majors on the back foot, watching from the sidelines, seeing other people like Passion UA achieve their dreams. And for Astralis, it feels like every single achievement that this storied organization has had is now a fading memory.
Oh, this was the price. This was the price for years and years of success. Look, I don't expect organizations to stay on top. Hold that thought. We are going to Banks in Shanghai.
Great. This team and Fear find themselves at the major, making history as the first full Ukrainian lineup to achieve this dream. And it's been a dream you've been trying to chase for quite some time, but can you just describe to me the feeling right now?
Of course, James, it's first Ukrainian lineup
First
in history.
Ukrainian lineup. There's
Okay.
always been some Russian involvement before.
Nice history. I'm so happy, guys. Thank you for support. A bit shaky, but nothing to say. So many emotions, sorry.
So many emotions, which I can understand, but you have the youngest team here, the least experienced team as well. How did you manage to do this? I know you had, you were living together, you were training so hard together, but this was one crazy journey and you had no easy team. So just talk me through the process you went through.
You're right. We was at boot camp 8 months.
That's crazy.
Yeah, every day in prax, demo, no day offs. Even if you do day offs, we still play Facets. So 8 months we play every day. I'm so happy. Yes. About my young team, they're so. I mean, they carry me, bro. They carry. Last game, finally, I step up. Last game, I step up, but before they was doing very good things. Yes.
But does it matter if they carry you when you're the leader doing it, right? They just have to listen. You always have to believe. Tell me now, though, every best of 3, you start off, you win the first map, but then you lose the second and then the third. Why? What was that down to? Is there maybe overconfidence, nerves? Can you explain it to me?
Actually, I think we don't nerve. We just lose communication after first map. I don't know why. Maybe because of less energy. Valera, привет. What wanna say? Yeah, I mean, we miss communication after first map. Also, really thanks to admin. I love you, bro. Look, this water. It's energy water.
Energy water.
Yes. So,
energy water gave you some success. I need to talk a little bit about adding Kane to the team because Kane has a lot of experience. He's a legendary coach. What did that change for you guys?
For me, Kane helped a lot because it's my first RMR. I miss in Rio 2 years ago, and I was thinking like, oh no, please, I don't have this experience, you know. Yeah. And I was so nervous. You can see how I play like last matches. But Kane helped me. He said, "Bro, all good. Just give more, 5% more individually, and we will win. We will qualify." And I did this game, and yes, finally.
Now you have a very famous owner for this team as well, right? Plays for Arsenal. I saw him also posting on Instagram stories. Did you guys talk to him between the games? Do you have much communication with him?
Of course, yeah? We talk. Nice. Yes, he helped us a lot. Also, our CEO Artem gave a very good speech. Nice. Yeah, they help us a lot. Really, thank you guys. Thank you. Дякую.
And lastly, anything you want to say to all the fans out there, everyone supporting and cheering you, because everyone starts to love an underdog story. You were gaining fans and so many people passionate to see you guys. Even Bit is here now, stood cheering you on. So what do you want to say to everyone?
Guys, thank you for support. We really feel this support. We will do our best on the next stage.
The next stage. That's what's next for them. They've earned their spot. They had no easy games. It was one hell of a fight. But Passion UA, they're through to the major.
Yeah, great story. He's breathing like me, looking at a steak dinner, but the adrenaline will pass through the system, totally. And you will be okay. We're going to talk about Passion at the end. Let's get back to the Astralis talk and Banks jumping in like the Kool-Aid guy through a wall with the interviews. We were talking about, Astralis, as you said, all of the resources that they'd kind of put into this team, and yet this prolonged period of not being at the majors and honestly not having a lot of success beyond that as well. And you know what, look, I don't expect organizations to stay on top. That's unrealistic. These things come in fits and starts. But realistically, it's just been disaster after disaster, unfortunately, for Astralis. And it would have been a little bit ironic if they made it to the major, honestly, without Device. But yeah, you've just got to kind of... It's back to the drawing board once again, you know?
And it's 2 consecutive majors where Cadian hasn't qualified, and he was on Liquid for the last. Obviously, Astralis now 5 in a row for the organization as a whole. I mean, these are good players. I'm not gonna sit here and just say these guys are bums or anything like that. They were thrust into a difficult situation with Device not showing up for this. Cadian himself probably wasn't up to snuff as an opper. It's safe to say that. I still think that given some more time, they can get a bit stronger with the 5-man lineup. But I would say on top of that though, like the composure that they lacked actually was pretty apparent compared to Passion UA, who were really just playing so much better as a team.
Listen, Rich, I'll say this. You look at this map, what happened in all the gun rounds at the start of the game. Astralis loses a 3v2, a 4v3, a 5v2. So many rounds with advantages. Yep. Are you really surprised that the players give away these openings in these rounds when you see your in-game leader in the pistol round to stay alive, go for the knife? How can you expect discipline from the other players then? You know, like you set the tone as the leader of the team, and it's, you know, not a shocker that they went out in this way. Astralis a year ago gave 2 million euros to Heroic to bring over Stone and Yabi. They have absolutely nothing to show for it. And more you can see that as an organization, they've been really, really poor. Outside of one roster, which as we now can probably see is more due to the people who were on that team and the coach that were responsible for the success, not the organization, because if they were, they would have been able to replicate it in 5 years since that roster disbanded. We have plenty of examples of great organizations that do it in many different ways. Navi from you know, Russian speaking to an international roster, G2 with different iterations, FaZe, Vitality, right? Like so many of them being able to get it done. Someone like Ants doing it with, you know, smaller player and like less expensive players. So I think they've started sort of retooling their organization last year, but it doesn't seem like they've done enough. Yeah, I think it just came around a bit too soon. I'm sympathetic to Cadian because obviously in the previous system, he was rifling. You had a star AWPer in the team. Would have probably made all the difference here at the RMRs. I mean, I'm very confident it would have. And then at the last minute, he's had to bring back a player that was kind of like checked out. You know, had all of that stuff around Blast, and we don't need to rehash that. But obviously, you know, you would expect them with their talent and experience to just get there. Even if you limp across the finish line against a team like Passion, just to be back at the major would at least point to forward progress.
I would agree. I had them as one of the teams I figured were going to make it through because of that. I felt like the core of the Heroic players, ex-Heroic players, of course, in Cadian, Stown, and Yabi were strong enough, but I just kind of have to agree with every bit else thing that's been shared here. It's just that for whatever reason, it doesn't feel like they're able to adapt quick enough. Like they keep trying these new rosters out, and then they still fail at the final hurdle repeatedly. Actually, they failed in multiple RMRs now, so it's just not good enough.
Yeah, but for Passion, obviously a super cool story. I just want to quickly ask you, based on what you've seen, and I know they won't be thinking about this too much, you know. By the way, 8-month boot camp.
That's absurd. That's so.
Have you ever had anything like that in your life? That's crazy.
It's basically a gaming house environment. I believe that what it is.
It's like Gambit Youngsters. Gambit did that to bring that whole lineup up to speed. They were all just in a house together for probably a similar amount of time, actually.
Yeah, crazy. But anyway, the question I was going to ask is, you know, have we seen enough about Passion to suggest that they can go and maybe get more upsets, maybe, you know, surprise a few teams?
I mean, I want to bring up one thing, and this is a bit of a long shot, but this is Kane's 8th major as a coach in general and just qualifying. Every single time he's made playoffs. I mean, I think they could go further. That's all I'm trying to get at here.
I think it will really be matchup dependent. You know, their Anubis is pretty good, right? Vertigo not so much in this tournament, but generally it's been good. We've seen that Ancient is good, so if they can get to play those maps, then sure, there's probably not too much depth. And if they have to start from the opening stage, I mean, there's a couple of teams in there that I think, well, look at who they play. We said they beat Virtus.pro, Spirit, and Astralis. The 2 games they lost were to Big and Heroic, so you know, no slouches either. Both teams obviously made it through as well, and there's no reason for you looking at how they performed at the. It's just crazy to me. They played, Richard, like 360 maps this year. This was their first real lab. They played some local thing in Poland. They played like 2 maps. I don't really count that. So to be able to play with such calmness and poise and being so good at clutches, right? Maybe the environment had something to do with it. You know, you're in your hotel room pretty much, but still, it was just impressive to witness.
They're giving shades of Monty to me. Just, you know, that team that shapes up by playing on average 40 maps every single month since they got
okay, that's what you were going with. And I'm like, shades of Monty. I mean, Voro and Krasnal were at each other's throats.
No, just the amount of maps, though. But I think the one thing, though, is
when they were like the gatekeepers, like in that tier 2, tier 1 gap.
Tier 1.5 kind of guys. And there's always that one team that seems to be punching up through tier 2, like Passion UA is now. They capture our attention at the RMR. They have a boatload of maps that they've played. They play an impressive style that's based off of good teamwork, and their individuals are really strong too. Like, they can easily be the upset team that makes it, that kind of changes the CS landscape, and people start picking at them and say, oh, that Jambo guy, oh, that Jacasmo guy, oh, even Fear is an in-game leader, we need to swap out ours. Like, this might be that kind of run that's brewing right now for them.
Yeah, and what I'm really looking forward to is them having that moment of being on a stage with a crowd in a stadium, because you never forget your first time doing that. And yeah, it's just fantastic to think we got all this young talent coming through. All right, guys, that's it for you two, I believe, today. You are relieved. Well, thanks for your service.
I was just going to say.
Aye, sir.
We'll see you later. We're going to take an extended break, about 30 minutes, and then when we come back, we're going to see Team Spirit take on Sashi. Make sure you join us.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Yes, welcome back to the Perfect World Shanghai Major European RMRB. I'm your host, Richard Lewis, and it's already shaping up to be a dark day for Danish Counter-Strike, but we've got Sashi hoping to change all that when they take on the juggernaut of Team Spirit. Joining me on the desk, we've got Blair, we've got Dust Murray, working together in tandem, like a well-oiled machine. So guys, first of all, how are you doing? You've been enjoying the games today?
Yeah, great. Woke up to watch Passion UA making it to the major. That is just what dreams are made of. Love to see it. Sucks to be an Astralis fan, of course, but apart from that, it was great.
I mean, just sucks to be an Astralis fan in general, if you ask them. So, fair enough.
Fair point. Great to catch some extra Z's today for me, as well as free coffee this time, so that was fantastic.
Coming in fresh.
Breakfast. Yeah, helping Yanko out so he can get home to see his family, but great to be here.
Yeah, awesome. Well, look, let's start by talking about Team Spirit.
Sure.
Yes. Many people will be surprised to see them here, I think, in the, kind of 2-2 game, fighting for their tournament lives. I'm sure many people had them picked to go through relatively unscathed. It's still got to be said, when they're good, but when they're bad, they're horrid.
Yeah, I think you make a good point when you say when people look at this, they'd expect them not to be here. But when you dig into the final details of how they got here, I think it becomes a little bit more understandable. In the sense that, yes, they lost to a fiery Passion UA team who just went on a Cinderella run to make the major in a best of one. And then they lost to their Kryptonite G2, who they have lost to now the last 6 times they've played against them. So if you keep G2 away from the Spirit team, they actually generally perform pretty well and obviously come in as the heavy favorite, I would think.
I still feel like it's still, I'm still going to be critical. That Passion UA game, sure, they lost to a great fairy tale run from the young Ukrainians and all of that, but the fashion in which they lost, man, the 1v3 Ninja Diffuse by Jambo, and then losing clutches, playing, as I said earlier, they played like pussies. Honestly, you played so scared against a team we have no business being playing scared against. That's what annoyed me the most. The G2 game, fair enough, it's G2. Incredible game we had yesterday right there. So yes, they have lost to G2, but it just feels like when they go up against opposition, they should be absolutely steamrolling. It starts getting into their heads and they start playing too scared, too safe, too textbook. You can't do that. We have someone like Donk or Shiro rather, on the team.
Yeah, look, I'll say this, because this is a point I don't think a lot of people make. I think Denom is Phenom. D-Man, thinking of D-Man. I'm losing it in 7 hours.
I don't believe
awake
it.
And I'm already collapsed.
I can't believe you done that.
The Phenom label that's been placed on Donk, there really is no other player like him at the moment in the world in terms of how he plays the game. And yet he's so incredibly young still, and all the weight is being placed on his shoulders. I think there's a lot of fans, Spirit fans and neutral fans alike, are really wanting him to kind of like carry the team. And it's like, listen, he will do it, but it's like, he's got to get some help. Like, it cannot all be about him. That's like such an unreasonable expectation.
It's an interesting thing, because if you remember when they won Kato, right, it was Shiro who was in tears and Donk was just happy to be there.
Yeah.
He didn't really understand the implication of winning your debut tournament, which is IEM Katowice, and having just such an incredible, like, record-breaking run right there. But as the year has gone by and you can see so many events where they've won, they've lost, they've had close games here and there, I think it's starting to realize the implication of, him being Donk on this team and the pressure. And then you can clearly see when the pressure it is getting to him as well. And considering how young he is, he's still delivering, still performing. And as we said yesterday as well, the supporting cast has failed him. They failed him when they really need to step it up. And when I say fail, I'm not talking about having a slightly quiet game. No, just completely disappearing from the server. Example, Magic's yesterday on Nuke. Overtime game, 6 kills. Yeah, that is unforgivable.
No, it's not good enough. They should have a good time of it today, Dust. I mean, best will in the world. They're going up against Sashi, another very inexperienced team. Yes, we talked yesterday about the support staff around these players, but ultimately, when you look at that roster, not to be disrespectful, player for player, they don't necessarily match up to Team Spirit, I think it's fair to say. And realistically, the two standouts, Mr. and Lucky, it's no coincidence they happen to be the players that have played at the higher levels in their careers before Dust.
Yeah, I mean, you have to think about Spirit from the previous major forward have really only dropped a couple of like truly upset losses, and of course that was against Liquid at the fall final for Blast. You know, a loss to Mongols at Cologne, and then obviously the loss to Passion UA here at this tournament. So you're talking only 3 losses to teams ranked below them, generally speaking, and so coming up against Sashi, I mean, generally they should take care of business. But you're right, like if Sashi is going to pull off the miracle, if they are going to keep their major hopes alive, it will be off the backs of their Opper, Lucky, and Mr., who is an incredible flex rifler who can be an extremity player, can be an anchor, can be an aggressor when they need him to be, and they have delivered. I think the big thing for me that Sashi's going to have to get, though, in order to be able to have any hopes against Spirit, is Cabby needs to come online. We've seen him go missing in their last series, and they really need him against a talented lineup like Spirit.
I think that's just to jump in, because the veto's coming through.
Sure.
I want to just ask you your thoughts about where you think this might go.
So here's a problem, right? For Sashi, their one map which have been the go-to, so to speak, has been Inferno, right? They played it a couple of times already. It's a map they picked, which they lost against VP, though. But the fact that it's Spirit's permaban means they have only one other option available to them, which should be Vertigo. And that is the map, Richard. If Sashi has a snowflake's chance in Mount Doom of making it, that's the map that they need to win. And that's the map they should be picking as well.
I like this pick from Spirit. They're normally an Ancient or an Anubis team when they do go for their pick. That's their strongest map. If you look at the Mirage record on the surface, it's not that great, but it's been a very weak map for Sashi. They're 0-4 offline on the map. So that's Spirit targeting a weakness by picking Mirage rather than going for Ancient or something along those lines. And we get the Vertigo pick from Sashi, which Blatt indicated would be a solid like little pocket pick for Sashi to try to upset Spirit on. And then Nuke being left over, that's common ground. I'm not surprised to see
I will
that
say
left
this.
out.
I will say this. Even though the win record for Sashi on Nuke hasn't been great, I've watched him play Nuke. Initially, I saw them like early in the year, I think, in the Yala Esports event in Abu Dhabi and whatnot. They have a very solid fundamental understanding of how to play the map. But I think the difference is going to come down to what you alluded to earlier, Rich. It's going to be just the caliber of players. They just don't have the caliber players that Spirit possess, you know, like a Shiro or a Donk and whatnot. But when it comes to certain maps like your Nuke, like your Vertigo, they have a thick stack of papers, notes on how to play the map. So they have a good system. It's just that can the players carry the system through? That's a big question here.
Yeah, I mean, when you're coming onto a map like Mirage, Sashi, I think, is indeed a well-rounded team. They're one of the few teams left that do still rely upon a default as a foundational piece of their attacking side, but have the capabilities of swapping into what is kind of become the meta on this map lately, which is being able to run those fast 4-1 splits, those, you know, nice set pieces. And this is a team that, in my opinion, has some very decisive executes with really good utility. And also one of the big things I like about Sashi and Mirage is they're actually one of the teams that run some really good fakes on this map. Like, they can throw a lot of misdirection. They can, you know, pour utility and feint and then, you know, retreat back to the other side and really keep Spirit guessing in the rotations. Whereas Spirit's just coming in with like pure brute force, right? You know, they're a team that in their own right can default very well, but they're a very aggressive team. We all know that. And what it comes down to me is this, is like, we know what we're going to get for Doc. We know what we're going to get from Shiro. I need Zontix to be that trade fragger for Spirit to kick them over the edge. Like, he needs to show up today. And for me, the win condition for Sashi is, you know, Mr. and Lucky, stay what you're doing, but we need to see Cabby come up front.
I think for Mirage, they got like, what, 4 rounds on the CT side? Yeah, yesterday against VP, which is the worrying factor here. But the thing is, the T side, it's going to come down to T side. Because what we saw from Spirit yesterday was they were just pushing extremities. They were in your face. Great active Counter-Strike. And I'm going to stop talking. Map's live.
Yeah, I'm going to hand you over now to Sponge and Machine.
Thank you very much, fellas. Yeah, straight into this one. Both teams very excited to get started. So much at stake in today for Spirit and Sashi.
Spirit going to take their time out the gates. No rush on the pistol. I think if there's any opening gambits from Sashi, Iceberg exploring middle. On timing, we'll get a chance if he leers back towards underpass, but has seen enough.
An understandable approach on Team Spirit's attacking pistol, knowing that Sashi, they tend to have a couple of gimmicks and a lot of team play, a lot of coordinated pushes for information that Spirit were looking to punish. But right now, yeah, so far, no clash. Donk likely to have a head-on collision if he is heading into that window.
Okay, that smoke kind of indicates that it would be looking for a B split, but I think they're going to come through the connector smoke. 3 on A to defend.
Here they come. Mr. confirms presence towards Con, and actually Cabby connecting onto Zontix. Iceberg finds 1 as Cabby makes it 2. So they've shut it down. It's just Donk, and he's gone to the Iceberg USP. Shiro, that P250 would have to farm. Finding one is great, stops it from being a clean 5 alive for Sashi, but with 38 seconds, he is just going to look to mitigate some of the damage, maybe farm up a couple of extra $300 kill rewards, maybe get a bomb plant.
Okay, race is on right now against the likes of Quez.
Okay. How does Quez play this? Does he just let him try and plant? Now run him down. Gets him off the bomb with the flash from his teammates. Yeah, Shiro is alive. And now they've closed the gap. Okay, this is still, I mean, fair play. He gave it everything it was worth to try and get more cash out of that one, but it will be a denial of the plant and a Sashi pistol.
I just want to take a bit more of a bird's eye view of this series right now. We're talking about Spirit, one of the best Counter-Strike teams in the world, going up against Sashi, and if they win this, they have to take on NIP. I think if you came into this tournament, you offered on day one, you said to Spirit, hey boys, all you have to do is beat Sashi and the Ninjas in Pyjamas, and you'll be in the major. They would laugh you out of the room. They would take that. They would take that any day. And right now, they're under the pressure. They're under the pump. But we've had Gamer Legion do it.
Yeah.
We've had Furia do it.
Have we had top 10 teams not make it?
Eternal Fire and Astralis.
So yes, Spirit obviously in that list as well, looking to avoid a similar fate. Eternal Fire, yeah, we saw that story unfold before us yesterday.
And Astralis couldn't get the job done themselves, right? So even if Astralis had won, it was most likely they would have found themselves in a 7th place decider. But we'll find ourselves in one of the most boring rounds of Counter-Strike. It's the sit with the Glocks in your hand, wait and do absolutely nothing until you felt enough utility's been expended, then run in and die and maybe get the plant. That's the long-winded version of the round.
While they're doing it, why don't I walk us through every team that's locked in for the major?
All right, walk us.
Okay, let's have a walk.
Like we're little puppies.
From the Asian RMR, we had FlyQuest, Mongols, and Rare Atom. And cool that they represent 3 different parts of Asia. That's good.
Yeah, good. We have Chinese representation. Mongols the best in the region.
And of course, Oceania in FlyQuest.
Yes, indeed.
In North America, we had Wildcard, which was a nice surprise 3-0. Furia, Liquid, Pain, Imperial, Complexity, MIBR will all be in attendance. And then over in the first European RMR A, we had Vitality, Mouse, Na'Vi, FaZe, Cloud9, Fnatic, and the aforementioned Gamer Legion. And from this very RMR, where these guys have been playing, it's Big and 3D Max that managed to surprise with some early lock-ins for their spots. G2, Passion, of course, just witnessed that one. Heroic and VP. So that's 23. And now one final spot remains from this RMR and for the major itself.
Yeah, and NIP are going to be sitting, watching, waiting for their opponent, hoping for a Sashi upset, as it will be the easier of the two.
I don't know, if they beat Spirit, are they the easier team?
Yes.
Okay.
They don't have Donk.
Well, Spirit are going to need him.
Well, Quest is across. Lots of B presence from Team Spirit. MP9, great weapon to lock this down. Has the support network on Cat, and Chopper is going to be able to get himself out towards the top mid box. Will Donk clear? That's the question. Answer's yes.
That's a very quick way for your first gunny to be ripped out of your grasp. Iceberg heard by Magix on that break of the vent, and Lucky will catch Chopper. But does that incite them into anything more? Doesn't look like that's going to shift the dialogue whatsoever. Sometimes rounds can be as simple as that. Quez getting hard cleared, Cabby goes down empty-handed, and just like that, you've got yourself Team Spirit on the board.
All right, well, it looks like they're going to allow these saves to come through. The buy for Sashi is Team Spirit. If you were to take it from the perspective of the favorite, obviously getting the job done is the #1 priority, but #2 would be quick and clean without too much stress. They're likely to be that hour-long break after the end of their series right now before they get back in the server, just to give the team enough time to go refuel, refocus, and get ready for the most important game of the day.
But you're right. I really like the way you framed that if Spirit woke up, were pulled into a meeting room and they said, guys, you beat Sashi and Ninjas in Pyjamas and you're locked in for the major, they would have absolutely laughed. Like, yes, sir. Absolutely, sir. As quick as we can, sir. And for Sashi, quite the opposite, I'm sure, being told Team Spirit a stand between you and a best of 3 with the Ninjas.
Yeah, and they've had some good upset wins. They beat Astralis on Inferno, they beat EF on Inferno. Went 3 maps against VP. Magic's this time standing to deliver over towards B. It's not an MP9 tucked in. It's an AWP at range of Lucky.
Spirit removing Inferno, one of the strengths that Sashi have had in this RMR. Forced into perhaps more uncomfortable waters. So it seems like Spirit want to punish B again in back-to-back rounds, and it's only Lucky with an opportunity to disrupt that. What's the go? Are they going to try and fake out A? Lucky, nice patience. He's rewarded with a frag onto Magic. Now Zontic goes poking, and Quez repels the invaders. No rotation. It is still just Lucky, and he plays retake. Falls out of the sight. Bomb from Shiro will go down. Iceberg tending to the flank. Will they be able to come in from the apartments? Lucky, as we discussed, playing for this retake now. As that looks like it might be a well-placed smoke grenade.
What's Chopper up to? He wanted to deal with some rotations, but right now has been able to find absolutely nothing. The in-game leader needs to get a move on.
Oh, Shiro unable to get away from that one just about, but into Mister. Just Chopper and Donk. Nice find from Donk, but down.
Donk.
This retake's taking shape. Chopper's just not close enough. Miles away from this one. And he'll just have to bow out of the round as Sashi return to their winning ways immediately after Spirit got on the board.
Yeah, and they looked very aware that Chopper was trying to punish rotations towards jungle and connector. Nobody really crossed in front of his crosshairs. So good understanding of the situation, and Halley doesn't like what he's seen. He's going to call the first tactical timeout, and that is, I want to say, a big tick in the right direction for Sashi to win a round like that. Lucky gets the opener, play safe. They get into the site. They play as a unit. They don't get isolated on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and it seems like a little thing, and it seems like the logical thing, but also want to give the props to Lucky for not only not, panicking when the contact's found on A, he holds his line, he gets his shot, but more importantly, he doesn't get greedy, doesn't feel like it has to be him. He falls back, plays for the retake with his team and keeps the comms calm.
He understood the assignment very well from Munden, right? This is, you're on an island, and you need to value your life. Iceberg, we can see how intently he's on the comms. Covered him off the other day against Astralis. Very loud. No secret, as we know these teams are playing next door to one another. You can hear them through the walls. Maybe you've had that experience at home.
What flavor does Spirit bring in? Again, B? And again, Lucky. Tasked to be on his island. Different angle this time. I suspect this is going to be tough for them to get past.
He's jumped up, and if they don't flash, he should be able to do the same thing.
Oh, this is a different angle. Okay, I like the
even if they flash, he will be fine. It'll be over his head. I like this adjustment from Lucky.
It's a cheeky way to play it. How's that mid-pressure feeling, Cabby?
They're walking B.
Smoked off, steps ahead. Lucky gets his shot, takes down Donk. This time he chooses to stick around. He elects to try and punish, but now that Molotov limits his options, can he get away safely? A dink finds his head through the corner though, so lives on. Despite the AK finding their headshot, now Iceberg's arrived just in time. Now maybe a pivot is possible. Look at Magic's, and look at that sandwich player Quez. Cabby as well considering his options. This is a fantastic opportunity for Magic's. Just as he looks away, Cabby gets caught by the timing. Quez reveals his position on A. That might also be a little scary for Shiro. Iceberg's trying to tend to his underpass rotation through short, and now Magic's hits another one. This is already starting to get uncomfortable for Sashi despite the opening. Oh, and it gets worse. Shiro up connector finds the headshot onto Lucky. Pivoting back to B, they know Quez is likely deep ramp, so now Mister, it's all on you. Look at the time, 20 seconds, and he's in the open.
It's a weird spot.
He's exposed. Perhaps he's overlooked. And he is. Off angle. Profitable. Now time on his side, just to dust himself off and overcome this attempt from the 2v4. 2v5. Mister strafes in, and surprise again onto Spirit. Valiant attempt from Shiro and co. Magic's combining with Shiro to make that costly, but unable to convert.
Yeah, Magic's under a bit of scrutiny right now for his performances so far in the RMR, especially yesterday, but a good round for him, some nice shooting, but the same for Lucky. The adjustments were there, and Sashi, I think the most concerning part of this is how close it really got, because they have played this perfectly up until, well, this happened. Quez was the safety net over towards A. Mister just playing a very odd position, worried about short as well as market, but gets the job done, and Spirit, they're down to pistols. It is a concerning start, but not one that Spirit can't get past. I think if this one-dimensional approach of the same plays towards B continue, and they haven't been able to establish a default so far because they've just been met with a clear amount of resistance, then you do get worried. And you think, is this Spirit just doubting themselves completely? Because even though they started the year with the Katowice win, it's still quite inexperienced pieces of Zontix and Donk. It's their first year at the tippy top of Counter-Strike, but that's where you'd expect the likes of Shiro, Chopper, Magix to be able to make up for that.
So highlighting Magix, that's one thing on the list. Is there anything else that we've learned over the RMR from Spirit? I mean, their losses, the Passion one's been discussed to no end.
Sometimes their tactical approach or even just tactical decision-making can come into question.
The G2 game, of course, something that you can't really be critical of. G2.
No, losing to G2 is fine.
Yeah, that's kind of par for the course.
What is it, 6 in a row now?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
that's a loss that you are going to stomach. And the only other team they lost to was Passion in a best-of-1.
With Ninja diffusers and clutches going the way of the Ukrainians.
Exactly. But again, we return to the point. This is Sashi. I don't have any beef with them, but this team is definitely not in the same hemisphere of Team Spirit. They're a top 10 team in the world going up to one that is what? In the top 40, top 50?
Oh, yeah. There's a discrepancy there, but that's not to say that Sashi don't also have that kind of that underdog mentality where every top team, you kind of, especially now you've kind of validated it for yourself. You're like, we can beat them. You've already taken down Eternal Fire and Astralis, two top 10 teams.
Well, they do have Counter-Strike's Voldemort, right? We can't say his name, but he is very powerful.
Yes.
We've seen what he's able to do before. A great coach, good in the ante, fantastic with younger players, and good with the wand.
He who should not be named. A little bit of proactivity on a gun round. Yo, I suppose after all those B hits, Iceberg and Mr. are sick of waiting around for info. They'll take it themselves.
But all Spirit have is middle right now. Could be their coffin because the box is getting closed around them.
This looks uncomfortable. Let's see the reaction out of Sashi. Their team play is something special on this CT side. Oh, are they boosting the AWP? And I see you. Shiro gets a free frag onto Lucky. That is a lovely way to start the round, but this could be a way to turn it around. Here comes Iceberg's flank. Nobody's looking.
Like
how composed will he be here? 2 available. Oh, Iceberg fumbles.
Made a mare of that one.
A real opportunity for the double, but instead, a little bit of damage. He had 2 targets. He couldn't choose between them. Thought he had the insta-double dink. Didn't. Onto Shiro. 2 kills now for the AWPer. Oh man, that's going to be tilting.
But they still split B, and if they do, Cabby boosted on this box, highlighted by the OBS team. He's that scary loose piece. Can't move a muscle, but can deny, and time, it will be the issue. 25 seconds, Chopper investigates A, calling the sector clear, bomb to rotate back.
Time though. Oh, spotting up B, they're committing into the stack. The unknown piece of Cabby could still come into play. 14 seconds, that bomb's heading into the stack, and now Cabby can disrupt. Doesn't matter about the frag if he can stop the plant.
1v5. Oh!
Cleared. Okay, that's Spirit back on. I mean, that felt like there was so many things going the way of Sashi, and yet still Spirit get away with it. 5 alive. Iceberg's going to be upset about the way that one transpired. Lovely, an inspired boost to find the opening.
Yeah, but you have to feel Iceberg not crispy with that one. A little bit limp, been left on the shelf for too long, and Magic's clearing his corners. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you had a chance, didn't you?
Just got to shake that one off. You still got all your guns. It's not like completely turned the tide of battle. And Lucky's not going to be deterred with his aggressive opening attempts. He's going to post up on lower. Whoa, scary. Gets away from Donk as he swung through.
But you know it's going to be Donk working through the underpass, so if you're able to take him down...
Yeah, going for opening plays to disrupt Donk is not a bad idea. How's that?
That's a beautiful place, Nate, isn't it? 47 points of health. Sashi, round opening quite decently for them this time. A split available for Team Spirit. 2 over towards A ramp. Zontix through Palace. The other 2 looking for the window boost. Iceberg, you can't let this one slip.
Yeah, this is his chance for a bit of redemption. Oh,
Sees him.
Yeah, lovely conversion. Oh, nice Mister takes another. Magix goes looking, and 1 by 1, Spirit falling. Swatted away by the CTs. Shiro, Zontix, they've already kind of worked out your positioning. There's a nade towards both of their positions. Could have just been speculative, but regardless, it's uncomfortable. They've actually had a pretty solid attempt from Shiro and Magix in a 2v5. Came down to a 2v2.
Yeah, they're able to thread the needle, though, and get themselves a bit of space. This time, that's not the same. It might just have to be the save. If you're given something, sure, you can look in, but nothing coming their way. And as we all know very well, Zontix doesn't feel the pressure, so we'd love to see him starting to get activated on this T side. Scoreline about to read 6-2, 4-round gap.
Just recapping some of the donk deaths. He's walked into the lucky AWP before. This time he got combined with the Cabby nade and the iceberg catch. So far, yeah, they've kept a lid on him. Kept him contained. Iceberg unable to profit from his flank and hunt.
Starting strong as Iceberg, though. 9-4. 8-4 for Cabby. Lucky only has 3 kills, but they felt impactful, the ones he's been able to find. And the second tactical timeout. Vertigo up next, which was a problem point for Spirit earlier in the year. They had to completely rejig their setup. They had Donk over towards mid/B, and they changed things up. They made a move that made a lot more sense. Get him to be an A rifler, right? Someone where he gets to take some jewels, be a little bit more active, not being dictated to as much.
Yeah, just taking those Angels ramp is just a very valuable asset, isn't it? Just being able to swing through, have conviction, and call it clear.
Need to find some energy, I feel, if you're Spirit. And this should just be... Oh, are they double-checking that the lineup is correct for the Insta... Are they... Really?
Sorry.
Are we...
Does this look right? Boris, is this right?
Hey, Magix, am I aiming in the right spot?
All right, cameraman, you know what to do. You know what to do.
Follow this one. He looked away.
He moved his crosshair.
Why'd you do that, mate?
You had it, man. Looks good to me. Oh, man. Wait.
There it is.
Okay, we're off. Donk's pushing mid. Straight through that smoke, taking Angels. And there's his first victim. Cabby falls victim to Donk, but a trade. Iceberg again delivers. There's Chopper claws back, punishes Iceberg. Zontix opens up A, and there you have it. Second Halley timeout, but it results in a very convincing Spirit third.
But that's more like it, right? Using your... You need to think... Actually, you need to know that you're better than Sashi in your approach. Individually speaking, Donk and Shiro should be able to wipe the floor with the rest of the players on the other side of the server. I understand it's a team game. It's very reductive of me to just say, oh, firepower. But set them up. Have confident players. I was talking about finding some energy. We'll get your players in a rhythm to just start bopping. I don't say treat it like it's a pug by any stretch of the imagination, but allow your stars to flourish.
Out of interest, just pure curiosity here, do you personally think that CS2 is less influenced by a strong individual than CSGO, or is there even a conversation to be had there? Is it more or less of a team game from your experience and from the amount of Counter-Strike we've watched?
I wouldn't say it's shifted in that degree, but in a matchup specific like this is more where I'm having that framing, right?
Yeah.
When you have a team that is solely relying on individuals showing up as opposed to having strong fundamentals, teamwork, and protocols, then every day is going to look different. You want to have a strong base.
Yeah, so you could actually use this game as a good example of that in terms of teamwork, fundamentals on the right side of our screen, strong individuals, and I'm sure there are some game plans as well.
Well, you need it to be if you want to be a top 10 team, but I think that's maybe some confidence lacking from Spirit at the moment. But that last round, changing that dialogue, and they're still in a great position considering the humbled economy of Sashi now to walk away with tied up half.
Yeah, Iceberg's lucky to get away with that one, and Shiro frustrated. He hasn't found the opening. That was what he was sent to B Apartments to find, and he gets his opportunity onto just that 5-7, and a conservative buy here from Sashi. It is just going to be that save rifle.
Yeah, so 4, unless Spirit fumble. Window smoked.
It is fumbleable.
Yeah. At the moment, it looks like it should be all right. Still a minute 14 left on the clock. Plenty of time to feel this out. A lot of utility to work with as well. No traps available in terms of flashes, smokes to block lane. So here you go. Flushing them forward. Pull out a nade. Trades it there. They snap. Shut on middle. 2v3.
Oh, and it's Donk down to Mister. Magix and Zontix now tasked to recover this round. Zontix is completely disconnected from Magix, but Magix can work his magic in these positions. Ooh, you know what? Lucky with a recovered AWP. The Iceberg goes jumping for answers. Down they go to Zontix. Massive finds as it's just Quez now with that rifle. Magix takes it and stabilizes. Solid work there. In combination, Zontix and Magix wipe the sweat from their brow as they recover the 2v4.
Yeah, and some good shooting there from Zontix, right? A bit of a body shot criminal, but important ones to hit in that moment. And if you're Hunden, you think, man, that was a chance to really grab the lead in this map. It would have been 7 confirmed. You would have just flatlined any momentum that Spirit were hoping to run with. And I said there's nothing for a trap, but once that cat molly landed, they were ahead of it, and everybody thrust themselves forward. So being on the same page, that is the key for Sashi right now. Hunden takes the 30 seconds, looks to do the same again, and we move into the next round of play with the rifles invested. No lucky AWP. And a bit more of a diverse playbook coming out from Spirit now. It's no longer just heading over towards B with the 3 players, the rest of the map control trying to deal with the rotations. So them going to more of a standard game. Shiro's going to take the AWP over towards A. Will Zontix boost him? No, they'll just post up for someone peering from stairs. And this is going to be a little bit more direct again. Cabby, spots him. How does Chopper win that?
Yeah, he was flashed, exposed, and Cabby just a little messy on the spray. Nice off angle from Mr. Unconverted. 2 members of Spirit low. Now Chopper activates through mid and can't find another. Mr. swapped out to that pistol.
Beautiful.
Donk double.
Here we go.
Demands
see how
A control.
quick this is all happening? Look at the time on the clock. Minute 24, but that fight came in 10 seconds earlier, and they just absolutely stomped them.
Yeah, real gift of Chopper winning that duel onto Cabby as well. Draws attention, draws fire. Allows Donk to find his gap coming out of that ramp, and of course, he's just not being able to finish that fight from Quez either. Oh, no, it wasn't Quez.
Cabby.
Who was it? Cabby, thank you. Over on default box. Zontix, look at that angle. He was ready for that. Composed.
And off to the silence then for over the AK-47. Final round of play, lost bonus. Middle of the pack for Sashi, will just have to be a shove. Famous is MP9s, likely to be some pistol upgrades as well. Going to be extremely light on the U2. Are going to need the individuals to try and get them across the line in this one, but a great recovery from Spirit, starting to look more like themselves, starting to look more like they should in a series like this.
Yeah, I mean, a very strong correlation between the double timeouts from Halley and, what is it, 4 out of the last 5 rounds going Spirit's way. Okay, that's aggressive from Cabby. Wants to keep Donk's progress in mid slowed. Doesn't commit to it.
Just highlighting the AWP not being run with for the final round of Spirit.
Guess you know you're up against potential pistols or MP9s. Feel more confident in tracking that with the AK. So Shiro brings his AK over to the A side of the map.
Smoke-wise, relatively light on for Spirit as far as the finish is concerned, but you don't want to complicate things too much with smokes against these type of buys anyway. Use your mollies to flush them out from the little corners.
Yeah, good block from Iceberg. Here they come. Quez underneath, about to be Molotov'd out. Donk to strike in unison as well. Cabby. Only a Famas versus Donk's AK. Doesn't stand a chance. Nice find. Shiro 1. Oh, Donk down. Still Shiro's rifle farming up. Now looks really good for a plant. Only 6 bullets in that M4. Zontix only needs them. Gets it done, gets down lucky, and a 6-6 half. In the absence of a pistol, Spirit, they really do turn it around, find themselves at the second half of our first.
Yeah, some good moments there from Zontix, especially in that round where it was the 5-7 snapping on middle. He gets the double kill, a couple of important ones there as well. Look, only 6 frags, but it's about the impact on these. And this is where you would look to Spirit to do their better work. The CT side, the individuals getting to shut things down. Multi-kills galore. But the Dane's not out of this one yet. Map number 2 coming up next will be Vertigo. That's a guarantee. And the third and decider, if we need to get there, was Nuke. And that's a bit of a Danish specialty. So if we do go the distance, maybe, just maybe, there is a chance for another upset today. Passion on their third attempt, 2-0 in the best of ones, and then best of 3 loss, and it started with the same recipe again today. They win the opening map, but have tended to fall flat in the next 2. They kept it together. They eliminated Astralis. They booked their slot as the 23rd team for the Perfect World Shanghai Major. And we are just looking for 2 more games of Counter-Strike. This one on your screen and one coming up a little bit later. Winner of this will take on Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Yeah, both teams Sashi have beaten or locked in. Sorry, both teams Sashi have beaten are no longer
locked out.
RMR. Yeah, locked out. And both teams they lost to, of course, securing the spot. As we get ourselves prepared.
Going straight in towards A. We are in game as Chopper, the only one holding the site. This is an old school smoke wall.
Okay. I mean, it invites you to peek.
You definitely get the plant.
Retake on. Chopper with a smoke kit retake. They've even got an incendiary and a HE on Magix. And oh my god, this is it. The airstrike.
But if Chopper smokes the bomb, it doesn't matter.
It's redundant. Yes. That's
Completely.
if. That's if Chopper smokes the bomb. It looks like he's thinking about Ram, thinking about Palace, and now he gets it on the bomb. So these mollies are not going to do what they're supposed to, and now it gets awkward. Zontix, Chopper, hitting shots. Cabby and Lucky doing their best to fight back. Magic's brought low. They're ready on the bomb to disrupt it. They're sitting there with their knives out, and now Quez gets active. Oh, knocked him off it. Fake it. Running out of time. Spamming his knife. Is there time for the defuse? They can't find it. Oh, it's hectic. I don't think they've got it.
They don't.
Oh, Sashi take the pistol. Oh, what a horrible twist and turn this game has been for Spirit. They had the perfect recipe. Chopper goes down.
This Iceberg actually ran into the smoke with his knife out to make sure they couldn't defuse, but they found him within it, and then they just couldn't find the bomb.
Oh, what a tilter. And you're not burning your last time up for that one, are you? You're just going to have to accept and move on.
Oh, you can flip the script quite quickly with this force buy, and then fought for Zontix.
Lovely little idea, though, from Sashi. Got to say, that's another... We talk about their inspirational team play ideas. They bring in new things to the table, some innovation for sure.
And the whole plan of that, just guarantee the plan, and then we'll defend with bottles of flame.
With double molly.
14 seconds, but...
I wonder if Hugo's watching, because Hugo loves that kind of play.
He hates Mirage, though, so...
That's true, yeah. Maybe that pistol would be enough.
Yeah, okay, we can bring him around. Well, Shiro's rotated over towards the B side, and it's two players up on Cat, the M4 of Zontix. And they must know it's a possibility, because he did get 3 kills on the pistol round. On to pass Leah. Iceberg, the point man, and knows that he has players out top middle, and they've been there for such a long time. They drop a window smoke, connect to the same.
Zontix has to stay active here with the only rifle.
Should have a freebie.
Power position will find Iceberg, so that's info.
This looks terrible for Sashi now.
Yeah, well, especially because you think, okay, the rifle solo. Oh no, Zontix 3. He's doing it all on his own. Oh, and it falls into place for the Shiro scout as well. Quez empty-handed. A lovely response of force from Spirit. Can harvest all of those rifles or get their fingers on a couple. It's an AK for Donk. There was... Yeah, no one's going to get that Galil, but it's fine. Everyone's fine apart from Chopper, who's going to be given a Galil as a treat. I mean, the logic behind it is really clever. Zontix gets spotted. Worst case, he gets one and done, but then you're going to be running into B thinking, ha, they stacked A. Into the rest of them. A forced response from Sashi.
And this is where Spirit should take control of the map. Tech-9s, 2 smokes, a deagle, and a little bit of hope, but you're up against 5 rifles. Very difficult for Sashi to break through this. They'll have to get fortunate timings, and that's a well-placed nade at the doorstep of Iceberg. Molly as well, steps are heard, helping piece the picture together for Team Spirit.
Yeah, it's good stuff from Spirit. Good awareness as to what the possibilities are.
Oh, okay. A few moments later, that could have been worth a kill.
Yeah, why does that feel like a win for Sashi? Just a HE being a little off. They need everything they can get right here.
Chopper could lob one in.
Yeah, he's thinking about it. Cabby looking to be spotted out here. Donk, multi-kill, available. That's what he does best. And delivers triple from Donk. Repels the Tech-9s, could be more available as the Deagle body shot is converted. He's played this well, now the ace on the cards. Mister gonna peek in, test Donk, and he delivers again. There he is.
Stone face, just another day at the office.
Kadita gets aces in his sleep.
One of the least spectacular Donk cases you'll see. Eco now for Sashi. Just a flash and a P250. So all of $500 invested for round number 16. Oh, and here comes Donk again. Going to run up mid. It was Shiro to get the opener. The flash. Not turned. Donk just stares into it like the sun. And Zontix gets to farm up a couple more. Some really good, not this round, just want to be clear, but some good impactful rounds from Zontix throughout this game.
Yeah, well, I was
again, not that one.
Not that one.
Not
no,
that one.
That wasn't so impactful. Necessary for sure.
And he'll take him.
Yeah, everyone would. But yeah, as far as like the individuals are coming online, Zontix most definitely is passing that test, and Donk is starting to warm into things. I wonder how long it's going to take Sashi to try and get that AK out of his hands, because right now it's going to feel like a very valuable asset for this CT side of Spirit. Despite their pistol wins, both pistol wins going the way of Sashi, this one now feels like it's starting to slip through their grip. Lucky down to the Shiro AWP, another name. Stepping up their contributions.
The bomb's in T-spawn and there's 3 players down in connector and 1 towards B apps. So even if they were to get a couple of kills to open up a site, it's still going to be difficult to get in and get the bomb down because you need to send someone back to do exactly that.
Oh, they used that smoke on Con to pull Donk away, and you get your head-to-head duel. He's just better. Finds the headshot onto Iceberg, pays a heavy price, 80 points of damage dealt. But now a 5 versus 3 to overcome for Sashi. Mr. might try and get around this smoke. It's not being held currently. I say that, Donk is looking. Re-smoke. Mr. ahead of that.
Feels like he has to play because these B guys can't go.
Yeah. Oh, he was spotted out by Chop. I think he had an advantage there. But
yeah, he definitely did.
See him go down. Shouldn't be any problems here. Nice positioning, the crossfire, the attempt to punish the AWP. And empty-handed once more for Sashi. This Spirit map pick looking increasingly comfortable on this CT side.
I thought they'd take it to Anubis, but Mirage showing it's a comfortable choice as well.
And not getting the opportunity to play their comfortable choice of Inferno for our Sashi.
Yeah, and that's just where you look at the matchups, right? That's where sometimes the video actually gets a little bit more interesting. When it's like, oh, this is that team's strongest map, or one of, and they just taken away, don't even get an opportunity. So I'm going to have to show what they have on Vertigo. Now, we did like some of the lighter buy rounds that we saw from Sashi against Astralis on Inferno. They had a nice one that perfectly pulled rotations and forced Astralis straight into the hands of Sashi.
Does this look like a double pump? Wait, so Lucky and Quez have both got nades available to them.
So what you could do, well, this is a lurk smoke that he's going to lob out, right, that you can use to circle jump in towards the site. And then that allows your underpass players to move.
Oh, wow. Zontix. Ooh, caught out, though. That's led up to a nice opening. Zontix chopper down. Uncertainty grows. A site vacated. Shiro hears now that maybe he has to return to peek into the site. The angle, though, from Quez. It was avant-garde, but Shiro still hits the headshot wallbang. Iceberg into the window. Another frag. What? Not another frag. Donk's found Iceberg, though. Now opens up his avenue back into jungle. He's not to know. Shiro will fall back. Play for the retake. Wait for Donk and Magix to make it their way over.
Magix can deny open plant from Cat.
That's the plan. Still Lucky yet to plant, and now Donk in a position to disrupt as well. Really uncomfortable for the two. Oh, big one back. Cabby hitting shots.
Time.
Yeah, 16. Shiro is low HP. Tech9 could do the job. Do you hold it? Do you have the balls to hold it? He does. Shiro walks in, and it's a Cabby clutch! Massive, monstrous Sashi with a half-buy conversion.
Whew, damn, good shooting there from Cabby, huh? I think the Cat plant would get denied. You have Magix leering out, but he just gets sat on his ass. And they take that one away from Spirit. That opener. They bite in the space over towards Palace. There's Util towards mid. Iceberg getting that important trade onto Zontix.
It's a cool round. It's a well-structured round. It does take Cabby going crazy to actually convert, but valid.
That right there, though, in those type of rounds, you are just hoping to open the door, right? Because with those type of buys, it's not slam shut, but it's just ajar. And there you open it, you give yourself a chance, you get to play out a mid-round. And that's where individuals need to step up, and step up they did. Here's the Cabby 180 between Donk and Magix. beautiful work, and then having to deal with the low HP of the AWP, that's the easiest of the three. Great job from Cabby. There's life left in Sashi.
Yeah, I mean, just as this half felt like it was lifeless.
They win this. Money comes into question for a few of the Spirit members, so saves will be the conditioning factor regarding Spirit's future purchases.
Yeah, so Donk is going to get aggressive in middle. Does Cabby have a aim duel in him? Flash, Donk, perfect. Turns the flash, returns his crosshair stable as he delivers an opening kill for his 17th. Chiros tends to the underpass, looking to catch anyone responding to the loss of Cabby. Last round's closer. Spirit's opener into round 19.
This is going to be a very tough clear for Iceberg as well. You can see Zontix on the top row. So as Iceberg comes through, will he consider this? He goes down and it's a 3v5. Line joining the Sam for now, but will eventually need to take space. The mid players will help buy that room, but not awares. AWP sounds off and they're out.
Great awareness, great setup. Will Mr. consider this powerful position? Totally exposed. Zontix down. No clear on Magix. Mr. A free frag for Magix. And nothing more to report, so still stay static.
And this one feels just limp now, doesn't it? Just one by one they go, one by one they fall.
Yeah, two deaths of the three, excuse me. Just not looking, not anticipating the positioning.
Looks like they will be saving with 15 seconds left, holding on to the AWP. And the AK for Quez. Lucky has residual cash, but with no loss bonus. Does he go for util? Does he drop a Galil? Given the buffer to save, Cabby can get an AK with head armor. One of them could be dropped to Galil from Lucky. Could be Mac 10 or Tech 9. There's the investment otherwise. But 11 to 8, I feel like you have to buy. And they'll start piecing that together now. So the Galil dropped. Iceberg takes that. Mr. into a Deagle. Cabby buys himself an AK, but with no head armor. And maybe that's informed because there's 3 AK-47s on the other side of the server. Just needs to avoid Zontix M4. But to be honest, Zontix goes for body shots anyway. So I think you'll be fine. Swiftly, heading over towards B. Couldn't get the boost, couldn't stick the landing, but we'll throw out some util to still allow Shiro to peer in. Again through underpass, but this time they won't be harassed from connector. See, it's a bit more of an A standard stance from Spirit, potentially expecting an A execute. So Magix has become the unknown entity tucked in towards the Goblin box. Window smoke, connector smoke, and now the harassment nades as Zontix has been freed up from B. That's well placed, well timed.
Very well timed. This is going to have Quez and Iceberg limping and another one to chip further away. Solid utility here from Team Spirit. You can see it's all very well considered, well timed, and now knife out into Donk. He can't believe his luck. 2 kills. Mr. keeps us slightly interested. Will they get the bomb down? Lucky throws the bomb towards Cabby, says, I'll hold it. Double AWP now with the recovered Shiro AWP, and Mr. has missed his chance. Chopper onto Cabby. Uncomfortable. Double AWP post-plant. It's not going to get easier. As Lucky actually finding Donk, but Magix is coming for him. Has to consider that soon. Oh, just about turns around in time now. Magix confirms him. Molotov to buy time, closing in. The AWP has to hit every shot. He hasn't got the bullets, and he hasn't got the health. Team Spirit take 12. A solid Deagle headshot, getting them more perhaps than they were worth. Getting into that B bomb site, getting that plant. And a couple of kills on top.
Well, at this point of the game, the AK is more valuable than the AWP for the Spirit finances, so they'll make sure to carry through 2 of those. But this is looking like we are done and dusted on map number 1. And again, returning to the conversation for Spirit, this should be quite an easy day at the office. Sure, stressful, but when you're going up against the likes of Sashi and NIP, who are going to put everything out there, this is still a matchup where the favorites are heavy. Tabby just to be a late piece in middle as they are going to set up for an A execute. 2 out of Palace, 2 up A Ram, and I say execute, well, you've got hardly any nades to do it, but they'll do their best. Chopper stunts one immediately, Iceberg down, and now they know what's coming.
Yeah, it goes for a block smoke Tetris. Quez audible down the ladder. Angle around that smoke though, that's ratty. Gives him so much to work with. Drops under Balcon. Does have a chance onto Donk. Chopper.
Crazy.
Flirting with that smoke push, and now he's there. He's cleared it out. Magix takes down one, but they have lost Quez. Only for a second. Chopper works it out. Mister can't even trade. Shiro good cover. Spirit just too strong. Their CT side dominant here. 13-8. A 7-2 scoreline in that CT side from Spirit. They kept it comfortable. Couple of glimmers of hope as well you saw from Iceberg and co. It felt like there was some legs to that first half in particular, but yeah, coming into that second half, it just I mean, the pedigree of Spirit came out. The individuals farming up. We just saw Zontix, Donk, Shiro all having their impact.
And this is what we would expect, especially on their map choice. So really good stuff for them. Again, in case you are just joining us, they still need to win one more map. They win that series, they get about an hour break, and then they'll take on NIP. However, Sashi get an opportunity going into their map choice coming up next. But yeah, Zontix online, and as you're mentioning, some of those other individuals, this should be comfortable. It should be clean. But if ifs and buts were candy and nuts, we'd all have a very Merry Christmas, which is just around the corner, actually.
But we've got to crown a major champion first.
Yeah, and we need to get one more team. So we're not too far off that either. But we've got the panel standing by to break this one down.
Yeah, thanks. Nice fill there. I was just getting my headset changed. Right, guys, what do you make of that one then?
Quick and easy. You love to see it.
Yep.
You know, after we did our last death segment introing this match, I drifted off into a nightmare, and I was like, oh no, Spirit. Why have they chosen the weakness of their opponent instead of a clear strength of their own? Their T side has been so weak on Mirage this year against all the top teams in the world. Only 44% of their T rounds, Rich. It's so low. And I was just so scared. The start of the game didn't go well. I could see in my eyes the game fading against them. And then Bled woke me up and said, hey, it is Spirit, by the way.
I thought he was kind of zoning out in the green room, just sitting there, just like 1,000 yards there. But
I mean, guys, like, come on. They should be making easier work of this, surely.
Look, here's the thing, right? I mean, of course, after the replays, you can probably take a look at some of the rounds, which I wanted to highlight here. Again, it's like you have a Velociraptor called Donk on your team, right? Unleash him. Send him to feast, send him to hunt, send him to kill. Why are they overthinking some of these rounds? We saw that yesterday as well against G2, where fair enough, G2, whole different breed altogether. But against a team like Sashi, and you could see those rounds, Rich, when they started actually playing fast, just quick, not giving any time for Sashi to go for any plays. They were just ending the rounds in 20 seconds. And that's what I wanted to see. And we at least got that near the end of that map.
Yeah, and look, I mean, obviously, Team Spirit, you know, they're going to be individually stronger than Sashi, but there were moments there where tactically I thought Sashi kind of had like some really good reads. They were able to like push on the sites and kind of do what they want, and a little bit worrying, I would have said.
Yeah, for sure. Like I feel, you know, at least in the first half, they were playing. They were playing pretty good CD side of Mirage. You're pushing the extremities, making Spirit feel very uncomfortable. And just that when Spirit just, you know, switched to 5th gear, they didn't really have an answer.
I actually also want to shout out Sashi's pistol round on the T side and say, they threw out an old school strat I hadn't seen in a while with like the double smoke off stairs. You just don't see that very often anymore. And they wound up winning that round, but unfortunately, once, you know, the economy got back in order, Zontix teed off. This is
another thing that we talked about.
Yeah, like the actual supporting cast delivered. Now, sure, listen, Don got the ace and everything, right? But, you know, we had huge rounds from Magix, from Zontix, saving a couple of rounds which should have slipped out of the fingers. So everyone showed up here, and that's how comfortable they looked.
Yeah, we've got some rounds to look at here, I think.
Yeah, we can just
pick up round 7.
Yeah, round 7. I think this is a clear example of the indecisiveness from Spirit. Just take a look at how this one plays out, right? It's going to be early. We're going to have Iceberg just pushing. They're going to be pushing Ramp and Palace at the same time. So they're getting so much information here. And now Spirit, after these initial duels, they realize they're like, oh, okay, they're going to get a nice pick here. I really like this. They're able to solve the equation and take down Lucky. Great find. But they dilly-dally. They stick around so long. And now if Iceberg had
hadn't whiffed those shots, he would have probably ended the round right there. And then they take so long and they walk into the stack. Luckily for Spirit, they're able to get those kills, but this is a round which easily could have slipped out of the fingers, right? Because they take so long, they're so indecisive. Chopper's like, are we gonna go A, are we gonna go B? I'm like, dude, you have a man advantage, 2-man advantage in fact, just group up and hit a site fast, quick, and if we realize there's gonna be a stack, head over maybe towards the other bomb site, and we can probably jump into the, I think, round number 9 or 10, back-to-back.
Yeah, it was 9, yeah.
And these are the rounds I wanted to see from Spirit. Look at the time, look at how fast this is. Donk, go kill. Running into con, gets the first kill. And despite the trade taking place here, the remaining players from Connector are going to strike in tandem. This is no BS, balls out in your face, just fast plays coming up from Spirit. And look how quickly they win the round. Again, round number 11, same thing. A little bit of variation here as Chopper's going to drop down, a little lucky in the kill. But look at how fast they are, Rich. 1:30 on the clock, just running into the sides. You have Donk, unleash him. And that's what we wanted to see, and that's what we got from Spirit.
Yeah. Anything to add to that, Dust?
No, I mean, I totally agree. Like, you could definitely see just like kind of in the starts of both halves, Spirit were taking a little bit too much time finding their footing, in my opinion. But once they kind of kicked into gear, once they unleashed the Donk, there was really no way Sashi was going to stop it.
Well, we do have Vertigo now. Obviously, Sashi have picked this, looking to do a number on Spirit. What's the win condition here for them, Dust?
This unfortunately might be something that's going to backfire on them because Spirit aren't that bad on Vertigo. Like, yeah, they did get owned by Astralis at the Blast World Finals just recently, but they won their last 4 out of 5 games prior to that, and they are a solid team on this map. Donk is an absolute monster on the A side of the map, both attacking and defending. This is one of the maps where Shiro doesn't have to have an AWP to have impact. He's a very strong rifler on both sides of the map to help trade frag, to play that fast-paced play style. I think the one weakness that could be targeted by Sashi is the defensive matches as a B anchor.
Yes.
Like, that is something that they could try to abuse if they can get Mither and Cabby just kind of packed up and just get some executes on that B site. I think that's their main win condition. And the other thing is Lucky's going to have to find a way to stop the A aggression that Spirit's going to be throwing at him with the AWP, but that's really their only way in, because here's the thing, their one offline showing on this map, they lost to Nip with only 1 T round. That's not really a great resume. Yeah, sure, online you're all right, but you're up against Spirit now, so this is going to be a tough one for them, honestly.
No, I agree. I think the B bomb set especially. I will give Sashi this though. In a couple of games I've watched in their Vertigo, their utility protocols on B are really, really solid.
Absolutely.
It's going to be a game of the floor is lava. And the thing is, it's not like there's a reason they switch out Dawn from the B position. You know, for Magix and Zonix to play that spot, and I'm sure they know how to counter it. But it's not going to be easy. The B bomb set is where the action's going to happen, and that is going to be what's going to decide if you're going to go to map 3 or not.
All right, thanks a lot, gentlemen. We're going to go to a break. Sashi, it's a long way down if you don't win your map pick of Vertigo. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
We return to Spirit and Sashi. Teams both with a 2-2 record. And the last spot available for the European RMR and for the Major and RMRs as a whole. Now, this is not for that spot. The winner of this game will be meeting the Ninjas in Pyjamas as we get ourselves situated for map 2. The first map, Mirage. There was some signs of life and, as always, some innovative kind of team play on low buys and some opportunities, certainly.
Nice little cabbie round.
I love the cabbie round. Yeah, that was nice. So the Iceberg Flanco, what could have been?
The Quez Palace lurks smoke, trying to make some space. But as you can see, we're on Vertigo. And this is the real opportunity for Sashi to push this to nuke the third and deciding map. Vertigo not high up in the wheelhouse of Team Spirit. Last time round they played it was at the World Finals. They lost to Astralis 13-3. So that's what we would officially call a blowout. But Team Spirit, Vertigo, might be a factor against NIP in the next match, even if they win this one. Now, there will be some conversation about the veto, because both the teams ban Inferno. So I am getting steps ahead of myself. I'm doing a different job right now. Let's just turn in and focus on this second map of play. Essentially, Team Spirit, a strong showing now, will get the job done. So, showing a little bit of presence, and that's enough to force Donk back. Magix will search over towards B alongside of Zontix. But slow and steady from Sashi in absolutely no rush to find the finish. They have a P250, smoking a flash on Quez, who currently has the bomb on his back. With X-Ray, we can see they are slowly making their way up. Donk from the catwalk position, ready to take a jewel or two.
Oh, he had the dismount and, oh, quick click, removes Lucky from the pack.
And he's away.
That's exactly what he was looking for. He gets a little bit of information, never mind that, he gets the opening kill, takes down Lucky. Shiro deploys his smoke to block short, and by the time that smoke fades, rotations come through. Shiro, Chopper.
Was that a team goosh?
Zontix even arriving, and they're actually boosting up, so they're playing this one very actively. If you line up that smoke, you're a dead man now. The boost dismounts. Donk opts for a fresh mag.
30 seconds, boys. You got to go.
And they're starting their final finish. Iceberg trying to test dual Berettas on short. No easy feat. He actually brings down Chopper. And now Donk, Goosh, awkward, awkward. Iceberg found a double. Oh, and a chance at 3. 1 bullet shy. Zontix empty-handed. Mr. finishes the job. It's another pistol. It's another pistol for Sashi, and Iceberg out of his chair. High impact from him. He had to trifle with 2 close range. Shiro's dual Berettas unable to find the trade.
Considering how cleanly Donk got that opening frag, it is very surprising to see it fall apart in that fashion. And it was a team goosh onto Donk. It was Zontix as kind of paused in front of each other. And that's when the fight really wasn't coming their way. It's just the start, but Iceberg trying to bring their energy. And I'd imagine maybe not a fan of the Danish populace, even though he is Danish. I don't know if they like the showboating so much over there.
Culturally quite reserved.
I like it.
I love it.
Keep it up.
But also, I mean, you know what that shows you?
At the camera.
That shows you just how much they want this.
Oh, another opening death, but missed it with the trade back. This time a lot earlier in the piece. A minute 20 as they start to surge forward.
That was a real chance. Missed eagle shots from Shiro, or at least missing the head. Again, the philosophy to keep short smoked. We've seen this before on Vertigo. Seems to be the new approach.
Just keeps a lot of options, right? Obviously, the flank available. Removes the pincer ability. But again, Sashi don't have to be in a rush. They can sit, wait, park, and then go for the final flourish and finish with the utility that remains. See how aware Magix is of any deep pushes. That jump, making sure nobody slipped into the site. Donk faking footsteps, but hanging around. Here comes the second wave.
Oh, cover. That's what Lucky was waiting for. Perfect. The bait from Iceberg steps. Now the bomb can be escorted safely into the site. No disruption really available for Zontix and Magix here.
And the early indications from Sashi, we'll see how long it continues. Obviously, it can't just be one-dimensional out of a playbook, but 2 rounds in a row, They've managed to find success over towards A. I love that maneuver, right? Get Lucky parked, wait for the reaggress, nothing comes. He steps out, the perfect timing with the util. And the necessary part, hitting those shots. So good job from Lucky. His first 2 kills as the second round is theirs. Zontics and Magics with their X's combined. I could have gone somewhere with that.
I saw that. Yeah. No, I elected not to participate. I'm sorry about that.
It could have been a Vin Diesel reference, or
XXX,
or an adult film industry.
Triple X. Love me some Vin Diesel. And Chronicles of Riddick, of course.
Yeah. Fun films.
Yeah. No one's saying that they were the most,
Nah. They're just meant to be entertaining.
Yeah, and I loved them when I was 13, We got smokes, we got nades, and we got an eco. I wonder if Iceberg is going to be kind of let off the leash in this one with his Mac 10.
Well, he is the leash man. So if anyone's going to be off the leash, it's him.
There he goes. Starts early B probe. Zontic's going to be trying to deal with that. An interesting angle he's opted for there.
Very interesting.
Haven't seen that one too often. Timing on this nade is everything. There is an opportunity for Magics to do a boatload of damage. With the double HE, actually, Zontics, they could get a kill with this if they time it right. Do they throw it when they see smokes? Here we go. HE's out. Good damage. Good destruction. No one dead, but look how low they are. Magics will do damage, do a lot of damage. Double from Magics, a white screen for his second. Now Donk's here. This gets awkward. This gets uncomfortable for Sashi. 3 alive, all of them hanging on about half health. Easy to mess this one up. They slow it down, communicate how they want to find the finish. Donk in front of this util. Nice nade to finish the job onto Shiro. Combination of bullets and that HE from Mister. Double swing white box, so Donk and Chopper's individual aim is tested. It could have got a lot worse. They weather the storm. A very nice idea from Spirit, making the most out of their low buy. 3 kills, so yeah, there's good ideas there.
I think of your Spirit, you had the anti bang on, didn't you? It was the third nade that did almost no damage whatsoever, but the first 2, well placed. Sashi definitely sweating after that one. So let's see, now that the rifles are out in the hands of Team Spirit, can they stem the bleed? Can they put themselves on the board?
What's the game plan going into this one?
3-man A start. It's going to be the hamper smoke, the yellow smoke thrown out there from the likes of Shiro. Aggressive from Cavi, taking the fight. Donk's nade deals with him, and another one from Chopper.
Utility damage off the chain right now. That's a dated reference, isn't it? Off the chain?
Don't think the kids are saying it.
I don't think so. Groovy.
Well, I think what they were hoping for was to make the A defense feel quite suffocated and a bit more passive and jiggly. And with that, the ability to try and slip out of middle, drawing the third man being Shiro, who now gets to tend to middle. So the fact that they didn't get the space, didn't hold them back, has completely rerouted Sashi for the finish. But again, they're happy working light on the clock and with plenty of util. They should use their nades. It would be silly to go dry when you are this bolstered.
Ooh, Donk actually only kept humble, kept to 1. Tucked in, lined up. Oh, and the double. Quez finds them both. Chopper just about manages to take one before he falls.
They're going to lose another round that started with a man advantage.
Certainly potential for that, but Zontics and Magics making their way back in. Ooh, audible both ways. Quez, what have you got? Damage. Zontics brings him down, put him on 14. Now, Lucky has a Molotov and no smoke for the CTs. That's a chance. Oh, more damage somehow. Now Lucky throws out that Molotov buys time. They have to push for him. They have to clear him. Now the trade, it's in. Magics braves the flames and pulls off Spirit's first gun round. It gets down to a 1v1.
And Quez there is going to feel like he should have done better. You can just see how close this one's going to be. Down to the wire. AWP retained. But yeah, awkward duel with that little pillar, right? Which way is he slipping or sliding? Quez making that kill would have been the difference maker. A decent attempt from Lucky. Still money for Sashi's purchase. The Danes can invest back in once more. But Hallie, commanding from the chair, back of the room, 30 seconds. As you can see, we've got 4x3 on Shiro and Chopper. We'll keep that in mind in case we see any misses of information start to rear their ugly head. This gives Hunden the chance to get on the microphone as well. You win this one after it coming down to a 1v1. You break the money and you allow yourself to start flooding rounds on the board with the T side. So very important stuff for the Sashi campaign. Shiro's going to go for a pick.
Yeah, good spawn for it. Get some early answers towards that ramp side. And Molotov will force him to... Ooh, Weather, a 50 damage opening move. That's the angle. That's what it's
cheeky,
does.
Isn't it?
It's very cheeky. You'll be seeing a lot more of that now. Zontix using it to great success. Finds an opener. Oh, Cabby down in combination. Donk finishes it off. Shiro leg shot.
The top, huh?
Yeah, now we're trying to pressure on to B with this boost. There is a second player here that might be overlooked, and just like that, the B defense locked down. This seems like it makes more sense setup-wise as well. Zontix and Magic's working very well in tandem with one another.
And I like the little details, right? Zontix, aware of the pathing, gets a freebie because it's not a position that you're expecting to clear if you're Iceberg. So Team Spirit, off of the Eco nade round, and then this one with the pick paying off, they've done their homework. So prepared for what Sashi are going to throw their way. Now they just need to close this down with the last 2 kills. Lucky and Quez, 50 seconds. Do you give it a look or do you go for the save?
Giving this a look feels like an impossible task, but Lucky does go looking, hoping for an overstep from that quad player Zontix. Donk investigating middle, looking for answers for Spirit. As Shiro posted up on the cross. Getting across this line is not going to be easy, and actually playing for info instead. Now as the AWP out, misses his chance, and Zontix, they know he was there. Oh, Donk's not having any fun. Just runs at them. Get this one done.
All right, well,
double best of 3 today. They just, you know, they got an important date.
Yeah, and that's how this one feels. The story could be a whole lot different if Sashi take this map, take us to Nuke, then we definitely have a game, but Spirit are one of the titans in World Counter-Strike at the moment. Sure, there's some wobbles. Sure, there's some problems. They lost to Passion in a best of 1. They lost to G2 in a best of 3. There's no shame in that. But in this series, they should be towering over Sashi. And the first map, even though the scoreline, I believe it was 13-8, felt like it was close at points. Relatively comfortable for Spirit once they came online.
Yeah, I can't help but feel that for Sashi in this head-to-head as well, just going to be thinking more and more about that VP game and how that was their golden opportunity. Virtus.pro showed up with a very good face on that day.
Yeah, it's only been household names that Sashi have taken on. Big, Astralis, Eternal Fire, all 3 representing their nations. Actually, the same for VP. Not international rosters. As Snappy from Magix, the rest will come through the smoke. How many can he farm? Let's make it 2, 3. No, Zontix stole one.
How dare he?
Okay, well, they get the job done. Clean and easy. All tied up against the Eco. But essentially, Sashi need to put their absolute best foot forward to make this a conversation. Otherwise, taking care of business, Team Spirit should be able to walk across the line and take on NIP in a couple of hours' time.
Take the AWP mid this time. So just Donk and Chopper. Interesting pre-aim. He's ready for this. Oh, wow, the prep is heavy. Pre-aiming just the sliver gap on a boost for the mid-peak. Mr. lives on, leg shot hit. Taking this one incredibly seriously. Oh, they set Donk up for destruction. Good trade back. Cabby, an important one. Humbles Donk, gets it into the 4v4.
Would you expect the AWP to be posted this aggressively after it showed itself in middle? That's the question you have to ask yourself if you're Sashi. Cabby tucked in right side. Oh, and Shiro catches a look through the tarpaulin. Cabby down, another kill, and from A to B. Running out of options for the finish. 50 seconds. Util there. Magic's behind the tall box. He loves this one.
Yeah, he's been talking a lot. I think he's asking for flashes, and one does fly over. Zontix in support, close by. Look at this reaction from Spirit there. CT nades flying over. And Magix chooses a time to engage. There's nothing done. Zontix can pick up the pieces. Lucky trades. Getting competitive. Oh, what a shot. Tracks Lucky over the smoke, through the box. Missed that leg shot from Shiro, still haunting him in the 1v2. What can you do? 17 seconds. Goes for the plant, fakes it out. Shiro trying to keep him off the bomb and swings out through to finish. A huge round from Shiro. His first 3 contributions. And it is a round off the back of it. Spirit's 4th. Humbles Sashi. Likely 5-3.
Yeah, and again, you highlighted it very well, but more evidence about the prep showing itself in that round. Yeah, exactly.
I've never seen anyone pre-aim like that.
So, Spirit, do you expect a Tech-9 force? Sorry, it's only a partial, but a Tech-9 round.
Some Tech-9, some Kevlar. And some flashes over towards the early ramp fight. Donk already tucked in. Oh, he's set for another multi. Zontix connects. Job done. Swings through to get more answers, and Lucky does some significant damage, but it doesn't mean anything. 5 alive. Chopper wants to get this one done. Runs down to find Mister and a pistol upgrade.
5 in a row of the last 4. Bomb not going down.
Yeah, just nice little protocols you saw there from Donk playing anti-flash as he tucks sandbags, ensuring that if there is a quick and poppy Tech-9 up the ramp, he's prepared for it, has vision for it.
How do you feel about the pillow analysis? Obviously, we got Quez, he's got 1 in play, but Shiro has the double. He's sitting on a pillow and a back pillow.
Yeah,
so I mean, is that twice the support, or do you feel sitting on the pillow instability? What are your thoughts?
I think it's to do for Shiro in particular. He's a very, scientific guy about his setup.
Scientific, okay.
Oh, yeah. So it's all about his desk height. He just needs to be at the right height. There's nothing worse than feeling like your desk isn't quite right. But the pillow strap, a proven Shiro approach.
Does anyone else have nightmares about dropping your phone down the elevator shaft?
Is it just you? I think it might be.
Nah, can't be.
Down the elevator shaft? This one in particular?
No.
Just
as
like
you're walking in the elevator, it's in your hand, you fumble and it drops.
Oh. Or your keys.
Yeah, the keys are not going to break.
Yeah, but they might slip down the shaft.
But you can get them back. When you're down on Vertigo, go A, and Iceberg gives up his presence. Donk will not miss twice.
Yeah, I mean, this is where he belongs, isn't it? It's just a lot of aim duels. And for Sashi, Mister, yep, spots him out. Nice, nails the pre-fire.
Oh, Chopper detected as well.
Good awareness.
Great awareness.
Still can fall apart in the Shiro AWP. Searching, delivers, pieces out safely, throws out the incendiary short side, and gets out of dodge.
Good util set, buys time for Zontix to come over. Does put pressure on Magix to deal with mid and B, and the Seesaw Quez is starting to activate now.
Magix is still spotting. It's going to be a question of timing on his jiggles. Trying to do a lot for Magix. He's responsible for middle and B. And gets the info, spots him out, clears him out. Great work from Magix.
Lucky's turn.
And Magix is actually going to kind of forego that. He'd rather play the retake with the man advantage.
Well, it makes sense because it's like, okay, I've dealt with the lurk. Now they have to go A. There's really no option to go towards the B bomb site. So if Cabby can't get a kill, we spotted out Shiro now. Zontix won't just swing into it. That'll keep them planted. So the bomb can go down.
This is Vertigo being played at a high level.
Would you just run it Lucky knowing the rotation of Cabby's miles away?
Feels like that's what they're doing, starting to push in now behind this double stack. Needs to find himself at least one, and he can't even do that. Good work. Zontix applies the pressure. Cabby, they know exactly where you're coming from. Do need to get on that defuse. It's the only player without a kit. Nade will put him down. So, nice attempt. Threatening to Spirit. And admirable for Mister, managing to bring down Donk, keeping him to just the 1 frag. But Spirit are running away with this now.
Well, I had just mentioned that the bomb hadn't gone down. So, what was it? The slew of 4, so they've broken that. So now that it does go down with the max loss bonus, it's worth a buy. So actually really important And especially if Sashi can break through and then tie things up for the half. And we need 3 rounds to do so. Now the finances built out for Donk, 10k, 11k for Shiro, 8.5 for Chopper, so they'll have to work through several buys. Even Zontix with loss bonus will have enough. So this will be very difficult for Sashi to get into, but not done just yet.
So that yellow smoke. Chopper and Donk with a nice set of util to keep them delayed. And now a swing off the back of it does seem imminent. Donk behind the sandbags. Yeah, they have a good idea as to where he is now. He could be susceptible to a flame. Oh, still gets the headshot. Still gets 2. He's a beast. How has he gotten 2 there with so much scrutiny? They knew where he was. There was a nade at his feet. He still leaves with a double. Zontic's back on his sandbags. Loves this. And it could work out for him again this time, Quez, if he was advancing towards these stairs. Instead, backs away. They have crane control. They have that top ramp given to them by Team Spirit, but you can see the corpses of Iceberg and Calby, Donk's victims in this 10th round.
Lots of nades remaining and a lot of information. Thank you very much, says Zontix. Coast is clear. You can batten down the hatches. 3v3 on A until this flank comes into play.
Zontic's flank is looking like it's destined for glory. They have just rounded that short corner, so Chopper has to be on high alert. He was not ready for that. And Lucky strikes onto Zontic. Still 2 players here. Oh, potentially overlooked. Yeah, Quest down. Need another. Can't deliver. Magic's messy. And Mr. now knows where Shiro's AWP is. Goes for the wallbang. Gonna get double swung. Sashi, that's a big round to post. Mr. with more impact on that A-ramp. And they're not scared. They're not deterred by the fact that Donk is there.
Yeah, the fact that you've just dropped that 3v5, Spirit, that's a rough one. You've got Donk, who is, make sure you're sitting down for this one, 7-0 in opening duels. He's just given you 2. You've had a 3v5. You've had all the information in the world because of the Zontix push. And Sashi still snatched that one away from you. So that one's a feel-good moment and a bit of a interesting one.
Oh, he's out of his chair after that one.
Yeah, pull your socks up, lads.
Lads, it's unacceptable.
Really?
7-0?
7-0 at opening duels from
That's
Donk.
still crazy.
Yeah.
Oof. We're 10 rounds in.
Well, look, I don't know if people can do the maths on that. That means there's not many opening duels that could have been won for Sashi. They have won a total of uno.
Yeah, Zontic's probably taking that early one as well.
Playing a couple of draw 4s right now.
We'll see if Sashi can switch it up. Smoke to peer over. Hoping for an overextension.
Yeah, also stops the aggression. You hear the extinguish, the CT incendiary used to flush out that corner. All for naught. So Spirit will respect that. Won't bother searching, but just have to use delay tactics of their own. Minute 20 on the clock. 5v5.
Every sound cue on Vertigo can lead to information. Every nade trajectory as well. Chopper is going looking for answers on the ramp side. It seems that they've seen enough.
Something still has the smoke to extinguish backside. That's going to be a key if it is to be execute. Rotation on its way, heavy.
Okay, Magic's had some significant damage on his spam. Zontix is forced to deploy a smoke to survive. Flash to get out. Magic's nice headshot. Getting pushed though. Low HP, covered by Donk. Important. And it all falls into place. Another Donk double. Zontix through the smoke onto Lucky, and Mr. late to the party resigns himself to an AK save. Really quick reactions out of Spirit. That's like, you know, the fundamentals are there. We call A-ramp clear. They arrive just in time. I like that Magix goes for a smoke spam as well, just kind of trying to disrupt as they try and commit through the smoke. 7 CT rounds, pretty comfortable for Spirit, and 8th available given what Sashi are working with. And there you can see those opening jewels that Chad was highlighting.
Imagine if you get the next pistol as well, Sashi. At that point, you're thinking, what else did we have to do? You had the recipe for success. That's both pistol rounds on Mirage. They lost the force in the second round of play on the second half, and that really hurt them. That really hurt them indeed. They only managed 2 T-sided rounds. Well, right now, they've done better than that on their map choice, but you feel like you really need this fifth. Zontic starting over towards A. So a different look. Shiro's AWP posted in middle. Will be getting action in a moment's time. Iceberg, oh, he does not know how lucky he is. So a lot of room and quite quickly.
Mid's the gap. Currently unaddressed.
Donk's coming back.
And he loses his head. Clean headshot from Iceberg. They have the option now. Mid, open for business. Iceberg takes that space, steals away that space into the elevators.
They're passing each other in the smoke again. Chopper's coming right next to him. Chopper's just right next to him.
Side by side, Chopper backs away. They're coming into Zontic. This is a hard clear. We'll see if they actually even head that way. Quez might be the third prong heading that direction just as Zontic starts to move, gets that clean headshot ready for more. Chopper holding his smoke. And they push through. Oh, nice work. Pulls his crosshair away. Mister's allowed to convert it. A very impactful round from Iceberg and Mister. Now Zontic's last seen towards that short side. Mister, he could have another one here, but Zontic's good, quick, clean headshot for his second.
Buy some space. Zontic can actually play forward. He needs to go and try and make a frag because Magix is flanking as well. If he waits too long, they'll just be focused. So Zontix has to play first, and Shiro needs to get involved in this. Oh, that's a freebie.
Iceberg's not looking.
That's a complete freebie.
Not ready for that, and now clean, falling in part for Sashi. Quad kill from Zontix.
Great round, great impact.
Gotta be said. I mean, he was left pretty much isolated on that A site. He does more than you would have expected from him, and finds himself side by side with Donk. Same damage, same output, solid CT half.
Yeah, really handle business there, the two of them. So, again, it just comes back to those standard cliches, but the pistol feels mandatory right now for the Danish side. That's just to poke their nose into the second half and get the ball rolling. But after that, it's still going to be tough. It's still going to be a difficult game. They get the minute right now just to have the discussion. Boys, our tournament life is on the line. If we win this, if we turn this around, we take it to Nuke, we can get the job done. That's a Danish staple. And then it's NIP, a team that they really could beat. But right now, that feels like an impossibility for Sashi.
I suppose the question is, you know, sure, that CT side definitely looked like Spirit not only done their homework for their opponent specifically, but also just looked like they've really kind of ironed out some of the kinks in their Vertigo. But the question is going to be, how does their T side fare? Does it have the same polish? And can Sashi win a pistol, as Chad's highlighted, a compulsory first round?
Well, we know they can. It's about, can they make it 4 from 4?
Yeah, 4 pistols out of 4 without converting a map would be a very rough way to lose.
So Shiro's going up the ladder to use the Molotov. Have we wondered if it's the one that's... yeah, okay, this will get rid of the boost. That boost will just get knocked down. You got to move, boys.
Well-designed pistol already here from Spirit.
Look at the space. Oh!
Donk really wants to punish through the flames. And gets that bomb punched in. Cabby can't disrupt it. Magic's plants. And now, ooh, tempted to punish him with a smoke spam. Dips away. Wow, we got a 5v5 post plant here.
And the lurk is key.
Shiro late. Nice work from Donk onto Lucky. Morph available. What a shot that is. Donk destroys. He's so quick with it. And there's the flank. Oh, there's the flank from Shiro. Cleans it up. Spirit take the pistol, and with it, Sashi's hopes of making the major starting to fade, starting to wane. Staring down the barrel of a 9-4 scoreline to Team Spirit.
13 rounds played. Donk's been involved in 9 opening duels, and he's won 8 of them.
He's just built different.
So only 4 rounds Donk hasn't been the first to fight, and well, it is going to be the 10th afforded to Team Spirit. And Eco for Sashi. Just the starter pistols, the USPs, and an A stack out the gate with one man. Lucky, tucked in towards quad, will communicate the wood molly. The rest of his team searching for information. Now, the rotation back is noisy and long. The push through, treacherous against the SMGs.
Oh, it's a very diligent setup. And actually, he does well to find an angle that wasn't being checked. He had a chance to hit some headshots, but now Donk is in a power position for more. Let Zontix have him, but they are running into Donk. So actually, as he gets a good chance to pack some stats, some extra for his multi-kill stats, gets to 20. Solid 2 KD from Donk into the second map. And I didn't think he played much Vertigo, you know?
Yeah, well, when your last result is a 13-3 smashing, you have to feel it's probably not hugely confident. But if you're coming in here and it's not your permaban's Inferno, you have to play it. You know there's going to be little boogeyman teams like this, so we're going to try and pick it against you. And maybe, just maybe, it appears in the next game against NIP. Now, actually, Spirit could float Inferno, but then yeah, it does get risky because NIP ban it as well. So there's a little bit of discussion to be had by the desk about the veto for the next map. Just keeping him busy over towards A. Zontix spots out the barrel of Quez. Warning shots fired and now a boost to be erected.
Mister's holding this.
That'll be that. So B pressure. Do they go for the other variation as well? That would be surprising with the smoke up. Their options are limited.
Chopper starts his advance.
Quez could edge that.
Whoa, he wanted to go aggressive. I think he's just mistimed the push.
Important they hold on to space. I like this from Sashi.
Yeah, they are being stubborn about it.
Could still go very wrong, but the fact that they haven't just relented the control, it's important for the information flow.
Chopper starts his charge, good flash onto Iceberg, and he converts as well. That's really cheeky. Sets himself up for success. Now, Quez, this is a good angle for this. Zontix not ready, and down after one. Donk, important trade. Trying to take some space, tucked on danger. The flash is from Mr. Delay. Oh, but Shiro's just caught up crazy timing through mid as well. That's if Donk doesn't kill everyone first.
The knife in the back.
And a lovely flank. Again, a well-structured round from Spirit.
Yeah,
even if Zontix dies, you know, Zonk's there, gets the trade. Flank is perfect, and Cabby's on the wrong side of the map, all alone. Quiet from Cabby here on Vertigo.
Don't do him, Chopper. Let him have it. Give him something. Give him the hope. Don't snatch it all away as Chopper under the crosshair takes Cabby's saving attempt and, well, gets himself an M4 upgrade. Just 2 more rounds now.
Shape it up nicely, and a pause called by Iceberg. Just going to get Sashi and their coach on the mic. 2 rounds away from Spirit taking this one in a 2-0 fashion, and Sashi's major pursuits being cut short. I mean, they lasted to the last day, actually. You know, there's some silver linings to this. You've beaten Astralis and Eternal Fire and Best of Ones on that Inferno.
Yeah, and both of them went home. They had to eliminate one another yesterday. And then Astralis falling to Passion. Passion, the story of the RMRs, I'd say. You combine the Asia, the Americas. I think in the Americas it'd be Wildcard is the standout, but Passion. You saw their celebrations. Some structured Counter-Strike. It was beautiful to watch. Some great highlight moments.
Yeah, I mean, it's always, you know, so nice to see such genuine joy at these RMRs, and Passion, most definitely the story of that one.
Yeah, tough for Sashi, though, in the final 2 maps against VP. 13-8 on Inferno and 13-4 on Mirage. So those would have gone by in the blink of an eye, but this one, too.
Mr. tried his hand at some aggression. Shiro ready to receive him.
And you have to, right? You can understand it. It's getting desperate at this point. Plays need to be made. Mister's the one who's found probably the most amount of impact for Sashi's 4 rounds so far. But just being picked apart one by one. And celebrations, they don't exist for Spirit. They know that they've had to do this the tough way. They know that there's another best of 3 coming. As win this series, set your sights on the next. And, well, they are making sure they can conserve energy, not having to go the distance.
Yeah, it becomes a real factor as well. When you're demanded to win 2 back-to-back best of 3s. Donk keeps control of ramp, Iceberg, you can see tasked with trying to maintain information. Has to do so safely, which is easier said than done against Donk.
Just the fact they stomach a man disadvantage so early. You're always going to be searching for a fight or information, and they're not able to really get either. They know that B could be completely taken at this point because Zontix poked in his nose, and well, the flank down the ladder, lucky Geronimo as they hear the steps. This is a kill. Chopper's dead. Well, Chopper should be dead. There you go. They know it's B. 4v4, a chance.
Possibility, but Shiro's going to be a hard player. Lucky just loses his head. In the meantime, everyone else has dropped. Cabby 1 finds the AK and realizes there's no way to get back in. A 10-second defuse and 3 frags just seems like too much in a short space of time. And so 12-4 seems certain. It's a tough way for it to end for Sashi as well when you think about the manner in which they've lost these maps. But yeah, you have to remind them who they're playing.
I guess there's a lot to be considered. Obviously, the VRS, the Valve Regional standings, will be updated tomorrow, as far as I understand. And the impact on where their wins in the best of ones, I know there's a big influence of prize money on that, will put them in the rankings, because next year things are going to be invite-based. So getting to the major for a lot of these teams, especially a team like Passion, right? It means a lot because they get to participate in the circuit, or should do. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but going to the major, getting wins at the major, which is likely with the type of CS that they're playing, right? There are some teams that you would say they would have advantage over just by, I don't want to call it the basic nature, but they're doing Counter-Strike by the fundamentals. But this could be it. Round 17, Team Spirit just 5 kills away from that next best of 3. Said job done. Business as usual. Running out of cliches.
Let's see if they can disrupt in any way, shape or form. Try their toucher from ramp aggress. Cabby charging. Chopper backs up. Shiro the same. They know what's up. They know what's happening. Donk's hidden in that smoke, and God, it's chaos. So many nades. Flashbangs, flames. Lucky, a team kill. Still finds Chopper. Cabby's trying to get away. 1 bullet through the top. Could find him. But they leave with a man advantage. They kick up a real fuss on ramp. And peace out.
Well, this is just a moment's respite from the bittersweet end. Very manageable for Spirit, considering the HP of Cabby and Lucky, and staying active. That means the comms have to be flowing for Sashi. Smoke 2, stall out B. Zontix will note this, so do you start swinging back towards A? And if they pop down the ladder again, does it catch them 2 rounds in a row? Shiro's knife in hand. We've seen this one before.
Oh, he doesn't finish the job.
Well, now they know you're going B.
Quez, oh, you being a real rascal here, hoping to be overlooked. Oh, nearly fumbles, can't get the second. Couldn't stabilize with the MP9, and now 2 players are low. Is this really how it ends? Shouldn't. Shiro, 38 from Lucky's early damage. Zontix just over 50 with 20 seconds. An educated gamble. Mr. Unlucky. An up-down setup, smoked off. Behind the generator. And a flash, perhaps to push. Lucky, ooh, hits it. Good work, hits it. Gonna be a 5th for Sashi. Okay, they survive.
Yeah, that could have gone real wrong, because they took the play before the bomb was getting planted or faked. And the thing is, in that situation, you were in a 2v2 with the flash. So both players could have just lit you up, and then you find yourself in a 1v2 retake situation. But they do extend play for a round longer. A long way back, but if Sashi can win consecutive, Spirit will be broken. Loss bonus, understandably, bottom of the barrel, considering that's their first round loss in this second half. Their first round loss in the last 6. So big streaks from Spirit. Quite a stifling smoke there in middle, and that's going to make you wonder about the ladder aggression again. But Zontix, once more, going through his maneuvers for B-lobby control. You see Quez playing on the edge of the smoke molly, so retains a lot of space, but Zontix is aware that this is a possibility, or at least he should be. Oh yeah, he is.
Has kept 2 people planted at B.
We can see just the more passive approach for Spirit in this round. They don't want to risk around the aggressive nature of Sashi again. Hey, let them use their nades. Let them go for the opening gambits, and once that's done, we can actually just turn the screws. We are better in the 5v5.
Gets himself across to this angle that's worked for him once.
Mystic can then flash, and Quest can peek.
Peek he shall not.
No, okay. Restraint being shown. I guess that type of util makes you feel if you're Spirit that they're passive on the site, but they're still using util to clear him out.
Yeah, that's
the
nice.
Singers were heard.
Lucky's going to rotate over as well.
Oh, wow.
Cabby catches Donk, trying to catch the timing through the gap, so solid work. Zontic's exposed. Good flashes. Lucky. 2 flash assists on the next 2 kills, and now Magix and Shiro were the late A presence with no time for this one, so Sashi with 5 alive. Getting 2 consecutive whilst on the ropes.
All right, well, the divide and conquer nature of that one not functioning as Spirit would have hoped. Good that they are keeping this one together, Sashi. Not just bowing their heads, not just letting it go, knowing that this feels insurmountable, making sure, as competitors do, they stay in this one. 5 bloody AK-47s. 24 kills for Donk, 17 for Zontix. But just 1 round.
Could very well be this one. Utility heavy.
Do you go more pacey? I know I said they want to avoid the aggressive maneuvers, but for Sashi now, it's not in their best interests. A deep smoke again. I think the first time I saw that being thrown was actually some Aussie bloke put it on Twitter. Could have been Viridian. I'm not sure, but the fact we're seeing it used in this, I haven't seen many teams opting to try and apply and remove the visibility, because the way that has to change is your mid player needs to go ladder.
And it slows you down a little as well. Having to re-clear and confirm no flanks. Donk across, trying to advance.
Yeah, so many rounds to work with. Just take your time.
And oh, wow, no chance for Iceberg. Donk a quick adjustment. Cabby hoping to be overlooked here. Donk sneaks through, and quick adjustment. Cabby gets away. Donk hunting him down. Nice find. He's stubborn about this. Takes the fight, welcomes the engagement. Keeps Donk.
Oh, no.
Oh, disgusting. Oh, misjudges the HE and does a lot of damage. Self-inflicted down to 24.
They're essentially in a retake A setup, aren't they?
Yeah, really concerned about B, and oh, what a shot that is.
That flash is so deep.
Oh my god, he turns the next flash. Oh, Zontix is done with this.
Mauls him.
He's had enough. Securing that best of 3 for a spot at the Major versus NIP. Spirit, light work. Take down Sashi. A team that did disrupt, did upset Eternal Fire Astralis. They'll remember Sashi's name. But for Spirit, business continues, and Zontix and Donk in form.
Yeah, Spirit dispensing justice. Sashi out. Spirit now have to turn their attention to one more best of 3. Things aren't over for them yet. More on that in a moment. But let's just talk about a clinic, a job well done. Sashi couldn't find a map where they were able to leverage an advantage.
Yeah, this is like watching the Reservoir Dogs, Rich. The supporting cast was fantastic for Spirit. We saw Zontix as well, ending it with an insane 4K. Sure, Donk, once again, imperious in the server, but the fact of her Spirit, there was never a point. They look even more comfortable on Vertigo, and Dusty said it as well. I don't know about his Vertigo pick. Spirit can be deadly, and they were absolutely clinical here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously commiserations to the Sashi players, but not the coach. Glad to see him justly taken out of this major.
Straight off.
Straight to it, sorry. Couldn't help myself. But anyway, yeah, obviously, look, when we came to the series, we knew what was going to happen, right? Yeah. We knew who Spirit were, and they were exactly who we thought they would be. And that is a team to 2-0 Sashi and just move on to the 7th place decider game, where they'll be up against NIP for that final major spot.
Yeah, well, let's talk about how they did it on Vertigo. There were lots of, individual moments of brilliance, and it's a glib term to use at this point, but superior firepower, I think, was apparent. Like, once the game leveled up here at 3-3, we really saw what Spirit were capable of doing.
I mean, just take a look at the frag highlights itself, right? We started with Shiro hitting some crazy shots at the AWP, and then Donk woke up, and the amount of opening kills he was getting towards an A-ramp position, and there was nothing. There's really nothing Sashi could do about it. Look at the second shot, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, that's actual filth from Donk. And then on top of that, those B hits coming in from Sashi, it was Zontix and Magic's able to, just keep them, repelling whatever hits they had. So apart from a few rounds going the way early on, it was easy peasy. This is a very different looking Donk, as you can see on the camera there, Rich, than what we saw yesterday, where he headshotted himself with his own mouse.
The admins aren't on table watch. Yeah.
I don't know what's on table. Listen, if Donk can bring a table.
With Donk, yeah, you're not on table watch, are you?
You're right on hand.
You're on hoping he doesn't crush his own self.
Yeah, exactly.
Is really more of the watch.
Also, the ending from Zontix was just the cherry on
Remember
the
me? I'm back.
Headshots as well, Dust. No body shots.
It'd be nice if, look, if we get that Zontix in, going forward, all of a sudden Spirit becomes a lot more interesting. That's all I'm going to say.
I agree. And look, obviously there is an element of the RMR. It's a self-contained tournament. Sure. Yes, there's going to be some seeding aspect when you go to the major. But obviously, just win your games, I mean, that's just how a major is. You're going to have to play the very best at some point. And if you do genuinely have championship aspirations, which you would imagine Team Spirit probably do, then look, it doesn't really matter how you get there. You do the reset, you do the research, and you just get into the action as soon as you can. But the good news for fans of Counter-Strike is Donk is back after, I mean, it wasn't even really an off
He was
day.
still there yesterday.
He was still good. He just wasn't Donk levels of good, which this is the numbers that you're looking at now. So, yeah, what did you make of his performance? Talk me through it.
No, I just love the fact that he was... It did feel like there were moments yesterday in some of the games where we saw Spirit playing, where he was being kind of reined in with the style that Chopper was calling. But today, I think there was a switch halfway through the first half of Mirage where it was like, all right, dog, we're going to set you up. You are the ICBM here. We're going to be sending you in, and it's just going to wreck everyone. That's exactly what you saw here. And he wasn't by himself, by the way. A lot of the times, there was always someone right next to him to get the trade. It just that he didn't really have to be traded because he's winning every single deal. And you love to see donking like that.
Yeah, you do. Dust, what are your thoughts at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those things where it's like Spirit just needed to take care of business in this game, right? They didn't need to do anything special. They didn't need to do anything crazy. They just needed to be convincing, right? You don't want to let this game drag on to 3 maps or, have vulnerabilities be exposed or really have any struggles at all. You want just a clean sweep 2-0, get yourself prepared for this NIP game that's coming up. For that 7th spot, that's what they did. And look, we've been calling for it all tournament long. Just give us a supporting cast around Donk and Shiro. Just give us a little bit of something out those other, players. Give him a third, give him a 4th guy that he can rely upon, and all of a sudden Spirit can do great things. I mean, that is when they have won championships, is when they have been able to rely on Zontix. And look, sometimes we're maybe a little bit overly critical because it is Zontix and Donk being very young players who come up through the exact same Spirit Academy system. It just so happened that Donk was a phenom and Zontix wasn't quite at that level, but still can be a very strong player when he's got his mind right and things are flowing. So I think this team is certainly a team that we're looking beyond this, right? We're looking at the major itself, and they should be a playoff contender. They should be a team that can threaten. If they can dodge G2 by some act of God, then maybe they can actually run it all the way. But we'll just have to see how things play out. But certainly, they took care of the job here.
Well, we got some parts of the game to look at here. I think round 11 is what we picked out. So talk me through it.
Yeah, I just want to talk about how Spirit kind of closed out this game. And one of the matchups that we discussed that could be something that Sashi would expose is the Magic's anchor on the B-bomb side, as he has had a couple of tough performances this tournament. But what you saw here was Spirit perfectly reading this B execute and getting perfect defensive positions out of Zontix and Magis to just be able to shut down that B execute. That was kind of a decisive CT round that really gave them the edge going to the second half. And after winning Pistol, we'll go into now the bonus round. This is kind of the finishing touches, dotting the I's and crossing the T's, so to speak, from Team Spirit, where on a bonus you have Chopper being able to throw a pretty effective fake over at A, pulling everyone except for Quez, who was up close here. But look at that immediate trade that you're going to get out of this. He's only able to get one player, Chopper getting that kill, slowing down rotations. Quez gets the one, but Donk with the immediate trade, and they're able to decisively bulldoze his site. And that's this team strength, Rich, is, when you just put a bundle of players around Donk, give him Zontix, give him some good trade fraggers. Shiro, again, an incredible rifler for an opper. That is where they're at their best, and they play that decisive, fast-paced Counter-Strike and just show you their individual skills.
And it's also like, if you could just take a look at, why the rotations were being pulled from B towards A for the side of Sashi. Now, you compare that to the CD side for Spirit, right, where you have Donk, you have Shiro towards A, where they're just keeping whatever A pressure just completely contained and restrained. So over towards towards B bomb side, you have Magix and Zontics, and they always did a very good job staying alive. You pointed out round number 8 or 9 it was, where you could see, you know, the player playing towards pillar at the back of the side, just smoking himself off, not taking the fight. It's like, as long as I stay alive here for as long as possible, it's going to be so hard for the T's to run over to bomb side, and I have backup. I have Zontics over there. I have Don coming in to help him out as well. So just the fact that you have these really strong individuals affords you the luxury of not having to over-rotate. Unfortunately, as we, you know, as a prelude to this game, we said Sashi, even though they have some pretty good protocols, some good tactics and whatnot, just the level of player material, they just don't have it compared to Spirit.
Yeah. Didn't we have another round to look at? I think didn't we highlight?
I just wanted to maybe show you some of Coach Voldemort's greatest hits of utilities.
I do want to see
if we can roll this.
What you've got for me.
I asked for this late, so they may not have it, but if they do, it'll be glorious. If not, then we'll wrap it up.
If not, is it coming? Hello? No? Okay. No, they couldn't.
Basically, a guy naded himself down to like 20 HP.
Well, let's
you can't blame Voldemort for that, but okay.
I can.
Let's end with a few words about the Sashi players.
Yeah,
sure. You know, obviously, they can exit this RMR with their heads held high, I would say. Oh, here you go.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Here it is. Here it is. Ow. Beautiful one there from Voldemort.
Yeah, there it is.
Really well
just rubbing it in. Just twisting the knife.
Yeah, just twisting the knife. All right. And here's the final nails in the coffin from Zontics once more.
Look,
can't get enough of Zontics.
For Sashi, it does feel like, look, right, it's been, they lost to Big to start things off, right? It was a best of one right there. But then they got a couple of big scalps, you know. I think the VP game was pretty close as well. They came pretty close, Rich, but in the end, you need to win some of those very important games. If they managed to beat Big in the opening matchup, maybe we could have had a different story.
Yeah.
I think this is the plateau of this team. This is where they are at. They're pretty solid tier 2 team. They can challenge a couple of these, you know, S tier teams on a pretty good day, but I feel like that's where they're going to stagnate until a few changes here and there happen. Overall, I think they should be pretty happy with what they managed to pull off, even though today is going to be a disappointment.
No, I do like this team. You know, I think Iceberg has developed into a solid IGL just from a calling standpoint. I mean, this is a tough task to be going up against Spirit, but throughout the rest of the course of the tournament, I think Iceberg proved his chops as a leader. Also a guy who's willing to sacrifice himself and be an entry fragger to set up his star players, which is always kind of nice. You know, Lucky is kind of finding a second win in his career as an opera on this team, which is nice to see. I thought he was kind of hard done by his time on Astralis. And then, you know, you're starting to see some promising riflers, particularly in Mister, who can, you know, flex between being an extremity player and an anchor, but also being an aggressor and trade fragger when need be. And Cabby seems like maybe an up-and-coming entry fragger. So, I mean, there are certainly some nice pieces on this team, and maybe they can continue to develop it, or if they go their separate ways, I think they could be strong elements for teams to add. But yeah, I definitely want to give, you know, Sashi their flowers, you know, to come this far and to have some talented players.
Yeah, also taking down, you know, Eternal Fire and Astralis.
Absolutely, that's a big win on Inferno.
Those are pretty massive wins right there for the team. You know, even though it's best to ones and whatnot, even against VP, it was they took a map as well. And yeah, Lucky absolutely impressed me. I think Mirage as well.
Very good RMR.
Dude, for some of the first few rounds that Sashi were able to win on the Mirage was Lucky just being so smart in the way he was positioning himself with the AWP and always having he just seemed to have the read on what Spirit were up to initially. Later on, it kind of fell apart, of course, but yeah, a couple of good pieces. They've been together for a while right now as a lineup, but I feel like post a major shuffle, even though this isn't a shuffle that's going to be hitting headlines, so to speak, I feel like a couple of small changes and this team could be even more dangerous, honestly.
Yeah, well, we'll see. As always, guys, thanks for your thoughts. We are now going to take an extended break of about an hour. When we come back, a Swedish organization nipping at the heels of Spirit to steal away their slot at the Major. Make sure you tune in.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Yeah, it took him 2 hours to find that portal. Welcome back to the perfect world, Shanghai Major, European RMRB. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. We're here on the analysis desk for the last best of 3 of the day, which is going to be NIP versus Spirit. He is Blair. He is Dust.
I am.
Murray. Start saying it properly.
You can just say Dust, though.
What? Yeah, or just plain old
That's
Dust.
fine.
Just old Dust to his friends.
Right,
let's start talking about these teams. We've waited long enough for this. This is the moment of truth. Winner gets all the marbles. Loser, no marbles, because the other guy got all the marbles. So
that's how it works, actually.
That is
mathematically, I believe.
That is how it works when you have a game of marbles, Dust. So let's talk about NIP.
Let's do it. Yeah, I mean, look, NIP obviously came into this tournament in a very precarious position where they just got a brand new in-game leader. They're using a stand-in. You know, a couple of their players, like Isaac and Wrinkle, have not been on the team for very long, and Rez is kind of just the last man standing. But what I will say is they have actually impressed me on an eye test level, because I think what Mistim and Exist have been able to actually accomplish in such a short amount of time with this makeshift roster that they've appeared at the RMRs with is actually kind of impressive. Like, they have found good roles. They have been able to play a very scrappy, fast-paced play style. Mistim at times has actually individually put some frags on the board. Wrinkle has been incredible, not only as an opper, but he's actually taking 28% of their opening duels. No other opper does that, by the way. Like, it's insane. But he's also a strong rifler, and he's been able to flex that too. So I've actually, while the results aren't there to back it up, I've actually kind of been impressed watching what they've been able to accomplish in such a short amount of time.
Yeah, Blair?
Go on. I can't wait for this.
I want to just, I don't know, maybe they could get a direct line to the Vatican or something, because I've never seen an Orgas curse as this one, man. Like, it's just like, look, it's not like I can disagree with what Dust said over here, but it's the same thing. It's like, despite the catastrophe that has fallen upon NIP once again, they have managed to do just some bare minimum and somehow not completely disappoint, right? And at this point, it's just unlucky, but credit where it's due, despite the fact that, they've had this unfortunate, event that transpired very recently with Yokep coming in as a stand-in. They've been pretty serviceable so far, okay results. But it comes to an end here, Richard. This is where it ends for NIP.
Well, I mean, you sound confident about that. Let's talk about Team Spirit.
Sure.
Well, NIP are in the huddle there. Look, I mean, Team Spirit, they're doing the bare minimum themselves to kind of scrape through this RMR. One of the teams that people have always been asking, well, why couldn't they win this major? Maybe this is one of the events that they get to win. Look at all the talent they've got. Shiro's popping off, Dong's popping off. But then really, after that, there's not really a lot of pop-offs left. It's like we have to wait to see if Zontix has got anything going on, and then if that doesn't happen, for some reason, they're kind of struggling. You can see top 5 players, by the way, Donk and Shiro are in there. You've got 2 of the top 5 players at the tournament, and you're fighting for your tournament life on the last day of the RMR.
I mean, okay, there's always a caveat that sure, the game against Passion UA, I've been very critical of that. I was really annoyed with the way they played that particular game, considering they should have been massive favorites, taking nothing away from Passion UA, of course.
Sure.
Apart from that, they got the job done. They had convincing wins. G2, the bane of their existence, couldn't get much done, got their back broken there, despite an incredible showing from Dong and Shiro. But today, what I liked today here was Rich. The first few few rounds, it looked a little dicey. It looked a little bit like, you know, I'm not sure what's happening here against Sashi of all teams. And then the switch flipped. And that's a Spirit I wanted to see, where just no respect play coming in. Zontic's having a great game as well. Even Magic's finding a lot of impact, right? And as long as they don't give... When they give too much respect to lesser teams, that's when they seem to struggle. That's when they seem to kind of fail a little bit. And I'm going to repeat the same thing. Just unleash Donk. Don't rein him in. Just let him do what he has to do, especially against a team like this. And it's going to be an easy, smooth sailing.
Yeah, the critique is fair on Spirit, right? It certainly is. But let's remember they're also just came off a second place finish at the Blast World Finals. They're a 3-time champion since the Copenhagen Major, and they have very rarely lost to teams ranked below them in any tournament that they've played since Copenhagen. The only times I can think of is when they lost to Liquid at the Blast
2 days ago
Finals,
as well.
Passion UA in this RMR, and then it was 1 loss to Mongols and 1 loss to Made in Brazil. Outside of that, they have toppled everyone ranked below them. G2 seems to be their only true nemesis that they consistently can't beat. They've been able to beat all the top teams in the world multiple times, and a lot of the time it has been off the back of just Shiro and Donk carrying them. Now, if you just give them one more guy, you give them Zontix, you give them Magis having a pop-off game, you give them something, they can be a contender, not only obviously for advancing major, they should do that no problem in this Series 2-0, let's be real, but what I think, if I'm looking long-term, is they should be a playoff contender. They should be a semi-finalist. They should, with the right bracket draw, if they can dodge G2, they might be able to make it all the way. They have the talent to do so. It's just about harnessing it at the right time, and we have seen flashes of it throughout this RMR, granted sometimes against weaker opposition, but nonetheless we're seeing it.
Yeah, well, Blair, we're about to get into the veto. I'll start with you. What do you think you're going to see here? Nip probably have to dig deep into
So if you're the underdog, both of the two teams don't play Inferno. If you're the underdog here, Nip should just be floating Inferno. You don't ban out Inferno. You let Spirit ban it, because Spirit are not going to take any chances whatsoever. Now, if you are going to be NIP, you should try. I'm thinking they just ban out either Dust 2 or Mirage. I think they're going to ban Dust 2, which takes away a map pick from Spirit. But then Spirit have a couple of very easy, comfortable options here. I assume they're going to go with Mirage. Again, a map that these NIP have really struggled on recently. They can even go with Nuke if they choose to do so. And I feel the only option Nip have available is, unfortunately, Ancient. A map that are pretty solid on so far, but again, it's not a map Spirit really shy away either. Sure, the game against G2 yesterday wasn't ideal, but there we go. Mirage coming in, the Dust 2 ban from NIP, they had to go for it, and that is a surprise. That is a bit of a surprise. We just saw Spirit like 2 hours ago on that map.
Yeah,
I'm surprised Spirit keep picking Mirage. Like, to me, because to me it's a more of a mixed bag. Like, they are, in my opinion, a way stronger team individually on Ancient, Anubis, Dust 2, and Nuke. Particularly Nuke, which was obviously.
I mean, Dust 2's banned out, and Ancient,
of course,
and Ancient's a map that Nip like to play a lot. I mean, Mirage.
You're the better team. I don't care if the other team likes to play.
Yeah, so why don't you just pick Mirage? You have Donk and Mirage. Just send them in.
I'm with you. I kind of always feel like these vetoes kind of like there's not like a lot of nuance and guile that goes into them. I'm kind of like, listen, we're the better team. We'll beat you on your map, but like we're gonna mess with your picks. We're gonna bring you somewhere where it's in the middle.
Because my argument goes like this. You're right. Dust 2 was banned, so that was an option. But Ancient, they have beaten every good team in the world except for G2.
But Nip are going to probably pick Ancient as well. That's what I would assume.
Who cares?
That's the only option
better.
they have.
You're better. That's what I'm talking about.
Why would it give a map
Anubis,
that
they're
Nip
also
wants?
better. Nuke, they're better. I mean, every single map, they're better practically. So
what's
whatever.
wrong with Mirage then?
So
by your logic, what's wrong with Mirage?
Who won the veto? Who won the
Spirit
veto overall? Yeah,
easy.
Yeah, I mean, Spirit, we're going to win the veto no matter what. But I'm just saying, like, on principle, I think you should just play your strengths. And if they're trying to develop Mirage, then fair enough. They're going to have to play that mid-table, probably against one of the better teams later on. But regardless, yeah, Spirit is still certainly the favorite coming into this.
Right, we'll bring in the commentators on the big screen, coming in, refereeing a heated debate down here. Also, I want to say, Harry, you look like Rick Astley, mate. What?
Yeah, thank you, man. I'm never going to give you up, Rich. I never could.
No,
that's
so sweet.
Well,
it's a lot calmer over here. You guys having a bit of a fight?
Yeah,
you
bro,
okay?
No, we're having a good time.
I know it's an intense day. It's a long day, boys.
Excited to see some amazing Counter-Strike, and what could be better than NIP versus Team Spirit right now?
You're in the right place, Richard. Yeah. We're here for quality control as Spirit try and, remove a team with a stand-in and obliterate them from making the major. Do you think they got it in them, Richard?
I do. Quick question, because I'm sure we're about to get into the action. I think it would be awful for the major if Spirit didn't make it. Like, no disrespect to NIP, but I want to see Donk and Shiro compete at a major. Hasn't been great at the RMR, but I want to see what they can do, at the major for real after a reset, right?
It's actually kind of crazy that Spirit, even in this position, all it took was a BO1 loss versus an underdog, and sure, you can break down that passion UA game all you want, and Spirit definitely choked that matchup, but all it took was a BO1 that put them in this crazy last chance decider matchup. Sure, they lost to G2, but as Dust said, this is a team that they've never beaten. It's always had their number, so it's kind of crazy that one BO1 loss, Richard, one slow start to a tournament has put Spirit in this final match.
Well, listen, that's the stakes, right, Harry?
Yeah, you know, I mean, this is where Spirit have to like prove that they can do it. You know, like there's kind of no excuses here, right? They're coming into this as the massive favorites, second highest rated ranked team rather in this Group B. So yeah, I think all the eyeballs are going to be on Spirit. They just can't play scared here. I was wondering, I have a question for you guys. So on the veto thing, where did we land? I think we all agreed in the end.
No, I think in the end, like Spirit were going to win this series no matter what. I just don't think it was worth risking the map.
Bringing it back.
I just don't think they like.
I just want to say, Dust is wrong.
I want to hit Dust out though. I want to hit Dust out.
It is objectively true that Mirage.
It is not objectively true. It is not objectively true.
Harry, have you ever watched Transformers, Harry?
I have.
Are you familiar with the character Starscream?
Yes.
You're being a real Starscream right now.
It's more of a diesel, I think.
It's more maybe. But no, look, I think probably a slight edge to Spirit on the veto. I think that was always going to be the case. Obviously, the stronger team.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe could have gone in different directions. The Vertigo pick's interesting. If I'm Nip, I'm not confident in that at all. I haven't just seen Spirit destroy someone like 3 hours ago or whatever it was. So.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's weird there is like a lot of teams have tried to punish pick Spirit's Vertigo now for a while, and they've made changes. They've gotten better at it, and they've proven that at the RMR. So I don't think that's a guaranteed way in.
I think for Nip, when you're coming into the series, you know you have to catch Spirit off guard. That's the only way you can win this game. I want to ask Dust. I want your answer on this one. Is there a map in the pool that Nip could have won in this series? They still have a chance, obviously, but where would you say is their best bet? In all 7 maps.
If Spirit somehow magically didn't ban Inferno.
Okay, no. In all 6
the one
maps,
option I would have given you in that
Spirit
situation. Yeah, 100%.
What about the other 6 maps?
I don't think there is one. No.
Okay.
Really?
Well, not even a best bet. Do you think they could break through on Vertigo?
No.
Okay, wait then.
So
not even ancient.
He's just got no
I like
his
it's
cold
honest.
heart.
I actually love
Listen,
how
here's the one win condition going into this map for the side of NIP is that you've been relying on Wrinkle so much throughout this tournament. Again, he is a primary opper, taking 28% of your opening duels. No other opper does that in the world. So what he's going to have to do is figure out a way to make that work. And what Mistim has done in the short amount of time with Exist is he's found a way to give Nip like this fast-paced, explosive play style where they can just try to load up Wrinkle and Rez together and try to break through. That is your win condition, is if they can somehow break through this defense. That's really the only win condition for me. And that's map pool wide. That's not just on Mirage.
Yeah, and Wrinkle obviously is going to have to go up against, the likes of Donk, the likes of Shiro. Tall order.
Godspeed.
Yeah, Godspeed indeed. I think we still got, do we still have a delay? We're still waiting for people to log in. What's up with that, guys? These are seasoned pros.
Sorry, guys, that was me.
There it is.
No, I mean, they didn't have long to get ready, right? So.
Look, we're bringing up graphics.
That's kind of not fair.
Wow,
okay.
That's a weird player versus player to do.
I know.
IGL is one of the best offers in the world.
One of the best players at the tournament. I missed them. Just get ready.
Give me a Wrinkle versus Shiro if we can. I actually be
that'd be good. I'd like to see Wrinkle versus Shiro if we can.
I do think Vertigo's a great map for that head-to-head as well because you talk about Dust, the opening kill attempts taken by Wrinkle. Well, that's a great map for it.
He's a true hybrid. He's one of the few ones that we have, like Jumbo being one of the only ones. And there you go. That looks a little better.
That's actually a lot closer than I would have thought.
Yeah, the only difference being Wrinkle being the only shining light alongside Mirez stepping up a little bit. If you look at the side of Spirit, even though Shiro, yes, he's been kind of crazy the first couple of days, the first day, but then you look at the numbers Donk's putting up. You also look more recently at Zontix and Magic looking pretty comfortable as well. And then you talk about a supporting cast, Rich, and it's very, very different.
Yeah, the supporting cast has really been the big issue for Spirit. It's like, who is going to be next in line? And it's like, I don't know. I'm convinced Spirit are going to make roster moves after this.
Yes.
No matter what. Yeah, you feeling that?
I was going to say.
I mean, they have a ready-made guy in their academy system right now that you could bring into this team that would make them loads better, and that will certainly happen, I think, after this major if they have a disappointing result.
Say the name.
Just say the name. Yeah, let's do it. Let's start the HLTV.
I actually don't know how to pronounce it that well.
Kaiosuke.
Kaiosuke.
Start the thread. Start the
the next one.
Honestly, I think it has to be in a discussion because I think Magix has played actually horribly this whole event. And in the one game that really mattered, where he could have had a few rounds that stepped up and actually made all the difference, especially on that Nuke game against G2, he was completely absent, 6 and 23 at the end of things. I feel like there's no way you could justify his position on this team if Spirit, even if they make it to the major, but they don't make a deep run, and I'm talking top 4 levels of deep run at this major, I think Magix has got to be under the microscope right now.
Well, he's going to be under your microscope, mate. The game's getting started. It's Hugo and Rick Astley to cast this one. Take it away. They're no strangers to love.
You know the rules, and so do I. Only one spot left here at the major, the Perfect World Shanghai Major. Spirit NIP, it's been a long bloody day for these two teams. They've got to win 2 BO3s, and it all comes down to this.
Spirit coming in as heavy favorites in the minds of everyone, maybe even NIP. You've seen them fall to underdogs here. Nothing is impossible at this RMR. Oh. All right, good trade from Mistem. Donk dead, tapped out, gone immediately in this pistol round. That's a lot of pressure removed as Mistem's getting chased down back at the spawn. He's going to try take one more with him. A lot of damage onto Chopper, but it's the backstab from the Wrinkler that just might look to stupefy things here for Team Spirit. They're able to adjust quickly and deal with him. More success out towards CT.
Okay, your mate just tried that, Joe Cab. You're not going to get any better from that smoke. Team Spirit with a pistol, Donk running out ramp, and I agree with the desk. I do want to see him unchained in this game. I want to see him off the leash. I feel like at times he's been pretty measured and tempered, and the rounds where he just feels free to play as aggressive as he can, especially on those CT sides. I think he's just such a important piece, needless to say, of this Team Spirit team. And I don't want to see him constrained in a must-win game. It wouldn't feel like the major without Spirit there. And for NIP at least, well, they have the brand value of making 7 majors in a row. The first 5 of CSGO, they're in every single grand final. This is not the old NIP squad. This is not the old team we know and love. In fact, it's not even the team they wanted here, having to pull in a last-second stand-in. But an admirable run despite that has still put them within touching distance of a major. Can NIP threaten Spirit is the question of this game.
Yeah, when we look at NIP, you talk about how this isn't the old roster. I saw recently that Rez actually is now overtaken Forest as the longest standing NIP member. I think that was as of 2 days ago, or maybe it was yesterday. We're in a 2-day range right now.
Yeah.
But he's been in the NIP jersey a long time.
Damn.
And for the longest time, you've been looking at him and saying, well, you know how good he can be, you know what he's capable of, but I want to move past saying that and have him give me some of those big performances. NIP are going to need it.
Absolutely will. Can't just be the Wrinkle show. I mean, even the second longest standing player of this roster, Harry, who do you think it is? It's a trick question because he's not here in Maxed Up.
Okay.
Yeah, that really puts the icing on the cake, doesn't it? Of course, Wrinkle just a month behind. Team Spirit with a mid-take here. NIP, that was a good eco. They made it very close, but once the bomb got planted, clock in Spirit's favor. They've taken some damage. They're going for the mid-split. Wrinkle has his orb. Wow, on the spam, Rez removed. Wrinkle hits his back in spawn. He needs so much more. He's the last bastion of hope in this site.
And IP do win out the mid-fight, though, in the meantime. Oh, Donk, this is a very powerful position for him to have grabbed Wrinkle on the line. Tries his hand at the spam, but in this 3-on-3 with Donk controlling the window rotate, Just going to be a save here for Nip.
It's a modern day save, I'll call that, right? It could be winnable. They could have grouped all spawn pretty quick. Their timing would have been fine, but they know the level of the game that they're up against, and Spirit were not going to overfight with that pivotal window position. There's surely no way back into the round without a kit, so I actually like this save for Nip. It's a bitter pill to swallow, but take their medicine they must. Team Spirit 3-0.
Terrorists win.
Have a chance to keep this next round competitive, do NIP. Thanks to that save, yeah, going to get ahead of this early. Exist having a bit of time to talk to the guys after that first rifle round falls on deaf ears. Ali also taking this opportunity to talk to the Spirit guys.
Yeah, just remind them of the game plan, right? You're often going to plan your first 5 rounds. You're going to plan your pistol. You're going to plan, what happens if you win or lose the pistol, and then you're going to plan your first rifle. And at that point, you have enough data to just call on the fly. So I imagine there's a level of preparation in these early stages of T-Side Mirage. Here's what we looked at in the demos. Here's what we expect them to do. They've had 2 hours to prep for this game. Maybe got some ideas as to how Nip want to use this AWP and how to counter that, because for sure, if you're Spirit coming into this matchup, all your eyes are on Wrinkle, and we see a lot of AWPs when they're young and they're upcoming and they make it to Tier 1. Maybe they have an explosive first couple of tournaments, like an Ultimate on Team Liquid, but eventually when other rosters realize how much of a threat this player is, they will try and counter them. They will prepare to deal with an aggressive AWP. And as Dust talked about, Wrinkle attempting a lot of opening kills on this team. So Spirit have to be wary of that. And you expect them to be ready for Wrinkle in this game. So a lot of pressure on this young AWP to still find his value despite that. Late window smoke. This one's stylish. And then we have Spirit grouping for an A hit. That's old school. But it is consistent.
They are going to run into this Wrinkle AWP. Oh, but he misses the first shot, now low on health. That's going to force him away. That Wrinkle AWP that plays such a big part for NIP, forced out of the round early. Missed him, even spotted. Good bit of damage off, but all the kills coming up in favor of Spirit. You've seen Nip save in arguably better spots than this, so yeah, just going to head out of the round. Team Spirit, nothing, wild to open up, no crazy moments needed. Just another one of these A takes, and they get the openers between Zontix and Donk.
Excellent flashbang as well, just getting Wrinkle off that CT line. That's going to be his best position. There or triple with the AWP. And they're in hot water right now, NIP, because Chopper's coming hunting from under. He's waiting till the last second. I think he definitely should go for this. Donk gonna join him. Grenade goes in, pushes Rez back. Wrinkle very low, but Spirit won't overdo it. They're hoping someone makes a mistake. Nothing wrong with that. 4-0 for Spirit. Everything is going to plan right now. They force back-to-back saves. What this does allow is repeated gun rounds for Nip. Always keeping 3 players up.
Wrinkle will be in the right place to be involved on that AWP now. They take their time crossing, and that gives Wrinkle a chance once that smoke fades. Donk is the one caught in the crossfire. Spirit might get control over mid, but they pay a heavy price here. Untradeable 4v5. And even though you have Shiro kind of working the apartments, I don't think they're going to be ready for the double AWP out of NIP.
Surely not. Very early in this game as well. That's what all these saves have allowed. Nip seemed to want a bit more info. Oh, they spot something. Did Shiro realize the weapon on Isaac's back? And maybe that misinforms you. Maybe you think that's Wrinkle. Break on the smoke, but it's very early. Spirit are coming in through under. You'll notice the bomb, Harry, is still at B apartments on Shiro's back. So does Spirit plan on falling back, or are they going to try set up a flank through window? This is a gap right now. With that Molotov, Rez can't actually get this information. He's going to have to swing in and try and spot Zontix. So the pressure comes in connector. That distracts Rez. Now Zontix can spring the trap. They're rotating out of B. Shiro can go. Nip have fallen for it. It's only 2v5, but I'm still a little bit worried.
Yeah, it's Zontix in this power position. He's the one striking fear in your mind right now. NIP, as they rotate over, they're not aware of this. Does he hold the shot? Trigger discipline. Needs multiple kills out of this flank. And he's got it. Great position taken to turn the tide of this round. A 2v5 that Spirit played for here. NIP fast up short. Shiro not giving them the fight. Waits for the perfect moment. Him and Zontix combine. And Wrinkle might have gotten the opening kill, found one more on top of it, but it's not enough for Nip. They get pulled across the map.
That's a beautiful call for Team Spirit. You could see, even though that was 5v2, they just have so little information. They've been completely duped by that fake. You could just see that one happening for Spirit, and they nail it. Zontix had to hold the shot. He couldn't rush this kill. Nip a lazy clear. And Shiro playing safe on the bomb site, forcing Nip to run him down, knowing the AWP would cover as well. I don't think Spirit could have played that 2v5 better if they tried. That's so well played. It makes Nip look silly, but it was all by design. I think if anything, Spirit were hoping they'd get some entry kills on A, would have made their life a lot easier. Zontix, you know, baited for by that con player. Ramp guy running out would love a kill. Even without it, they win the round.
Yeah, and it's nice to see Spirit. You know, that's a very unorthodox way to play around, to try and, you're like, you know, worst case scenario, you are left 2v5, but you've got faith in the individuals. And for me, that's kind of what's been missing for Spirit in this event. You know, they've called a pretty scared game across the board.
Yeah.
And there's kind of no time for that fear to come creeping into the Spirit playbook now with, you know, the Major on the line.
Very ballsy counter-strike for Spirit, playing like the favorite. Wrinkle again looking to force the issue, find a 5v4, but they're going for an A execute. Got to completely counteract this AWP to the post plant. They still need some space though. Where will they fight? Wrinkle trying to break, trying to grab a kill, but he's flashed off. They're not even out yet. Spirit start to surge. Missed them, playing cheeky.
Hiding in the smoke. I mean, you have to consider this as a possibility of your Spirit.
They fake it.
Yeah, they believed he was in that smoke. Now, Donk will be found over on spawn side. Chopper immediately pulls that advantage back, and Shiro is on this mid flank in the meantime. Isaac still pushing and prodding in through the spawn, but it's Shiro's AWP that alleviates a great deal of pressure here. Chopper hits a blinder, and it's that same duo that pulled off the 2v5 last round. Left in it for Team Spirit. Shiro taking a flank through the spawn. Oh, that was a really free shot. Feels like he should have had it in the bag, and now it's going to complicate matters. Rez, the one that got away, left up in the 1v1.
But Zontix has taken the perfect post-plant position. Down in spawn, he'll hit every step. He's looking for anything he can find, molly, grenade, anything on the ground, but it's going to have to come down to the gunfight. Open plant for his pause. Rez has read it well. He's got a kit, he's got a swing, but he gets stuck on the box, and Zontix clutching it up for Team Spirit. 9-0 on Zontix. The desk wanted that third player to appear for the Spirit roster, and he has, right in time on Mirage. Number 3, number 4 rated in this event are Donk and Shiro. But Zontix is putting up the punches right now. What a read for Spirit that missed him, was trying to play ahead of that utility, sitting inside of the site, baited completely. A very inexperienced player in the comparison. to even the youngest guys on Team Spirit.
I mean, think about the rounds that Zontix has been a part of as well in this 9-0 scoreline. He was the guy who multi-killed in the 2v5, then he wins a 1v1 in the follow-up round to open this game. He got the last 2 kills that sealed the deal on the pistol. It's far from safe gameplay from Zontix, and he's just been winning every single one of these fights.
And I feel for Wrinkle, who's desperately tried different positions every round to look for opening kills, and he can't find them. He's peeked under, he's started mid, he's now going back to B. Yocab just tapped out. And Wrinkle, patient, might catch Zontix for his first kill here.
Magic swings first. Zontix knows he's just missed the window to trade that.
Chopper.
But Chopper through the smoke at top of connector. He's found the gap. Quick flick from Wrinkle.
He's good.
He's locked him out of the B site, sure, but Chopper's opened up the back door here. The A play now on the cards for NIP.
Save. Already playing for it.
And you've kind of already, you set this precedent 3 rounds into the game of the saves. You kind of showed where your limit lay when you wouldn't attempt the 3-on-3, so you can't justify going for this one. They're too far out of position. NIP have to exit out of this and give over an 0-for-7 scoreline.
It feels like they haven't really had a chance, right? Sure, the 5v2 should definitely be winning that out. Rez, a clutch that he could have taken, albeit difficult one. But the starts of these rounds have been the most impressive part for Team Spirit. Playing a lot of risky moves, pushing smokes. Donk's not even been that impactful. Not needed to be. And so Spirit just keep it clean. 7-0. Half buy now for NiP. They've allowed so many buys, but that's a crazy part. It's not like you can say, oh, 7-0, Spirit have won 2 gun rounds. No, NiP have bought up almost every time because they've saved 3 players. Finally, we're going to see, they've actually bought up around this, but an MP9, guns dropped over. Another, essentially, full buy for NiP. They need something here, Harry.
Last few times you've seen them get these early advantages, they've not been able to convert. They can't afford for that to be the case again. Magix gets dinked up. Rez follows up with even more damage onto Zontix. That's going to make him a little more modest here. And he's someone who's been nothing but problematic for NIP. But look at this, a huge rotate in towards the A site for NiP. I mean, you can't blame them. They just saw, 3 players there. They heard the Shiro Warp, they'd fought Magix, they dinked Zontix. But while all this has been going on, Chopper's been taking real estate over towards the apartments. Now he has missed the window to get out here and play for free. It's still open, but it's starting to close as NiP are now considering it. This is still a pretty, tepid rotate here from the NiP squad.
Well, they've been burned before, right? They've left a site open, and look at the price they paid. The funny part is it goes both ways. Spirit don't know that NiP have made this gamble, and so they're playing very cautious as well. They could just win the round right now. Zontix is walking under, trying to kick up a fuss. And again, the same molly that gave him that position in CT goes down again, so NiP might be a bit paranoid. Zontix is faking this. They're going to peek in. He misses his shot. Now Spirit just go. And they've already won these disadvantage rounds before, so don't count them out.
I mean, they've lost the guy that's been a big part of closing those rounds, though, in Zontix dying over at Connector. So maybe that gives NiP a bit of hope here. They're all coming up through the short side.
No
4-man
excuses.
retake there.
They have to
Double nades on Shiro and Magix. Could find their way over to short once contact is made. Shiro's actually pushed in towards Market. So that second nade doesn't find a thing. The flashes, it's all good at stalling out this retake from NIP. Chopper's been a beast to open up this game, and that will continue. Chopper catches the first man crossing in, but this could be the start of something for NiP. It's just Shiro! His time in the sun, his time to clutch up. Wrinkle moves in, gets on that bomb, but not today. Shiro with a crazy 1v3 to keep the scoreline flawless for Team Spirit.
I don't know how they do it, Harry. They just keep racking up rounds. That feels like a bit of a bait there for Wrinkle, playing super late in the round, as he should as an AWP, but at the same time, his team just kept mowed down in the site. He never knew where Shiro got to, and Spirit don't have a single bit of blocking utility in that post plant. They have 2 flashes, 2 nades, but my God, do they extract value from them. They waste time. They get Nip flustered in the open, and as a result, Nip don't cotton on to the repositions. That's just a disastrous round. And that speaks to the scoreline. No longer excuses to give to Nip. They have none left. They had to win that round.
I mean, everything's turned a bit loose for the Nip squad, and they're fighting a losing battle here, and they know it. You know, there was no denying coming into this, you viewed yourselves as underdogs, but now the object is kind of, let's just not get 13-0 to open up this series.
And you mentioned Chopper's been a beast, and he has in this game so far. That's a difference maker to previous maps. He was the 11th lowest rated player of the whole group, this RMR, coming into this matchup. So he's definitely had some trouble individually from a guy in the past who we've called a decent fragging in-game leader, someone who plays within his role, but seen him play more and more lurky as time has gone on in this Spirit squad, and actually it doesn't feel like it's coming up with a lot of value on these T sides at times.
They've done it again.
Yeah, they've just found the gap. Oh, and the flat.
That's the bomb! That's the bomb! Wrinkle had to win that.
What was Sontex looking at?
Bomb gets away from Team Spirit. The alarm bells are going off now. Magix is being pincered in the apartments. Wrinkle won't get away with a second. It's a lot of damage onto Magix, but they've got to move very swiftly now. And in going back to get the bomb, they wanted to group for this. This has left gaps open, gaps that Donk has to close. First kill comes in. Bomb able to make its way up through the connector with barely seconds to spare, and Donk, in the meantime, even finds himself the multi-kill back in spawn. So NIP, another round where they feel really close to finally getting past Team Spirit. But one man is able to lock them out of it.
Yeah, I think Sontex is just staring at his mini-map there, and he just lets that player walk out. But even with a 5v4 with bomb control, Nip again make nothing of it.
I mean, look at this. They know that Isaac is just trying to hide out to save the AK. Everyone's hunting. 3 players, and they're all looking for him. Chopper going to remove that gun right at the end. And so Nip, the one thing they've had, the one thing they've been able to rely on is always having these buys, and that's now no longer the case. They're going for it. Rez has some extra money, so he's able to drop an extra gun into play. Him and Wrinkle exchange Orb for a rifle, but that's really all they have in this round. Timeout called in for NIP. This is their last timeout.
It's been a disastrous game for Nip, no doubt about it. And I wish, you know, we always say for Nip, oh, where's his second player? You know, maybe it's Rez. It should be Rez. He's the legacy guy of this org. He's been here so long. We remember his glory days. But I also want more from Isaac, because this is a guy who's been to the last 3 majors, Harry. He was in Rio in the Challenger stage. He made it to the grand final of Paris and at least broke into Copenhagen, all under the Gamer Legion jersey. He joined a legacy org, and I feel like he's had waning form ever since. He was such a big part of that Gamer Legion run, such a clutch individual. I feel like I haven't seen even glimmers of that. And even though we can look at Nip and say they've been a bit cursed, they've had a rough draw these last few years, as well as maybe some mismanagement. Where is this form from players who had it right before joining the Nip jersey? Does their time in Nip really not count? 9-0. AWP, but not a shred of utility here for Nip. They've already burnt everything. 1 smoke on Isaac. A kit on Rez. Spirit playing slow and steady. Not explosive, but calculated. They go back to the A hit. Orp is stuck B apartments. Double ramp could be nice. Miston catches Donk, and Shira has the bomb.
There's this mid-lurk still to come through. Backstab, though. Yocab from short, able to spot Chopper. They even try to pressure Shiro. I mean, at that point, it's bomb spotted. 2 players going up con. Nip know where this is ending.
20 seconds, they got bomb.
And bomb under their control. That smoke falls a little close. Zontic's going to try and run through and grab it. Will fall just shy of the bomb, and so there's no time for Spirit here. They leave it too late.
Oh, okay.
Wrinkle had to hit that. Suddenly, you might have had them darting through the smoke in the final few seconds, but NIP finally takes them 10 rounds, but they managed to get on the board.
Far from comfortably at that as well, but a round is a round, Harry. Avoid that dreaded 13-0. First tack for Hallie. I mean, it's a bit awkward for Shiro. He gets overwhelmed, gets dinked on that first fight, and as a result, Mistim just chases and trades it out. Impact round from the captain and Nip with the bomb under his control. But otherwise, it's not been a lot to celebrate for Nip. They're going to need the turnaround of all turnarounds in this game. I think, if anything, it's reassuring to see Spirit beating up on an underdog. As said by the desk, this is a team that doesn't lose to, you know, when they're favorites for a reason. They often win those matches. They've only had a handful of upsets this year. Of all the top 5, top 8 teams, Spirit have been able to beat them all multiple times. So the floor is high. It's the major where we'll see their ceiling.
Yeah, I think, you know, for Spirit, I like that they call the pause early. It's very important here that you don't, you know, like 3 rounds is still not a lot for NIP, but considering you were on the verge of like 13-0ing this opening map, you don't want to feel like you've let them back in at the end, given them a kind of second wind and a shot of redemption in the second half. So you want to get right back to your winning ways. It's been the Spirit T sides, though, that have sometimes felt problematic. Especially here on Mirage, so to that end, maybe they're still fine with it. But Wrinkle will get dodged over in middle. That AWP not going to get to play into the round just yet. Mistim can't win that fight out over Donk, but his teammate Yocab will. Good trades right now from Team Spirit. Nothing going unpunished past that opener onto Zontix. That was the only free fight that Nip have had here. Rez burning alive, and it spreads at the last second. He burns out with just some damage onto Chopper. You've got to hope that's enough to tee up Isaac and Wrinkle.
But Shiro hits his shot and forces that question again. Do I just have to save? Will I ever get to play this game? Will I ever get a chance to be in the right place? The answer is no. Wrinkle foregoes the round, and Chopper is already beginning to hunt. I want to see him full send this. Of course, they don't have a huge amount of money on Spirit, but knowing that you can remove this orb is tantalizing for the last round of the half. So Chopper's going to give it a go. And Wrinkle missed that timing as well. Terrorists win.
Considering, you know, Wrinkle's whole thing is how much he likes to be involved early on this AWP, I think that makes the fact they've avoided him even more credit to Spirit. It's not by accident that he's always the guy left saving. They're out positioning him here.
Yeah, he's only been involved in 2 opening duels in this map. He's won them both, but just often been out positioned or removed with utility. Spirit, a very solid game, a very reassuring game. They got a major on the line.
Yeah, and I think, you know, there's that part of you that always wants every game to feel super competitive, and because, you know, they're the more exciting ones to watch. But for Team Spirit on the Dawn, you know, this game's sending you to the major. This is the exact form you wanted out of them, especially with how, as you said, losing that one kind of upset on day one has had these massive consequences for Team Spirit.
Oh. You wanted them to show good form here. Now, the last round of the half, things have kind of, wheels have kind of fallen off the wagon here for Team Spirit. They still have good map control. Chopper, very clean on the openings, but that bomb is still back at apartments. Rez, though, has stopped committing to this flank. Tries to go for the safer rotate. That allows Wrinkle a bit of a playground here on the B side. Donk has secured the A play right now, though. And finding Rez, knowing that he's no longer in spawn, gives you that opportunity to run back, grab the bomb, and look for the A plant.
Timing's still pretty good for Wrinkle, but he's got to beat Donk first, so no easy opening fight in this 2v1 clutch. No kit, no nades. He can't afford to take his time. This bomb's about to make it down. Magic's cautious of the spawn, but Wrinkle's gone the safe route, the quiet route. Donk doesn't know just yet. It might be Wrinkle v Donk for the closing clutch of this half. Oh, Magic slips in.
Firing off, they know where he is now, and Magix is just able to swing out and seal the deal. So NIP, it looked like for a moment there they could have broken through, found a second, but it ends up being another one that's lost to the wayside for NIP. Chopper has been a real menace across this map.
Yeah, he's outshone Donk in a way. I think not just the killing, but the calling as well. He's had some great moves, playing for a 2v5.
Most opening duels on the team.
Wow.
It's exactly what you want to see. You know, this is a real statement from Spirit, showing that even though they've had their missteps, they're looking to correct them now.
Yeah, and I'm going to repeat what I said earlier coming into this game, because I do think it's worth noting. Yes, sure, Spirit haven't looked unbeatable. They haven't looked like, you know, one of the best teams in the world, but at the same time, all it was a really sloppy game against a hungry underdog of Passion UA. Otherwise, it's been fine. Sure, yeah, they lost to G2, but they always do. Nice! And it was a very close match. So it's a BO1 that's put them here, essentially. And while not every game has been perfect for Spirit, that match versus Sashi earlier, reassuring after the first half. Blew them out the water in the remaining 3. And they are proving that right now against NIP. 11-1. Nice fake for Isaac. He's throwing the nade so they hear it. I think that's the... That happened in the Liquid FaZe game, didn't it? Naf called it, or no, sorry, Frozen called it.
Trying to fake with the...
Like, Frozen heard Liquid drop utility in that Cologne match, and he said it. We heard it in the voice comms, and then they stacked the A site. I don't think Nick... not Nip. I don't think Spirit are panicking, though. They keep 3A. They've already got the setup. Magix has a molly at B.
And a very safe jump spot as well. Molly slows down the push.
Ouch.
Rez is so wounded in that, and Zontic's going to get here in time. Already Spirit are about to have this site stacked.
They're thinking, oh no, maybe it's a fake. It's gone quiet. It's not a fake. It's just that Nip are a bit stuck in the mud right now. They don't know what to do, where to go. Missed him taking the molly back. He's going to go elsewhere around the world before his team recommit, but this is desperate right now for Nip. They don't really have many choices.
Yeah, you're having to kind of completely on the fly this call now. You lost Wrinkle. Rez is a harsh breeze away from death.
This is working.
Missed him. Has done a good job of selling this, though. Getting out with a kill does change matters.
Magic's rotated.
They got them in towards B. It does actually work out for NIP, and a 3-on-3 presents itself. A chance for something in this pistol round. Now Rez is still super low, super wounded. So he'll steal himself away over towards bench. It's a good angle for him to try and fight from. You're going to get shot in the head regardless when you're peeking here. So trying to maximize his usage on this little health. Rez gets one.
So low.
Chopper will find him, and now it's just Isaac. They cross in, down to the 1v1. Kit for Chopper, so Isaac had to check that, and he will.
Magic's fell for it. I mean, you don't know what the comms are like, right? Maybe because there's a molly, there's a kill. Maybe the comms are panicked. Oh, they're running A, rotate help. But Magix leaves as soon as that molly goes down, and so Nip just run into the near empty B bomb site. He's caught between positions. It just feels a bit sloppy for Spirit, but it hopefully isn't going to cost them anything. But a little bit more warm up for Nip. 11-2. And Nip would have to pull comeback of the year when you consider the stakes. You consider how favored Team Spirit are, CT Mirage, their map pick. Nip going to make the absolute most of this opportunity here. Now, the one thing you can't do, Harry, you can't lose to this full eco for Spirit.
That's fair.
There's my line. There's the limit. It's very clear. And luckily for Nip, Spirit are actually rotating out at just the wrong time.
Yeah, Donk here alone. Molly gonna force him out into the open, and he tries to run away, but Rez finds him. As the longest standing Nip member dealing with Donk.
Full eco, of course.
Yeah.
You're really trying to give him his flowers.
I'm trying, you know, just when
Those
Rez,
are plastic flowers,
when
Harry.
Rez joined NIP, how old was Donk?
Oh,
Hugo?
God.
Was approaching his 10th birthday.
No, that's horrible. Don't say that. He was 10.
Well, he was 9.
He was 9.
Yeah.
Harry. No, bro, that's too far. Can we bury that? Can we just not like pretend you didn't say that?
But here we go, a round for NIP. Up against the Pistols. You know, they want to try and warm up a little. And it's all Rez, mostly.
So, it's some of Rez. Well, the good thing about plastic flowers is you can spray them with any type of perfume, Harry. So
that's the good thing.
That's what they say. So it smells nice for Nip, but it's not real, is it? Got to see if they can do it against the guns.
It's plastic and all flowers now. Another sad truth. Here we are, NIP. Screw it. Win the whole game. Why not?
That's what they're here for,
Who's
Harry.
stopping you?
They've got B.
Donk dinked early. Magix, good for a kill. But just the one, actually. Missed him. Gonna find Zontix over at short. Donk has suddenly propelled them back into this retake. It looked like for a moment their Spirit were actually considering the save.
Give it a go.
Smoke spam has got them interested all over again.
Oh, he could have just run for it. I would love Chopper to just speed out that doorway. But Spirit playing safe. Trying to play smart. Trying to reduce risk. Give it up. As Nip did in many rounds in that first half in these 3v3s. The difference is, Spirit have the room to work with right now. 4 for Nip.
Terrorists win.
And as we know, anything is possible.
That is true.
A timeout called in for Spirit. They want to try and just... And now's the time. Hallie, tell the boys, like...
Why are you
this
saying
really
that like
has
you're
to be
worried?
I'm not worried. There's
Okay.
no worry.
All right, good.
They can't always be the shtick. Like...
No, true. Not every comeback happens.
And so Hugo is saying with 100% certainty...
I have said that. Actually, you know what? You know
For
what?
old time's sake. For old time's sake.
Run it back from the Astralis bait game. This is unlosable for Spirit.
There you go. And that's a Hugo guarantee.
Simply impossible.
Yeah.
Spirit have played a great game. Players are in form. Donk's yet to activate, but it hasn't mattered. Zontics is solid.
One of the other things I think that's like weird with this is, in a way, like, the people who are most upset with Spirit having dropped the ball in the early stages of the RMR is NIP. Like, they're more upset about Spirit being here than maybe Spirit are.
Yeah.
I think if they got to play many other teams, they would have had a very, very good chance.
All right, Donk spraying through this smoke, finds Mistum again, and he's even put Wrinkle down low. Shiro picked Rez's legs under the pass, and Magix catches a smoke push on B. Can't be showing the desperation at this point.
I like that they try it. I mean, you know, sure, it kind of sucks that it's up against your opponent about to get 12, but you know, it's sort of crazy smoke pushes and stuff that were the essence of success for that passion upset early on.
Yeah, true.
You have to have some degree of confidence in these games.
Got to be a little more measured with it, though. No trade available, no assistance, no util down. Just walking into the MP9, and now NIP group under to try and take this A site.
Will this be the 3-on-5 for NIP, or do Team Spirit put an end to this here and now? Rez able to outduel Donk, trying to boost up into the window. Chopper was meant to contain that. Isaac gets the drop on him now. Zontic should come as a real nasty surprise. Holds the shot, milks it for the double, and it's just Wrinkle. Zontic sends them packing. Great time on that push up into the ladder room. The slowdown, not taking the shot immediately, just delaying it by that extra half a second, gives him the window to catch them boosting as well. And so that's how Team Spirit move on to map point.
Great game out of Zontics. Started super strong with that 9-0 and has just kept it up. A lot of impact on the T side. Shuts out a full buy round against NIP. And they're getting pretty desperate on the money as well. So double Mac 10, concessions to be made. And on Spirit's mapping, it's feeling like a dominant beginning to this series. Like a map from the Major. Oh dear. Smoke break almost catches Mistum. He gets out just in time. But Donk never respects that top con smoke. He comes right back as NIP hit B.
Well, Magix will get run through. Zontics, though, been a very safe pair of hands for Spirit in this.
Bang.
Dead instantly.
Good angle.
Is that a save called for Spirit? They've lost full control of the site. They've done so much damage, but they're never to capitalize on it. And so NIP, couple more rounds down the stretch. A chance to feel like at least they didn't get steamrolled in the opening map. There's been a late game recovery here for NIP, and with their map pick coming up next, that might give them a little more hope. I think it would have been very hard to pick yourselves up with how the first half started, considering the original goal felt more like, guys, don't get 13-0'd.
Upgrades are nice because NIP came into this round with 2 Mac 10s. They leave with 5 rifles.
Terrorists win.
Nothing to lose in trying with this much on the line. And whatever happens today, it's been a far better RMR for NIP than it was back at the start of the year for Copenhagen, right? That was an RMR where NIP went 0-3, Harry, with a different roster. They crumbled. They had that crazy game against Amcal. They lost on Overpass. Jason will remember that. They got 2-0 by Saw and they lost to Eternal Fire. Of course, made the top 8. So that was the last time we saw Esatag, if you remember him. Hasn't even played a pug since that RMR. Hasn't played an official since that RMR. Literally disappeared off the face of the earth.
Yeah, we did a number to him. Just as Chopper and Donk have done so here. Good timing on this backstab for Rez. You've seen him come close to turning around a 3v5 before. It was Zontics that was required to put a stop to that, and it might be a similar look here. Him and Chopper grouped up on the spawn. It's a... Oh, Rez didn't see him over on triple, and Chopper swinging wide. Looks to put an end to this. Missed him left up all alone. Team Spirit about to run away with Mirage, leaving themselves just one map away from the recovery from that major attendance. Team Spirit is so close, they can almost feel it.
Yep, one more map will do it. NIP not able to put up a resistance on Mirage. And so Spirit only need one more map win to book their place to the major and put to bed all of the talk about them being a spent force or an underachiever. We're going to talk about the game now. I guess I have to start with you, Blair, looking kind of smug for some reason.
Smug? I wonder why, Rich.
I don't know.
I wonder why.
What's up with that, bro?
I don't know. I have no idea. Look, okay, jokes aside, Spirit just got done with business right there, right? The Mirage pick coming in, they're like, listen, we don't care. It's a map which we literally just destroyed another, a Danish team on, and, Nordic org, I guess. So they give the same to the side of NIP, and in all honesty, there's not much you can really talk about. This is just them not just out-aiming and outclassing the NIP players individually, but even when it comes to calling, Chopper was calling circles around Mistim, and there was not a shadow for that. This is the round. The moment I saw that round, Rich, a 2v5, the way Chopper and Spirit broke it down. We'll talk about it later. Yeah. That's when I knew this one's done. It's over. It's so over.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was done a little bit earlier even than that.
Pistol round.
I think there was not a map.
I'm sorry, doesn't one of those guys in chat on Twitch chat the moment they lose a pistol on it? GG. GG. It's over.
GG.
No, it's just one of those things where I couldn't have foreseen a map in the pool that Spirit wasn't going to send Nip to the Shadow Realm on. Like, it's just, as much as I tried to, give NIP their flowers for what they have been able to accomplish this RMR, considering the circumstances, you are at the end of the day up against a top 5 team in the world for a major spot on the line. And no matter where you take them to, they are going to have a massive edge over an overall firepower, but also chemistry, flow, just general understanding of how to do things. And it's one of those games where they didn't even necessarily need their top dogs to pop off. Like, Donk had a quieter game, but it wasn't required because literally everyone was just murking NIP anytime they had an opportunity to do so.
That's what I was going to say. The good thing about this game for Team Spirit is Donk kind of just got to chill, which is super nice. He looked very chill in the warm-up when we saw as we were coming into the game. And he, they've had the talk. They're like, look, guys, forget about it. It's NIP. It's all okay.
Forget
Even
about it.
Zonix can pop off.
Well, Zonix had a great game.
Yeah, he was really good.
I mean, this series is going to take about half as long as 2 hours we waited for it to start at this point.
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, it is.
It's true.
It's
true.
It's a fact.
Yeah, no,
count the seconds.
But yeah, he had a really good game. I mean, actually did most of the heavy lifting. For being honest about it, I mean, you could maybe argue. I thought Shiro had some just insane impact as well, with a rifle as well as the AWP when the.
Yeah, I mean, we can kind of forget how good Shiro can be as a player, even as a rifle, right? Because obviously you have Donk on your team alongside Zontix as well. Zontix has impressed me a lot, even in the first series we had today, earlier on Vertigo and whatnot. He was playing magnificently with Magics, but here it's just about how he seemingly does everything Chopper tells him to do, right? Hey, Zontix, I need to go sell this fake right now. He's going to do it. Zontix, I need to set up right here and close out a round. I'm going to do it. And when it comes down to closing out rounds as well, he's just such a nice tool to have. It's just that when he's disappeared for a while, sure, questions absolutely should be raised, but when things fall into place, you can see why he is on this team. He's such an important piece of the puzzle for Spirit.
What he needs to do is find that consistency, though. I mean, look, if you look at every team that's in major contention, they've got a solid core of at least 3 that are reliable and dependable, and in the very upper echelons, it is 4 now. I mean, like, you think about all the problems G2 have had, but it still remains true. If Hunter's their 4th best player and he can have a pop-off game, we all know what he's capable of. That's kind of the level you have to get to.
Of all the top 5 teams, Spirit is the only one that does not have a consistent 3rd. You're absolutely correct. I mean, G2 has the strongest 3 probably of any team in the top 5, and then you go down the board and everybody has that core group that can deliver in and out. So if this Zontis can continue to fire off like this going into the major itself, provided that they go ahead and finish this thing off, which they should, obviously, then that will finally give them what they need to contend.
We've got some rounds to highlight. Of course we have.
I think this is the round of the day for me personally, Richard. It's a great round. You're going to see it play out here. It's going to be an opening pick being found by Wrinkle towards mid, right? It's going to find Donk. Now, Donk's taking on the equation. Then I love how Chopper does this. You're going to see Shiro's going to be holding the bomb, waiting inside of B apartments, and it's a bit of a fake
picks up. You see how they're full sending it towards A, right? Magic's and Chopper. And it's drawn the rotation. There's no one at B. And amongst all the commotion, Zontix has found himself right inside towards Murder Hole. Bomb planted by Shiro. And a bit of some combat opping coming out from Shiro. And of course, Zontix helping out as well. But just the way they were able to solve the 4 versus 5 puzzle, where Chopper's like, all right, I'm going to move the pieces around here. Magix, you and I are going to be the pawns. We're going to sacrifice ourselves to sell this fake. And NIP, because they're so antsy, because they're so paranoid, they fully evacuated the B bomb site, despite it being a 5 versus 4, allowing Shiro with the AWP and the bomb to drop inside the B bomb site. And amongst all the commotion, Zontix finds a perfect timing to get into Murder Hole. That was played to perfection. A beautiful round of calling. And that's the thing. It's not about it's the caliber players Chopper has, where it's like, I'm going to bring this down to a 2 versus 4 or 2 versus 5. But I trust these two pieces, Shiro and Zontix, to clutch it out because of the positions they put themselves in. Beautiful round.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, excellent. So let's turn our attention to Nip's pick. Vertigo. I mean, people are trying to punish Spirit on this map. It hasn't worked today. And I have to say, like, while I understand, obviously, there are a lot of tactical facets to this map, it's very unique in terms of what you have to do in the map pool. The problem you've got is if you are very, very good at aiming, it's all academic. It's got the kind of long, choke points with the elevation. If you're good at just popping heads, you can make a lot happen on Vertigo. And as we're seeing right now, Spirit are very good at popping heads in general. So my worry here is that Nip are trying to, throw them the curveball, but they're just going to knock this for 400.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a tough one either way you take it, because on the one hand, I think people look at Vertigo and they just look at Spirit's record. They look at the fact that they haven't really beaten any big name teams on it, and they think that that's a potential vulnerability in their pool. But you have to realize that their only big loss was to Astralis at the last World Finals, and they've won their other 5 or 6 games that they've played lately. Granted, it hasn't been the greatest resume, but the eye test passes. Like, they know how to play this map. Shiro is a fantastic, hybrid player who does not need an AWP, which is perfect for a map like Vertigo, where it's mostly close quarters battles, and so he can just tag in behind Donk and they can just go in and entry. This is another map where Zontix feels very comfortable being like a lurk player at different points in time, but also just being a trade fragger when they want to go for those aggressive executes. But then on the other hand, I think to myself, well, what could have Nip really done? And I don't know that there was really a better pick for them, to be quite honest with you, but their win condition is going to be Wrinkle. Wrinkle is their roaming entry fragger with the rifle. He's going to either be with Rez at A or he's going to be with Isaac on the B side with Mistum, and he's going to have to find a way to break this thing down. Otherwise, it's over. Like, that is the only win condition that I see for NIP, is somehow Wrinkle's having a pop-off game, but I just don't see it.
No, I agree with us right there. Maybe they had an option of Ancient or Vertigo. They went with Vertigo, fair enough. Maybe they saw something from the Spirit game earlier where they're like, we're going to try and exploit this, right? But I'm just looking at the way Spirit handled B bomb side and mid area so well. I'm talking about Zontix and Magix working so well in synergy together. They didn't overextend. They did a very good job staying alive, not really, getting taken down by the utility protocols from Sashi. I'm going to just imagine they're going to do the same over here. And sure, Wrinkle coming into the A bomb side and trying to crack it open. You got Donk and Shiro, man. Good luck. Good luck, buddy.
Good luck indeed. All right, guys. Thanks a lot for your thoughts. We're going to take a quick break, and then when we come back, we'll be into the action. It's going to take a towering performance from Nip on Vertigo to deny Team Spirit their spot in the major. We're going to find out if they can do it after the break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Oh, hey, guys. Didn't see you there. It's time for the second map between NIP and Spirit, and there's a whole major on the line. We've given up the other 23 slots. There's only one remaining. This is what it all builds to, Hugo, and right now Team Spirit are just one map away from accomplishing that goal.
Yeah, some would say the bare minimum, and they would be right in saying that, right? This is a team that made it all the way to the playoffs back in Copenhagen. It's a team that have blitzed through the year with multiple trophies and multiple final placings, and to say that we wouldn't see them in the major would be a shock. So I want to see Spirit play with some balls right now and play aggressive and show us what they're made of. Rez trying to fight from the sandbag, drops 2 players on the ramp. Spirit don't clear his corner. But we've seen them win enough man disadvantage rounds. And with Donk still alive, anything's possible.
Oh, yeah, there's the double opener between Chopper and Donk. And they get double swung. NIP try to bring the fight to Spirit, and that looks like it's going to work in their favor, as it's just Chopper left standing. Spirit were not ready for that Hail Mary from NIP. They're re-aggressing again. This is what Chopper wants, but he can't sustain a single shot, and he's got to get 2 of them off to find the kill. Does successfully dink up the first man. Yocap sent back.
And I don't think they know exactly how low he is either, right? So don't count him out. Jocap in a good headshot angle as Chopper rounds the corner. Oh, he needed a clean one there. Now Isaac's on his line as well.
You'd hope they can land just 1 shot here. That's all it takes to end it. Isaac is up close, but this crossfire is strong, and Chopper is trying so hard to bait the peak. Jocap going to get his revenge. And so NIP find themselves a pistol. That's in big part thanks to this double up from Isaac and Rez. So maybe they've got something more to show here on their map pick.
You would certainly hope so, right? It's one that Spirit have leaned away from. Never been big fans. So that crazy game against FaZe at last major, but it's not a comfortable map. It's in fact a very scrappy one. They've only played it 7 times since Copenhagen. So there is always that for NIP. The element of surprise. One of 2 maps they have a positive win rate on in the last few months. I think they were in trouble no matter where they went, though. Spirit had even gone for the force without a bomb plant. Isaac dropped off accidentally. So he's going to look to make the most of this position, but it's a very messy spray getting run up by the Tech-9. Meanwhile, NIP push A, so they have advanced warning as to the end of this round, but it's costing a lot of resources. Yocap getting aggressive catches a kill. And that buys a few more seconds for this flank. This should be the round winner.
Yeah, Rez has got it in the bag. Backstab, Donk and Zontix both found. Chopper has got a little hidey hole that Yocap will have no issue dropping into. And that leaves it just on Magic's. 1v4 with the Mac-10. First kill found, but he sustains a lot of damage in it.
Save.
Saving a Mac-10, that just feels horrible, doesn't it?
Don't worry.
Don't worry, Rez, good guy Rez there to help out. You don't have to save that.
Shoots and sprays the body, Harry.
Yeah, he's fired up. That's back-to-back multi-kill rounds from Rez and a very active game plan there for NIP. That's something that I think we have to look forward to here, right? A lot more moves. One thing that felt a little rough about NIP in that opening map is their CT side was super stagnant, and they rarely would, have the info ahead of time. They were playing very reactive, and I think that's one of the reasons why Team Spirit had such an easy time of pushing and pulling them all around the map on a whim. With NIP being far more comfortable here on Vertigo, combined with the fact that it's a map where you very much have to be going and seeking info, we can expect a little bit more from this CT side as a result.
Good guy Magic spies up an AK for Donk. Trying to get his start performing early. rush towards the bottom of B, and Chopper dies for the team. Donk looking for the trade. He's going to go really hunting for this, expecting some respect as Isaac gets none of that. 2 kills at this B bomb site, but gun's not easy to retrieve right now. Yeah, I like the push back for Wrinkle, but he gets caught. This is not a round that Nip should be losing. And they are a man down right now. This is good for Mistim, though, because he's got the advantage of the shadow.
Going to take this slightly tighter line, but you still get that shadow advantage. He's going to see them coming. And he knows the second man is there. Still a little awkward in the skirmish. Will come out ahead. Shiro dead. And that leaves it on Magic's again. This time a 1v2. Has been able to get past Rez, but the running, that gives up the aim of the game. Backstab for Rez. And NIP 3-0 to open. Even though this Hero AK round looked a little dicey for a moment there, they've been able to contain it.
Yeah, a couple of B picks for Spirit to keep the economy honest. And a bit of a tech here in the second map. Spirit should not be nervous. I want to see them set a pace in this T side, actually, Harry. I know this is a map that has a lot of push and pull and a lot of walking underneath, switching bomb sites last second, but at the same time, you can establish your spawns and get a lot of map control early. You can force back the CTs off of ramp. You can take B stairs with good place flashes in this smoke. So let's see if Spirit can get this early control. They're looking for a B split pretty quick in the round here. Donk's faking, throwing his util up A, but they've broken the smoke, and that's a lot of info for Nip. Meanwhile, Spirit 2-2, mid and B, keeping the pressure on.
That boost does not pan out for Team Spirit. Oh, another boost. Mistim was holding for this. He's just crept under it. Leaves himself in the right spot, and quick work made of the mid play. None of the boosts work out for the Spirit squad. Nip are aware. And now they've taken away the B main control. Donk left up in the clutch this time, but he's going into a gnarly little crossfire here. Nip teed up to trade this. First kill found, but there's the swing out of Isaac. And so 4-0 for NIP to open up.
I was going to say, you don't see Donk in a clutch every day. You really don't. He's not often alive that late in the round, so shame to not see him get a chance to build into that. They trade him very efficiently. Good beginning from Nip, to be honest. They're playing oppressive enough. They're keeping the pressure on. They're clearing the ramp smoke. They're fighting B stairs, even without util sometimes. Boost denied. Nip playing like they've got nothing to lose. Bringing some hype as well. Love to hear it. Can Spirit get re-inspired? AK brought up by Donk this time. He funds his own activities.
There's a lot more life in the gameplay. There's a lot more life in the room for Nip squad, for the Nip squad. Or just Nip squad for short, if you're feeling like it.
Orb for Wrinkle as well. 0-4. Now finally got his weapon of choice. Going to be setting up middle. I like this setup as well. Baiting for Yocab. Oh, chunky grenade. Wrinkle. Shot missed. Well, they clear it. Yocab gets one. Donk dead as well. AK lost. Very nice. Chopper rightly reading that they're repositioning. So he's taken that AK here for the team. We've lost a man. Mr. Shadow again. Already seeing some problems here for Spirit. They need to send more than one guy on this A site. It's just Donk right now, and Nip are just pushing the ramp. They're getting full control. I know it's only been a couple of rifles, one buy round, but we need Spirit to get a bit more respect out of Nip, because right now they've got none. Backstab should seal the deal. Yokat playing very active, young player, stand-in. 9-2. Fantastic beginning. He's been that B anchor as well. Another pause as waiting for Magix to get back.
I've seen enough. Nipper winning this map.
Good one.
It's true.
Let's give it time.
They're looking sick.
I mean, Spirit are looking uninspired. I'll say that.
Yeah.
But it's early days, Harry. I don't know. Do we need to wait for Magix? Because, I mean, Spirit played G2 4v5.
Oh, scathing, but true.
Not wrong. Not even close to wrong.
But, you know, I think they probably will wait for him if I had to hazard a guess.
Jokes aside, probably should wait for Magix. Or banter, or mates. But, yeah, I want to see something a bit more inspiring for Spirit, because 5-0 to Nip.
I mean, yeah, there are a few rounds where you just want to see, you know, a few of these individuals let off the leash. Chopper's walking around right now. He's got 2 mad pit bulls on chains, and he's just yeah. And they want to go. They want to chase after things and maul them, and that's fine. Let them go.
Just keep your kids away.
Not advice, like
no,
not real pet advice. Just within the metaphor. Let them go. Let them run wild. Because a lot of these rounds, man, and this has been the case for Spirit across the RMR, they've been very slow, and some of them even feel a little like, you know, everything is left to these last second right reads and working the map control. There's a part of me where I'm like, bro, Donk and Shiro in these opening games, especially at the RMR, we're getting like nearly 50 kills between the two of them.
Good util.
And I know, you know, Shiro ain't exactly the most aggressive guy. In fact, you'd say he's more on the passive side, but...
Arguably, rather.
You know, let Donk and Zontix run wild. Shiro missed shot on the AWP, but the opener found, finally, a 5v4 for Team Spirit.
Yeah, missed him walk down the gap as well, so the Spirit have actually managed to push him back. The AWP shown on A as well will keep Nip a bit honest, but Mistim has redone it. He's got a game plan right now, and it's to keep pushing Spirit in this position on the smoke fade. This could be really nice, but Shiro should be holding this line on the end of the smoke. Oh, this is terrifying. It could fade at any moment. He's been seen, though. Hits a shot. I like the try for Mr. Man down. Spirit execute B, but they will be taking the bomb back up A. So Nip with a gamble. A reasonable gamble given the circumstances, but they're not winning this round. Donk catches res, push further than he was ready. And there we go. Donk jumping through a smoke. Show us what you got. I didn't mean that. But they need the money, Spirit. First round on the board here. Gonna try get out with 5 alive. Wrinkle no kit, so this isn't happening. Is he gonna get that Doja nade? We'd have to do it too soon. Nip have given themselves breathing room though, right? By getting this 5-0 beginning. They can afford for this game to get a bit scrappy, for them to trade out some rounds. Still have some buys left in this half. They've already got the amount of rounds they want on Mirage.
Yeah, which is certainly a nice place to start here. Timeout called in from an IP. I want to get back to their winning ways, and so they've let Exist take the floor. It's clear that these opening fights are going to be worth a hell of a lot, and up until now, Nip have had a nice kind of system in place to try and be the ones winning those out. They've been ready for the boost, ready for the tricks out of Team Spirit, but in this one round, they get caught a little slow to get rolling, and it just... It gets out of control from then on in. So Spirit, what are they up to? 4 players leaning over towards A, one of them actually departing up through the ladder. So Magix and Zontix lobbing in this util to assist with the fast ramp take. This is a change of pace out of Team Spirit. Now already they've got good control, taking away the top of ramp, denying this space to NIP.
This is fine. They don't have to rush from this point. They can slow down.
Re-aggro.
Yeah.
Flash out for Yocab.
Oh, nice. They just hold the shot. Chopper sprays, but Donkey's here to play. Gets one, but missed him. Important double kill. Captain having a lot of impact right now in this CT side. Really good flash for Nip. Has changed the tune of this round as Spirit now have to mull it over under the map. Bottom floor. Climbing the ramp back into A. It's a retake setup, but it can be so hard to plant. They've got 2 smokes to do so. Need to utilize these if Spirit want to win the round. Get a post plant. Try and hold on to this site. Yocab, even a kill here would go a long way.
There's 25 seconds left for Team Spirit. They've got 1 smoke to try and cut off sight lines, so they need openers, and they need them now. Time is of the essence here. NIP have had a lot of time to move bodies over as well and reinforce this side of the map. Oh, I haven't seen them do the boost for a while, but they do it while the plant's happening. Up and over the top, trying to fight the man on headshot. Magix looking to reel them in, denies the catwalk wraparound. Wrinkle will reply. Smoke dropped, Wrinkle looks for even more, but that's where Shiro arrives. And now it's just Isaac. Left alone in this endeavor, all of a sudden, NIP, things were really looking good for them here. But Spirit have brawled their way into the A site on the bomb. Oh my god, he's just sticking it, Spirit. They've been burned by the defuse before. They've learnt their lesson, and they're going to spam him off. So, cheeky ninja attempt denied. Creeping into the smoke was Isaac. I like that he attempted it.
Yeah, it's a good shot to win the round, right? But luckily enough, Zontix stays inside of the site. Won't let it happen. And yeah, you mentioned that boost up on default. I forgot the Spirit used to do that. It was more on the old Vertigo. They would do it a lot where you would just boost a player over the red box and kill those CT players instead. But it's been a while. Almost works out here.
Headshot's one of those annoying positions to deal with, especially in the late round when you don't have util.
It just feels so much worse a position now with the elevated changes, right? You don't see it played anywhere nearly as often. Nice control for Spirit, not letting the eco rush get out of hand here.
All right, but what's Rez cooking?
Not much.
He might be onto something here.
Yeah? Like what?
It's a slow cooker, but you know, good things come to those who wait. Magix gonna get all the reward. It was the moment he left the safety of that little pole. He was left in the prying eyes of the hunting Spirit players. Pretty exciting game thus far, though. Spirit on a streak of their own all of a sudden.
Ooh,
nice shot for Zontix.
He's informed today, that's for sure. Had a big Mirage. Grenades have been good for Nip. Just util in general. Retaking ramp control often. Getting a lot of info by breaking smokes. And they put Zontix down half here. Still looking for his B pick though. Yocab not giving it over. They've not mollied this before, but shouldn't be seeing that mistake in this round. Rez on sandbags, fully tucked.
Oh, Donk ahead of the util. Rez tucked in at the sandbags. He will go unchecked. Donk now dead over on the short side. This could still get weird. Magix is low. Doesn't plant right away. They try to flush out Wrinkle, but it looks like NIP, they're already writing this one off.
Just want to keep this orb going. It feels like Mirage similarly in that Wrinkle's just not been able to even take opening fights. He had that round where he picked middle, missed a shot. Yocab got a double, but not seen him fighting ramp at all. And when I think of Wrinkle on this map, I think of him peeking gap, fighting over the smokes, being set up by his team, hitting some stupendous shots. Seen none of that so far. Oh, that almost killed him. I think he should run away right now. They're coming for him. Spirit always bait you on this. They always half hunt. I don't know why they would half hunt here. We have 3 rounds left of the half, and they have 11 grand. They have 13 grand. Why are you not running for them? Why not? Like, I don't know. It's sure, Spirit are probably going to win this game. They're probably going to go to the major, but they've been actually uninspiring to watch in this tournament for me. They play scared so much. They play really slow rounds.
I mean, the most egregious one was that Passion one, where they didn't hunt down the saving players.
Yeah, true. When they had max money and they knew that Passion, exactly where Passion were. Yeah, just some weird moments from Spirit, really, where I feel like they give over too much respect, and maybe it's because they've been burned against some of the best teams in the world, but this is not a match where you should have anything but disrespect. You should be confident, you should be believing. So I would have really liked to see some chasing there for Spirit, considering it won't actually affect the outcome of this game. Not for them, at least. It'll make your future easier. Right now, Wrinkle's Orb surviving and playing supportive. Sitting on the A site. Are they going to call him over? This nade is actually hit a lot of times, and it will again on Shiro. Same position. Nip know what they're up against. Chopper with the gap. He's walked through the smoke. Wrinkle with a knife out. Donk turns around and saves his teammate's life. Oh, dearie me. That's more like it for Spirit.
Oh, that's awkward for Isaac. Missed him, still playing around this smoke, contains the ramp play, but Spirit have pumped the brakes on this one.
This is fine. They have 2 massive advantages. They didn't have control of A. And so freezing is okay, because kills may come to you, and Nip have been eager to re-aggress. And if Yocab went any further, he would have cleared out A entirely. Mistum still going to reinforce the B bomb site, but Spirit should be trading this kill at worst case. He's got a chance. Mistum 1v1 takes it, gets out as well. Magic's walking in. Now waiting for his team. Now going 3-on-1. Another player with nades out. Donk dead. Mistum making magic happen on this B bomb site. Pistol out as well. Missed shot. Magic's finally gets it done. And Yocab has a chance. 10 seconds out. Molly is huge. It's going to force him off the bomb. What are they going to do? Smoke down. Yocab runs him down as well. He sees a player, but Magix hits the headshot. And Team Spirit saved himself from embarrassment on this B bomb site.
Very, very close for NIP. But Magic's there, able to reel things back in. Timeout for Spirit, and I think, yeah, fair enough. That one did not feel as comfortable as maybe it should have for the Spirit squad. You can imagine Exist is appreciating the extra time as well to get to weigh in down the stretch here. Final rifle round coming up in the next for NIP. They just have to play with pistols here and now. Oh, they'll actually put a little bit of money in on Mistum. Fair enough. I mean, he almost saved them in that last round. because they only have the one rifle to work with, you're going to do a couple of little gimmicks here to try and get him involved early, walking the double push with Wrinkle in middle.
Oh, okay, Wrinkle, jumping headshot. He's got a gun, he's got a chance. Chopper tries to block him in, gets out. Wrinkle making this round a reality, but they're going to explode onto B. Yocap goes 1 for 1, and they're ready for more, but Isaac hits his deagle when Donk whiffs. 2 on 3. Nip keep the pressure on. Re-pushing B as a squad. Bomb runs away. There are guns to grab, but there's no kit in this round, so the quicker spirits stick on this A site, the better. What's Chopper up to? Shiro's playing solo right now. Chopper is he still in ladder? Yeah. They're underneath the map. He's now flanking them. Should have really good timing here. Round in the palm of Chopper's hand. Shiro just needs to live.
I mean, Shiro's got no reason to move. There is a molly on Wrinkle, but they're not going to use that now that Chopper's taken first contact, and Wrinkle, they don't know about him. He fires off, gives up the aim of the game, and they know they've got him in a little box here, trapped out over at short. Does secure the kill on a Shiro, but with no kit, Wrinkle can't defuse this bomb, not before Chopper would get involved. So NIP, another one of these very close rounds. This time they only come into it with one hero M4. It's not even the defining thing in the round for Nip. It's that little bit of aggression that kickstarts it all.
And like, I'm being really anal here and being maybe over the top, but like, he could have peeked him at the end. He could have guaranteed the kill. There's nowhere for Wrinkle to save, but that exact position on the site. Look at the money on Spirit. These little details do matter when you're facing the best teams in the world. If Chopper just re-swings when he knows he's won the round, he kills Wrinkle or he dies, okay, doesn't make a difference to you, but you remove extra guns in this round.
No, you're dead on.
Oh, Wrinkle finally fighting on ramp parry. It's taken 12 rounds. He's here.
They just flash cleared mid, but they didn't see Magic's there. Isaac's got the spot on the players over here outside of the B site.
Nice.
There's that saved AK being put to use. Aggression now from Wrinkle as he's pushed all the way down the ramp, but Chopper on the line, clean tap. That's the other part that's frustrating, isn't it? Look at how he just domed Wrinkle there. Like, Wrinkle should have had that in the bag, but Chopper's feeling pretty good right now. 2v4 for Team Spirit. And they slow it right down.
Nip have been keen to regress, but they've just, in their head, cleared front B. Yocap jumped up and checked it.
This pullback from Nip has left a huge hole over towards the site they just think they cleared. Yocap calls for them to come back. NIP will get bodies here in time.